A secret place outside the universe suddenly appeared, and the consciousness of the blue planet began to manifest, calling on all countries in the world to explore this secret place. The secret realm seems to contain unknown resources and technologies, and may even be a new opportunity for human evolution. Faced with such opportunities, countries have invested resources to develop cutting-edge technological weapons. During an experiment in the development of technological weapons, I actually successfully traveled through the time tunnel. But when I woke up, I found myself turned into a dragon. Blue clouds floated above my scales, the sky was vast, and the mountains and rivers thousands of miles long were in full view, as if everything between heaven and earth had shrunk a lot. However, from this new perspective, I also realized a frightening fact. Dragons are not ordinary creatures in this alien world. When I first arrived in this strange era, I had just adapted to this huge and majestic body when I found it difficult to survive alone in the jungle of steel and concrete. In theory, this is a good start. After all, dragons are mythical creatures. Most of them are at the top of the food chain in every world, and many of them have reached the top and become overlords. But as a dragon, my energy requirements to maintain daily life activities are staggering. A whole roasted ox barely fills me half full, and that's because I'm just a baby dragon. When it grows up, I'm afraid a whole cow won't even be enough as a snack. Not to mention that it needs all kinds of rare resources to grow. Anyway, I couldn't support myself by myself, so I had to rely on poaching to barely fill my stomach these days, which was really embarrassing. Seeing such a mighty dragon fall to this state, my heart is filled with sadness. In order to survive, I thought about it and decided to find an organization to support me. There are many biological research organizations here, and I think no one can resist the temptation of cultivating a dragon. The country I am most optimistic about is naturally the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the dragon is their totem, which is similar to my motherland in my previous life, which makes me have a natural liking for them. In contrast, I don't know how other countries or private institutions would treat me. The Dragon Kingdom not only considers itself the descendant of the dragon, but even if it does not worship me as an ancestor, the treatment I receive will be much better than in other places. Just when I was struggling with the issue, I came up with a clever idea to have the best of both worlds. I thought, since going to someone's house to be supported is tantamount to living under someone else's roof and inevitably subject to various restrictions, then my choice of cooperation is different. At this time, all countries are preparing to explore the secret realm outside the sky, but the secret realm is full of dangers, and even the blue star consciousness is so afraid of it. No one knows how great the sacrifice will be. As a mythical creature, I possess racial advantages far exceeding those of humans. Even though I am still a young dragon, I can already control lightning, breathe fire, and my body is harder than steel. The secret realm that is fraught with dangers for humans may not be too difficult for me. So, my plan gradually took shape. Cooperate with the country, let them provide resources to help me grow, and I will help them explore the secrets of outer space. This way, I can get the resources I need to grow while also having enough freedom, which is perfect. After making up my mind, I left the busy restaurant and found a secluded alley. I'm not familiar with this strange world, and I don't even know the location of the police station. If I want to hand myself over to the country, I have to find someone to help me contact the relevant departments. It was still daylight, and the streets were busy, so I had no choice but to wait patiently. As night fell, the number of pedestrians gradually decreased. Finally, the target appeared. An office worker was walking towards this side, and there was no one else around. It was decided to be you. As he passed by, I swung my body and rushed to him like lightning. The office worker was obviously frightened by me, took a step back, and stared at me in amazement. This guy's eyes were filled with shock. It was obvious that he had never seen someone like me. A snake body, deer antlers, fish scales, claws, and fangs, even ears and tail had a strange aura. Simply the legendary dragon. I didn't give him much chance to react. I took advantage of the moment he was stunned and quickly created a gust of wind to blow him away. We soon arrived at Dingxiang police station. I let go of phone and put the office worker down. He looked confused and a little uneasy. After adjusting his mentality, he finally rushed into the police station, his voice trembling. "Police! Are the police here?" The police officer on duty stood up and looked at him puzzledly. "What's wrong?" I've been kidnapped." The office worker looked terrified and stared at the police officer in front of him. I lay leisurely in his briefcase, observing their reactions with satisfaction. "Who is the criminal?" The policeman's face suddenly became serious. "Dragon, The office worker blurted out subconsciously. Who is Long? The policeman frowned, obviously misunderstanding. He probably thought Long was the nickname of a gangster. The office worker was anxious, gesticulating and talking very fast. It really is a dragon. The kind with a snake body, deer antlers, and covered with scales. The police officer was speechless, and the others also showed concerned eyes, as if they were looking at a mentally ill patient. Sir, this is a police station, not a hospital. Everything I said is true. The office worker was so anxious that he was about to cry. The police officer walked to the desk helplessly and picked up the phone. Hello, Qingshan Hospital? We have a patient who is suspected to be mentally ill. I looked at the office worker's horrified expression. It's true that humans always find it difficult to believe the facts before their eyes. The office worker was silent for a while, then suddenly opened his briefcase and said to me respectfully, Sir Shenlong, we are at the police station. I was waiting for this moment. I raised my head slightly, crawled out of the bag, and flew to the table with my head held high. When I saw the police officer's pupils shrink instantly, I laughed in my heart. It turns out that all human beings have this kind of expression. Have we arrived at the police station? I nodded at the office worker and asked in a pretended serious tone. Yes, we've arrived, he replied quickly. I turned my gaze and looked at the police officer on duty. Are you a police officer here? Yes. The police officer was still confused, but he pulled himself together and asked, Excuse me, what can I do for you? This divine dragon has practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. This time I am walking in the world. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I have come to report to the country. I wonder how to handle it. The policeman was completely dumbfounded. This situation was obviously not within his scope of business. Please wait a moment, I'll contact my superiors to ask. He swallowed, obviously at a loss. Before he finished speaking, he picked up his cell phone, dialed the number, and reported to the police station chief with a serious face. Chief, something big has happened. On the other side, the director was about to go to sleep. Hearing the serious tone of the police officer on duty, he suddenly sobered up a lot. What's going on? Captain, a dragon appeared in our police station. Did you take the wrong medicine today? The director's voice was full of helplessness, and he obviously didn't believe it. Chief, I'm not kidding. There really is a dragon. The police officer on duty spoke in an extremely serious tone, and he was probably about to collapse. Okay, it's a dragon, right? I'll go over and see what kind of dragon it is. The director finally compromised, obviously intending to go and check it out himself. Humph. When he sees me, he will probably be as dumbfounded as they are. The police officer on duty hung up the phone with a very subtle expression on his face. I could see that he was trying his best to hide some complicated emotions. It was obvious that the director didn't believe him at all. To be honest, if someone told me in the middle of the night that there was a dragon in the police station, I would probably think that person was crazy. The director might have come here with the intention of watching the joke, and maybe even planned to teach this nonsense subordinate a lesson. Not long after, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in with an impatient step. As soon as he came in, he glanced at the police officer on duty and asked coldly, "Where's Long?" I looked at him, raised my head slightly, and replied in a steady voice, "Are you looking for me?" He was obviously stunned, and his eyes quickly scanned the police station, as if he was still trying to confirm the source of the sound. At this moment, my eyes met his, and my golden pupils revealed a sacred and cold light, as if carrying the breath of ancient barbarism. He froze instantly. The calmness on his face completely disappeared, and his wide eyes revealed incredible shock. After several seconds, he seemed to wake up from a dream, took a step back, and almost fell. He looked at me in disbelief and said tremblingly, This is really a dragon." I was secretly pleased with myself and gently wagged my tail. The police officer on duty couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he was secretly satisfied to see the director lose his composure like him. The director gradually calmed down, but he still stared at me with a shocked expression, muttering in a low voice, "There really is a dragon." The police officer on duty couldn't help but remind him, "Chief, this dragon master said he wants to go out into the world and needs to report to the state. Do we have the corresponding procedures for this situation?" The director frowned, a look of embarrassment on his face. "Do I need to report before I go out into the world?" He seemed to be weighing how to handle this unprecedented business. I was a little nervous, but I kept calm and waited for him to make a decision. The director sighed helplessly and looked up at me. "This matter involves serious matters. I have to report it to my superiors." I nodded to show my understanding. His reaction made me feel somewhat satisfied. Then I watch him pull out his cell phone and report to his superiors. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone didn't take it seriously at first, and even suspected that he was drunk, which made me laugh. While explaining, the director helplessly pointed his phone at me and took a few videos and sent them to me. The leader on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked. The news was reported up the chain of command and eventually reached an elder. In a heavily guarded building in Kyoto, an old man with silver hair, but still energetic, is thinking at his desk, which is piled with various confidential documents. This old man is one of the most important elders in the country, focusing on the strategic deployment against the secret realm outside the sky. These days, Longwa has been under pressure from the technological blockade of Western countries, which has greatly restricted the pace of research and development of secret realm exploration equipment. The secret realm outside the universe is about to touch the blue planet, and if Dragon Country lags behind in technology, it may gain nothing in the exploration of the secret realm. Mr. Lee, it's so late. You should go to bed. The secretary knocked on the door carefully and reminded him with concern. I can't rest. Old Lee looked up and sighed, his eyes full of worry. The exploration of secret realms is the core link in future national strength competition. Facing the Western technological blockade, Longwa has been forced into such an embarrassing situation. Just then, the secretary's cell phone vibrated. He received an urgent report. After reading the content, his expression suddenly became strange. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, Mr. Lee, there is news from below that a dragon has appeared. Dragon? Mr. Lee raised his head slightly and frowned. Yes, the legendary dragon. There was an incredible tone in the secretary's voice. He held up the phone screen in front of Mr. Lee. In the video, I stood with my head held high, and my majestic figure jumped out on the screen. Mr. Lee's expression gradually became complicated. He was old and had seen countless ups and downs, but he was also shocked by this scene. That night, his thoughts were surging, and he was obviously weighing the significance of my presence. The news that I was a dragon was passed up layer by layer. Seeing Mr. Lee and the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country being shocked beyond words, I felt secretly proud in my heart. After all, it is a divine dragon. Anyone who sees it would have to stand in awe, right? There was silence in the conference room. Everyone stared at the video playing on the screen, watching the lifelike dragon flying in the air and controlling thunder and fire. Everyone had a complicated expression and was obviously still trying to digest this unrealistic fact. Even the weathered old man, Mr. Lee, showed excitement and hope in his eyes. It was obvious that he was already thinking about how I would help Dragon Country. The senior officials present gradually calmed down and began to discuss among themselves. I know that their doubts are not unreasonable. After all, in this era full of technological blockades and world competition, the sudden appearance of a dragon is probably difficult for people to understand its meaning instantly. However, I came to Dragon Country not just to let them enjoy a visual feast of the arrival of the dragon. At this moment, Mr. Lee knocked lightly on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. After everyone quieted down, he slowly said, Everyone, don't doubt it. As shown in the video, this dragon really exists. More importantly, it is not just a mythical creature, but a being that is willing to cooperate with us. Hearing this, I nodded secretly in my heart. As expected of an elder of Dragon Country, he could quickly grasp the key points. Next, I have to make them understand that the power of the dragon is not just a symbol, but can also play a practical role in this modern world. Elderly took a deep breath and continued. This Mr. Shenlong claims to have practiced for many years and has now decided to enter the world. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he has come to report to the country and hopes to cooperate with us. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became more solemn, and several senior executives looked at each other with some doubts. Finally, a middle-aged official spoke up. Mr. Lee, the existence of the Shenlong is indeed incredible, but with all due respect, the difficulties we are currently facing are mainly due to technological blockades and resource shortages. How this complements the power of the Shenlong is probably a little difficult to understand. I smiled slightly, knowing that this was my chance, so I slowly opened my mouth and said in a slightly low voice, Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what I am good at. My abilities are far beyond human imagination, and in an extreme environment like the secret realm outside the sky, my talent will undoubtedly be a powerful aid. There are dangers everywhere, and no advanced weapons can provide sufficient protection. I can help you not be afraid of most natural threats in the secret realm. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed noticeably, and some people began to show anticipation in their eyes. Obviously, they have begun to understand the value I bring, especially in the exploration of secret places outside the universe. My power may be more reliable than any advanced weapon. Elderly nodded slightly, as if he had already understood my intention, and continued, Lord Shenlong saw this. His ability is not limited to his own survival ability, but also includes the talent of controlling natural elements, fire, thunder, ocean. In the exploration of the secret realm outside the sky, these talents will become an immeasurable guarantee. Everyone was silent, and I could feel the excitement in their hearts. This ability would bring immeasurable help to any country, not to mention the border between Blue Star and the secret realm outside the universe. Mr. Lee patted the table and said firmly, I think everyone has understood. The appearance of the dragon provides us with a rare opportunity. He is not just a symbol, but a real source of power. If we can establish an effective cooperative relationship with him, it will not only ensure the safety of secret exploration, but also counter the Western technological blockade and reshape our international status in another way. Mr. Lee said firmly. Everyone had a serious and determined expression on their face, and it was obvious that they cherished this sudden turn of events very much. At this point, I knew that my plan had taken a crucial step. I watched as Zhao Huan, the director of the research department of the Outer Secret Realm Strategy Department, officially appeared in front of me. He was so serious and expressionless that I couldn't help feeling a little proud. I know that the initiative of this game has gradually fallen into my hands. Zhao Huan approached slowly, looking experienced and steady, and was obviously not fooled by my current young appearance. I know that to him, the image of a dragon is more than what it seems. They probably already guessed in their hearts that the power of the dragon is not limited to its appearance, but is a powerful existence that transcends human cognition. Zhao Huan spoke in a steady and solemn tone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Huan, and I am the director of the research department responsible for the Tianwai Secret Realm Strategy. You can call me Director Zhao. I will be fully responsible for all matters such as your identity reporting and cooperation intentions. I nodded slightly, with a faint smile in my eyes. As expected, I was not disappointed with the arrangement made by the top leaders of Longhua. The person sent was a person who knew me well and was meticulous. This is exactly what I want. This is the kind of partnership based on mutual understanding that I am looking for. I introduced myself, Minister Zhao. I spoke slowly, my voice a little vigorous and majestic. After all, even though I am only a young dragon, my aura as a divine dragon cannot be weakened in the slightest. Thank you for your attention and respect. I am willing to reach a cooperation with Dragon Country. As you all know, I came into the world to avoid unnecessary troubles, and I needed some special resources for my own growth, and the secret realm outside the sky is obviously an ideal choice. I said. Minister Zhao listened with a serious expression, nodded slightly, and his expression seemed to relax a little. He then asked, Lord Shenlong, you mentioned that your growth requires some special resources. Would you mind explaining it in detail? We in Dragon Country can provide you with support. I hesitated for a moment and decided to put forward my request directly. After all, this trip was also to reach a win-win agreement with Dragon Country. Yes, as a divine dragon, my growth requires some rare energy and minerals, such as some special minerals from the universe, and energy breath in extreme environments. The resources in the secret realm beyond the sky are exactly what I need, and I can provide you with safety guarantees while exploring the secret realm. I can handle many environments that are difficult for humans to endure, and I can even control the elements in the secret realm. This is a kind of protection for Blue Star. Minister Zhao's eyes flashed with deep thought, and he was obviously weighing my words. He asked cautiously, what you mean by the elemental manipulation in the secret realm? Is it that you can help us resist those special dangers in the secret realm outside the sky? I smiled faintly, revealing a little bit of my aura, and a layer of lightning ripples faintly appeared in the air around me. Although it was just a superficial strike, it was enough to demonstrate my ability. There was a hint of shock in Minister Zhao's eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and looked at me with some expectation. Yes, I continued, lightning, fire, and even the energy of the earth. I can control all these forces. For your exploration team, my presence is like a natural barrier, which can open up a path and avoid many unforeseen losses. Minister Zhao was obviously attracted by this cooperation model. He nodded repeatedly and said that he would report the details to the top management. I can see that he has initially recognized my value. The next step is the allocation of resources. Since they need my help, I naturally have to show enough sincerity. Minister Zhao, I added without losing any time. I hope that this cooperation can be based on mutual respect. I don't ask for much. I just hope to have a stable supply of resources and enough freedom. If Dragon Country can provide the resources I need, I will also go all out to help explore the secret realm beyond the sky. Minister Zhao showed his approval, obviously realizing that this cooperation would be a great opportunity for them to break through their current difficulties. Zhao Huan finally led the topic in the direction I wanted. I maintained a dignified yet puzzled expression and nodded slowly. A secret place outside the universe? I have heard of it. It is said that it contains all kinds of extreme environments and rare resources in the universe. Does your country want me to participate in it? There was a gleam of satisfaction in Zhao Huan's eyes, and he obviously recognized my profound knowledge. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, the outer secret realm is an unprecedented challenge for Blue Star. The secret realm is full of unknowns and dangers, and with the current technological capabilities of mankind, it is probably difficult to fully guarantee the safety of exploration. Mr. Shenlong, your ability is a rare support to us." I pretended to be silent, with an unfathomable look on my face. In fact, I was very happy. As expected, they had realized my importance and were eager to cooperate with me. However, you should not be too eager to show interest during the negotiation, as this will help you get better terms later. I understand. I nodded slightly, speaking in a leisurely tone. Participating in the exploration of the secret realm outside the sky is indeed in line with my intention. As you said, I also need the rare resources in the secret realm to support my own growth. However, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. If I were to assist you with all my strength, it would certainly consume a huge amount of energy and strength. We understand this. Zhao Huan smiled, obviously knowing the implication of my words, and said quickly, "Your support will never be in vain. The country will do its best to provide you with the resources you need." Hearing this, I nodded slightly in satisfaction, but still pretended to be thoughtful. After a moment, I slowly said, "In that case, I can agree to cooperate with you, but I have one request. I hope that during the exploration of the secret realm, I will not be restricted by too many rules. Although I am willing to assist you, I also need enough freedom of action and cannot be bound all the time." Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily and replied, "This is completely negotiable. We will try our best to ensure your freedom of action." He looked serious, and it was obvious that he understood how important this was to me. I nodded secretly. It was obvious that the country's top leaders were indeed willing to make concessions on key issues. Then, happy cooperation. I raised my head slightly, and the dragon's tail gently tapped the table, making a slight sound with a hint of solemnity. I hope that our cooperation this time can bring real benefits to Blue Star and your country. Zhao Huan's face was solemn, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He bowed deeply and replied formally, "It is a great honor to work with you. This cooperation will surely bring rich rewards." At the same time, I noticed that the senior national leaders who were listening remotely also showed relieved expressions, and it was obvious that they were also very satisfied with the agreement. In this way, after going through untold hardships and careful planning, I finally succeeded in reaching a cooperation with Longwa. Seeing the expert's eyes wide open in shock, I couldn't help but feel secretly proud. Look, this is the power of the dragon. How can they, mere humans, understand it? Even though I'm only a baby dragon, these test results are enough to put any human far behind. The research experts held the data in their hands, their faces filled with disbelief. Some even whispered, "This is simply beyond the understanding of existing science." I calmly sat aside, trying to maintain the majestic temperament that a dragon should have, neither appearing too proud nor showing a trace of humility. After all, what I want in this cooperation is not just resources, but an identity and status that will allow me to grow safely. Zhao Huan coughed, drawing the expert's attention back. He turned and looked at me with obvious respect and excitement in his eyes. "Mr. Qin," he said, "your abilities far exceed our expectations. This extraordinary defense and attack capability is a perfect guarantee for the exploration of the outer secrets. We all have deeply realized that your existence is of extraordinary significance to our country." I nodded slightly with a faint smile on my face, which was both a recognition of him and the demeanor I should have. Dragons are not willing to work for humans casually. Moreover, they also know that in this cooperation, I am not just a helper, but also a key support for the country. At this moment, An elderly biological expert could not help but step forward and asked cautiously, Mr. Chin, do you have other abilities that you have not yet demonstrated? For example, a more advanced self-repair ability or other special functions that we have not yet tested? I pretended to be thoughtful, as if examining his question, and then nodded slightly. As a divine dragon, it does have the ability to repair itself, but this requires a lot of energy and cannot be used at will. I paused and said mysteriously. I also said, in addition, there are some innate abilities that may be revealed in the secret realms of the future, but you may not be able to understand them now. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere in the room became slightly tense. My words made them more excited about the future, and even a little awed. These scientists may understand some of my abilities, but they cannot uncover all the secrets of dragons, which is a good thing for me. The awe brought by the unknown will allow me to maintain a superior position in this cooperation. Zhao Huan obviously realized this. He looked at me with a smile. His eyes were a little serious. Mr. Chin, your ability is amazing. This cooperation is not only based on the need for secret realm exploration, but also an opportunity for Longhua to grow together with you. We will do our best to support your growth in the secret realm, and any resource needs will be given priority. I nodded with satisfaction, but I had already planned my future development in my mind. This kind of stable and abundant resource support is exactly what I need, and the secret realm outside the sky will be an opportunity for me to display my abilities and grow into a complete person. Although this cooperation has just begun, I know that I have laid my foundation in Blue Star. And then, I will gradually show my true power to the world in the form of a dragon. Seeing them in a dilemma because of my evolutionary needs, I felt proud but also knew that I had to add fuel to the fire. After all, in order to keep the country investing, they must be convinced that this huge investment is worth it. As I expected, Mr. Li quickly convened a new meeting of the country's core senior leaders, apparently to resolve this thorny issue. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Zhao Huan's tone was solemn as he reported to Mr. Li. The data icons his assistant brought out showed my various energy needs. Water and fire could still be met, but the demand for metal resources was truly staggering. I quietly sat aside, pretending nothing had happened, but there was a hint of confidence and expectation in my eyes. After all, my goal is not just to obtain resources, but to ensure my strategic position to the Dragon Kingdom, so that they have to prioritize my growth and development. Everyone knows, Zhao Huan continued, this exploration of the outer secret realm will affect the future world situation. Zhao Huan said, we originally planned to rely on high-tech equipment, but after being blocked by Western countries, our research hit a bottleneck. He also said, with the help of Xinlong, our exploration success rate will be greatly improved. However, if we want Xinlong to play its best role, I am afraid we need to prioritize a lot of resources, and it may even involve sacrificing the priorities of other industries. The conference room was silent as everyone was digesting Zhao Huan's words. After a long while, a senior official spoke up with some doubt in his tone. Minister Zhao, although the power of the dragon is indeed powerful, can it really give us an advantage in the secret realm? If we devote all our efforts to supporting the dragon and invest such a huge amount of resources, is the risk too high? After hearing this, I realized that I had to say something, otherwise it would affect my position in this game. So I pretended to be majestic and whispered, Dear senior officials, as a divine dragon, my need for evolution is indeed huge, but this is not a one-sided demand. The resources and power in the future secret realm may also be unimaginable wealth for you. I can guarantee that if the crisis on Blue Star is imminent, I will do my best to help. I can be both your partner and the guardian of Blue Star. Mr. Li nodded slowly, obviously very satisfied with my promise. For him, it is vital to ensure that Dragon Country maintains its leading position in the exploration of secret realms, and my presence is undoubtedly the best way to achieve this goal. He pondered for a moment and then spoke. Mr. Xinlong is right. If we can help Xinlong evolve to its full form, not only will our exploration of the secret realm be guaranteed, but our overall strength will also be enhanced. This investment is not just an investment, but also a layout for the future. His words made many senior executives look thoughtful. The country must not only win in the exploration of the outer secrets, but also take this opportunity to consolidate its national strength. And I have become the key to their hope for the future. Elderly looked around at everyone with a firm expression. In this case, I suggest that we use strategic resources to fully support the growth of Xinlong. This is a worthwhile investment. Only the power of Shenlong can make us invincible in the secret realm. In the meeting room, everyone finally reached a consensus. For me, the outcome of this meeting was exactly what I had hoped for. Not only would they invest resources to support me, but they would also ensure that my position and role were irreplaceable. I know that from now on, I am no longer just a passive partner, but an indispensable part of Longwa's future layout. I watched as national resources were concentrated on the Kyoto base at an astonishing rate. Although I felt very satisfied in my heart, I remained calm on the surface. This large-scale mobilization really made me see Longwa's execution ability and determination. Even the key projects that were originally underway were temporarily shelved, which was enough to prove their importance and trust in me. And I know that this series of extraordinary measures has caused a sensation throughout the country and even the world. Even countries like the United States that have blockaded Dragon Country are secretly and anxiously trying to find out what is happening on my side. Metal resources from all over the country are transported to the base day and night in the form of endless convoys and trains. These ores and metal materials are specially refined and directly input into my evolution cabin. Although the initial resource consumption was huge, like a bottomless pit, as a large amount of energy essences such as gold, fire, and earth poured into my body, I could clearly feel the power building up in my body. It was a feeling of fullness I had never experienced before, like a river gradually turning into a surging river. Mr. Li and Zhao Huan were obviously very concerned about my current progress and came to check on my evolution status from time to time. Experts in various fields, with strong curiosity and awe, tried every means to collect data and observe my changes. I deliberately kept silent about these researches and remained mysterious so that they would be more aware of my potential strength. After all, I don't want to be treated as a simple experimental subject, but to become a true guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, an indispensable ally. However, outside the Kyoto base, I know that as metal resources disappear like a drop in the ocean, doubts are growing both within Dragon Country and internationally, especially from the United States, which is already unable to sit still. News kept coming in that the spies and monitoring equipment they sent out tried countless times to spy on the situation in the Kyoto base. But due to the strict protection and confidentiality measures of the Dragon Country, they gained almost nothing. One night, Zhao Huan quietly came to my evolution chamber, and looking at my increasingly solid scales and gradually expanding body, his eyes revealed an undisguised satisfaction. He whispered, "Mr. Qin, the resources you have absorbed this time have reached a quarter of the initial plan. It is estimated that a breakthrough will be achieved soon. Mr. Li and the top leaders of the country have high expectations of you. The key to future secret realm exploration still depends on your strength." I nodded slightly and responded with a bit of dignity. "Minister Zhao, don't worry. These resources have indeed allowed me to evolve quickly. When the secret realm outside the sky is opened, I will definitely be able to protect Dragon Country with a stronger attitude and ensure that the exploration of the secret realm will no longer be hindered by foreign enemies." His eyes sparkled, and he bowed deeply, saying, "The country believes in you and will continue to do its best to support your evolution. The future changes in the Blue Star landscape cannot be separated from this successful cooperation." As resource mobilization continued to advance, my strength was also increasing rapidly. With every moment of evolution, I can feel the changes in my body. My dragon scales become tougher, and my power of breathing fire and controlling lightning becomes more proficient. I even gradually figured out how to integrate into the mountains and rivers of Dragon Kingdom and extend my perception to further places. The outside world's attention and doubts are constantly increasing, and the United States is obviously almost restless. They are eager to know the secret of the Dragon Country's Kyoto base. However, this storm will only be revealed when the secret realm outside the sky is opened. Mr. Qin, we certainly support you in going into the sea to absorb water-attributed energy, but Zhao Huan looked hesitant, obviously weighing the pros and cons. I laughed in my heart. It was not difficult to guess what Zhao Huan was worried about. Now the United States can no longer sit still and has sent a fleet to try to exert pressure on the waters near Long Country. On the one hand, it wants to find out the progress on our side, and on the other hand, it also wants to create pressure. At this moment, if I go to the sea to evolve, it will inevitably cause the Dragon Kingdom to face more challenges. The United States will definitely try to interfere with my itinerary, and may even take the opportunity to stir up trouble. However, I had intended to take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. As a dragon, if I have to avoid even these threats, Wouldn't it undermine my dignity moreover? Sometimes appropriate intimidation will make them more aware of their status. Since the people of Longwa have paid so much for me, it would be a good idea to show my strength appropriately and consolidate our cooperative relationship. So I slowly said, Minister Zhao, since foreign forces have begun to test us, why not take this opportunity to let me go out to sea and show the determination of the Dragon Nation? I will look for the right energy in the sea and will not let any interferers easily interrupt me. There was a glimmer of admiration and determination in Zhao Huan's eyes, and he obviously understood my intention. He nodded slightly and said firmly, Mr. Qin, if you have this intention, we fully support you. Your strength has exceeded any expectations. It would be a deterrent to let those countries with ill intentions see it. They will not give up easily. We need to protect national interests with absolute strength. Soon, the news was passed back to the top, and Mr. Li and other decision-makers quickly reached an agreement and agreed to send a guard force to accompany me to the sea. This will not only provide me with cover, but also ensure that those outside forces cannot easily approach. A few days later, the day for me to go out to sea finally arrived. In the early morning, warships and escort fleets were already waiting in the designated sea area. Zhao Huan and a group of Dragon Country senior officials watched me step into the waves from afar. I spread my dragon wings and gradually immersed my body in the waves, feeling the surge of water elements around me, as if all the essence of heaven and earth was gathering in my body. The vast ocean power slowly merged into my body, and the power in my body became stronger and stronger, like a volcano about to erupt. At this moment, the radar not far away detected a fleet approaching rapidly. It was a fleet of warships from the United States, and they had obviously noticed my whereabouts. They were galloping towards me, obviously not wanting to miss this opportunity to put pressure on me. I circled slowly above the sea, glancing coldly at the approaching fleet. They had never expected that what was waiting for them would be the divine dragon from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, I was lurking under the warship, sensing the commotion and panic above, sneering in my heart. These people in the United States think they are superior, but they don't know what kind of power they are about to face. I saw that the fleet was in chaos after my attack, and the soldiers were running around in panic, having never expected such a sudden attack. The commander of the United States was furious and roared and ordered a counterattack, but in the vast ocean, they could not determine the enemy's position at all, and they didn't even know where the attack came from. I swam silently to the bottom of another destroyer, opened my mouth slightly, and a burst of blazing flames erupted in the water, instantly condensing into a stream of energy that blended water and fire. Although the flames were wrapped in sea water, the energy shock was directly transmitted to the hull of the destroyer. With a loud bang, the bottom of the destroyer was completely torn apart. Flames shot up into the sky, like a huge fireball exploding in the water. The entire ship was shaking violently in the water. The soldiers on board lost their balance and fell to the deck one after another, with wailing sounds coming one after another. The panicked commander heard the explosion and immediately ordered all ships to fire depth charges, trying to force back me with the powerful explosion. However, this conventional explosion was nothing but a series of microwaves to me. I gently waved my dragon tail, nimbly avoided the bomb, and swam to the next target ship. At this moment, I have completely controlled the situation. The fleet of the United States is retreating step by step in its self-righteous self-defense and is unable to fight back. While they were firing everywhere and losing their composure, I gathered the power of gold in my body and suddenly jumped out of the water with amazing strength. In an instant, I appeared above the warship, my dragon scales shining with golden light, and I exuded majesty and domineering power, like an inviolable god. When they saw me take off into the air, the soldiers in the fleet were stunned, as if time had stopped at that moment. They had never expected to see such a dragon. The legendary creature appeared above their heads with boundless power. In shock, almost everyone was stunned. Even the commander was speechless and could only stare at me blankly. Think the Dragon Kingdom doesn't dare to take action? Then let me show you the majesty of the dragon. I growled and swung my dragon claws down fiercely, causing huge waves and instantly sweeping several warships into the water. The soldiers who were originally full of mockery were instantly drowned out by their screams mixed with the sound of the waves. Above the East China Sea, my figure cruised like a flash of lightning, and warships one after another were reduced to wreckage under my fierce attack. I did not destroy the entire fleet outright. Instead, I precisely destroyed it selectively, leaving them with remnants of strength, so that these remnants would return to the United States in fear. Behind me, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet witnessed all this and were shocked. For them, this is not only a display of the power of the dragon, but also a manifestation of the will of the Dragon Nation. My deterrence has already won enough prestige for the Dragon Nation. By the time the remnants of the United States fleet finally retreated in a panic, the sea returned to calm. I dived into the sea again and continued to absorb the power of water, letting the raging waves roll around me. I know that today's battle will shock the world, and the arrogance of the United States will be greatly restrained. And I have also proved my worth to the Dragon Country with practical actions. I felt very happy as I watched the ships of the United States fleet sink to the bottom of the sea in the thick fog. Once upon a time, I was just an ordinary person who could only complain about these outrageous behaviors on the internet. And now, we can really use our strength to give these people a heavy blow, which is really gratifying. The thick fog still covered the sea, but it was gradually thinning. As the last few beautiful warships sank to the bottom of the sea, the entire sea surface became silent, as if nothing had happened. I slowly retracted my dragon claws in the water, sensed the detection signal of the nearby Dragon Kingdom fleet, and cautiously stopped at the edge. At this moment, my mood has completely calmed down, and I am ready to hide in the sea and return. The Dragon Kingdom fleet in the distance obviously also noticed the outcome of this scene. The soldiers looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Although they had never seen the source of the attack, they vaguely guessed that perhaps this was the power of the dragon. They had expressions of surprise and excitement on their faces, knowing that they had witnessed a miraculous victory. After a moment, I slowly dived back to the bottom of the sea, and with the covert support of the Dragon Country escort ship, I quietly left the East China Sea and returned to the Kyoto base. Although the results of this battle did not directly expose my existence, it was enough to allow the top leaders of Dragon Country to have a deeper understanding of my strength. After returning to the base, I received a warm welcome from the Dragon Country research team, who were eager to learn about my actual performance in the Battle of the East China Sea. Zhao Huan couldn't stop smiling and was obviously very satisfied with the results of this mission. He said to me privately, "Mr. Qin, your performance this time is perfect. The United States is already confused. They can't figure out what happened at all." I smiled slightly and said slowly, "They always think that the Dragon Kingdom can only tolerate it, but they don't know that its true power has quietly awakened." My words made Zhao Huan nod his head frequently, with a bit of respect and satisfaction in his eyes. Obviously, this attack not only made him trust me more, but also made him full of confidence in the future of Dragon Kingdom in the secret realm outside the sky. In the next few days, people from all over the base were busy around me, recording data, analyzing energy consumption, and evaluating attack performance. The entire research team was immersed in a heated analysis of my actual combat performance, and I took this opportunity to continue absorbing the water power provided by the base to further consolidate my own strength. When the news of the defeat of the U.S. fleet spread internationally, many countries were in an uproar. No one can tell what the sudden attack was. The U.S. government even issued an ambiguous statement, claiming it might be a mysterious force or a natural phenomenon. The United States' accusation that the Dragon Kingdom secretly used secret weapons to attack the fleet is being hyped up by their media, causing an uproar. They have even dispatched aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, showing an attitude of fighting at all costs. All this is obviously because they are afraid to accept failure and cannot understand what is happening in the sea area. After learning the news, Zhao Huan and a group of Dragon Country senior officials quickly arranged defensive measures and kept in touch with me throughout the process. Zhao Huan specially arranged for someone to bring me back to the East China Sea, hiding me on the seabed, ready to take action again at any time. For a time, the East China Sea was undercurrent. The Dragon Kingdom's fleet had been deployed, and all the soldiers were on standby to guard against possible conflicts. After receiving the order, I entered the depths of the East China Sea again, and the familiar power of water enveloped me. The Dragon Kingdom acted cautiously and carefully, and specially arranged some teams to patrol around me to ensure that I was safe. I was lurking on the seabed and could vaguely sense those complacent American warships above the East China Sea. They thought they had the upper hand and were advancing carelessly. Little did they know that this time, they once again came to the area under my control. Suddenly, I sensed a disturbance in the water flow and a strong electromagnetic wave signal coming from not far away. It was obviously the detection equipment sent by the United States fleet. I sneered, Such little tricks posed no threat to a dragon that could control the power of water. So, I used my talent for controlling water to slightly disturb the ocean currents and gently deflect the electromagnetic waves, and the United States radar detection came back empty-handed. This time, I decided to attack in a more stealthy manner. Taking advantage of the cover of night, I released a weak dragon breath in the thick fog, used the power of water to gradually create an undercurrent, and advanced silently towards several nuclear submarines. Even the most advanced submarines are vulnerable to my dragon breath. The water slowly seeped into the submarine's hull, gradually penetrating it with subtle destructive force until the electronic equipment inside was completely paralyzed. However, within just a few hours, the United States nuclear submarines lost contact one after another, and an unspeakable panic spread among their fleet. This is impossible, Commander General Hostin shouted in horror, but all communications and detection methods did not respond. Faced with this mysterious attack, they couldn't even detect the source of the attack. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom fleet watched quietly from a distance, feeling shocked and relieved. Zhao Huan and the senior management monitored the entire process through remote equipment, constantly collecting data and recording my actions. To them, every step I take shows the majesty of the dragon and sends a message to the United States. The Dragon Country not only has the power to protect, but can also defend itself with invisible force when necessary. Seeing that the American fleet was in complete chaos, I quietly retreated under the cover of thick fog and completely erased any traces of the attack. This action will not leave any direct evidence. Even if the United States has many suspicions and reluctance, it can only accept this result helplessly. When I returned to the base, Zhao Huan and Mr. Li greeted me personally, their faces full of admiration and joy. They said enthusiastically, "Mr. Qin, you are worthy of being the patron saint of Dragon Country. Your actions are flawless. The United States can't find any evidence at all, and international public opinion can't find any flaws in us." Zhao Huan praised sincerely. I nodded gently and said slowly, "It is my responsibility to protect the Dragon Kingdom. Whoever dares to offend will pay the price for it." There was a firm dignity in my words. At this moment, I knew that I was not only the secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, but also a force they trusted. In the night of the East China Sea, I quietly merged into this sea, continuing to absorb the power of water and consolidate my own strength. Chapter 14. Shameless American Country, Public Opinion War. The United States' move of sending aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines to attack the waters of Longyang State has attracted the attention of the whole world. The Dragon Country and the Beautiful Country are two giants on the blue planet, and their every move involves all aspects. The two giants clashed, and there was even a tendency for a war to break out, making all countries nervous. Above the East China Sea, the United States aircraft carrier and nuclear-powered submarines are approaching the waters of the Dragon Country. The disappearance of a fleet in the waters of Dragon Country is an unbearable burden for the powerful United States. In order to retrieve the fleet and get an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom, this time an admiral from the Beautiful Kingdom personally led the team. The Dragon Kingdom has long been paying close attention to every move of the U.S. Navy. Faced with the provocation of the U.S. aircraft carrier, a large number of naval forces were quickly assembled and arrived at the area where the U.S. aircraft carrier was active to track, warn, and monitor it. The waters ahead are those of Dragon Country. Please leave immediately. The Dragon Kingdom Navy issued a warning to the U.S. aircraft carrier. "General, what should we do now?" The officer of the United States asked Admiral Wilson. Admiral Wilson looked at the Dragon Navy in front of him, sneered, and said, "Ignore them. Keep moving forward. He is a first-class general of the United States. He personally led the team here this time. How could he leave so easily?" A fleet of the United States disappeared in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. He will never give up until he finds out the truth and makes the Dragon Kingdom give a satisfactory answer. Facing the call from the Longhua Navy, the U.S. aircraft carrier showed no intention of stopping and continued to move towards the Longhua waters. At the same time, in the Dragon Country, warships and fighter planes flew towards here. Facing the recklessly advancing U.S. aircraft carrier, they formed an encirclement formation in the sky and sea, blocking the edge of the Longhua waters. "Stop!" General Wilson originally wanted to rush directly into the waters of Dragon Country in one go. But when he saw this scene, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he quickly ordered to stop advancing. The Long Kingdom has made it clear that it is determined to fight the United States to the end. Judging from its posture, once the aircraft carrier continues to move forward, it will inevitably collide with the Long Kingdom's navy. Although General Wilson was prepared for war, he was unwilling to start it first. The situation suddenly became deadlocked. General Wilson was in no hurry. Now that the United States Army is approaching, all the pressure is on Dragon Country. The longer the stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Dragon Kingdom. He wanted to see how long Longwa could hold out against him. Internationally, various debates have long been raging, not to mention the war of words between Dragon Country and the United States. Other countries followed suit. Countries such as Vigeland and France are in cahoots with the United States, so they naturally support the United States and demand that Long explain the truth about the disappearance of the United States fleet. The disappearance of the beautiful country fleet made them extremely wary of the Dragon Country. The Dragon Kingdom remained silent and let the beautiful kingdom's fleet disappear. What a terrible thing this is. Even the United States fleet suffered such a huge setback in front of the Dragon Kingdom. If they were to face the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't they be even more miserable? This made them feel uneasy. They don't care about the life or death of the beautiful country fleet. They just want to know how the Dragon Country did it. The Dragon Kingdom certainly had allies, arguing with countries like Vigeland and France. However, when it comes to public opinion offensive, the Dragon Country has never had an advantage over the United States. The dominance of international public opinion has always been in the hands of Western countries such as the United States, Switzerland, and France. Launching a propaganda war to exert pressure on hostile forces has always been the forte of these countries. Not to mention that there are many countries that took the opportunity to add insult to injury, such as Japan, Korea, and China. Soon, Longwa fell into a disadvantage. This put a lot of pressure on Longwa. The United States is so shameless that it actually launched a propaganda war to put pressure on us. Don't say that the disappearance of their fleet has nothing to do with us. Even if it was really our country's fault, it is their own fault. How can they have the face to ask for an explanation from our country? Heh, isn't the face of the United States always like this? Countless netizens on the Longwa internet were filled with indignation. Especially the fact that the United States aircraft carrier is blocking the border of the Dragon Country's waters, looking fearless, is even more annoying. This is equivalent to blocking the doorstep of Longwa. It is not only a provocation to Longwa, but also has a serious impact on Longwa. Many tasks in Longwa could not be carried out normally, and shipping, fisheries, etc. were severely disrupted. Everyone can't wait to rush to the East China Sea and blow up the United States aircraft carrier. After Qin Shi sank the beautiful country fleet and towed it to the coast near Long Country and handed it over to the relevant departments, he found a place to begin absorbing the power of water. Dragons can control wind, thunder, water, and fire, and have the strongest talent in controlling water. Whether it is the innate ability of riding on clouds or controlling the rain, they are all related to water. Therefore, it was not difficult for Qin Shi to absorb the power of water. However, Qin Shi soon discovered that converting seawater into water power would have a significant impact on the ocean environment. For example, the vitality of this sea area will be weakened, making it unsuitable for the life of various marine life. If too much water power is absorbed, this area of sea will be directly destroyed. For this reason, Qin Shi had to stop absorbing the power of water. It seems that we cannot absorb the power of water in the Dragon Kingdom's waters, otherwise it will cause serious damage to the environment of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Qin Shi pondered in his heart. Fortunately, the ocean is vast and there are many unknown places. He can go deep into the ocean and absorb the power of water. But I need to tell Zhao Huan and the others about this so that they don't worry. Qin Shi returned to the coast and contacted the people at the research base. There is a secret research base on the east coast set up specifically for Qin Shi. Qin Shi will return here when he gets bored of staying in the sea. There are 3 talents specially trained by Dragon Country in the base. There are 1 woman and 2 men. The female codename is Zhu Yi, and the male codenames are Xiao Feng and Wu Jia respectively. They were originally trained by the Dragon Kingdom to explore the secret realms beyond the sky. However, now that the Dragon Kingdom has a better choice in Qin Shi when it comes to exploring the secret realms beyond the sky, they have become Qin Shi security guards. At the same time, it is also to cultivate a tacit understanding with Qin Shi. When the secret realm outside the sky is opened, they will enter as Qin Shi's assistants. Mr. Qin, you are back. Have you absorbed enough water power? Seeing Qin Shi appear, the heroic Zhu Yi immediately stood up and greeted him. However, her face looked a little angry. Qin Shi asked curiously, "What's wrong? You look a little strange." Zhu Yi said indignantly, "It's still the United States. They are really shameless." Zhu Yi told the story that the United States had sent aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines to invade the waters of Longwa. Chapter 15. the fog reappears, the shadow of the sea monster. Humph, the United States really has no memory. After hearing Zhu Yi's words, a sharp light flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. However, given the United States' traditional style, it is not surprising that they would do so. Zhu Yi said, "International public opinion is actually nothing. Longwa is not a country that can be overwhelmed by public opinion. The most disgusting thing is that the United States parked its aircraft carrier on the edge of Longwa's waters." Xiaofeng and Wu Jia were also filled with indignation about this. This is equivalent to having your doorstep blocked. And the scoundrels blocking the door couldn't be driven away. Who wouldn't be annoyed? They think too much if they want to block the gate of Dragon Country. Qin Shi sneered. He can destroy the U.S. fleet and the U.S. aircraft carrier. If the loss of a fleet cannot alert the United States, then it will target aircraft carriers. He wanted to see what would happen if even the aircraft carrier fell. Does the beautiful country still dare to show off its power in front of the Dragon Country? Qin Shi did not stay for long. After asking Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia to tell Zhao Huan that he was going to go deep into the ocean to absorb the power of water, he headed straight for the East China Sea. It just so happens that he absorbs the power of water, which will have an impact on the sea environment. After defeating the United States aircraft carrier, you can take a trip to the United States waters. At this time, above the East China Sea, the standoff between the Dragon Navy and the U.S. aircraft carrier has been going on for several days. The United States aircraft carrier has nothing to fear. Anyway, they did not cross the border of Longwa's waters, so the Longwa Navy had no reason to drive them away. On the contrary, their stay here is enough to make the United States feel like it is facing a formidable enemy, and the pressure is growing day by day. Moreover, although they appear to be staying outside the borders of the Dragon Kingdom's waters, it was naturally impossible for them to do nothing. General Wilson dispatched a nuclear submarine to take a long detour and sneak into the waters of Longwa, trying to find any traces of the missing fleet. One of the important reasons why he did not take any action was that there was no evidence that Long Country had attacked the United States fleet. As long as he finds any trace of the missing fleet and obtains evidence that it was the Dragon Kingdom that was behind the attack, he can fire at the Dragon Kingdom Navy without restraint. A nuclear submarine quietly sneaked from the deep sea to the location where the U.S. fleet last disappeared. On the nuclear submarine, several American soldiers were talking loudly. "I thought the Dragon Nation was so powerful. They sent so many naval patrols, but we still managed to sneak in. The Dragon Country is just good at boasting. They claim to have a 5,000-year-old civilization, but they are nothing but paper worms in front of our beautiful country. When we find evidence that Longwa has taken action, when the real fight begins, we will make sure Longwa knows how powerful our beautiful country is. If we don't hurt them, they won't know how our country got its status as the world's hegemon." At this moment, a shadow several meters long swam over from a distance. It's a nuclear submarine from the United States. Qin Shi sensed what the American soldiers in the nuclear submarine said and couldn't help but frown. "I didn't expect that the United States nuclear submarines had secretly sneaked into the waters of Dragon Country. It seems that the United States has some technology in nuclear submarines. However, since we have come to the waters of Dragon Country, they belong to Dragon Country." Qin Shi's brows relaxed, and he rushed towards the nuclear submarine like lightning. This nuclear submarine was able to sneak into the waters of Longwa without being discovered, so its technological content must be very high. If we dismantle it and give it to Zhao Huan and others for research, it will definitely greatly improve the relevant technology of Longwa. Boom. The United States nuclear submarines are stronger than battleships. However, in front of Qin Shi, it was still a toy that could be dismantled in a few moves. The few American soldiers who were talking big just now didn't even have time to react before they were scrapped along with the nuclear submarine. Qin Shi used his water control ability to sense, and after confirming that there were no other nuclear submarines, he continued to swim towards the United States aircraft carrier. Nuclear submarines are just the appetizer. The aircraft carrier of the United States is the real feast. Qin Shi came to the sea area where the United States aircraft carrier was located, and once again activated his ability to fly and create a thick fog. "General, something's happening." The thick fog immediately attracted the attention of the American soldiers. They did not forget that the missing fleet disappeared due to a sudden fog. General Wilson came out and looked at the increasingly thick fog in front of him, with a sneer on his face. Dragon Country can't wait any longer. Is it trying to use the same old trick again? In his opinion, the fog here was definitely created by the Dragon Kingdom using some secret means. The Dragon Kingdom wanted to repeat its old tricks and destroy them. But this time he brought an aircraft carrier, not an ordinary fleet. He just didn't believe that Longwa had any means to withstand the power of an aircraft carrier. All troops, listen up. Find the source of the fog. Also, advance at full speed and get out of the area covered by the fog. General Wilson gave orders calmly. It is really unwise for Longwa to take action at this time. In particular, the Dragon Kingdom's navy was not very far away from them. It's very easy to break this fog attack. Just charge forward at full speed and drag the Dragon Kingdom navy in. However, just as Wilson was thinking this, he suddenly received an urgent report from his soldiers. General, something bad has happened. Monster. What monster? General Wilson frowned and looked outside, and then his pupils shrank immediately. I saw a huge monster shadow emerging from the thick fog. It was as if a mountain was slowly rising from the sea, with huge tentacles flying around it. This phantom of a monster is naturally not real, but was created by Qin Shi using his water control ability. The purpose is to confuse the public. If the United States aircraft carrier was also destroyed in the waters of the Dragon Country, even if there was no evidence that the Dragon Country was responsible, I'm afraid everyone would think that it was the Dragon Country that did it. In this case, let me create a truth for everyone. The ocean is vast, and rumors about sea monsters have always existed. Create a phantom of a sea monster and sink the United States aircraft carrier. Everyone thought that the United States fleet and aircraft carrier were destroyed by sea monsters. In this way, other countries will naturally have no reason to target Longwa. At this time, there are many forces paying attention to this place. With the appearance of fog, many forces became nervous. Obviously, everyone thought of the last time the United States fleet disappeared in the fog. Now that the fog has reappeared, will the same thing happen again? Of course, more countries think that it was Dragon Country that took action again and used some secret weapon. They had long determined that the disappearance of the United States fleet was related to the Dragon Kingdom. The fog reappeared and these countries suddenly became excited. Longwa finally couldn't help but take action. This is a good opportunity to explore the secret weapons of the Dragon Kingdom. They immediately used various means, such as sonar exploration and satellite monitoring, and were determined to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. However, when the huge shadow of the sea monster emerged from the fog, these countries were all dumbfounded. Etc. Something is wrong. Things are not what they imagined. Chapter 16. The aircraft carrier sank, and the United States was hit hard again. These countries that were ready to make a big move were all stunned. Where is the secret weapon? What the hell is a sea monster? They had been preparing for so long, and in order to explore the secret weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, they even risked defending the Dragon Kingdom and sneaked into this sea area, taking out various detection instruments that had been hidden for a long time. And you show them this? But soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the phantom of the sea monster. What a horrible monster! Could it be that the disappearance of the beautiful country's fleet was not caused by the Dragon Country, but by a sea monster? There really are such monsters in the world? Oh my God! Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp tingling. There have always been rumors about sea monsters, but they are usually larger octopuses, whales, etc. This is the first time that everyone has seen such a huge octopus. In the fog, the huge phantom waved its tentacles, and the terrifying oppressive feeling like a mountain falling down made everyone feel suffocated. Of course, the most frightened people are the people of the United States who are shrouded in fog. Everyone was so frightened by the phantom of the sea monster from afar that they developed gigantic phobia. The soldiers of the United States faced the sea monster at such a close distance, and one can imagine the psychological pressure they were under. A few timid soldiers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to even get up. Even if the other soldiers could still stand, their legs and feet were weak, their hearts were pounding, and the fear in their hearts was beyond words. The same is true of General Wilson. However, as the commander-in-chief of this operation of the United States, he had to remain calm no matter how scared he was. If even he gets confused, the consequences will be disastrous. Quiet. Don't panic. It's just a sea monster. We are on an aircraft carrier. Can't we defeat a sea monster? General Wilson roared. With him as the backbone, the other soldiers immediately regained their composure. Send out the fighter planes and destroy this monster. General Wilson gave the order calmly. Suddenly, one after another carrier-based aircraft took off from the aircraft carrier and rushed towards the phantom of the sea monster. However, these carrier-based aircraft lost their targets as soon as they took off into the sky. The fog grew thicker, obscuring their vision and even interfering with their communication with the aircraft carrier. For a moment, these carrier-based aircraft became like headless flies, flying around in the air. The situation on the aircraft carrier is not optimistic either. General Wilson ordered the aircraft carrier to move at full speed, trying to drag the Dragon Navy into the fog. But after a while, he realized something was wrong. Logically speaking, after sailing for such a long time, the aircraft carrier should have collided with the Dragon Navy. But now, the aircraft carrier is still moving forward without encountering any obstacles at all. If they could see through the fog, they would find that the aircraft carrier did not rush towards the Dragon Navy according to its original route, but was circling in the fog. The fog not only blocked their vision, but also confused their sense of direction. From the outset, Wilson's goal was impossible to achieve. After waiting long enough, and confirming that people outside who were paying attention to this place had seen the phantom of the sea monster, Qin Shi began to take action. Boom! Qin Shi mobilized the power of gold and water and smashed it hard on the bottom of the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier suddenly shook violently. Something's happening. What's attacking us? There was a burst of panicked shouting on the aircraft carrier. Qin Shi absorbed the power of gold and water and evolved a lot. He was so terrifying with one strike. It can even knock down a small mountain. Although an aircraft carrier is larger in size and more durable, for Qin Shi, it is just a matter of a little more effort. Under Qin Shi's violent bombardment, the aircraft carrier shook violently, and the soldiers and non-commissioned officers on it could not stand steadily and fell to all directions. Damn it! Detect the source of the attack, launch torpedoes and missiles, and kill him. General Wilson stumbled and held onto the wall, roaring angrily. The soldiers immediately followed the order and fired torpedoes in the direction of the underwater attack. At the same time, missiles were launched into the sky. They couldn't see what was in the fog and couldn't lock onto the target at all. But at this point, there was no time to think about it. The only thing to do was to bombard them relentlessly. However, their actions were doomed to be futile. There was no sea monster in the sky at all, only a fog. Under the water, Qin Shi used his ability to control water to prevent the torpedoes from hitting him. Under Qin Shi's fierce attack, a large hole soon appeared at the bottom of the aircraft carrier, and seawater rushed in. Qin Shi shuttled through the water like a flash of lightning, destroying everything on the aircraft carrier. General, the aircraft carrier is taking on water, and all the instruments have been severely damaged. The soldiers under his command urgently reported to General Wilson. General Wilson was so angry that he uttered all kinds of foul language, and despair welled up in his heart. This is an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier was destroyed under his leadership, and he couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he returned to the United States. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can return to the United States. What made him feel most powerless was that from beginning to end, they had no idea who or what force was attacking them. The sea monster they just saw didn't seem to attack them. It was another force that attacked the aircraft carrier. But no matter what, this aircraft carrier cannot be saved. General, run away? The non-commissioned officer advised General Wilson. They were ready to abandon the aircraft carrier and escape on the yacht. Looking at the explosions everywhere and the aircraft carrier sinking continuously, General Wilson felt heartbroken, but he could only escape on his yacht in shame. Qin Shi ignored these guys who escaped from the aircraft carrier. He didn't even bother to take action against these people. Anyway, the aircraft carrier was damaged, so even if they escaped, their fate would not be much better. Only after the aircraft carrier sank completely did Qin Shi leave leisurely. When the fog cleared and everyone who had watched the scene saw the United States aircraft carrier sinking, leaving behind only a few soldiers who had escaped on yachts, they were all stunned. Shock. Sea monster appears, and the U.S. aircraft carrier is damaged. There are actually sea monsters in this world. People should respect nature. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Why do sea monsters keep coming to the United States? The truth behind the destruction of the U.S. fleet and aircraft carrier is that there is someone else behind the sea monster. The news quickly spread around the world. For a time, the whole world was talking about the sea monster, and all kinds of speculations emerged on the internet, and there was even a conspiracy theory that the sea monster was controlled by the Dragon Country. Of course, Longwa firmly denied this. Dragon Country is a peace-loving country. How could it possibly control sea monsters to hurt people? It's complete nonsense. The Dragon Kingdom only raised a divine dragon. Is the dragon a sea monster? Of course not. Therefore, this matter has nothing to do with Longwa. No matter how unwilling the United States is, it has no choice but to swallow its loss, as there is no evidence to show that the sea monster incident is related to the Dragon Country. They negotiated with the Dragon Kingdom to retrieve the wreckage of the aircraft carrier. In response, Longwa said, "Haha, showing off on my turf. If you can drive the aircraft carrier back, That's your ability. Since we can't drive it back and it sank in the waters of Longwa, we still want to get it back. No way. The wreckage of an aircraft carrier is a treasure. The materials alone are priceless, not to mention the technology contained in them. Salvaging the wreckage of the aircraft carrier and analyzing the technology on it will be enough to make Longwa's related technology take a big leap forward. After a lot of wrangling, the end result was nothing. The United States has no way to deal with this. Apart from verbal condemnation, it can do nothing about the dragon country. Even if you want to threaten with force, you have to consider the consequences. The United States has already lost a fleet and an aircraft carrier. How many more fleets and aircraft carriers can it afford to lose? Anyway, in the short term, even those anti-dragon country radicals in the United States will not dare to talk about sending troops to threaten dragon country. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't encounter sea monsters again. Chapter 17. Don't give up. Let them see enough. Fuck. From the room of the President of the United States came the voice of angry curses. This time, the United States lost both the wife and the army. Not only did they fail to uncover any details about the Dragon Kingdom, but they also lost a fleet and an aircraft carrier. Even the United States cannot afford such losses a few times. For this reason, the President has been impeached many times during this period. After all, it was he who took the initiative to send troops to test the Dragon Kingdom. Now that such a heavy loss has occurred, he naturally has no choice but to take responsibility. From the President's room, various angry roars were heard from time to time. General Wilson resigned upon his return and faced various impeachments, including the possibility of imprisonment. All this has nothing to do with Qin Shi. After Qin Shi sank the aircraft carrier, he swam towards the waters away from Japan. He needs to absorb the power of water to evolve, which will cause serious damage to the marine environment. Therefore, he did not plan to absorb the power of water in the waters of Dragon Country, but to go to the waters of other countries. It just so happened that during this period of time, many countries were jumping for joy, following the lead of the beautiful country and mocking the Dragon Country. For example, Japan even sent warships to invade the waters of Longwa. However, after the United States fleet disappeared, the Japanese warships saw the situation was not good and fled, and Qin Shi did not have time to take action. Otherwise, the Japanese warships would have to be included in Dragon Country's spoils of war. Qin had no intention of letting these countries go. He wanted to go to the waters of these countries to absorb the power of water, just as a form of compensation. So in the following period of time, countries such as Japan and Korea discovered that their marine resources had inexplicably become less. In the past, a fishing boat could catch 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms of fish, but now it is difficult to catch even 10,000 kilograms. Sometimes, we even drifted on the sea for 10 days or half a month without catching a single fish. This has attracted great attention from these countries. However, no matter how they probed, they could not find the cause. They could only attribute this to the fact that Blue Planet's resources were dwindling. This makes various countries more excited about exploring the secrets of outer space. After years of consumption, Blue Star's resources are already running low. Compared with land, there are still huge resources in the ocean that have not been developed. But now, even marine resources are decreasing. This has made all countries very vigilant. The secret realm outside the universe suddenly became the hope for all countries to solve the problem of resource shortage. Everyone's focus once again returned to exploring the secrets beyond the sky. Of course, various open and covert struggles have also become more intense. After all, everyone is a competitor when it comes to exploring the secret realms beyond the sky. No country would be unwilling to eliminate its competitors early. Countries such as the United States, Viagra, and France have also intensified their technological blockade of Dragon Country. In particular, the United States, which suffered heavy losses, targeted the Dragon Country everywhere and even launched various trade sanctions, determined to make life difficult for the Dragon Country. Regarding this, Longwa was naturally indignant on the surface, but in fact, it no longer cared about it. Anyway, they now place all their hopes on the Shenlong, so no matter how happy these Western countries are, it will not affect them. The Long Kingdom just followed the routine and collected various resources to supply to the Qin dynasty. Now, Qin Shi has absorbed enough water power and started to absorb other energies. It was discovered that a large amount of resources from Dragon Country had disappeared again, and countries such as the United States, Vigeland, and France became increasingly uneasy. What on earth is Longwa preparing in secret that would consume so many resources? Unfortunately, after the last attempt by the United States, these countries lost both the wife and the army, and they no longer dare to act rashly. However, they came up with other ideas and joined together to hold a high-tech exhibition and conference. The purpose is to showcase the technological levels of various countries, promote each other, and prepare for exploring the secrets of outer space. The purpose is naturally to use this to explore the level of technological development in Dragon Country. On the surface, this kind of thing is indeed beneficial to the exploration of secret realms outside the sky. In addition to being able to take the opportunity to investigate the details of the Dragon Kingdom, it can also improve the favorability of the blue star consciousness, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Faced with the invitation of the Global Science and Technology Exhibition and Conference, various countries responded one after another, and Longwa naturally could not refuse. These countries really don't give up? Zhao Huan sneered. What the United States, Vigeland, France, and others did was clearly a naked conspiracy. Then what should we do? Should we just use some random scientific and technological achievements to fool people? Someone under his command asked. No, since they want to see it so much, let them see it to their heart's content. Zhao Huan said with a twinkling gaze. Why? The subordinates were puzzled. Zhao Huan said, hosting a global science and technology exhibition is beneficial to the exploration of the outer space secrets. The Blue Star Consciousness should also pay attention to this conference. Fooling others at the conference is equivalent to fooling the Blue Star Consciousness. This will leave a bad impression on us in the minds of the Blue Star Consciousness. I believe that other countries will also show some real skills. But don't forget, our real trump card is the Shenlong. Even if the United States, Vigeland, France, and other countries know about our other scientific and technological achievements, they cannot pose a threat to us. Instead of hiding it, it is better to take out the scientific and technological achievements that were originally prepared as trump cards and let the United States, Vigeland, France, and other countries rack their brains to think of ways to target them. I believe that when the secret realm outside the sky is opened and they find that our trump cards are not those scientific and technological achievements, the faces of these countries will definitely be very interesting. After Zhao Huan finished speaking, a cunning smile appeared on his face. The subordinates suddenly understood what he said. Following Zhao Huan's instructions, the Longwa team displayed several scientific and technological achievements that were originally used as trump cards, which really made many countries fearful. Although Dragon Country's technology has been subject to a joint blockade by Western countries, it also has its own unique features. The scientific and technological achievements that can serve as Dragon Country's trump card are naturally extraordinary. This also made countries such as the United States, Vigeland, and France secretly happy. After so much effort, we finally found out the Dragon Kingdom's trump card. These scientific and technological achievements of Longwa are indeed impressive, but since they have learned about them in advance, the threat level will be greatly reduced. They can completely develop targeted methods before the secret realm outside the sky is opened and impose sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom in the secret realm outside the sky. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the originally tense international situation was actually eased a lot after this conference. Everyone is busy researching technological weapons and studying ways to target other countries' technology, and they have no time to come out and cause trouble. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just the calm before the storm. The conflicts between countries were only temporarily suppressed. When the secret realm outside the sky is opened, these suppressed contradictions will only erupt more violently than usual. As time goes by, the day when the secret realm from outer space will arrive as described by the Blue Star Consciousness is getting closer and closer. Chapter 18. The secret realm of the sky arrives. Equipment competition among countries. This day. Warning. All humans on Blue Star, please take note. A secret realm from outer space is about to come to Blue Star. Each country is requested to select members to explore the secret realm from outer space. The outer secret realm is related to the survival of Blue Planet. In order to encourage everyone to actively explore the secret realm, I will formulate a score list. Once the explorers gain something in the secret realm, their country will receive corresponding points. The country with the most points will receive my full support, including but not limited to assisting them in building a base in the secret realm and transmitting resources back to Blue Planet. The entire exploration process will be projected into everyone's mind in the form of live broadcast. In half an hour, the exploration personnel will be transported. The countdown begins. The voice of Blue Star Consciousness once again emerged in everyone's mind. Is it finally time to start? In the Kyoto base, Mr. Li, Zhao Huan, and other senior Dragon Country officials gathered together. Everyone looked serious. For this day, countries have made countless preparations, just waiting for the arrival of the secret realm from outer space. The Dragon Kingdom is no exception. In order to explore the secret realm beyond the sky, the Dragon Kingdom has invested countless resources. Now it's finally time to see the truth. Everyone was a little nervous. After all, it's time to go to the battlefield. No one can guarantee what kind of gains can be gained in the secret realm outside the sky. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia, wearing special combat uniforms and carrying various weapons developed by Longhua, were ready to go with a nervous look on their faces. Even Qin sure felt a little nervous. After all, it is a secret place outside the sky. This is a place that even the blue star consciousness says is dangerous. But compared to others, his performance is much better. After all, if even he can't survive in the secret realm outside the sky, it would be useless for others to go there. Explorers from countries such as the Beautiful Country, Vigeland, France, the Peacock Country, the Bear Country, and the Kimchi Country also gathered in their respective bases, waiting anxiously. Soon, the countdown time was up. There was a wave in the void, and the explorers selected by various countries disappeared instantly and appeared in an unfamiliar environment. At the same time, this strange environment emerged in the minds of people around the world. Everyone's consciousness is connected through the blue star consciousness, and they can follow the perspective of the blue star consciousness to see what is happening in the secret realm outside the sky. Not only that, but you can also post comments in this consciousness live room just like a live broadcast. At this moment, everyone was staring at the images displayed in the consciousness live broadcast room. A year ago, the blue star consciousness had already issued an alert to all mankind that a secret realm from outer space was about to descend upon the blue star. Everyone is very curious about the secret realm outside the sky. Now, we can finally see its true appearance. Is this the secret place outside the sky? It looks a bit like a primeval forest, not very strange. Wait a minute. There's a desert over there, and there's an ocean next to it. What kind of terrain is this? My goodness, is this a combination of various environments put together? A barrage of exclamations suddenly flashed across the consciousness live broadcast room. When they saw the forest appear before their eyes, everyone thought that the secret realm outside the sky was just like this. However, as the perspective shifted, the person who first said it was nothing unusual was soon slapped in the face. I saw deserts, oceans, and mountains next to the primeval forest. They are clearly different environments, but they appear in the same place. It's as if different environments were moved and pieced together. The sight of different environments appearing at the same time is magical. As the perspective changes, you can see the ancient trees rising into the clouds in the primeval forest. Countless vines grow intertwinedly in the woods. At first glance, these plants seem to be similar to those on Blue Planet. However, each country has authoritative experts in various fields who analyze the images presented in the Consciousness Live broadcast room from various angles. Experts discovered that these plants were not native to the Blue Planet, but new species. This discovery has excited experts from all over the world. There are indeed countless resources in the secret realm outside the sky. These new species alone would be invaluable research resources if samples could be collected and sent back to the Blue Planet. Of course, while we are excited, we also understand. It is not easy to bring the resources back smoothly. Don't be fooled by the quiet scene now. It's even a little beautiful. But this is only part of the space where the secret realm outside the sky borders the Blue Planet. There is no telling what kind of dangers are lurking in the primeval forests, deserts, seas, and mountains before us. Is this the secret place outside the sky? Qinshi, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia saw the environment change in a flash. Qinshi looked at the strange scene in front of him, relying on the powerful spiritual perception of the dragon to detect information about the surrounding environment. At this time, he appeared in the image of a young man. A dragon can be big or small and is good at changing. With the strong support of Longhua, Qinshi now has the ability to transform into a human form. He didn't show anything special about him. His outfit was the same as Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. Explorers from the United States, France, Vigeland, Korea, Peacock, and other countries also came to their senses and used their own methods to detect the environment ahead. At the same time, everyone quickly distanced themselves from people from other countries and secretly observed the situation of explorers from other countries. Although exploring the secrets of outer space is the focus of this operation, we must also be on guard against people from other countries. Here, everyone except people from your own country is a competitor. It is hard to say that during the exploration process, people from other countries will not harm us. At least Qinshi Huang could be sure that people from the United States, Vigeland, France, and other countries were definitely secretly plotting against them. He could sense the malice in the eyes of the explorers from these countries when they looked at them. The eyes of people all over the world soon focused on these explorers. After all, these explorers carry the hopes of their respective countries. They are all unfamiliar faces. That's normal. For such a big thing as exploring the outer space, the country must train personnel in secret. How can they just send anyone up there? These people must be talents carefully selected by the country. What are the American explorers wearing? Why do they look like they are wearing battle armor? Fuck. The French explorers actually drove a robot in. This is blatant cheating. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the equipment worn by the explorers. The equipment carried by explorers from different countries is different. Some were wearing ordinary-looking combat uniforms, some were shrouded in steel mechas, and some were carrying high-energy laser guns. Some even carried bazookas. The most exaggerated thing is that the French explorers actually hid inside the robot. The tower-like robot formed a sharp contrast with the explorers from other countries nearby. It's like the Gundam in science fiction movies. Let's not talk about the power for now. At least the momentum is strong enough. Everyone's attention was attracted at once. Chapter 19 Great News. Is Long Country bound to lose? Even robots have been driven into the secret realm. This guy looks very powerful. Is he trying to conquer the secret realm? Other countries will suffer a lot in this way. Netizens argued endlessly in the live broadcast room. The French explorers sat inside the robot and operated it. The robot was very large, as tall as 2 floors. Compared with them, explorers from other countries seem much weaker. Who says that being big is an advantage? If that's the case, other countries are not stupid. With the technological strength of each country, it is not difficult to create robots. The explorers of the United States are wearing specially researched steel armor, but they are not fully activated yet. Once activated, the armor will cover the whole body, making it invulnerable to swords and guns, and even artillery shells cannot penetrate it. The flexibility is much stronger than that of robots. Soon, netizens from the United States raised a rebuttal and proudly showed off the equipment of the U.S. explorers. Our Japanese explorers are wearing extremely flexible combat uniforms that can change color to achieve invisibility in any environment. This is an exploration of secret places, not a war. What's the point of making them so fancy? Our equipment is the most suitable for exploration. The ones in front are all idiots. The most important thing for exploring secret places is physical strength. If you can't hold on, no matter how good the weapon is, it's useless. Do you know what we, the Vagrant explorers, are? Learn about super soldiers. Netizens from every country have been bragging about how awesome their country's equipment is and how well prepared they are. Some official personnel even took part in the event, organizing different live broadcasts, showing off crazily, and building momentum for their country. What about Dragon Country? What's so special about Dragon Country's equipment? Someone asked. As Longwa is a major country in the world, naturally many people are paying attention to the situation in Longwa. When the top leaders of Longwa saw the barrage, they immediately sent experts and professional hosts to introduce the equipment on Qin Shi and others. Because they placed their hopes on Qin Shi, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia were just here to run with them. So the equipment they wore was not too exaggerated and was mainly for defense to ensure safety. However, these equipments embody the Dragon Country's top technology and are naturally extraordinary. However, at this moment, someone from the United States came to the Dragon Country's live broadcast room in a very disgusting manner and started to mock. What can we say about Longwa's equipment? As far as I know, Longwa's technology has been blocked, and many key technologies cannot be broken through. The performance of various equipment researched cannot reach the target, and it is far inferior to our country's equipment. This is what happens when you offend our beautiful country. In this exploration of the secret realm beyond the sky, Dragon Nation is destined to come last. What? There is such a thing. Great news. It seems that the Eastern countries can only rely on our kimchi country. The kimchi country is invincible. Get lost. We Japanese haven't spoken yet. The malicious ridicule from the beautiful Chinese people immediately caused a huge uproar. This matter has only been spread among high-level officials of various countries, and the majority of netizens are not aware of it. Now, the United States has chosen to release this news at this critical juncture when it is about to begin exploring the secrets of outer space, making it known to the world. Its intentions are extremely malicious. This was intended to undermine the morale of the Dragon Kingdom. Many netizens in Longwa are still excitedly discussing how powerful Longwa's equipment is and how it compares to the equipment of other countries. Some people even imagined that the explorers from Dragon Country were killing everyone in the secret realm outside the sky. At this moment, everyone's face changed when they saw the comments posted by the beautiful Chinese people. How is that possible? This isn't true? Damn the United States. They definitely did it on purpose. The United States is so despicable. It actually deliberately joined forces with other countries to block our technology and wanted to kick us out. What should we do now? Is our country going to lose to other countries in exploring the secret realms beyond the heavens? The comments from the beautiful Chinese people cast a shadow on the hearts of many Chinese people. Netizens from countries that were hostile to Longwa cheered and mocked Longwa in his live broadcast room. It looked like the Dragon Kingdom had already lost before the secret realm beyond the sky was explored. Longwa is doomed this time. Their technology is blocked by us, and their equipment is inferior to ours. Even if they are lucky enough to gain something in the secret realm outside the sky, we can easily take it away. Haha, we can finally defeat this giant dragon from the east. Everyone, cheers to the fall of the dragon. At this time, in another place, the President of the United States, Prime Minister Vigeland, the President of France and others were watching the live broadcast and raising their glasses to celebrate through remote video. They had smug smiles on their faces. The Dragon Kingdom has always been a major concern for them. Because of the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, the status of these countries has been greatly threatened, and the losses and interests are incalculable. Now, we finally see hope of defeating the Dragon Kingdom. This world is Western. Long live the West. Kyoto. Mr. Li, Zhao Huan and others were also watching the live broadcast. What happened in Longwa's live broadcast room made them look very ugly. The United States is really worthy of condemnation. Once this news is released, our morale will plummet, and we will even be left with a bad impression on the Blue Star consciousness. Should we fight back? Zhao Huan asked Mr. Li. Because of this incident, the people of Long Country are now in an uproar. Many anti-dragon elements lurking in Dragon Country took the opportunity to cause chaos, causing quite a stir. On the internet, voices that are pessimistic about China are gaining momentum, and some are even trying to persuade the public to renounce their Chinese citizenship and join the United States before the results come out. What's even more outrageous is that quite a few people actually believed it. Among some groups, there was already a trend of immigration, and this news was simply good news for them. I don't know how many people are clamoring to change their nationality, immigrate, and can't wait to leave the Dragon Country. Among them were even some officials from the Dragon Kingdom. No, a person's true character is revealed in times of adversity. The outer secret realm is bound to change the situation on Blue Planet. If our country can take advantage of the opportunity of exploring the outer secret realm to dominate the future of Blue Planet, we must eliminate some of the dross. It would also be a good thing to take this opportunity to clean up some people with ulterior motives. Mr. Li said in a deep voice. In the secret realm beyond the sky. During the Qin dynasty, they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. After observing and testing each other, and detecting and analyzing the surrounding environment, they are about to begin formal exploration. There are many different environments ahead. After using the dragon's spiritual sense to detect, Qin Shi chose to walk towards the primeval forest. He could feel that no matter which direction he went, there was great danger ahead. But in comparison, there are more resources in the virgin forest. Since there are dangers everywhere, we naturally choose places with more resources. Chapter 20 Dangerous Species Appear. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng and Wu Jia, led by Qin Shi. Faced with Qin Shi's choice, they naturally followed without hesitation. Explorers from other countries also chose directions and began exploring. Among them, the French explorers chose the direction of the desert. Their robots are too large to operate in open environments. The US explorers chose the direction of the mountains and forests. The explorers from Korea and Japan made the same choice as Qin Shi and his team. However, the primeval forest is very large, and even if everyone chooses to enter the primeval forest, the route they take will be different. Seeing that the explorers began to take action, the noisy debate in the live broadcast room calmed down a little. Everyone looked at the explorers nervously, as if they were the ones conducting the exploration. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the country's most beautiful host, at the signal of the top management, picked up the microphone and began to explain to everyone in order to ease the cloud created by the beautiful Chinese people just now. Now the exploration of the secret realm has begun. Let's take a look at what our explorers are doing. The beautiful host's sweet voice successfully diverted everyone's attention. Such a large forest must have many ferocious beasts hiding in it. I wonder if there are any poisonous snakes? May God bless them and allow them to complete their exploration safely and smoothly. A barrage of comments floated across the live broadcast room. Everyone was very nervous, fearing that some terrible beast would suddenly jump out from the front. Fortunately, Qin Shi and his companions walked in the forest for more than half an hour without encountering any danger. This made everyone gradually relax. At the same time, everyone was also very surprised at Qin Shi and his men's physical strength. It's been half an hour. Have you noticed that our explorers have been maintaining a steady pace and have not shown any signs of fatigue? As expected of an explorer carefully selected by the country, your physical strength makes me feel ashamed. I am a trained professional. Jumping up and down in the woods for so long will cause some fatigue. Look at the explorers from other countries. Many of them are sweating. It seems that the quality of our country's exploration personnel is much better than that of other countries. Some sharp-eyed netizens watched several live broadcasts at the same time and compared them with each other. They found that in addition to the explorers from France, the United States, and Vigeland, they were able to maintain the same high spirits as Qin and his team. Explorers from other countries are inferior. Among them, the French explorers hid inside the robots, which didn't take much effort. Vigeland's explorers are super soldiers. The explorers from the United States used the power of mecha. They relied on external forces, so their conditions were better than those of explorers from other countries. In other words, among the normal explorers, the explorers from Longwa perform the best. This makes many Dragon Country netizens feel proud. The Dragon Nation is still capable, but so what? No matter how strong they are, if their equipment can't keep up when they encounter danger, will they use their bodies to block it? That's right. Exploring secret realms requires technology. Unless we can train super soldiers like Vigran, what's the point of having great physical strength? Some netizens from other countries cannot bear to see any good thing about Dragon Country and mock it in a sarcastic manner. Wait, something's happening. Suddenly, the live broadcast room became quiet, and soon, countless barrages of comments emerged crazily. What the hell? What is that? What a scary beast. It looks a bit like a wolf. Be careful. As Qin and his companions were walking in the secret realm, suddenly wild beasts appeared around them. These beasts resembled wolves, but were much larger, and each one was as big as a buffalo. The whole body is covered with long blue-gray hair. The eyes are of a faint green color. One beast of this size is scary enough, but it takes more than one to kill. In the surrounding woods, they were vaguely visible, and at a glance there were at least 10 of them. At the same time, the barrage formed by Blue Star's consciousness floated across the live broadcast room. Alert! Alert! Dragon Nation explorers have encountered a dangerous species. The dangerous species is tentatively named Giant Wolf. Level 1 star. The creatures in the secret realm that pose a threat to humans on Blue Star are dangerous species, and they are divided into levels according to 10 times the comprehensive ability of a normal adult. The barrage of comments sent out by the Blue Star consciousness made everyone suffocate. 10 times the combined power of a normal adult. Doesn't this mean that it would take 10 adults to defeat a giant wolf? You haven't graduated from the previous comprehension ability, right? This is 10 times, not the addition of numbers. That is to say, each of these giant wolves has 10 times the speed, strength, and reaction ability of a normal adult. Some people didn't take it seriously at first and thought it was nothing. If the giant wolf was only the equivalent of 10 adults, it would be nothing. Many animals on the blue planet can do this. It wasn't until someone pointed out their misunderstanding that everyone finally realized something was wrong. Dangerous species, with comprehensive abilities 10 times that of a normal adult. This is too scary. It's over. It's over. Our country's explorers are dead? Run. How does it run? This thing is 10 times faster than a normal adult. What does that mean? If a normal adult runs 5 times per second, the giant wolf's speed is 50. It's faster than a car running at high speed. This is a monster that no human power can resist. Don't they have guns? Shoot these monsters to death. There are too many giant wolves, and they are so fast. I'm afraid we can't kill many even if we open fire. We can only hope that their equipment is powerful enough to stop the giant wolf's attack. Everyone in the live broadcast room became nervous. People from other countries flocked to Longwa's live broadcast room to watch. There was a gloating expression on their faces. The first danger that appeared in the secret realm was actually encountered by the explorers from Dragon Country. This is really gratifying. We can use the performance of the Dragon Country explorers to observe the strength of these dangerous species. In the secret realm, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia tensed up instantly when they noticed the giant wolves appearing around them. They were also reminded by the Blue Star consciousness and knew how terrible these dangerous species were. Damn it, the secret realm outside the sky is really dangerous. I thought it was quite safe here just now, but I didn't expect so many dangerous things to appear so quickly. Zhu Yi quickly took off the gun on his back and aimed at the giant wolf in front of him. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia are also quite fast. They looked very unhappy. According to the reminder from Blue Star Consciousness, It might be difficult to deal with these giant wolves. The forest was dense, and there were many shelters, which would hinder their shooting. What's more, these giant wolves are so fast. They could only hope that the defensive combat suits on their bodies were strong enough to block the giant wolf's bites and give them a chance to escape. Only Qin Shi looked at these giant wolves calmly. A one-star dangerous species with comprehensive abilities 10 times that of a normal adult. It sounds really powerful, but it also depends on who you compare with. For ordinary people, even elites like Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, one-star dangerous species are a terrible threat. For him, all he can do is laugh. Chapter 21a Shout to scare away the wolves. Don't be nervous, they're just a bunch of little guys. Qin Shi walked up and patted Zhu Yi on the shoulder, asking her to relax. The relaxed tone and nonchalant attitude immediately stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. Family, did I hear wrongly? What did our explorers just say? Please believe in yourself, you are normal. As expected, you are chosen to be an explorer. Although the situation is not good right now, after hearing what he said, I inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed. Hey, the people of Dragon Country just like to deceive themselves, as if they can win by despising their opponents, and they even call it fearlessness in the face of danger. You talk as if you can defeat these giant wolves. Everyone can talk big, but let's fight off these giant wolves first. I bet he won't last a minute. 1 minute? That's too long. I bet on 30 seconds. Bet. This is Longwa's live broadcast room. Where did the barking dog come from? Before the netizens from Dragon Country could say a few words, netizens from other countries began to mock them in a sarcastic manner, which made the netizens from Dragon Country so angry that they started cursing. Qin Shi naturally didn't know what happened in the live broadcast room, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He walked past Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia and headed towards the giant wolf. Qin Shi's actions immediately caused heated discussions among everyone. Oh my god. He walked towards the giant wolf with his bare hands, without even a gun. Is this guy looking for death? Could it be that he didn't realize how terrifying these giant wolves were and treated them as ordinary wild beasts? How is it possible? If someone is chosen to explore the secret realm, it's not possible that he can't figure this out. So what's going on now? Shit. Is he planning on engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the giant wolf? The live broadcast room became more intense than ever. Everyone looked at Qin Shi as he walked towards the giant wolf with nervous eyes, their hearts pounding. Some people even closed their eyes for fear of seeing the bloody scene. No one is optimistic about the Qin dynasty. Although the explorers were wearing combat uniforms, their physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people. But compared with the giant wolf, the gap is still quite large. What's more, there are more than one giant wolf around. Qin Shi's move was like sending a sheep into the wolf's mouth. The host and many experts in charge of the commentary also looked nervous. If they could not contact Qin Shi through the live broadcast, they would have rushed into the secret realm and pulled Qin Shi back. I've seen people seeking death, but I've never seen anyone seeking death like this. Qin Shi looked at these giant wolves as he walked. The dragon's perception ability allowed him to realize the power of these giant wolves. At least on Blue Star, he had never seen any creature with stronger comprehensive abilities than the giant wolf. Creatures like elephants and blue whales are definitely stronger than giant wolves. But the speed, reaction ability, etc. are much worse. Most of the powerful beasts on Earth can only surpass or be on par with the giant wolf in some aspects. Is this a one-star dangerous species? I wonder what star I am now. Qin Shi muttered to himself. Since there is one star, there must be more powerful and dangerous species. He was very curious about how many stars he could get with his current strength. However, no matter how many stars it is rated, it is at least more than enough to crush this group of giant wolves. Seeing Qin Shi coming over, the group of giant wolves also became restless. Several giant wolves poked half of their bodies out of the forest, and their claws, as sharp as knives, left deep marks on the ground. It's over. Seeing this scene, many Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room showed despair on their faces. Just at this moment, roll. Qin Shi looked towards the giant wolves with a fierce gaze. Along with his scolding, a faint sense of oppression suddenly spread out from him. Woo, woo. These giant wolves had ferocious faces and were full of murderous intent, ready to attack Qin Shi. Suddenly, as if frightened by something, they shrank their bodies and made pitiful dog-like cries. The next moment, they turned around quickly, tucked their tails between their legs and ran away in a panic. After a while, the surroundings became quiet. None of the giant wolves that were vaguely visible just now are left. Such a sudden scene left all the netizens in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Oh? 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 For a moment, a sea of question marks floated across the live broadcast room. After a while, someone asked in confusion, "What happened? Why did all these giant wolves suddenly run away?" Fuck. You are worthy of being an explorer from Dragon Country. You are so awesome. With just a shout, you scared the group of giant wolves away in panic. Who just said that we bet that our explorers can't last a minute in front of the giant wolf? Did you see that? Get down from here. Can you also speculate about the elites of my Dragon Country? Although it is unclear why, it is a fact that the giant wolf was scared away by Qinshi's scolding. The netizens in Longhua suddenly felt proud. The foreign netizens who had just been sneering and mocking in Longhua's live broadcast room all shrank back and dared not say a word. Many people who were gloating and hoping that the Dragon Country explorers would be kicked out immediately could not help but curse in their hearts. These giant wolves were so weak that they were scared away by just a shout. They even began to doubt the judgment of the Blue Star Consciousness. Could it be that the Blue Star Consciousness saw it wrong? The giant wolf's performance is even worse than that of a wild dog. Is this still a one-star dangerous species? Only those who know Qinshi's true identity would not be surprised by this. Just now, Qinshi released the power of dragon. As a mythical creature, the dragon would definitely be ranked at the highest level if it were rated by star rating. This group of giant wolves are only one-star dangerous species, and they can't withstand the dragon power released by Qinshi. If Qinshi didn't want to reveal too much, he could even use the dragon's might to crush them so much that they would become limp and fall to the ground, not daring to move. Is this the power of the dragon? After spending so long together, I forgot that Qinshi is a dragon, and his aura is a powerful deterrent to other creatures. Zhui put down the gun and thought to himself. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia's expressions also relaxed. The performance of these giant wolves reminded them of Qinshi's performance when they first met him. When they saw Qinshi, they were also shocked by Qinshi's aura, and it took them a long time to recover. In order not to affect others, Qinshi usually put away this pressure, so others did not feel it too much. At this moment, Qinshi released the might of a dragon. Even though they were already accustomed to Qinshi's aura, they felt a moment of palpitations. Not to mention this group of giant wolves who were facing the might of a dragon for the first time. It seems these giant wolves aren't that powerful. Perhaps they realized the power of modern weapons, so they chose to retreat. It's nothing special. If it were our Kimchi country's explorers, they could easily do something like this. People from other countries were naturally unwilling to acknowledge Qinshi's power, and they found all kinds of reasons to weaken Qinshi's halo. In their eyes, the giant wolf was nothing more than that. I can do it too. Chapter 22 Korean netizens. I can do it. It's no big deal. TSK. Just now you were saying the Dragon Nation explorers are doomed, and I bet the Dragon Nation explorers can't hold out for 30 seconds. Now I can do it even if I want. The king of talking still depends on you guys. Seeing these comments, netizens in Longhua immediately burst into ridicule. I can do it anyway. I can only be scared away by a scolding, which is dangerous. Although the giant wolf is a one-star dangerous species with strong comprehensive abilities, it may be very timid. Otherwise, it cannot explain what just happened. Yes, that must be the case. Foreign netizens are still arguing for themselves. Anyway, they absolutely didn't believe that Qinshi would be so powerful that he could scare away dangerous creatures with just a shout. It must be these giant wolves that are not capable of this. Experts from various countries have carefully studied the giant wolf's behavior and agree with this. Based on the Blue Star Consciousness's assessment of the giant wolf's abilities, as well as their observations of the giant wolf's size, expressions, and movements, they could not think of any other reason why they would be scared away by a scolding, other than the fact that the giant wolves were timid. The exploration continues. The discussion in the live broadcast room gradually calmed down. Suddenly, something else happened. However, this time the problem occurred not in Dragon Country, but in Kimchi Country. I saw several explorers from the Korean country walking through the forest, and a group of giant wolves were slowly approaching in front of them. The explorers from the Korean country were walking towards the giant wolf, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Oh my God! Run! It's a giant wolf! In the live broadcast room of the Korean country, dense barrages of comments scrolled by. Countless Koreans exclaimed in amazement. But soon, a Korean netizen confidently posted a comment. Why are you running? The giant wolves are so timid. The explorers from Dragon Country can scare them away with just a shout. So our explorers from Kimchi Country can do the same. That's it. It's time to show the great power of the Kimchi Nation. After they said that, the comments in the live broadcast room quickly changed. I totally forgot. Whatever the Dragon Country explorers can do, our Kimchi Country explorers can do too. Disperse. Disperse. Now it's the turn of our Korean explorers to show their prowess. People of Dragon Country, come over here and see how our Kimchi Country deals with these dangerous species. The live broadcast room in the Korean country is filled with a strong atmosphere of self-confidence. The host of the Korean country also had a confident expression and said in the live broadcast room, "Look, everyone, our Korean explorers have also encountered dangerous species. But don't worry, these dangerous species are very timid, and a scolding is enough to scare them away. Next, let us witness how our heroes chase these dangerous species away in a panic." The hosts in Korea know how to stir up the emotions of netizens. Inspired by her words, all Korean netizens were in high spirits. Haha, what a dangerous species. Let us teach them how to behave. Look at me, the Kimchi Country, killing everyone. We, the Kimchi Nation, are invincible in the universe. Conquer them. The universe belongs to our country, and the secret realm outside the sky is destined to belong to our country. There was a carnival in the live broadcast room of the Korean country. These Koreans are so proud of themselves because they saw the giant wolf was scared away by our Dragon Country explorers. They are so confident that they dare to shout and scream here. What are they so proud of? If our Dragon Nation explorers hadn't helped them find out the details of the giant wolf, they would probably be crying now. Upon seeing this, the netizens from Longwa all curled their lips in disdain. At this time, in the secret realm, the explorers from the Korean country finally saw the giant wolf coming towards them. The live broadcast room connects the consciousness of all mankind, and explorers from various countries can observe each other's situations. This is to enhance explorers' understanding of the secret realm. The explorers from the Korean country also saw what happened to Qin Shi, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. When they saw that it was a giant wolf that appeared, their vigilant expressions immediately relaxed. It turned out to be a giant wolf. I thought it was some dangerous species. Park Jingsheng, the captain of the Korean exploration team, put down the laser gun in his hand, looked at the giant wolves in front of him with contempt, and turned his head to chat with his teammates, completely ignoring the giant wolves. The other explorers from the Korean country also looked relaxed. If they encountered other dangerous species, they would indeed be very nervous. But they had just seen what the giant wolf had done. This kind of dangerous species can be scared away with just a shout, and they can't be alert even if they want to. A Korean explorer jokingly raised the laser gun in his hand and walked towards the giant wolf, saying to his teammates with a smile, "Let me play with these dangerous species and give them a surprise." He raised his laser gun, aimed at a giant wolf in front of him, pulled the trigger, and deliberately missed the target by a small amount. The laser shot out from the muzzle and hit the tree trunk next to the giant wolf, causing an immediate explosion, which scared the giant wolf. This group of giant wolves can be scared away with just a shout, and the shocking explosion produced by the laser gun can definitely scare the shit out of them. The explorer from the Kimchi country thought to himself with a smug smile on his face. In the Korean live broadcast room, Korean netizens showed excitement when seeing the explorers making fun of the giant wolf. However, the next moment, there were exclamations one after another in the live broadcast room. Countless exclamations turned into barrages rolling over. Fuck. What's going on? Oh my god. In the secret realm, the giant wolf was not scared away by the explosion produced by the laser gun. Instead, it showed a more ferocious expression on its face. It kicked its legs on the ground, and its huge blue-gray body swept towards the Korean explorer who had just fired the shot like a hurricane, knocking him flying. The claws, as sharp as knives, cut fiercely into the bodies of the Korean explorers, tearing apart the specially made combat uniforms that could withstand bullets. If it weren't for the combat uniform, this explorer would have been torn to pieces. Even so, the violent force made the Korean explorers dizzy and completely confused. The Korean explorer climbed up from the ground with a confused mind. The giant wolf attacked so quickly that until now he had no idea what had happened. Park Jingsheng and several other explorers were also confused, and some of them were unable to react. This plot is wrong. Aren't giant wolves very timid? They should have been scared out of their wits and fled in a panic. So why did they become even more aggressive and attack them? Netizens in the live broadcast room were also puzzled. The explorers from Dragon Country could scare away the giant wolf with a shout. So why can't they do the same? This is unscientific. Chapter 23, Kimchi Country is out. The giant wolf doesn't pay any attention to netizens. Seeing that one attack failed to kill the explorers from the Korean country, The giant wolf leaped up and pounced on them again. The mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. At the same time, other giant wolves lurking around also jumped out and pounced on Park Jingsheng and the others. No, kill them quickly. Park Jingsheng realized that something was wrong and immediately picked up his laser gun and shot at the giant wolf that was rushing towards him. However, the giant wolf was very fast, and the surrounding trees served as cover, so their shots missed even a single hit. This was also because they were too relaxed just now. Facing the sudden attack of the giant wolf, their reaction speed was too slow. If they had taken the initiative just now, they could have at least killed a few giant wolves. Now that the giant wolf was in front of him, it was too late to fight back. At such a close range, before they could raise their laser guns to aim, they were pounced to the ground by the giant wolf. What happened next was extremely bloody. Although the Korean explorers were all wearing combat uniforms, they had strong defensive capabilities. The attack from the giant wolf just now could only tear a hole in the combat uniform. But facing the crazy bites of so many giant wolves, even the toughest combat uniforms could not last long. After a while, only a few pools of blood were left on the spot. Vomit. Vomit. At this moment, countless people vomited in extreme discomfort. Everyone watched the scene of the Korean explorers being eaten alive. Their faces turned pale and their bodies were covered with goosebumps. How so? Impossible. I don't believe it. After vomiting, a series of unacceptable and crazy roars were heard in the Korean live broadcast room. The beautiful Korean host who had just vomited in front of everyone now looked pale. She no longer had any of her high spirits and confidence, and she looked completely stupid. Fuck, that's so bloody. Although it's a bit unethical, I still want to ask, didn't the Korean netizens want us to see how their explorers can show their power? Where is the power? I counted carefully, and it hasn't even been a minute, and the Korean explorers have already collapsed. They can't last a minute. The netizen who bet on 1 minute just now, you win? The front one is a bit wicked, but I like it. Netizens from Dragon Country sent warm greetings to the Kimchi Country. The behavior of the Korean netizens just now was really annoying. Everyone was feeling angry. Although it's a bit inhumane to rub salt into the wound at this time, it does make you feel better. The netizens in Korea have become depressed. Even their exploration team was defeated. What else can they say? Senior officials from various countries looked solemn. The elimination of the Korean explorers has sounded a wake-up call for everyone. The giant wolf is not the cowardly creature that everyone thinks it is. On the contrary, it is extremely brutal and terrifying. The Blue Star Consciousness rated them as 1-star dangerous species, which is well-deserved. Here comes the question. If the giant wolf is so scary, why did it run away with its tail between its legs when Qin Shi scolded it? For a moment, everyone became curious about Qin Shi. Could it be that our Dragon Country's explorers are the hidden bosses? The question is, what kind of boss could scare away such a terrifying and dangerous species with just a shout? Could it be that our Dragon Nation's explorers are more terrifying than the dangerous species? Netizens speculated, but no one could explain it clearly. Countless spies secretly entered Longwa to investigate Qin Shi's origins. What? You can't find this person's origins? How is that possible? Did he jump out of a stone? The origins of the other 3 people can be found, so there is no reason why this person's origin cannot be found. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with this person, otherwise Longwa would not have kept his identity so secret. Investigate. You must find out his true identity for me. I don't know how many top leaders of different countries secretly issued orders to investigate Qin Shi's identity. When explorers from various countries entered the secret realm outside the sky, everyone had already begun to investigate the identities of these explorers. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. When it comes to exploring the secrets of outer space, all countries are competitors. If we can find the identity information of explorers from other countries and find targeted methods, we will have a greater chance of winning if we come into conflict with explorers from other countries in the future. The information of other explorers can be found, but the origin of Qin Shi remains a mystery. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. No matter how they investigated, they could not find any traces of Qin Shi's activities in Longwa before that time. Qin Shi is like a person without a past. They didn't know that Qin Shi's current appearance was actually a divine dragon transformed into a human form, and it was only recently that it successfully transformed. It would be strange if they could find Qin Shi's identity information. Unless Qin Shi's identity is revealed, this is destined to remain a mystery. For a while, no one could find Qin Shi's identity or origin, so everyone could only gradually suppress their curiosity. However, More and more people are paying attention to the Qin dynasty. When explorers from various countries saw what happened to the Korean explorers, they became alert. Everyone looked solemn. Although the Korean explorers were completely wiped out, it was due to their carelessness. But even if they were not careless, their fate would not be much better if they encountered a pack of giant wolves. Even if they are not all killed, they will probably have to pay a huge price to escape. However, explorers from countries such as Vigeland, France, and the United States are confident in themselves. The equipment they have is much better than that of the explorers from Korea. They have confidence. If they had encountered a giant wolf, it would definitely not be so miserable. Of course, the dangers in the secret realm are definitely not just giant wolves, so we still need to be vigilant. We continued to move forward with heavy hearts. Fortunately, no further danger ensued. Soon, it got dark. In the blink of an eye, a day of exploration has passed. As night fell, everyone became more nervous. Living in the wild is often more dangerous at night than during the day. I'm afraid it's no exception in the secret realm outside the sky. And for the explorers, they also have an extremely important mission. That is to find a safe base. It's getting dark. We have to find a place to rest, Zhui said to Qin Shi. Qin Shi looked up at the sky and nodded. He didn't really need a rest. With the strong support of Longhua, he has grown up. According to the age of the dragon, even if it does not reach the standard of adulthood, it can at least be considered a teenager. He could even stay awake for a whole year without any problem. But Zhui, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia obviously couldn't stand it. After a day's trek, they were so tired that they could hardly walk anymore. Chapter 24. Two-star dangerous species. The luck of the Dragon Country explorers has run out. Finding a base is a very challenging task. When surviving in the wild, water is very important. The best place to camp is close to a water source and away from the range of wild animals. But for Qin Shi, this is just a piece of cake. With his ability to control water, Qin Shi did a quick search in the air and knew which direction he could find water. Follow me, Qin Shi said to Zhui, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. Zhui, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia were very convinced of Qin Shi and followed him without hesitation. Soon, Qin Shi found a suitable place. No other dangers were encountered during the process. It's a lake. What a huge lake. This place is great. Beautiful environment and open space. The audience followed Qin Shi's vision and soon saw the place he found. This is a lake hidden in the forest, surrounded by green grass and a large open space next to it. The environment is quiet and peaceful, making people feel like they are in a fairyland. A series of exclamations rang out in the live broadcast room. What a beautiful place. With such a large lake, there is no need to worry about the water source. The exploration personnel of our Dragon Country are really amazing. They found such a great place without much effort. Be careful, this is a secret place. There might be terrible, dangerous species in the water source. The Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room were talking about the matter. Everyone was amazed at the scenery of the lake. Of course, there were also people with clearer minds who issued warnings. Indeed, water resources are not only important for explorers, but also an extremely important resource for dangerous species in the secret realm. There is a high possibility that dangerous species exist in water sources. The dragon people are really lucky to have found such a large water source, but it is uncertain whether they can take it for themselves. Water sources are a must-see for military strategists. There are definitely many dangerous species here. Be careful of the consequences. Get lost. You can't eat the grapes, so you say they're sour, right? When netizens from other countries saw that the Dragon Country explorers had found such a beautiful place, they immediately made sour remarks. The netizens in Longhua immediately responded harshly. However, everyone was indeed a little nervous. If there are any dangerous species in the lake, it will be troublesome. Be careful, there may be danger in the lake. Zhui, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia raised their weapons and looked towards the lake cautiously. They are professionally trained personnel, so they will naturally think of what netizens can think of. Qin Shi looked towards the lake with an indifferent expression. There are indeed some strange creatures in the lake. With the arrival of Qin Shi and his companions, the creatures in the lake were suddenly startled and slowly floated up from the water. Alert! Alert! A two-star dangerous species has been discovered, temporarily named the green buffalo python. In addition to its comprehensive qualities far exceeding those of a normal adult, this creature also has the ability to control water flow, enough to cause a flood. Its personality and habits are unknown. At this moment, the reminder from Blue Star Consciousness emerged in time. Seeing the alarm sounded by the Blue Planet Consciousness, people all over the world were shocked. It turned out to be a 2-star dangerous species. The 1-star dangerous giant wolf was so terrifying that it devoured the explorers from the Korean country alive. How terrifying is a 2-star dangerous species? Wow! There was a sound of waves crashing in the lake. A huge head poked out from the lake. Just the head was much larger than the 1-star dangerous giant wolf that appeared before. As the head emerged, the body of the green buffalo python also appeared, floating on the water like an island. Its head is like a python, and its body is a bit like a cow. Moo! The green buffalo python opened its bloody mouth and roared at Qin Shi and the others. The sound is like that of a cow, but it is filled with a sinister aura. His eyes, as big as buckets, flashed with fierce light and locked onto the 4 uninvited guests. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Oh my god! Have they reached King Kong Island? It's over. With such a terrifying and dangerous species, this lake can no longer be saved. Why are you still thinking about the lake? Run for your life. Barrages of comments emerged one after another. Everyone was stunned by the green buffalo python. Such a terrifying monster has only been seen in movies. Unexpectedly, there would be such a horrible monster in the secret realm, and it was encountered by the explorers from Dragon Country. How can human power fight against such a terrifying monster? I'm afraid the only way to confront it is by launching missiles. The Dragon Nation is going against the will of heaven. The 2 dangerous species that have appeared now are the first ones they have encountered. I knew it wasn't that simple. The dragon people thought their explorers were lucky and found a water source, but they ended up asking for death. Laughing Carrie. This is a 2-star dangerous species. I'm afraid we can only fight it if we send out the army. The Dragon Kingdom is dumbfounded. Foreign netizens were gloating over the misfortune. After all, none of them wanted to see the Dragon Country explorers find the base first. Explorers from other countries who were searching for bases were also stunned by this scene. Although they knew that the secret realm was very dangerous, they were still shocked that there were such terrifying creatures. The French explorer silently looked at the robot he was driving. Although the robots they were driving were huge, they were still a little inferior to the green buffalo python. If they really had to fight with the green water buffalo python, perhaps all of their robots would be dismantled. The American explorer subconsciously touched the deployed steel armor on his body. This is a mecha that combines all the high-tech technologies of the United States. Once it is fully activated, it can even cut through an entire army. But facing this kind of monster, can the mecha win? Each explorer touched the equipment on their body and asked themselves this question. Although it is hard to admit it, no one has absolute confidence that they can defeat the green buffalo python. Even the best-equipped American explorers. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom will be completely wiped out this time. Longwa's live broadcast room was also filled with pessimism and despair. No one thought that Qin Shi and his men could defeat the green water buffalo python. You can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th day. This is an old saying in Dragon Country. Just now, the Dragon Country explorers were lucky enough to escape the giant wolf, but now their luck has finally run out. The Dragon Nation's explorers are no better than this. Blessings from the Kimchi Nation. The Korean explorers were completely wiped out, which made Korean netizens very angry, and they wished that the explorers from other countries would also be destroyed. When they saw the Dragon Country explorers encounter the 2-star dangerous species green buffalo python, they immediately jumped out to stir up trouble. Get lost. What a bunch of uneducated guys. No wonder your explorers were the first to be eliminated. How dare the small country of Kimchi act so arrogantly in front of my Dragon Country? How can a piece of trash who can't even beat a giant wolf be compared with our explorers? There was a war of words in the live broadcast room. Many Dragon Country netizens were angered. Although they also didn't think that Qin Shi, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng and Wu Jia could escape this disaster. But the faces of Korean netizens are really disgusting. A bunch of clowns. It's so infuriating. Chapter 25. Threatening Dangerous Species, The Origin of Qin Shi. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia couldn't help but tremble all over when faced with the murderous roar of the green buffalo python. In front of the green buffalo python, they were like fragile lambs facing a lion and could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. This is a crushing blow from the life level. It's just like the Qin dynasty used the dragon's power to suppress the giant wolf. As a 2-star dangerous species, the green buffalo python's life level is obviously much stronger than that of humans. The fear that comes from their life instinct makes them unable to muster the thought of resistance. Seeing this, Qin Shi couldn't help but frown. He walked forward and stood in front of Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. At the same time, He released the dragon power on his body and enveloped the green water buffalo python. Release pressure in front of him? This is not the way to seek death. The terrifying dragon might, centered at Qin Shi, surged towards the green water buffalo python like a tide. There was no change in the surrounding environment. However, the buffalo python, which had been extremely ferocious just now, seemed to have seen something terrifying. Its pupils suddenly shrank and all the muscles in its body tensed up. The life level of the 2-star dangerous species is indeed very high, but it is still not good enough in front of the dragon. The green buffalo python twisted its body restlessly. It wants to escape, but Qin Shi's pressure loomed over it, and it didn't dare to move without Qin Shi's permission. Given the huge size of the blue buffalo python, even the slightest shake would cause a huge wave in the lake. The audience in the live broadcast room thought that the green buffalo python was about to attack, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests with nervousness. Some timid people were so scared that they even closed their eyes and dared not look. However, Qin Shi looked at the blue water buffalo python and said calmly, "We need a base to stay. I like this place. Can you please move to another place?" After these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the live broadcast room seemed to be diluted a lot. The audience opened their eyes wide, with an expression on their faces as if they had heard it wrong. Is this guy threatening the green buffalo python? Holy crap, that's awesome. That's too arrogant. Use the most polite tone and say the most domineering words. Although I think this guy will die miserably, I have to admire his courage. How dare you challenge a 2-star dangerous creature like this? Love it. Arrogant. What a ruthless person. He dares to challenge anything. One barrage of comments rolled by. If they were faced with such a situation, their legs would have gone weak with fear. Qin Shi dared to threaten the 2-star dangerous species. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone made everyone feel inferior. Of course, there are also netizens who are sarcastic. How stupid. He didn't even think about running away, but actually went to provoke the blue water buffalo python. Did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? Stupid guy. He wasted his chance to escape. Among them, there are people who really think that Qin Shi's behavior is inappropriate, but there are more foreign netizens who maliciously target him. However, no matter how people argue in the live broadcast room, it will not affect what is happening in the secret realm. Everyone held their breath and looked at Qin Shi and the green water buffalo python nervously. But the next moment, the green buffalo python made an unexpected move. Following Qin Shi's threat, the green water buffalo python actually turned around and left. The huge body dived back into the water and swam away. From the ripples on the water surface, it can be seen that the green buffalo python is swimming away, as if it is really afraid of Qin Shi and wants to stay away from this place. Seeing this scene, question marks appeared in everyone's mind. Are they seeing things? The green buffalo python actually left? Were you scared away by Qin Shi's faint threat? What the fuck, boss? Last time, a shout scared off the giant wolf, and this time even the 2-star dangerous species gave up their territory. What is the origin of our explorers? My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, because I couldn't think of any other posture besides kneeling. In Longwa's live broadcast room, the whole nation was excited. The more depressed everyone was just now, the crazier they are now. Qin Shi's performance was really too amazing. In one word, the blue water buffalo python automatically retreated and gave up its position in the lake. Looking at all the explorers, who else is there? Foreign netizens also looked stunned. This is so fucking unscientific. Where is the 2-star dangerous species? Why are you so cowardly in front of Qin Shi? Who is the dangerous species? Fuck. What a 2-star dangerous creature. He's so timid. Where is your rebellious demeanor just now? Can you be a little more dangerous? Netizens from Korea started to curse and complain in the live broadcast room. They thought that the explorers from Dragon Country were dead, and finally someone was able to go down and accompany the explorers from Kimchi Country. As a result, the green buffalo python was too weak. They were so angry that they wanted to jump into the secret realm outside the sky and pull the green buffalo python back. They are so disappointed. Compared with netizens, the expressions of senior officials from various countries were much more solemn. They think more than netizens. Qin Shi was able to scare off the green water buffalo python with just one sentence. What is his origin? If Qin Shi had scared off the giant wolf with a shout, it could still be explained as a coincidence. For example, giant wolves have no desire to hunt. The explorers from the Korean country sought their own death by shooting the giant wolf with a laser gun, which angered the giant wolf. How do we explain the incident of the green water buffalo python? Everyone could see that the green water buffalo python was clearly full of murderous intent and wanted to attack Qin Shi and the others. As a result, with just one word from Qin Shi, the green water buffalo python fled away in disgrace. Is the dangerous species so easy to talk to? There must be a huge secret about this dragon country explorer. Senior officials from various countries are almost certain of this. This made them very jealous. Qin Shi was able to drink away the dangerous species, which allowed the explorers from Dragon Country to move almost unimpeded in the secret realm. The biggest danger in the secret realm is these dangerous species. If their country could master this kind of power, wouldn't it be easy to explore the secrets beyond the sky? The question is, how did Qin Shi do this? This left them puzzled. The Long Kingdom kept Qin Shi's identity and origins too strictly guarded. Even if they wanted to find clues through Qin Shi's identity and background, they couldn't do it. This made the top leaders of various countries very dissatisfied, especially countries such as the United States, France, and Vigeland that have joined forces to block Dragon Country's technology. They are obsessed with suppressing the Dragon Kingdom. To this end, they did not hesitate to join forces to block Dragon Country's technology. In their plan, Longwa lacks key technologies, and its scientific and technological development has stagnated. It is bound to be unable to recover and be at the bottom in the exploration of the secret realms beyond the sky. As a result, Dragon Country's performance in exploring the secret realms beyond the sky is now the best among all countries. Then, weren't they the behavior of clowns for causing trouble time and time again and jumping up and down in front of Longwa? It would be fine if they didn't think about it, but the more they think about it, the angrier these top leaders of countries become. At this time, someone proposed a possibility. Chapter 26, Secret Weapons, Expanding Territory for the Country. Is it possible that the Dragon Country has secret weapons against various ferocious beasts? A senior official of a country speculated. Now that you mention it, I remember. Do you remember the incident with the sea monster? At that time, there were rumors that the Dragon Country was controlling the sea monster. Combined with the performance of the giant wolf and the blue water python, it's really scary when you think about it. This statement awakened the dreamer, and soon people expressed their agreement, and also brought up the matter of the disappearance of the U.S. fleet and the attack of the aircraft carrier by sea monsters. The more people thought about it, the more they felt that this guess was very likely. Apart from this, they really couldn't figure out how Qin Shi forced back the giant wolf and the blue water buffalo python. When the exploration of the secret realm outside the sky began, they all laughed at the poor equipment of the Dragon Kingdom and thought that the Dragon Kingdom would definitely come last in this exploration. Who knew that Longwa actually had such a killer weapon hidden? Thinking of this, the faces of the top leaders of several countries turned unhappy. No, we must find a way to find out what their secret weapon is, and it would be best if we could get it into our hands. The top leaders of the beautiful country shouted loudly. What should we do if the Dragon Country explorers drive dangerous species to attack our country's explorers? It's not impossible. The explorers from Kimchi Country might have been killed by the giant wolves secretly driven by the explorers from Dragon Country. The more people think about it, the more exaggerated it becomes. Those attending the meeting were high-level officials from various countries that were hostile to Long Country, so naturally they thought the worst of Long Country. If we put ourselves in their shoes, if they had mastered such a secret weapon, they would definitely not let the explorers from Dragon Country go. Don't think that the Dragon Nation is invincible. If they could control ferocious beasts, they would have let the dangerous species eliminate our explorers long ago. The incident in the Kimchi Nation should have been just an accident. But one thing is very true, such a good thing should not be in the hands of the Dragon Nation. Some calmer people analyzed it rationally. This conclusion was unanimously recognized by everyone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Dragon Country's secret weapon can only expel dangerous species, although it is very beneficial to them, it will not pose such a big threat to explorers from other countries. It can even be said that they are like children making trouble and holding gold. They can completely let their country's explorers find an opportunity to snatch this secret weapon. The top leaders of these countries conspired on how to seize the secret weapon in Qin Shi's hands. In the secret realm, after the green water buffalo python left, the area around the lake became Qin Shi and his group's territory. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng and Wu Jia came back to their senses and couldn't help but show excitement on their faces. Great, there's so much space here. Let alone using it as a resting place, we can even build a base. Zhu Yi opened his arms and shouted happily while pretending to embrace the beautiful scenery before him. As explorers, they have a very important mission. That is to find a suitable place to serve as a base for the country. If you want to develop the secret realm, it is definitely not enough to rely on just a few explorers. A large force must be sent in to complete the subsequent series of development work. Only by finding a suitable stronghold can countries send personnel and supplies to enter and build the stronghold into a garrison base for each country in the secret realm outside the sky. The station bases provide logistical support for countries to explore the secrets of outer space. Finding a suitable stronghold is the first step for the countries on Blue Star to conquer the secret realm outside the sky. Explorers from various countries have been busy working on this issue all day today. But after all, everyone had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place, so there was no progress. According to the estimated progress, it will take at least 3 to 7 days to find a suitable place to serve as a base. Unexpectedly, they found the right place so quickly. This scene made foreign netizens in the live broadcast room extremely envious. Next, something happened that made them even more envious and jealous. When the blue water python completely left the lake, the voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang in everyone's mind. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for discovering lake resources. If the exploration personnel occupy the site for more than 3 days, the site will be incorporated into the territory of Blue Star and become the territory of this country. The Dragon Nation was the first to find resources and a suitable base. As a reward, the next time someone enters the outer secret realm, the Dragon Nation can occupy 10 more bases. This announcement from Blue Star Consciousness caused a global sensation. What? If we find a safe base and occupy it for more than 3 days, we can make the base become the country's territory. Isn't this equivalent to expanding the country's territory? In 3 days, this lake and the surrounding land will become the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Nation was actually the first to receive the Blue Star Consciousness reward. More importantly, their base was obtained for almost nothing. I'm so angry. Foreign netizens are all jealous. So enviable. Why wasn't the lake discovered by explorers from their country? The secret realm outside the sky is said to border the blue planet, but in fact, there is only a certain degree of overlap between the two spaces. The Blue Star has not yet been pulled into the secret realm outside the sky. The Blue Star Consciousness organizes everyone to explore the secret realm outside the sky. The purpose is to let everyone know as much as possible about the situation inside the secret realm before the Blue Star land and the secret realm outside the sky are completely connected, and strive to enhance the foundation of Blue Star. Therefore, if explorers from various countries want to enter the secret realm outside the universe, they have to rely on the transmission of the blue planet's consciousness. The number of people that can be teleported into the outer secret realm by the Blue Star Consciousness at one time is limited, and currently only 4 people from each country can enter. As explorers from various countries continue to explore the secret realm, the Blue Planet Consciousness can use them as an anchor point to incorporate the secret realm into the scope of the blue planet. The larger the scope of the Blue Star, the more people can be teleported into the secret realm. But before the Blue Star and the land of the secret realm outside the sky are completely connected, the number of people who can be teleported into the secret realm will definitely be limited. If one country increases in number, the others will decrease. In the early stages of exploration, the more people there are, the greater the advantage. Not only does the Dragon Kingdom have a safe base, but it will also have 10 more exploration slots than other countries next time. This made the top leaders of other countries jealous. Explorers from other countries also received notifications from the Blue Planet Consciousness, and their mentality became somewhat unstable. It was obvious that the explorers from Dragon Country were about to be eliminated. As a result, not only was he not eliminated, but he was also the first to find a safe base and was praised by the Blue Star Consciousness. Sour. At this moment, explorers from other countries were all jealous. In their view, the Dragon Kingdom's base was simply picked up for free. The buffalo python didn't know what was going on and actually gave up the lake for nothing. Why didn't this good thing happen to them? While feeling sour, these explorers also felt a sense of urgency. By finding a safe base, you can expand the territory for your country and gain an advantage in subsequent explorations. This concerns the future of the country. The explorers from Dragon Country have already successfully taken the first step. How can they fall behind? Explorers from other countries all became eager to explore. Chapter 27. Falcon Swarm, Crisis of American Explorers. I have to speed up. There was a hint of cruelty in the eyes of the explorers from the United States. They are explorers from the United States. The largest country on the blue planet has been overtaken by other countries in exploring the secrets of outer space. For them who are so proud and arrogant, this is really unforgivable. In particular, the explorers from Dragon Country were ahead of them. Turn the power of each function of the mecha to the maximum and move forward at full speed. Aubrey, the captain of the United States exploration team, shouted. The others immediately followed the instructions and rushed forward as fast as possible. Explorers from countries such as France, Vigeland, Moria Kingdom, and Japan also accelerated the pace of their exploration. The gains made by the Dragon Country explorers made them extremely jealous, but also greatly increased the pressure. The secret realm is full of dangers. As the exploration process speeds up, the probability of encountering danger naturally increases. It wasn't long before something happened. New dangers have emerged. This time, it was explorers from the United States who encountered danger. Look, what is that? Someone in the live broadcast room exclaimed. As Aubrey and others moved forward quickly, the scenery in everyone's field of vision was changing rapidly. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Alert! Alert! A one-star dangerous species has been discovered, temporarily named Thunder Falcon. This dangerous species is as fast as lightning, and it attacks its prey at high speeds, comparable to machine gun fire. The reminder of Blue Star consciousness rang in time. Only then did everyone see clearly that the dark shadows were actually a group of strange birds. These birds are pitch black, and their feathers look like they're made of steel, with a cold metallic luster. The most eye-catching thing is their beak that looks like a sharp cone. One Thunder Falcon isn't that great. When a group of Thunder Falcons aim their beaks and charge at you like lightning, the scene is terrifying. What's a one-star dangerous species? We are a beautiful country, not a kimchi country. Wait, damn. It's a group. Run. Too many enemies. Strategic retreat. This is unfair. Why do our American explorers always come in groups when they encounter dangerous species? A group of Thunder Falcons, their danger level can be compared to that of a 2-star dangerous species, right? In the live broadcast room, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw the Thunder Falcons rushing towards them. A rough estimate is that there are at least several hundred Thunder Falcons. Many netizens in the United States also clamored to destroy Lei Falcon to show the strength of the United States. Seeing this scene, they all stopped moving. 1, 2, or even more than a dozen Thunder Falcons can be put into action with the equipment of the American explorers. Hundreds of Thunder Falcons, what to do? Even if a piece of steel was placed in front of them, it would probably be pierced to pieces by the sharp beaks of the Thunder Falcons. Although the mechas developed by the United States are powerful, they are not indestructible. Once it is attacked violently for a long time, it is also likely to be damaged. These explorers from the United States are so unlucky. I wonder if they can survive this? Didn't the United States say that their steel mechas were invincible? Defeating these Thunder Falcons is a piece of cake. That's right, a mere Thunder Falcon is no match for the United States. A large number of foreign spectators suddenly flocked to the live broadcast room of the United States. There are many countries that are hostile to the Dragon Country, and naturally there are also many countries that dislike the United States. Even among the United States' allies, there are many people who dislike the United States. Seeing the misfortune of the American explorers, I don't know how many people ridiculed them openly or secretly. Aubrey and the others became nervous instantly when they heard the reminder from Blue Star Consciousness. Have we finally encountered a dangerous species? Aubrey said in a deep voice, looking a little relaxed. There are many dangers in the secret realm, and it is inevitable to encounter dangerous things. They had already prepared themselves mentally for encountering dangerous species. They didn't encounter any dangerous species along the way, so they didn't dare to relax and their nerves were always tense. Now that they have encountered a dangerous species, they feel relieved. It's just a 1-star dangerous species, no big problem. An explorer from the United States said with a relaxed expression. Aubrey nodded. A 1-star dangerous species, about as dangerous as a giant wolf. They had watched the live broadcast of the giant wolf attacking the explorers from the Kimchi country. Although the giant wolf is powerful, it is not impossible to fight against. The Thunder Falcon is a 1-star dangerous species, and its strength should be similar to that of the giant wolf. However, when they saw a group of Thunder Falcons flying towards them, Aubrey and his companions were stunned. A single Thunder Falcon is naturally as powerful as a giant wolf, or even a little weaker. But the Thunder Falcon won't fight you alone. It's for group battles, and it's more agile than the giant wolf. Although the giant wolves also fight in groups, there are only a dozen or 20 of them at a time. There were hundreds of Thunder Falcons in a wave. I don't talk to you about martial ethics at all. Aubrey's entire body was numb. Retreat fire. Aubrey roared madly and activated the mecha's attack ability first. He raised his arms high, his palms like gun barrels, and shot lasers at the Thunder Falcon. The other 3 American explorers reacted and quickly opened fire at the Thunder Falcons, trying to scare them away. At the same time, they retreated frantically, looking for a place to take cover. However, under the overwhelming Thunder Falcons, their attacks were like a stone dropped into the water, not causing any ripples at all. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Falcons approached them and surrounded them. The live broadcast room was filled with high-speed, flying figures of Thunder Falcons, and Aubrey and the others were no longer visible. All that could be heard were roars, the sounds of steel colliding, and guns exploding. From time to time, there were flashes of fire, accompanied by the body of Lei Falcon. But the death of 1 or 2 Thunder Falcons will not affect the situation. If the situation continues like this, the American team of explorers will probably be wiped out. There was a lot of cursing in the live broadcast room of the beautiful country. Of course, there are also cheers from netizens from other countries. Boom. Just when everyone thought that the explorers from the United States were doomed, an accident occurred. I saw the densely packed Thunder Falcons were suddenly swept away by some great force. A 3 or 4 meter tall mecha rushed out from the encirclement of the group of Thunder Falcons. The group of Thunder Falcons continued to attack the mecha, like arrows falling from the sky. But the mecha just shook twice and soon began to fight back. There were gun barrels extending from various places on the huge mecha, firing lasers at the group of Thunder Falcons. For a while, the battle was extremely brutal. But compared to before, the situation is much better. Shit. Mecha fusion. The mechas of the beautiful country can actually be like this. Mecha transformation? Seeing this scene, netizens were stunned. Chapter 28. Victory reports from various countries. Plans of Japanese explorers. The huge mecha was obviously formed by the fusion of the original 4 mechas. The power is much stronger than the original mecha. Good fellow, you are truly a technological superpower. Please accept my knee. The real-life Transformers. As expected of a beautiful country, this technology is so advanced. Haha, who said that our beautiful country's explorers are doomed? See? This is the true strength of the beautiful country. Seeing the beautiful country's mechas merge together and kill everyone, netizens' opinions suddenly changed. Many pro-American elements began to praise the video, and netizens in the United States also started to show off again. No one could have imagined that the American explorers, who were in danger just now, actually had such a trump card. What everyone didn't know was that Aubrey and the others were having a hard time expressing their suffering. Although mecha fusion is powerful, it is not without limitations. This is their last resort. Every time a mecha is fused, it will cause certain damage to the original mecha. Originally, they wanted to save this trump card for last, to use it against explorers from Dragon Country, Bear Country, and other hostile countries of the United States, who knew that the appearance of a group of Thunder Falcons would completely disrupt their plans, forcing them to use this trump card in advance. Even if they used this trump card, they were unable to defeat Lei Falcon overwhelmingly, and it was still uncertain who would win or lose. Let's fight. Several explorers from the United States, with Aubrey as the core, each controlled a part of the mecha and attacked the group of Thunder Falcons frantically with all their might. When 2 brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Now they have no choice but to fight to the end with the group of Thunder Falcons. Boom. Lasers were sweeping and explosions were heard continuously. Each falcon let out a shrill cry, its feathers flying everywhere, and fell from the sky. Under the high-speed impact of the group of Thunder Falcons, a series of crisscrossing scratches appeared on the fused mecha, which was shocking. In the end, after a fierce battle, the explorers from the United States won the victory with great difficulty. Great! We finally won. Haha, how could the great United States lose? See? A mere flock of Thunder Falcons is nothing. They can only flee in panic under the artillery fire of our beautiful country. One by one, the netizens from the United States shouted arrogantly. Although Aubrey and his men suffered a tragic end, their fused mechas were disassembled. It seems that at least half of the 4 mechas were scrapped. But what's the problem with this? They won, didn't they? For the majority of American netizens, the process and cost are not important. The result is what matters. As the American explorers repelled the swarm of Thunder Falcons, the voice of the Blue Star Consciousness rang out. Congratulations to the United States for repelling the group of Thunder Falcons. This place can be used as the base of the United States in the Outer Secret Realm. If the United States occupies this place for more than 3 days, it will obtain ownership of this place and occupy 5 more places in the next transmission. The words of the Blue Star Consciousness made Aubrey and the netizens from the United States very happy. They didn't expect that they could gain such benefits after repelling the flock of thunder falcons. In an instant, the United States was in an uproar. It seems that the group of thunder falcons is the most dangerous species in this mountain area. If we defeat the group of thunder falcons, this mountain area will naturally be ours. Haha, we in the beautiful country now have a base. Good job. Netizens in the United States are very proud. The only regret is that the United States is the second country to obtain a base, so there are only 5 places for the next transmission. Moreover, this base of the beautiful country is slightly inferior to the lake found by the Dragon Country explorers. Little brother, have you found the base too? Not bad, not bad. I'm waiting for you in front. The United States is still no match for them. All their mechas were destroyed before they were able to gain such a small base. We American explorers relied on our real strength to gain a base, unlike you who just relied on luck. No matter how good your luck is, it will be used up sooner or later. Strength is the basis of everlasting victory. Netizens from Dragon Country flocked to the beautiful country's live broadcast room to make jokes. Netizens in the United States responded with various reasons. Although I envy the explorers from Dragon Country, but the great United States naturally cannot admit it. After this, good news came from other countries. French explorers discovered an oasis in the desert. There is a 2-star dangerous species in the oasis, the iron lizard. A fierce battle broke out between the French explorers and the iron lizards. 3 of the 4 robots were scrapped, and the remaining robot also suffered heavy damage. Only then did they capture the oasis. One of their exploration team members died. However, compared with the gains, these losses are still within France's acceptable range. Vigiland's explorers also found a base. Of course, the base they found was much worse than those in Dragon Country and Beautiful Country. Seeing one victory news after another, countries that had not yet found a base became anxious. The explorers from Japan have not yet found a base. Although their equipment is not bad, it is much worse than that of the United States and France, and their firepower for frontal attacks is insufficient. The most important equipment of the Japanese explorers is the combat uniform that can change color to achieve stealth effect. Relying on this combat uniform, they avoided many crises during their exploration. Once they even came face to face with a pack of giant wolves. However, it is obviously not feasible to use this method to repel dangerous species and occupy bases. Now, it is the 3rd day since we entered the secret realm outside the sky. The Japanese explorers still haven't found a base. They did find several places suitable as bases, but there were dangerous species in those places, and they could not defeat those dangerous species with their strength. Even the Peacock Nation has found a base. We must find a way to quickly occupy a base, otherwise our great Japan will be at the bottom of this exploration. Ichiraka Nagasaki, the captain of the Japanese exploration team, said in a deep voice. But with our strength, we can't defeat those dangerous species. Captain, what can you do? A team member said to Nagasaki Ikuru. Of course there is a way. Nagasaki Ichirako had a mysterious expression on his face and waved to several team members, asking them to temporarily block the live broadcast. All humans can access the live broadcast through Blue Star Consciousness, or they can block the live broadcast. The Blue Planet Consciousness will not keep an eye on the explorers. After all, explorers sometimes need some private time. At this time, the Japanese explorers blocked the live broadcast and no one else knew what they were doing. Several explorers from Japan also looked at Nagasaki Ikuru with confusion, wondering what he was going to do. Chapter 29 Shameless Japanese. Captain, what's your plan? Several Japanese explorers asked Nagasaki Ikuru. Nagasaki Ichiraku had a scheming look in his eyes and said cunningly, "It's very simple. Since we can't defeat the dangerous species, let's look for other targets. Aren't there already several ready-made bases in the secret realm? You mean bases in other countries?" A Japanese explorer said hesitantly. That's right. Nagasaki Ichiraku nodded affirmatively. Just because they can't defeat the dangerous species doesn't mean they can't defeat explorers from other countries. If you can't seize territory from dangerous species, then try to seize the territory occupied by other countries. In comparison, competing with explorers from other countries is much less dangerous. Isn't this a bit bad? Some people were hesitant. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with taking action against other countries. Instead, they are worried that when everyone explores the secret realm outside the sky together, although each of them has their own country, from a standpoint, they all belong to the Blue Star camp. Now that the exploration of the secret realm has just begun, internal strife has broken out. Will this cause displeasure to the Blue Star consciousness? Hearing the concerns raised by this person, Nagasaki Ikuru nodded and said, It is indeed possible, but the blue star consciousness does not say that we cannot compete. As long as we take the initiative and grab the territory, will the blue star consciousness still do anything to us? At most, it will give us a warning, which is nothing compared to occupying the territory. After hearing what he said, several other Japanese explorers nodded in agreement. There is no stipulation in blue star consciousness that explorers from different countries cannot compete with each other. This is a loophole they can exploit. Even if the blue star consciousness blames them later, they will have reasons to refute. Captain, which country do you think we should target? A Japanese explorer asked Nagasaki Ikuru. Having decided to take action, they immediately changed their mindset. Dragon country, Nagasaki Ichiraku said in a deep voice. He chose to attack Longwa after careful consideration. You have all seen how various countries gain their bases. The explorers from countries like the United States, France, and Bear Country all went through fierce battles. Although their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced, it should not be underestimated. On the contrary, the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Nation's explorers has always been poor, and their equipment is far inferior to that of other countries. They only relied on luck to obtain such a good base. In addition, the bases found by some other small countries are much worse than those of Dragon Country, the United States, and other countries, and the scope is also very small. Since we want to do it, we have to do it big. The relationship between Japan and Longwa is not good to begin with. Choosing Longwa as our target can help us vent our anger. Nagasaki Ikizuru slowly stated his reasons. The other three Japanese explorers all nodded in agreement. They were originally envious and jealous of Longwebai for picking up such a good base. The strength of the Dragon Country's exploration personnel is not that good. If not Longwa, who should we choose? The only thing to blame is that the Dragon Country's explorers are not strong enough to defend their base. Several Japanese explorers discussed the action plan and walked towards where Qin Shi and his team were with sly smiles on their faces. What are the explorers from Japan doing? Why did they suddenly disconnect the live broadcast? Hey, they're online, but where are they going? Looking at the route they're taking, why does it seem like they're heading in the direction of the Dragon Nation explorers? The Japanese explorers' behavior of disconnecting the live broadcast attracted considerable attention. After all, live broadcast is related to the outside world's understanding of the secret environment. Generally speaking, even if the explorers have personal matters to deal with, they take turns, and there will always be one person left to do the live broadcast. This is the first time that everyone has gone offline. Although they disconnected the live broadcast for a short time, it still aroused the vigilance of some people with ulterior motives. In particular, after the Japanese explorers came online, they actually walked in the direction of the Dragon Country explorers. This made some people with a keen sense of smell realize that something was wrong. It is now the third day of exploring the secret realm, and everyone is actively looking for a base. The Japanese explorers have not found a base yet. Instead of looking for a base, they are heading in the direction of the Dragon Country explorers. What are they trying to do? Brothers, do I smell a conspiracy? What do these Japanese people want to do? Looking at them like that, they are definitely plotting something? Dragon Country netizens started shouting. What conspiracy? The secret realm doesn't belong to your Dragon Country. The space here is so large. Can our explorers move around? If there is no conspiracy, why did all of you go offline just now? You must be discussing something shady. Being offline means being shady? Can't we have important things to do? Only people with dirty minds would think so dirty of others. Netizens from Longwa and Japan started a war of words in the live broadcast room, and for a while, no one could convince the other. In the secret realm, Nagasaki Ikuru and his companions were almost approaching the lake. Judging from the route they were taking, they were clearly heading straight for the lake. This severely slapped the faces of some Japanese netizens who just said they were just browsing around. However, these Japanese netizens were extremely thick-skinned and quickly found an excuse for themselves. Even if Nagasaki Ikuru and his men arrived at the lake, they cannot be said to be plotting something. Maybe they want to help the explorers from Dragon Country? It's so funny. My Dragon Country explorers still need your help? I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. The live broadcast room was filled with smoke. While everyone was arguing fiercely, they were all looking at the secret realm nervously, not knowing how things would develop next. Inside the secret realm, when they were about to approach the lake, Nagasaki Ikuru and others activated the stealth function of their combat uniforms. Suddenly, the color of their bodies became the same as the surrounding environment, and if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see the difference at all. With the help of the cover of combat uniforms, Nagasaki Ikuru and his companions slowly sneaked towards the camp where Qin Shi Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jiao were resting. Although they looked down on the explorers from Dragon Country and thought that their equipment was not good enough. But I dare not be too careless. Their plan was to use the stealth function of their combat uniforms to quietly approach the Dragon Country explorers and kill all of them. Explorers need to occupy the base for more than 3 days before they can transform the base into their own country's territory. It is now exactly the 3rd day that the Dragon Kingdom's explorers have occupied the lake base, and the lake is not yet considered Dragon Kingdom's territory. As long as they kill these Dragon Country explorers, this lake will naturally be theirs. Seeing this scene, all the Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately furious. Shameless! You still dare to say that they have no ill intentions? The Japanese are really like dogs that can't change their bad habits. The meanness of human nature is engraved in their bones. Countless netizens in Longwa expressed fierce condemnation in the comments. Everyone knows that the explorers from Japan want to attack the explorers from Longwa and seize the base of Longwa. Chapter 30 give them a chance to attack. What do you mean by shameless? Does Blue Planet's consciousness say that we cannot seize bases occupied by other countries? This lake base is not yet the territory of your dragon nation, so we can naturally fight for it. This is the wisdom of great Japan. Well done, Nagasaki-kun, for taking the lake. Such a wonderful place should be given to our great Japan. Japanese netizens were clamoring in the live broadcast room. Originally, some people wanted to make excuses for the actions of Nagasaki Akuru and his men, but when they saw that they actually wanted to attack the Dragon Country explorers, they simply stopped quibbling and directly exposed the despicable nature of the Japanese people. Dragon Country netizens were furious. The authorities even stepped in directly and issued severe condemnation towards Japan. Japanese government, please contact your explorers immediately and stop infringing on our explorers. Otherwise, we will regard it as a provocation from Japan against Dragon Country. The Japanese cabinet held an emergency meeting. After some discussion, instead of contacting Nagasaki Akuru and others to ask them to stop, they made an excuse and said, "The explorers have great autonomy in the secret realm. We can't contact Nagasaki and others, and we can't interfere with what they do in the secret realm. In addition, the Blue Star consciousness does not say that competition is not allowed in the secret realm. Our explorers are just fighting for their rights and interests. Besides, haven't we harmed the explorers of Dragon Country yet?" When netizens in Longwa saw this, they became even more outraged. Japan is determined to go against Longwa. Every country can contact its own explorers through Blue Planet consciousness. Japan said that they could not contact Izuru Nagasaki and others, which is simply lying with open eyes. Moreover, it was actually said that the Japanese explorers had not caused any harm to the Dragon Country explorers. Do they have to wait until the Dragon Country explorers are killed before they make a hypocritical apology? Damn Japanese! This despicable nation has dirty blood flowing in its bodies. What should we do? These Japanese have stealth combat suits. If they carry out a sneak attack, our explorers won't have time to react. Are we really going to watch their conspiracy succeed? While the netizens in Longwa were cursing, they were also filled with worry. Originally, explorers could also watch the live broadcast. However, explorers can only see the live broadcast of other explorers and cannot watch their own live broadcast from a bird's eye view. And now, the explorers from Japan have approached the explorers from Dragon Country, and the 2 live broadcast rooms have been temporarily merged into one. This resulted in everyone being unable to remind Qinshi and others in the live broadcast room. Some people cleverly went to the live broadcast rooms of other countries and sent out barrage reminders. But soon, these comments were drowned out by all kinds of junk comments from people with ulterior motives. The Japanese explorers are planning to attack the Dragon Country explorers, which is something that other countries would like to see. Naturally, they didn't want anyone to obstruct this matter. No matter how the netizens in Longwa try to remind them, they will be stopped by them. Even countries such as the United States, France, and Vigeland openly supported the actions of the Japanese explorers. They were originally envious and jealous of the Dragon Kingdom's acquisition of a lake base. The lake base is the best one among the several bases that have been occupied. The lake is rich in resources and the surrounding space is vast. The explorers from the United States are planning to seize the lake base. The Japanese explorers' attack on the Dragon Country base was exactly what they wanted. If the Japanese explorers can occupy the lake base, they will be able to get a share of the pie in the future. How dare I not give you what you want? With the support of the United States, France, Vigeland, and other countries, Japan naturally became bolder. Netizens from Japan even gave strategies to Nagasaki Akuru and his team in the live broadcast room, and discussed various methods to target the Dragon Country explorers. Netizens in Longwa watched the live broadcast, feeling angry but helpless. At this time, Nagasaki Ikuru and his group were already very close to the camp tents. It is now nighttime and the sky is dark, which is extremely advantageous for Nagasaki Ikuru and his men. Even in the daytime, they are difficult to be discovered due to the stealth function of their combat uniforms. The concealment is naturally stronger at night. Outside the camp tent, Zhui was sitting in front of a campfire keeping watch. Today is the third day they have occupied the lake. As long as we survive this night, this lake and the surrounding land will become the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhui became more alert and paid close attention to the movements in his surroundings. However, no matter how hard she concentrated, she did not notice the Japanese explorers sneaking in from the dark. Seeing Nagasaki Ichiraku and his companions getting closer and closer to Zhui, the netizens from Longwa in the live broadcast room were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Be careful. Those little Japanese are behind you. Find them quickly. It's over. It's not that we explorers are not vigilant enough, but these Japanese are too insidious. Such a beautiful lady will soon pass away. It's such a pity. In the live broadcast room, even though everyone knew that the explorers couldn't see it, they still couldn't help but send out barrage reminders, and many foreign netizens who stood on the side of Dragon Countryside. Zhui is the only female among all the explorers, and she is also very beautiful. In the live broadcast room, Zhui is very popular. Now seeing that Zhui is about to die at the hands of Nagasaki Ikuru and others, everyone naturally feels very sorry. Netizens from Japan and Dragon Country, which are hostile countries, were celebrating. Seeing Longwa being humiliated, they felt as if something had been hit on their excitement point, and they all reached a climax. Just at this moment, in the camp tent, Qin Shi frowned slightly. The Japanese explorers were wearing stealth combat uniforms, which did give them a lot of advantages when working in the secret realm. Even dangerous species like giant wolves cannot be spotted if you are not paying attention. But in front of Qin Shi, this so-called invisibility function seemed a little ridiculous. The dragon can appear and disappear. Compared with dragons, the ability to become invisible by changing color to blend into the environment is simply not worthy of mention. When Nagasaki Ikuru and others stepped within 100 meters of the lake, Qin Shi had already discovered them. They are explorers from Japan. A hint of disgust appeared in Qin Shi's eyes. Japan is very similar to a country in his previous life and is extremely despicable. Previously, the United States sent a fleet and an aircraft carrier to test the Dragon Kingdom, and Japan followed suit and cheered. This made Qin Shi dislike the people of Japan very much. And now, this group of Japanese people were sneaking towards their camp, and it was obvious at a glance that they had no good intentions. However, I want to do something tricky in front of him. These little Japanese probably don't know how to write the word death. Qin Shi raised a cold smile, opened the tent and walked out, saying to Zhui who was on guard, "Zhui, it's my turn to guard tonight. You go and rest first." Zhui turned his head and asked curiously, "Isn't it my turn to keep watch today?" Qin Shi said calmly, "My work and rest schedule is different from yours. I can't sleep anyway, so you go and rest, and I will guard the night." He did not reveal that he had discovered the attack by the Japanese explorers. Didn't the Japanese explorers want to launch a surprise attack on them? Then he would give these little Japanese guys a chance and wait for them to launch a sneak attack. Chapter 31 Scales. Qin Shi is a vicious beast? Zhui nodded without further doubt. She knew Qin Shi's identity. Since Qin Shi wants to keep watch, let Qin Shi do it. Compared to them, it is safer to let Qin Shi come to guard the night. Huh? The night watchman has changed. It seems that the lady from Dragon Country has escaped. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. Soon this lake will become the territory of our great Japan. In the live broadcast room, Japanese netizens were still clamoring. In their opinion, the explorers from Dragon Country were doomed. The equipment of the Dragon Country explorers was not very good to begin with, and they have only relied on luck to get this far. Once Nagasaki Ikuru and his men sneak up nearby and engage in close combat, there is no chance of survival. It was even better news that Qin Shi took over Zhuyi's night watch. Qin Shi is the captain of the Dragon Country exploration team and is definitely the strongest. It will be much easier to target the other three if we take down this tough nut to crack first. Under everyone's tense attention, Qin Shi sat in front of the campfire with a relaxed look on his face, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. With the help of his combat uniform, Ikuru Nagasaki constantly adjusted the color to blend into the surrounding environment and approached Qin Shi cautiously. He placed his hands on the sword at his waist and stared at Qin Shi fiercely. As long as he got a little closer, He would use the sword in his hand to chop off Qin Shi's head. Run! You're so close. Why haven't you reacted yet? Turn around and take a look. The Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room were extremely anxious. In front of the campfire, Qin Shi still looked leisurely. This makes everyone feel like they are disappointed in their work. Although I know this is not Qin Shi's fault. Who could have thought that these little Japanese would be so treacherous? But as the situation became increasingly critical and death approached Qin Shi Huang step by step, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. In particular, Qin Shi's leisurely appearance formed a sharp contrast with the impending crisis of death. The feeling of being unable to do anything but watching misfortune happen is really painful. Everyone wanted to jump into the secret realm to remind Qin Shi. The angrier and more upset the Dragon Country netizens are, the happier the Japanese netizens are. Under everyone's attention, Nagasaki Ikuru finally sneaked within 10 steps behind Qin Shi. Die! Nagasaki Ikuru showed a ferocious smile on his face, suddenly drew out his sword, and rushed towards Qin Shi like a hunting cheetah. It's only 10 steps away and can be reached in the blink of an eye. He aimed the sword in his hand at Qin Shi's neck and swung it down violently. No dash. Damn you Japanese devils. I'm going to Japan and tear down their shrine. In the live broadcast room, netizens from Longwa were extremely angry. Everyone looked a little desperate. Can there still be a miracle at this time? The sharp sword slashed down, and everyone had no doubt that the next moment, Qin Shi's head would fall to the ground. At this moment, Qin Shi was still sitting there leisurely with a smile on his lips, completely unprepared for Nagasaki Ikuru's sneak attack. This makes everyone even more worried. Even Zhao Huan, Li Lao and others who knew Qin Shi's identity and had great confidence in Qin Shi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Isn't Shenlong too arrogant? If he lets the Japanese chop him down, won't something unexpected happen? A senior executive couldn't help but shout. They knew that Qin Shi was very strong and would be fine even if he was hit head-on by a missile. But at this moment, Qin Shi, looking like an ordinary young man, was attacked from behind by Nagasaki Ikuru without any preparation, which still made them very nervous. Just wait and see, Shenlong will definitely be fine, Mr. Li said calmly. He knew that Qin Shi must have discovered Nagasaki Ikuru and others long ago. The reason for doing this is probably to make fun of Nagasaki Ikuru and his men. You know, all countries can contact explorers through Blue Star Consciousness and pass on some necessary intelligence. Although Nagasaki Ichiraku and his men acted very quickly, but Longwa had enough time to remind Qin Shi and others before they entered the lake base. Just now, Mr. Li had contacted Qin Shi through the Blue Star Consciousness and told Qin Shi about Nagasaki Ikuru and their conspiracy. Qin Shi said he understood, but did not notify Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia to make preparations. Obviously, he wanted to act alone and tease these Japanese people. From the beginning to the end, Mr. Li never worried about the safety of Qin Shi and the others. Except for the dangerous species, explorers from other countries cannot pose any threat to the Dragon Country explorers. Otherwise, since Japan had so blatantly attacked the Dragon Country explorers, how could the Dragon Country do nothing but issue severe condemnation? In his heart, Mr. Li actually felt pity for Ikuru Nagasaki and his men. I guess Nagasaki Ikizuru would never have thought what he was facing. Holding only a sword, he wanted to decapitate Qin Shi. Is the dragon so shameless? I succeeded. The sword hit Qin Shi's neck smoothly. The whole process was without any accidents. Nagasaki Ichiraku couldn't help but laugh excitedly on his face. The Japanese netizens in the live broadcast room were cheering. The faces of netizens in Longwa were dejected. However, the next moment, a scene that no one could believe happened. The sword hit Qin Shi's neck very smoothly. But the scene of people's heads falling to the ground during the Qin dynasty did not happen. On the contrary, the sword in Nagasaki Ikuru's hand made a huge metal collision sound, as if it was chopping on a piece of steel. The unexpected and terrifying rebound force made Nagasaki Ikuru's hands numb, and he almost fell down. How is that possible? Nagasaki Ikizuru opened his eyes wide and almost roared out. His sword couldn't even cut Qin Shi's neck? You know, the sword in his hand is not an ordinary thing, but a magic weapon made in Japan using high technology. The sharp blade is actually composed of countless tiny teeth running at high speed. This can result in extremely terrifying cutting capabilities. The blade can cut through even a piece of steel plate. He also took into consideration that Qin Shi was wearing combat uniform and was afraid that he could not kill Qin Shi with one knife. So he specifically chose to attack the neck, which could not be protected by the combat uniform. As a result, his knife couldn't even cut Qin Shi's neck. Even Nagasaki Ichiraku felt that the sword in his hand was damaged by the chopping and impact. Are you kidding? Can a person's neck be so stiff? The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Am I seeing things? Qin Shi's neck broke the sword apart? Hey, is this guy really a human? I suspect he was transformed from a ferocious beast. Just now, scales seem to appear on his neck. I've read too many novels before. They're just about the technology of Dragon Country. Only the United States is allowed to fuse mechas, but the Dragon Country is not allowed to have some black technology? That's right. Longwa is still a great power in the world. Although it is being targeted by the United States, France, Vigor, and other countries, its technological strength is much stronger than many small countries. Just now, Nagasaki Ikuru should have said that he cut Qin Shi's combat uniform. Everyone started discussing it intensely. All their attention was drawn to this scene. Chapter 32. Barehanded into the sword, and said that the Dragon Kingdom has no time. Nagasaki Ikuru didn't believe it. While Qin Shi hadn't reacted yet, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He swung his hands and slashed at the back of Qin Shi's head again. He just didn't believe that Qin Shi's head was made of steel. Even if it was made of steel, he would split it in half. Bang! The loud crash sounded again. Nagasaki Ichiraku was bounced out again. Even though he was prepared and not caught off guard like last time, he still felt his arm go numb. Qin Shi seemed to realize it belatedly and turned to look at him with a calm expression. Nagasaki Ikuru raised his sword without giving up, wanting to continue chopping. Have you had enough fun? Qin Shi looked at him calmly. Nagasaki Ichiraku couldn't help but tremble violently in his heart. Although Qin Shi's eyes were calm and his tone did not reveal any emotion, he felt as if he was facing a volcano that was about to erupt. The sword in his hand suddenly had nowhere to put. Misunderstanding. Do you believe me if I tell you this is a misunderstanding? Nagasaki Ichiraku forced an ugly smile on his face and said to Qin Shi, Misunderstanding? Sneaking into our camp in the middle of the night to attack us, and you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Qin Shi looked at Nagasaki Ikuru with a sneer. I think it's shameless. You're trying to find an excuse to excuse yourself after your sneak attack failed. Are our Dragon Nation explorers fools? Ha ha ha, don't you want to launch a sneak attack? Let's see how arrogant you are. Beat these little Japanese to death. The Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room shouted one after another, with expressions of relief on their faces. It can be said that the more depressed and desperate everyone was just now, the more excited they are now. Weren't you Japanese very awesome just now? Aren't you sure that our Dragon Country explorers will be defeated? Can you show me how arrogant you are again? The Japanese netizens were silent, and their faces looked uglier than if they had eaten a dead rat. At this moment, they are all questioning their lives. This script is wrong. The explorers from Dragon Country were able to block Nagasaki Ikuru's sneak attack. Is Longwa's protective clothing so awesome? They can understand that combat uniforms can block attacks on limbs and torso. But it can even protect the neck and head. This function is a bit too black technology. Didn't you see Qin Shi was wearing a helmet? Everyone was puzzled. Research departments in various countries were urgently mobilized to carefully analyze the scene of Nagasaki Ikuru's sneak attack on Qin Shi just now, trying to find out how Qin Shi defended against this attack. They were not expecting that the defensive performance of the Dragon Country combat uniform would be so strong. We must find the flaw quickly. However, the sky was dark, and Nagasaki Ikuru's attack on Qin Shi was so fast that it was difficult to analyze it carefully. Just now, netizens used the sparks created by the sword hitting Qin Shi's body to catch a glimpse of the dragon scales exposed on Qin Shi's neck. Everyone thought it was just an illusion. How is it possible for scales to grow on a person's body? It should be some changes in the Dragon Kingdom's combat uniforms. Anyway, research departments in various countries have analyzed it over and over again, but have not come up with anything. In the secret realm, facing Qin Shi's teasing gaze, Nagasaki Ichiraku showed an embarrassed and withdrawn expression on his face. His face showed misunderstanding, and his feet moved backwards as if he wanted to escape. However, there was a hidden murderous light flickering deep in his pupils. Looking at Qin Shi who was approaching, Nagasaki Ikuru suddenly shouted, raised the sword in his hand, and rushed towards Qin Shi again. It turned out that the words he said and the actions he took were all meant to confuse Qin Shi, in order to make Qin Shi relax his vigilance and create an opportunity for himself to launch a surprise attack. Fuck. Shameless. He said it was a misunderstanding, but then he stabbed me in the back. It's true that the little Japanese said one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. He's so cunning and treacherous. Be careful. Nagasaki Ikuru's sudden attack shocked everyone, and then there was a wave of indignation. No one could have thought that Nagasaki Ikuru would be so treacherous. Even at this time, he was still thinking of launching a sneak attack on Chinshur. The live broadcast room was immediately flooded with comments denouncing Ikuru Nagasaki. Even many netizens who support Japan are speechless at this time. Nagasaki Izuru acted so hypocritically and treacherously in front of the whole world, and he was such a blatant villain. They couldn't find any excuses even if they wanted to. What made Japanese netizens even more heartbroken was that even though Nagasaki Ikuru launched such a treacherous sneak attack, he was unable to hurt Chinshur. Chinshur had already noticed the vicious light flashing in Nagasaki Ichiraka's eyes, so naturally he wouldn't let him succeed. Facing the long sword that was chopped down by Nagasaki Ikura, Chinshur just stretched out his hand lightly and grabbed the sword in his hand. No matter how hard Nagasaki Ikuru pulled, he couldn't pull it back. Shit. Bare hands into a sword. They said that Longwa had no kung fu. Now it's proven. Chinshur's action of grabbing the sword made netizens' eyes light up, and many foreign netizens who love kung fu even shouted wildly in foreign languages. The next moment, something even more surprising happened. Chinshur looked at Nagasaki Ikuru with an expressionless face. He squeezed his palm slightly, and the sword in Nagasaki Ikura's hand broke. Broken. Such a miraculous scene made everyone's heart tremble. If Chinshur's barehanded encounter with swords just now could be explained by kung fu, then this scene was a little beyond everyone's understanding. Dragon Country Kung Fu originally had many barehanded fighting techniques, but I have never heard of any kind of kung fu that can crush steel. What's more, the sword in Nagasaki Ikuru's hand is not made of ordinary steel, but a special alloy. If Nagasaki Ikuru had not used the sword to chop down a tree before, everyone would have suspected whether the sword in his hand was made of paper. Nagasaki Ikuru was completely stunned. He wanted to continue attacking, but even his sword was crushed. How could he continue fighting? Are you going to hit it with your head? Holding the sword with only the hilt left, the continuous blows made Nagasaki Ikuru completely confused. Not good. The other three Japanese explorers realized that something was wrong when they saw that Ikuru Nagasaki's sneak attack had failed. Originally, they wanted to kill Chinshur quietly at close range. Now, I can't care about so much. The three Japanese explorers quickly took out their pistols and shot at Chinshur wildly. Seeing this, Chinshur curled his lips in disdain. He first kicked Nagasaki Ikuru away, and then ran towards the three Japanese explorers under the bullets. Sprint, kick, and punch, all in one smooth motion. In the blink of an eye, the three Japanese explorers followed in the footsteps of Ikuru Nagasaki and were beaten flying. As for the bullets they fired, they couldn't even penetrate his combat uniform, let alone his dragon scales. Chapter 33. It's cool. Is your blood boiling? My chin is awesome. Forgive my lack of education. I can say F***CK to you all. In the live broadcast room, all the Dragon Country netizens were excited when they saw Chinshur turning into a god of war and neatly taking care of several Japanese explorers. Some people were so happy that they jumped up on the spot. The ugly corners of the mouths of Japanese netizens have made everyone feel disgusted. Everyone watched the live broadcast from a god's perspective and felt an urgent sense of disappointment towards Chinshur, who looked so leisurely. Now Chinshur has swept away his leisurely look from before and transformed from a seemingly harmless sheep into a god of war, sweeping away the Japanese explorers. It's like everyone is eating ice cream in the dog days of summer. There are only two words to express the feeling in my heart. That is, so cool. Not to mention the netizens in Longwa, even many foreign netizens are fans of Chinshur. At the same time, more doubts arose in everyone's minds. There is no denying that Chinshur knew kung fu. But did he really rely on his own kung fu to crush the sword? And the action that just swept away the three Japanese explorers was also as fast as lightning and incredibly fast. Can humans achieve such speed? Or was it because of the combat uniform that Chinshur was able to achieve such performance? I think it's the combat suit's credit. After all, human physical strength is there. No matter how strong it is, there must be a limit. Have you forgotten England's super soldier in front of you? Super soldiers can indeed do this, but don't super soldiers have all kinds of problems? This can only be achieved through human body modification and sacrificing lifespan. Our country will not do such a cruel thing. Netizens started a heated debate. Some people believe that Chinshur is the hidden super warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, but it soon faced fierce rebuttal from netizens in Longwa. The so-called super soldiers are actually ordinary people who, through some technologies such as human body modification and gene mutation, can gain power far beyond their normal state. However, the various technologies related to super soldiers so far still have major flaws. For example, losing certain emotions, overdrawing potential, and shortening lifespan. Therefore, research on super soldiers has always been a taboo, and no country dares to talk about it openly. Even the super soldier explorers sent out by England this time were just a few soldiers who took some kind of potion to stimulate their potential, and no overly forbidden technology was used. Dragon Country is a people-oriented country, and it is impossible for it to use its own citizens for such inhumane experiments. Ultimately, the explanation that most people agree on is that Qin Shi Huang achieved this by wearing combat uniforms. The reason is simple. Before this, Nagasaki Ikuru had slashed Qin Shi's neck and the back of his head with his sword. Nothing happened during the Qin dynasty. This is something even super soldiers cannot do. Unless Qin Shi's body is made of steel. Is this possible? Anyway, no one believes it. Moreover, Qin Shi knocked Nagasaki Ikuru and 4 other men to the ground with his fists and feet, and they couldn't move at all. Looking at Nagasaki Ikuru and the others lying on the ground groaning in pain, it was obvious that they had lost the ability to resist. You know, the combat uniforms worn by Nagasaki Ikuru and others are not only invisible, but also have strong defensive capabilities, enough to withstand sniper rifle shooting. Wearing such combat uniforms, ordinary punches and kicks cannot hurt them, unless Qin Shi can break a mountain with one punch. But is this possible? If it is some function of the combat uniform, then it makes sense. It would be more acceptable to everyone if we attributed it to the function of the combat uniform. As for the small number of people who swore that they saw scales emerging on Qin Shi's body and that Qin Shi might have been transformed from some ferocious beast, they were simply ignored by everyone. A ferocious beast taking shape? Why don't you say that the Qin dynasty was a dragon descending to Earth? Soon, the discussion about Qin Shi's strength gradually subsided. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Shi, wanting to know what he would do next. Will he want to kill Nagasaki Ikuru and others? This is a bit bad. After all, they are all from Blue Star. What's wrong with that? Those who kill will be killed. Are the Japanese devils allowed to use knives on us, but we are not allowed to fight back? That's right. Which country are the first few from? They come to our Dragon Country live broadcast room and act like a saint. They meddle in other people's business too much? Why didn't I see you trying to dissuade the Japanese devils just now? Are you selective in your comments? Some people couldn't bear to see Nagasaki Ikuru and several others being killed, and immediately attracted fierce criticism from netizens in Longwa. Nagasaki Ikuru had tried to kill Qin Shi and the others. If Qin Shi hadn't been strong enough, he would have been dead by now. When Ikuru Nagasaki attacked Qin just now, he didn't see these saintly bitches. Now that Qin Shi has successfully counterattacked, these group of virgin bitches jumped out. What have you been doing so far? Qin Shi looked at Nagasaki, Iha, and the other 3. The expressions of Ikuru and the other 3 in Nagasaki immediately became nervous. They were feeling uneasy. Originally, it was thought that the sneak attack on Dragon Country's explorers was a sure thing, and that they could successfully occupy Dragon Country's base. Who knew that Dragon Country's explorers would be so strong? Qin Shi alone was able to completely defeat them. Now, they have become prisoners and can only wait anxiously for Qin Shi's judgment. What happened? Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia walked out of the tent. They heard the noise of a fight and were quickly awakened from their sleep. Just a few little thieves with bad intentions. Qin Shi said it lightly and told them about Nagasaki Ikuru and his men's sneak attack on the camp. What? They actually wanted to sneak attack us and seize our territory. Damn it. Damn Japanese devils. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia all shouted in shock and anger, and looked at Nagasaki Ikuru and the others with murderous eyes. There are deep historical conflicts between Longwa and Japan. It was a hatred that was difficult to wash away, formed by countless mountains of corpses and blood. Once upon a time, our ancestors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to drive the Japanese invaders out of the land of Dragon Country. Although the Japanese were driven out of the land of Longwa, they are still tirelessly targeting Longwa. Their ambition to devour Longwa has never been extinguished, and they have carried out countless conspiracies both overtly and covertly. Now, these Japanese devils actually want to seize their base. This is very similar to what happened when Japan invaded Longwa. New and old grudges surged into their hearts, making Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia's eyes red. They looked at Nagasaki Ikuru and the other 3 as if they were looking at 4 dead people. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. We must not let them go. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia looked at Qin Shi and said in unison with a determined look on their faces. When Nagasaki Ikuru and his 3 companions saw this, they immediately panicked. Chapter 34. What does Qin Shi want to do? No. What do you want to do? We all serve the blue star consciousness. You can't kill me. Nagasaki Ikuru screamed in fear as he met the murderous gazes of Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. The other 3 Japanese explorers also shouted, "We are all serving the blue star consciousness. Killing us would destroy the unity of the blue star humans. If you dare to kill us, Japan will not let you go." Does your dragon nation want to go to war with Japan? Under the threat of death, Ikuru and his 4 companions in Nagasaki showed their ugly side. The audience in the live broadcast room were all amused by their cowardly intimidation, threats, and pleas for mercy. Even many Japanese netizens couldn't stand it anymore and felt extremely ashamed. The performance of Ichiraku and his 4 companions from Nagasaki was a complete disgrace to Japan. Qin Shi was too lazy to look at them. When Ikura Nagasaki decided to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Kingdom base, they were already doomed to die. The reason why Qin Shi didn't kill them at the first time was just to tease them. Let them experience despair the moment they succeed, and regret their choices in endless fear. Otherwise, Qin Shi could smash them into pieces with just one punch. Disgusting guys, they only pollute the air when they are alive. Of course we have to kill them, but letting them die quickly is too easy for them. Qin Shi said indifferently. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia were immediately cheered up. They didn't have any other requirements, as long as they could kill these 4 damn guys. In the live broadcast room, Qin Shi's words caused quite a stir. What does Qin Shi mean by this? Does he want to torture Nagasaki Ikuru and others and then kill them? Although Nagasaki Ichikaku and his men deserve to die, killing them is not too much, and torturing them is a bit too much. This is a global live broadcast. Isn't it inappropriate to do this kind of thing in the live broadcast room? Everyone couldn't help but murmur. Even many people who supported Qin Shi in killing Nagasaki Ikuru and others felt that Qin Shi's actions were inappropriate. After all, Longwa has never had the habit of abusing prisoners of war. Even if you want to do it, just do it secretly. It is not good to do it in front of the whole world. Those who were against the Dragon Kingdom once again found reasons to attack Qin Shi. They criticized the Qin dynasty from a moral high ground for its inhumane behavior. However, neither support nor criticism could affect Qin Shi's decision. Qin Shi walked towards Nagasaki Ikuru and the other 3, stripped off their defensive uniforms and weapons, picked them up like a few chickens and ducks to be slaughtered, and walked towards the forest outside the lake. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia couldn't help but show curiosity in their eyes. They wondered how Qin Shi was going to deal with Nagasaki and the other 3. They followed Qin Shi and walked over together. Netizens in the live broadcast room also looked at Qin Shi curiously from the perspective of the live broadcast. However, Qin Shi carried Nagasaki Ikuru and the others into the forest, threw them out as casually as if they were garbage, and no longer cared about them. Oh? Is that all? Where's the promised torture? The netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately filled with question marks. Many people were very excited and were waiting to see how Qin Shi would torture Nagasaki Ikuru and the other 3. So, this is what they were shown? Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia all looked at Qin Shi in confusion. Qin Shi just threw Nagasaki Ikuru and the other 3 to the ground and ignored them. Isn't it to torture them and kill them? Don't worry, just keep watching. Qin Shi saw the confusion in Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia's eyes, and spoke to them indifferently. Based on their trust in Qin Shi, Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia suppressed their doubts and watched patiently. Nagasaki Ikuru and the other 3 were thrown to the ground by Qin Shi, and their bones were broken. They thought that what was waiting for them next would be some cruel torture. However, unexpectedly, Qin Shi ignored them. This filled them with doubts. But this is a good opportunity. Now in the forest, there are trees all around. They were thrown out, at least 10 meters away from Qin Shi. With the cover of the trees, they might be able to escape. Nagasaki Ikuru acted decisively, ignored the severe pain in his body, got up from the ground, and stumbled away. Wait for me. The other 3 Japanese explorers quickly followed. Qin Shi watched this scene coldly and did not try to stop it. Now, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were confused. What exactly does Qin Shi want to do? Could it be that he couldn't bear to kill people and wanted to spare Nagasaki Ikuru and his 4 men and 1 horse? Seeing Nagasaki Ikuru and the others running away, Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia all looked a little anxious. If they didn't trust Qin Shi, they would have been unable to help but question him. Qin calmly looked at the direction where Nagasaki Ikuru and the others were escaping, with a playful smile on his face, and said, "The show is about to begin." As Qin finished his words, as if a switch was turned on, a few desperate wails suddenly came from the distance. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia all trembled. This voice belongs to Izuru Nagasaki and his friends. At the same time, netizens in the live broadcast room saw that just when Nagasaki Ikuru and his friends fled into the forest, they thought they could shake off Qin and his friends and escape. Not far in front of them, two balls of green ghostly fire lit up. Wait until the distance gets closer. This is not a will-o'-the-wisp at all. It is clearly the eye of a one-star dangerous giant wolf. The giant wolf's eyes are green and glow at night, looking like green will-o'-the-wisp floating in the air. It was because they discovered the giant wolf that Nagasaki Ikuru and the others let out such desperate cries. Fuck. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. It's so fucking miserable. I can't bear to watch it any longer. The despair after hope is the deepest despair. No wonder Qin doesn't mind them running away. This is what Qin meant by torture. This torture is indeed cruel. Netizens all felt sorry for Nagasaki Ikuru and his friends. Anyone who thought he had escaped death only to fall into another desperate situation would probably go crazy with despair. Although Qin did not use various means to torture them, this kind of mental torture was the most painful. Ikuru and his 4 companions from Nagasaki collapsed to the ground, not even having the courage to escape. If their equipment was still there, they might be able to fight the giant wolf. However, their equipment had just been taken off by Qin, and they were now only wearing thin underwear. In front of a ferocious and dangerous species like the giant wolf, what was the difference between them and lambs to be slaughtered? There was endless regret and despair in Nagasaki Ikuru's eyes. He finally understood why Qin didn't stop them from escaping. It turned out that Qin wanted them to die in the mouth of the giant wolf. You're so cruel. Nagasaki Ichiraku looked in the direction of Qin and screamed desperately and madly. The next moment, a wolf howl was heard, and the giant wolf that pounced on its prey interrupted his shouting and took his life. Chapter 35 Global Push. Dragon Country is the first to gain territory. Qin watched this scene coldly. It was already very merciful to let Ikuru and 4 others from Nagasaki die in the mouth of the giant wolf. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia felt relieved upon seeing this. Anyone who invades our territory will be punished no matter how far away they are. Ichiraku and his 4 men from Nagasaki actually attempted to launch a surprise attack on them and occupy their lake base, which was about to become the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. They deserve to die. This can also serve as a deterrent to explorers from other countries. Dead. The Japanese explorers are out, so we can pair up with the explorers from Korea. Are you sure the ones in front will team up instead of fighting? In the live broadcast room, the death of Izuru and 4 others in Nagasaki sparked discussion again. Aubrey and other explorers from various countries had even more solemn expressions. The miserable end of Ikuru Nagasaki had a great impact on them. After this incident, anyone who wants to target Long Kingdom will probably have to think twice. And now, everyone with a discerning eye has seen that Qin is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Qin should have discovered them when Ikuru and his 4 companions from Nagasaki sneaked into the lake base. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to suddenly take over Zhu Yi's night watch. However, he did not say anything and acted as if he knew nothing, deliberately giving Nagasaki Ikuru and the others the illusion that the sneak attack could be successful. Give them hope, and then ruthlessly destroy it. It seemed that Qin did not do anything, but he made Nagasaki Ikuru and others experience mental torture like hell. This is a ruthless person. Aren't you curious? How did Qin find Nagasaki Ikuru and his group? How could he be sure that Nagasaki Ikuru and his group would encounter a giant wolf when they escaped? If they didn't encounter a giant wolf, wouldn't he be letting a tiger go back to the mountain? Someone in the live broadcast room asked curiously. Although everyone believes that Qin's strength comes from the combat uniform he wears. But there are some things that can't be explained using combat suits. Combat uniforms are not omnipotent. They can provide defense and combat power, but they can't predict where dangerous species will appear. Unfortunately, these questions are destined to remain unanswered. Everyone wants to know the answer, but the problem is that the top leaders of Longwa have remained silent. Only the top leaders of Dragon State know Qin's identity and origin. If they don't tell us, no matter how much we discuss it, it will still be unclear. Yes, Qin is so mysterious. Where did the country find such gods? It is said that the Dragon Nation's exploration personnel are poorly equipped and weak. Who dares to say that now? This battle during the Qin dynasty fully demonstrated the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, because Dragon Country's technology was jointly blocked by the United States, France, Vigeland, and other countries, explorers from various countries looked down on Qin Shi and his team, thinking that Qin Shi and his team's equipment was not good enough and it would be difficult for them to compete. Even a country like Kimchi dares to verbally challenge Dragon Country. Now, no one dares to underestimate Qin Shi and others anymore. It is said that Longhua's technology has been jointly blocked by Western countries. If Qin Shi's strength really depends on the blessing of his combat uniform, then everyone can only laugh. Even though technology was blocked, they were able to develop such powerful combat uniforms. If it wasn't blocked, wouldn't it be able to reach the sky? The technological blockades by the United States, France, Viagra, and other countries are probably just blockades in vain. The secret realm was very peaceful afterwards. After midnight, the lake base completely became the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for occupying the lake base for more than 3 days. Blue Star has taken over this area. The area within 500 meters around the lake will become the Dragon Nation's territory in the secret realm. The voice of Blue Star consciousness resounds in the minds of all mankind. Since this is the first piece of land in the secret realm of Blue Star, it is of great significance. Blue Star Consciousness specially gave a close-up recommendation to this good news in the live broadcast room. For a moment, all netizens saw a flashing golden light and the words that Dragon Country had successfully acquired a piece of territory. The golden light in the live broadcast room lasted for a full minute before gradually dissipating. Blue Star's consciousness is really powerful. My blood is boiling. This is my motherland. Although my eyes were almost blinded by the light, I still want to say that there can be more light like this. When the good news of Blue Star Consciousness spread, the entire Dragon Country suddenly fell into a carnival. The Dragon Kingdom was the first to occupy the secret land. This not only has important historical significance, but also contains huge practical benefits. Since the concept of modern nation-state became popular, it has been almost impossible for any country to expand its territory. Even if they want to take back the land that originally belonged to them, they will face a lot of pressure. And now, the Dragon Kingdom has indeed expanded its own territory. How could this not make everyone ecstatic? At this moment, the top leaders of other countries were all jealous. Looking at the messages pushed by Blue Star Consciousness in the live broadcast room, I felt envious, jealous, and hateful. Fuck. Why wasn't our great country the first to expand its territory? In the room of the President of the United States, the President was so jealous that he started cursing. They have developed so many advanced equipment for explorers and invested countless resources. As a result, the news of the first victory in exploring the secret realm was actually taken away by the Dragon Kingdom. Although Aubrey and his team also occupied a piece of mountainous area. But let's not talk about the fact that the environment and land area of that mountain area are not as good as the lake base. The glory of second place cannot be compared with that of first place. In the points ranking list of various countries drawn up by Blue Star Consciousness, Dragon Country is ranked first, overlooking all the countries below. The top leaders of Korea and Japan are so envious that they want to vomit blood. One of their country's explorers was devoured by a pack of giant wolves without leaving even a bone, and the other offended an explorer from the Dragon Country and was killed. This time, the two countries were destined to gain nothing from their exploration of the secret realm. The good news from the Dragon Kingdom announced by the Blue Star Consciousness was so dazzling in their eyes. It hurts. Afterwards, countries such as the United States, France, Vigeland, and the Maurya Kingdom also successfully turned the occupied territories into their own territories. However, Blue Star Consciousness only recommended it according to the process and did not publicize it as much as it did the good news to Dragon Country. After all, only the first place is worth promoting. There is no need to promote the second and third place again. The land occupied by other countries cannot be compared with that of Dragon Kingdom. These news have deeply hurt the hearts of the top leaders of Korea and Japan. Even many small countries that they looked down upon gained territory. These two countries, one claims to be the origin of the universe, and the other is ambitious to conquer the world, but they have gained nothing. Uncomfortable. In 3 days, the second batch of personnel will be transferred. Please prepare. After the territories occupied by various countries were incorporated into the territory of Blue Star Consciousness issued an announcement to all countries. Chapter 36, 3-Star Resources, Purple Flower. Are we going to start the second batch of personnel transmission? When the leaders of various countries heard the news released by Blue Star Consciousness, they were all greatly encouraged, especially Korea and Japan, which were kicked out. In this exploration mission, except for some unlucky countries, all the explorers were wiped out, and almost every country occupied some territory to a greater or lesser extent. This made people in Korea and Japan jealous to the point of going crazy. Looking at the gains of other countries, the top leaders of Korea and Japan were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They are looking forward to it, hoping that the second batch of transmissions will start as soon as possible. Only in this way can they send explorers into the secret territory again and catch up with other countries. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Now, the second personnel transfer is finally about to begin. The top leaders of Korea and Japan were so excited that they almost cried. Senior officials from other countries were equally excited. They have a base in the secret realm and have obtained a lot of intelligence about the secret realm. The second group of people can be selected specifically to better explore the secret realm. The 3 days passed quickly. Countries once again sent a group of explorers into the secret realm. This time, most countries chose to transport various powerful weapons into the secret realm, such as missiles, rocket launchers, grenades, etc. Through previous explorations, top leaders of various countries are well aware that humans are too weak in the face of dangerous species. If you want to get a good harvest in the secret realm, you must first face the threat of dangerous species. Only by increasing firepower can we compete with dangerous species for territory. Only Longwa's choice once again surprised everyone. With the transfer of the second batch of personnel, Longwa had 10 more vacancies on top of the original ones. Logically speaking, with such an advantage, Longwa can increase its firepower and strive to seize as much territory as possible before the next transmission arrives, thereby widening the gap with other countries. But unexpectedly, Longwa did not do so. Among the second batch of personnel, Longwa selected some talents and infrastructure to enter the secret realm to plan the lake base, and temporarily focus on rebuilding the lake base. This has puzzled all countries. Rebuilding the base is imperative, but it's definitely not a priority. Experts from various countries have analyzed the environment of the secret realm. Currently, the number of people from each country who can enter the secret realm is still too small. The best option at present is to continue to occupy the base. The number of personnel is too small, and not only will it take a long time to rebuild the garrison base, but the defense cannot be guaranteed. Longwa's choice is really unwise. However, all countries are happy to see this happen. The second batch of people sent in by Longwa included 10 more people than the original ones, which put tremendous pressure on other countries. There are 10 explorers, each carrying a batch of weapons. Their quantity and firepower alone can crush explorers from other countries. Now, it is the best thing that Longwa has given up this advantage. Even the top leaders of these countries are secretly mocking Long Kingdom. Even within the Dragon Kingdom, many people are puzzled by the country's choice. In this regard, the top leaders of Longwa did not give a clear explanation. There is no way. It's not that they are unwilling to explain, but they really don't know how to explain it to the masses. The reason why Longwa did this was because of the existence of Qin Shi. With Qin Shi around, Long Kingdom doesn't need to worry about insufficient firepower. In this case, we naturally need to consider carefully what to carry and how to plan the second round of personnel transfer. After some discussion, Mr. Lee and others decided that since Longwa did not need to worry about firepower issues, there was no need to waste time and opportunities on this issue, and they should first build the infrastructure. With a garrison base, when more people enter the secret realm in the future, Dragon Country will have a greater advantage. As for the task of continuing to explore the secret realm and occupy the territory, it was left to Qin Shi. This is a state secret, and people who are not aware of it will naturally think that such a decision is stupid. But it is not yet time to expose Qin Shi's existence. Qin Shi naturally didn't care about this. Even if Longwa sent more helpers, it would be of no benefit to him. There are too many people, which makes it a bit of a hindrance. Even Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jiao were brought along because Qin Shi needed help. After the new explorers from Dragon Country arrived, Qin Shi took Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, left the lake base and continued to move towards the depths of the secret realm. The secret realm is very large, and the area that everyone has explored before may not even be 1/10 of the secret realm. Even this forest, Qin Shi and his team are far from fully exploring. It took several days to occupy the base and transform it into the country's territory. Now that the occupied territory has been successfully transformed into national territory, it is natural to quickly carry out a new round of exploration. The Dragon Nation's explorers have already started a new round of exploration, but they are still the same team, without adding any new personnel or equipment. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? In the live broadcast room, Longwa's movements quickly attracted everyone's attention. After all, Longwa has been too much in the spotlight during this period. Qin Shi's identity and origin are also very mysterious, which makes people think a lot. Now, the new explorers have just entered the secret realm not long ago, and all countries are making preparations, but only Dragon Country has taken action so quickly. Naturally, everyone's eyes were focused on Qinshi and the others. Our explorers are taking action. Look, they are going deeper into the forest. I wonder what they will encounter next. The beautiful host from Dragon Country is online again to explain things to everyone. The environment in the forest is quiet and secluded, and the deeper you go, the more complex the terrain becomes. Various beast roars could be heard faintly all around. Needless to say, these sounds must come from dangerous species. The forest is vast, and there are countless creatures lurking there. The dangerous species are definitely not limited to giant wolves and blue water pythons. Fortunately, these roars of beasts only sounded in the distance and did not approach Qinshi and the others. This made the netizens in Longwa very happy. It seems that our explorers are lucky and have not encountered any dangerous species head-on. The beautiful host also showed a sweet smile of relief on her face. Of course, everyone didn't know that the reason these dangerous species didn't come close was not because Qinshi and his companions were lucky, but because Qinshi exuded the power of a dragon, which directly frightened them from a long distance. Faced with the might of the dragon, the dangerous species don't even have time to escape, so it's natural that they won't be foolish enough to crash into it. Suddenly, the voice of Blue Star Consciousness sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for discovering a 3-star resource, tentatively named Purple Flower. The purple flower can absorb the free energy in the void and transform it into a huge vitality, which can assist life in the evolution of bloodline. Chapter 37. Dragon Country explorers encounter 3-star dangerous species, and their mentality is balanced. What? Dragon Country discovered 3-star resources. Fuck. This is too good luck. Are the explorers from Dragon Country cheating? We found such a valuable resource right after we started exploring, and we didn't encounter any danger. This is really something to be envious of. With the reminder of Blue Star Consciousness, netizens were excited. The main purpose of various countries exploring secret realms is to find resources and solve the problem of resource shortage on the blue planet. The exploration operation has just begun not long ago, and everyone is still groping. Apart from the currently occupied territory and ordinary water resources, no particularly precious resources have been discovered. Qinshi and his team's discovery naturally cheered everyone up. Especially when they heard the description of the purple flower by the Blue Star Consciousness, everyone was extremely excited. Absorbing the free energy in the void and transforming it into tremendous vitality can enable one to achieve bloodline evolution. You can tell it's extraordinary just by listening to it. Listening to this description, it sounds a bit like the natural treasures described in novels. Will we be able to gain incredible abilities like in the novels if we eat it? Isn't this nonsense? I told you that you can evolve your bloodline. What does bloodline evolution mean? The bloodline level between us and the dangerous species is obviously not on the same level. If we evolve, maybe we can become as powerful as the dangerous species. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens were discussing the matter. Some people have raised questions about what Samsung resources mean. The Blue Star Consciousness quickly gave an explanation. Blue Star divides the resources in the secret realm into 9 stars. Among them, ordinary resources on the Blue Star are 1 star. For example, coal, electricity, etc. 2-star resources are rarer and more precious materials, nuclear energy, etc. As for 3-star resources, according to the standards of Blue Star Consciousness, there are no resources on Blue Star that can reach 3 stars. In other words, the purple flower discovered by Qinshi and his team surpassed all the resources on Blue Star in terms of level. The functions of the purple flower have made everyone jealous. Upon learning that the level of the purple flower is so high, netizens from other countries felt even more jealous. Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because I'm envious. What kind of divine luck is this for Longwa? Why do I feel like all the good luck since entering the secret realm outside the sky has been taken away by the explorers from Dragon Country? Qinshi and the others were also a little surprised. They didn't expect to discover the resources so quickly. Moreover, it is rated as a 3-star resource by Blue Star Consciousness. Qinshi raised his head and looked forward. He didn't see the purple flower. But since the Blue Star Consciousness said so, the purple flower must be not far from them. The Blue Star Consciousness wants to help you explore the secrets outside the sky and achieve a leap forward in Blue Star civilization. In the process of your exploration of the secrets outside the sky, it will provide you with some assistance. For example, They can scan the surrounding environment and analyze the types of dangers and resources they encounter within a certain range. Walk, Qin Shi said to Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, and quickened his pace and walked forward. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia all looked excited. Although we explored for most of the day and consumed a lot of energy, but knowing that there were 3 stars resources ahead, they felt their bodies suddenly filled with strength. After a while, Qin Shi and his friends saw the purple flowers. This is a very pretty-looking purple flower. The flowers are not very large, but bloom in clusters. Before their eyes was a sea of purple flowers. Alert! Alert! A 3-star dangerous species has been discovered, temporarily named Crazy Bee. The individual capabilities of this dangerous species are not strong, but there are too many of them. Their combined capabilities are enough to keep ordinary 3-star dangerous species away. At this moment, the voice of Blue Star Consciousness sounded again. The next moment, a buzzing sound was heard in the sea of flowers. Countless ferocious bees flew out from the sea of purple flowers, forming a dense shadow, rushing towards Qin Shi and the others. Shit, I'm having trypophobia? It's actually a 3-star dangerous species. Dragon Country explorers are in danger. Haha, now I feel balanced. When foreign netizens saw the sudden appearance of swarms of bees during the live broadcast, they got goosebumps all over their bodies and felt a sense of gloating. Qin Shi and his team explored for a long time and found 3-star resources without encountering any danger. This is so enviable. Now that they saw Qin Shi and the others encountered a 3-star dangerous species, everyone felt a lot more. Some people even started to mock with glee. I am glad to hear this. Don't the dragon people always say that there is no such thing as a free lunch? They are right. The comprehensive ability of the dangerous species has reached 3 stars, which makes ordinary 3-star dangerous species retreat. The Dragon Country explorers are in trouble. The Dragon Nation explorers thought they were lucky and discovered a 3-star resource, but who knew it was a huge pit? Maybe they will be wiped out this time. Foreign netizens posted comments one after another, and their joyful mood could be seen between the lines. In Longwa's live broadcast room, netizens' faces all became solemn. The overwhelming swarm of bees, if you pick out one alone, would be extremely ferocious and terrifying to look at. They are even more terrifying when they gather in groups. The beautiful hostess looked pale, and she forced herself to cheer up and said, "The situation is not good. Our explorers have encountered a 3-star dangerous species. However, Qin Shi and his team have encountered 3-star dangerous species before, and they also seized the lake base from them, so these crazy bees may not pose a threat to them." After hearing the words of the beautiful host, netizens in Longwa felt a little relieved. The foreign netizens who were gloating over the incident had slightly frozen expressions of excitement. Obviously, everyone remembered Qin Shi's performance when he encountered the dangerous species before. Be it the giant wolf pack or the 2-star dangerous species green water buffalo python, they all retreated obediently under Qin Shi's scolding. Although now they are facing a more powerful 3-star dangerous species. But no one could be sure that Qin Shi could not deal with this group of crazy bees. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Shi, wanting to see how Qin Shi would respond to this scene. Can Qin Shi continue his previous miracle and make the dangerous creatures flee in panic with just a scolding? The top leaders of the United States, France, England, and other countries have selected the best experts from each country to keep a close eye on Qin Shi's every move, trying to analyze his means of driving away the dangerous species. The Dragon Kingdom must have mastered a secret weapon that can affect dangerous species. This is a good opportunity. There will definitely be some actions to launch the secret weapon. You should analyze it carefully for me. I want to know what Qin Shi's secret weapon is. Find out how he activated the secret weapon and where it is hidden. We must find a way to get it. Analyze it for me. Don't miss even a single expression or a single subtle movement. Presidents, prime ministers, and chancellors of various countries all roared loudly. Chapter 38. Picking Peaches from Dragon Country. Qin Shi stood in front of Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. All the netizens in the live broadcast room looked at him intently. Everyone is curious. Can Qin Shi make the crazy bees retreat without a fight like he did with the giant wolf and the blue water buffalo python? However, Qin Shi did not scold the crazy bee. The reason why he scolded the giant wolf and the green water buffalo python before was because the giant wolf and the green water buffalo python had an IQ no less than that of normal humans and could understand the meaning of his words. Although this group of crazy bees is assessed by the Blue Star Consciousness as being at a higher level of danger, their IQ is actually lower than that of the giant wolves and the blue water buffalo pythons. Scolding a mad bee is like playing the lute to a cow. This kind of picture is a bit stupid just thinking about it. Qin Shi would never do such a stupid thing. The most important thing is that it's useless even if you speak up. This group of crazy bees were not affected by his dragon power. The crazy bees sensed a strange smell and gathered in a swarm and pounced towards them ferociously. It looked as if it was going to devour them all. Seeing this scene, the faces of netizens from Longwood darkened slightly. Foreign netizens all breathed a sigh of relief and became even happier. Haha, it looks like the Dragon Nation's explorers have run out of ideas. I thought he could still drive off this group of crazy bees. It seems that the 2 times he was able to drive off the giant wolf and the blue water buffalo python was really just luck. So, all luck is false. When exploring in a secret realm, it all depends on your strength. Foreign netizens resumed their superior attitude and commented on Qin Shi Huang in a condescending tone. These foreign netizens cannot bear to see the good things happening in Dragon Country. When Qin Shi was performing well before, they had been complaining and making all kinds of mocking and ridiculing. Now that Qin Shi's performance was slightly below everyone's expectations, they immediately jumped out impatiently, with all kinds of contempt and disdain in their words. The top leaders of the United States, France, England, and other countries have been paying close attention to Qin Shi's every move, trying to find out his secret weapon. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why didn't Qin Shi use his secret weapon? Could it be that Qin Shi was really relying on luck to drive off the giant wolf and the blue water buffalo python the first 2 times? Or is it that Dragon Country's secret weapon is useless against insects? Qin Shi didn't know what these people were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Looking at the black mass of mad bees in front of him, Qin Shi couldn't help but frown slightly. He was too lazy to get entangled with the dangerous species, and his dragon power was always on as he walked along. Logically speaking, dangerous species that are not strong enough and whose life level cannot compete with the dragon will definitely stay away from them as long as they sense the dragon power he releases. However, this group of crazy bees were not affected by the dragon power on him. This surprised Qin Shi. If the mad bee is picked out alone, its life level is not very high, so it should not be able to withstand his dragon power. Qin Shi looked at the swarm of crazy bees, and a powerful feeling spread towards them. Soon, Qin Shi found out the reason. It turned out that this group of crazy bees lacked sufficient wisdom and could not appreciate his dragon power. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Something like power has no actual killing power and can only serve as a deterrent. And only lives that can sense power will react to it. There is no such concept as power in the mad bee's cognition, so naturally it will not be scared away by Qin Shi's dragon power. It seems that it is impossible to drive away this group of bees effortlessly by relying on power. Qin Shi shook his head slightly. In that case, let's show off a little bit of our strength. What should we do now? Should we retreat first? Zhui asked Qin Shi with a serious expression. They knew Qin Shi's background, and they were also aware that Qin Shi had been releasing dragon power during today's exploration, which was why they did not encounter any dangerous species. This group of crazy bees in front of us are not afraid of Qin Shi's dragon power. This is a bit scary. The best way is to retreat first, go back and get weapons before coming back. Anyway, this sea of flowers won't run away. Haha, Dragon Country explorers, you'd better give up the purple flower. This is not something you can own. Only our beautiful country has the ability and qualifications to obtain such a precious resource. The Dragon Nation has shot itself in the foot this time. They were so busy rebuilding their garrison base that they didn't bring many artillery weapons. Even if they retreat, I'm afraid they won't be able to get weapons to deal with these crazy bees in a short period of time. Haha. Thank you, Dragon Nation, for finding 3-star resources for us. French exploration personnel are on the way to support us. The foreign netizens in the live broadcast room also realized that Qin Shi and his team's best option was to retreat temporarily, and they all laughed maliciously. During the Qin dynasty, they could retreat, but the Sea of Purple Flowers cannot retreat. This place has been discovered by explorers from other countries through live broadcasts. Explorers from other countries could take advantage of Qin Shi and his team's retreat to reap the benefits. At this moment, explorers from countries such as the United States, France, England, and the Peacock Kingdom have all rushed here. 3-star resources, what a precious thing. Who wouldn't want to have them? Since the explorers from Dragon Country were unable to obtain it, they accepted it without hesitation. Shameless. Qin Shi and his team discovered the purple flower, and this group of people actually want to take advantage of it. What's shameless? It was discovered by your Dragon Country explorers, but it's not your Dragon Country's thing. You can't get it yourself, blame us? The netizens in Long Country were extremely angry and started arguing with the foreign netizens, who immediately mocked them. In front of the sea of purple flowers. Faced with Zhu Yi's suggestion, Qin Shi shook his head. They could see the situation of other explorers and naturally knew that explorers from other countries were rushing here at this moment, wanting to compete for the purple flower. If we retreat now, we will undoubtedly hand over the purple flower to others. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng and Wu Jia's faces turned pale when they saw this, but they were helpless. They really have no reason to prevent explorers from other countries from coming over to compete. For a moment, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia didn't know whether they should retreat temporarily. Don't worry, they are overthinking if they want to pick the peaches of Dragon Country, Qin Shi said to Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng and Wu Jia. Since they were the ones who discovered the purple flower, no one can take it away from them. But this is a 3-star dangerous species after all, Zhu Yi said with a worried tone. She knew that Qin Shi was very strong, but she was not sure how strong he was and whether he could defeat the 3-star dangerous species. This inevitably made her feel a little uneasy. After all, this group of crazy bees are not afraid of Qin Shi's dragon power and are obviously difficult to deal with. No problem, Qin Shi said lightly, walking towards the sea of purple flowers with a calm face. Long Wei is just a means for him to be lazy and to repel the dangerous species once and for all. It's not like he can only rely on dragon power. Since dragon's might doesn't work, just take action. In fact, he also wanted to know how his true strength compared to the dangerous species. Can it crush the 3-star dangerous species? Chapter 39. The fog reappears, and the secret weapon of Dragon Country solves the case. Look, Qin Shi is walking towards Crazy Bee. What does he want to do? Is he going to deal with this swarm of bees on his own? Stupid. This is a 3-star dangerous species. Does he think that this is a giant wolf or a blue water buffalo python that can be scared away by just one sentence? Seeing Qin Shi walking towards the Zihan flower sea, netizens started discussing heatedly again. Everyone thought Qin Shi was a little stupid. Although if we retreat at this point, we will miss the 3-star resources that we have finally discovered. But it's better than losing your life. Did Qin Shi think that he could deal with this group of crazy bees? The faces of the netizens in Longhua all became nervous. They hoped that Qin Shi could scare away the dangerous species effortlessly, just like he did before. But is this possible? Everyone has analyzed before that Qin Shi was able to drink away the giant wolf and the blue water buffalo python because of luck. How could an ordinary human being possibly make dangerous creatures afraid? Maybe the giant wolf and the blue buffalo python were not in the mood to hunt before. But now, this group of crazy bees occupy this sea of purple flowers. Now, in the eyes of Crazy Bee, Qin Shi, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng and Wu Jia are just a group of invaders. Looking at the appearance of the crazy bees, it is clear that once Qin Shi gets close, they will definitely swarm over and drown him. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, the crazy bees showed an aggressive attitude. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Qin Shi walked towards the sea of purple flowers step by step, and soon he was less than 3 meters away from the crazy bees. When Qin Shi and his friends saw the sea of purple flowers, these crazy bees had already sensed the presence of strangers and flew away vigilantly. However, they did not attack Qin Shi and his men immediately. Now, Qin Shi approached, which immediately aroused the anger of the crazy bees. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a series of buzzing sounds rang out, forming an overwhelming sound wave that spread in all directions. Countless mad bees rushed towards Qin Shi. Although the Blue Star Consciousness named this group of dangerous species crazy bees, they are still very different from the bees on the Blue Star. The mad bee does not have a stinger at the tail, but instead has an extremely ferocious mouthpart. Their means of attack also rely on their mouthparts and secreted venom. Not good. The strength of this group of mad bees is extremely terrifying. Their mouthparts are very sharp, and they are probably enough to bite off steel in one bite. Ordinary defensive means are useless in front of the overwhelming mad bees. In Longhua's live broadcast room, an expert who was specially invited to analyze and explain the situation said with a pale face, "Mad bee is a dangerous species with comprehensive ability reaching 3 stars. Although it took a swarm of crazy bees to achieve a 3-star rating. But a single mad bee is much more terrifying than an ordinary 1-star dangerous species." Aubrey and others from the United States had also encountered flocks of dangerous falcons before. A single thunder falcon is a 1-star dangerous species, but if they form a group, they are comparable to 2-star dangerous species. Under the attack of the group of thunder falcons, half of the mechas of Aubrey and others were directly scrapped. And mad bees are much more terrifying than a swarm of thunder falcons. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that if Aubrey and his crew had encountered the mad bees while wearing mechas, they would definitely not have been as lucky as they were when they encountered the thunder falcon. The overwhelming swarm of bees was enough to chew the mechas they were wearing into pieces. Facing the swarm of bees, Qin Shi didn't show any nervousness on his face. "I just want to take the purple flower. I'm not interested in your lives, so get out of my way." Qin Shi looked at the swarm of bees rushing towards him calmly and spoke in an indifferent tone. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest. Call. Gusts of wind came out from the vines of the nearby trees, gathered together, and rushed towards the crazy bees. The strong wind was accompanied by gusts of white fog. The swarm of bees was about to rush to Qin Shi when they ran into the white fog. Suddenly, they seemed to be lost and couldn't find the direction. The originally black swarm of crazy bees suddenly fell into chaos. At the same time, the water vapor carried in the white mist adhered to the wings of the crazy bees, wetting their wings and making them unable to flap their wings, and they fell from the sky one by one. After a while, the swarm of bees that were so aggressive just now all fell to the ground and couldn't even fly. The crisis during the Qin dynasty was thus resolved. What's going on? Why is there such a thick fog suddenly? Shit. Humidity is a powerful killer against flying insects. Is this how the Qin dynasty's crisis is resolved? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Even the heavens are helping the Dragon Nation. This is so unfair. The foreign netizens who were waiting with great interest to see Qin Shi get humiliated suddenly looked uglier than if they had eaten a dead rat. The live broadcast room was filled with their angry insults and curses. This heavy fog was like timely rain for Qin Shi. Just when the swarm of bees was about to overwhelm Qin Shi, there was a sudden turn of events. This really made those foreign netizens who were hostile to the Dragon Country angry. Haha, this heavy fog comes just in time. God assists. It seems that even the heavens think that the purple flower should fall into the hands of our Dragon Country. The United States, France, England, and others are still dreaming of taking advantage of us. The Dragon Country netizens were all excited. Everyone thought Qin Shi was dead. Surrounded by a swarm of crazy bees, they really couldn't think of how Qin Shi could escape. Who knew that before the swarm of bees could surround Qin Shi, they were defeated by the sudden fog? I can only say that Qin Shi's luck is really good. As for why the heavy fog suddenly appeared, no one found it strange. There is heavy moisture in the forest, so it is normal for fog to appear. What's more, this is a secret place outside the universe, so it's not surprising if any strange weather happens here. Only the top leaders of countries such as the United States, France, and England, their eyes lit up as if they had grabbed the tail of the Dragon Country. In the presidential chamber of the beautiful country, the president stood up from his chair excitedly. Fog. It's fog. It's exactly the same fog as when the sea monster appeared. The President of the United States pointed at Qin Shi in the live broadcast room and shouted loudly, his chest heaving. It was unclear whether he was too excited or too angry. They have always believed that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered some secret weapon that can affect dangerous species, but there is no clear evidence. And now, with the appearance of this heavy fog, case solved. The Dragon Kingdom does have some secret weapon in its hands. This thick fog is very similar to the thick fog that appeared when the aircraft carrier was attacked by a sea monster before the U.S. fleet disappeared. The creatures shrouded in the fog completely lost their sense of direction and could only fly around like headless flies, at the mercy of the conspirators who caused the fog. The experience of the crazy bees shrouded in the fog was very similar to that of the American soldiers trapped in the fog at that time. This is definitely not a coincidence. When the United States fleet disappeared and its aircraft carrier was destroyed, it was all because of the Dragon Country's behind-the-scenes manipulation. That is why the United States has been targeted twice in a row. Chapter 40 Private Contents of Blue Star Consciousness. It's confirmed. The Dragon Nation has indeed mastered some kind of secret weapon that can not only affect dangerous species, but also create fog. I knew that the disappearance of the U.S. fleet and the destruction of the aircraft carrier were definitely not simple. How could it be such a coincidence that the sea monster appeared at the right time when the U.S. fleet and aircraft carrier invaded the Dragon Kingdom's waters instead of earlier or later? The Dragon Kingdom still swears that the sea monster has nothing to do with them. It's really despicable. The President of the United States, the President of France, the Prime Minister of England, and others held a private meeting to discuss the matter, and each of them looked excited. They were not afraid that Longwa had mastered some secret weapons, but they were afraid that they would not be able to confirm it. so they could only be suspicious in their hearts. As long as we can confirm this, things will be easy. Whether it's stealing, cheating, or robbing, there is always a way to get this secret weapon. As for the matter of joining forces to blockade Longwa technology, they all tacitly agreed not to discuss it anymore. After all, they joined forces to block Longwa's technology, thinking that they could crush Longwa in terms of technological equipment. Who would have known that Longwa could come up with such powerful black technology? This is so embarrassing. They didn't know that Qin Shi didn't have any secret weapons at all. This was nothing more than the fog created by Qin Shi using his innate ability to ride on clouds and mist. In the secret realm, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia, when they saw the swarm of bees being dispersed by the fog, their tense expressions immediately relaxed. The scene of the swarming bees just now really scared them to death, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Fortunately, Qin Shi is powerful enough. As expected of a Shenlong, it seems that even a 3-star dangerous creature is no match for the Shenlong. Zhu Yi thought to himself. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that the country had decided to devote resources to cultivating Qin Shi. If it weren't for Qin Shi, they would definitely not have been so successful in the secret realm. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for defeating the crazy bee and obtaining the 3-star resource purple flower. The reminder from Blue Star Consciousness drew everyone's attention back to the sea of purple flowers. Without the threat of the swarm of crazy bees, the purple flower sea would be within Qin Shi and his men's grasp. Seeing this scene, foreign netizens couldn't help but sigh and feel very unwilling. In their opinion, Longwa's luck is really good. The last time the green water buffalo python retreated, Longwa got a lake base for nothing. This time, the heavy fog helped Qin Shi and his team defeat the swarm of crazy bees, allowing Longwa to pick up the purple flower sea for free. Why weren't the explorers from their country the ones who discovered the purple flower sea? If this is the case, they can also experience the joy of getting something for free. Qin Shi walked towards the sea of purple flowers. When he arrived in front of the sea of purple flowers, he suddenly felt a powerful vitality in the air. As expected of a 3-star resource, it makes my bloodline eager to move. Unfortunately, these purple flowers are of little use to me. Qin Shi looked at the sea of purple flowers with a slightly regretful look in his eyes. The main function of the purple flower is to help organisms achieve bloodline evolution. But he is a divine dragon, and the dragon's blood itself is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. The purple flower might be able to enhance his strength, but it would be of no help to his bloodline. However, if we use the purple flower to enhance our strength, it would be a waste of resources. At this moment, the voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang in Qin Shi's mind. Since the exploration of secret realms requires powerful combat power, and considering that the overall quality of humans is currently too low, do we need to use the purple flower to help the dragon people evolve their bloodline and embark on the path of transcendence? These words were sent privately by Blue Star's consciousness directly to Qin Shi. Obviously, the Blue Star consciousness knew Qin Shi's identity and also understood that it was Qin Shi's credit that the Dragon Kingdom was able to obtain the purple Han flower. So it assumed that Qin Shi had the power to dispose of the purple Han flower. If Qin Shi didn't want to, he could take the purple flower for himself. All Dragon Country people? Qin Shi asked Lan Xing's consciousness. The Blue Star consciousness replied, yes, you can also set conditions or designate candidates. Qin Shi said thoughtfully, I need to think about it carefully. He had no intention of taking the purple flower for himself. Although the purple flower is precious, it is of little help to him. In comparison, using the purple flower to allow the dragon people to achieve bloodline evolution is the true way to make the best use of resources. Longwa had helped Qin Shi a lot, so Qin Shi would naturally not refuse the opportunity to help Longwa. However, this matter needs to be discussed with Zhao Huan, Mr. Li and others. Qin Shi contacted Zhao Huan and Li Lao and repeated the words of Blue Star consciousness to them. After hearing Qin Shi's words, Zhao Huan suddenly became excited. Even though Mr. Li had experienced countless storms, at this moment a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and his body shook violently. The Blue Star consciousness can actually use the purple flower to help the dragon people achieve bloodline evolution. This is such a surprise. Seeing Qin Shi and his team get the purple flower, Zhao Huan, Li Lao and others had already started thinking about how to use this resource. However, all their plans are nothing compared to the Blue Star consciousness. The Dragon Kingdom has always had a culture of worshipping immortals and admiring Taoism. From ancient times to the present, countless people have pursued extraordinary powers. When Zhao Huan and Li Lao were young, they also dreamed of flying. Now, that dream may become a reality. How could this not make them ecstatic? Once the people of Dragon Country achieve bloodline evolution, one can imagine how the strength of Dragon Country will skyrocket. This will also be of great benefit to Dragon Country's exploration of the secret realms beyond the sky. At present, the efficiency of various countries' exploration of the secret realms beyond the sky is still too low. The reason is that human physical fitness is too poor. Even with the help of technological means, humans still do not have much advantage in the face of dangerous species. Now, our exploration of the secret realms beyond the sky is only in its initial stages. Compared with the entire secret realm outside the sky, the scope of the secret realm currently explored is not even a drop in the ocean. Once a 4-star, 5-star, or even more powerful dangerous species appears, humanity's technological weapons may become completely useless. If you want to explore the secret realms beyond the sky and protect the blue planet from being swallowed by them, you must embark on the path of transcendence. However, the choice of the Dragon Nation person who will achieve bloodline evolution must be carefully considered. The Dragon Kingdom is huge, with good and bad people living together. Such precious resources cannot be wasted on some scum. It just so happens that many dragon people have been bewitched during this period and want to renounce their dragon nationality. We might as well set up a trap to clear out these people with ulterior motives. Zhao Huan suggested to Mr. Li. Mr. Li nodded. The resources that the country has obtained with great difficulty must not be wasted. These people with ulterior motives will not feel any gratitude towards the country even if their bloodlines evolve. Wasting resources on them will only benefit others. Chapter 41. Sensational news around the world, give them freedom. Just discuss this matter between you two. When it's done, notify me and I'll ask the Blue Star Consciousness to help realize the bloodline evolution for the selected person. Qin Shi said to Zhao Huan and Mr. Li. Zhao Huan and Mr. Li nodded. The next day, a piece of news shocked Blue Star. Dragon Country official. In order to cope with the exploration of secret places, Longwa will launch a special plan, calling on foreign professors, experts, students, tourists, overseas immigrants, etc. to return to Longwa as soon as possible. For a period of half a month, those who fail to return to Longwa within the deadline will not be able to participate in the plan. At the same time, Dragon Country's embassies in various countries also issued notices. The Embassy of the United States will be opened soon. All citizens of the Dragon Country, please return to the Dragon Country as soon as possible. In half a month, the embassy will be withdrawn to the Dragon Country. The Dragon Kingdom's embassies stationed in France, England, Japan, and the Peacock Kingdom all issued the same statement. This news instantly made the entire blue planet boil. It was so sudden. It's too weird. Out of the blue, Dragon Country is actually going to recall foreigners, evacuate its citizens, and withdraw its embassy. What does Longwa want to do? In the live broadcast room, netizens from all over the world started discussing crazily. The Dragon Kingdom has become the focus of attention of all human beings on Blue Star. What's the meaning of Longwa suddenly doing this? What's that special plan? Has the Dragon Nation gone mad? Do they want to return to their former state of isolation? What does Longwa want to do? Contact Longwa quickly. I want to know their purpose. Special plan? Mobilize all those spies and find out the content of Dragon Country's plan. Senior officials from various countries were urgently mobilized and frantically called senior officials from Long Country to inquire about the news. As a major country in the world, every move of Longwa affects the changes in the global situation. Even though all countries are now focusing on exploring the secret realms beyond the sky, this incident has caused an uproar. Especially countries like the United States, France, England, etc., which regard Longwa as a thorn in their eyes. Before the secret realm outside the sky was opened, the Dragon Kingdom had done many inexplicable things. For example, a large amount of resources were collected from all over the country, and even purchased from other countries at high prices, even at the cost of slowing down economic development. To this day, they still don't know what the resources mobilized by Longwa were used for. If these disappeared resources were used to build some kind of technological weapons, what would be built would certainly be an extremely large war machine. However, they have not yet discovered what additional weapons the Dragon Kingdom has. This kind of mystery and unknown is what all countries fear the most. Now, Longwa is going to recall foreigners and even withdraw its embassies stationed in various countries. It immediately touched their nerves. They were really uneasy until they understood the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, allied countries such as Pakistan and the Bear Kingdom, which have a relatively good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, although also puzzled by the Dragon Kingdom's decision, still expressed their support. They even secretly asked Longwa what his plans were and whether he could help them. These allied countries still admire the Dragon Kingdom very much. Looking at the development history of manhwa, the decisions made by manhwa, even some that seemed ridiculous at first, were later proved to be correct by facts. They didn't think manhwa was crazy. There must be a deep meaning behind manhwa's decision. Especially now that the secret realm of outer space has arrived, the international situation is changing day by day. The Dragon Kingdom's gains in the secret realm were far superior. This decision might be the Dragon Kingdom's plan for the secret realm outside the sky. If they can seize this opportunity and cooperate with manhwa, perhaps their country can also gain a lot of benefits. Dragon Country. What's the reaction from the outside world? Inside the study, Mr. Lee asked his secretary indifferently. The secretary carefully considered the matter and replied, "In China, the response has been very enthusiastic. Although everyone has doubts, they still choose to believe in the country and express their support for the country's actions. Abroad, the reactions were mostly negative. While countries were puzzled, they all held a disdainful attitude and thought that manhwa had gone crazy." Mr. Lee smiled faintly and said, "It's expected. How are the reactions from foreigners and those groups in China?" The secretary knew who Mr. Lee was referring to and replied, "Most foreigners also support the country's actions. Of course, there are also some people who are resistant to this and are unwilling to cooperate with the country's work. Those in China who worship foreign things and those who have been brainwashed by foreign forces are actively looking for opportunities to go abroad, stimulated by the information we have released. Everything is going according to plan." The purpose of manhwa's action this time is to recall patriotic people and clean up certain parasites in the country. Therefore, in addition to the above news, there are also a lot of rumors circulating privately. For example, manhwa will increase control over going abroad and changing nationality. The Dragon Kingdom is preparing to enter the secret realm outside the sky in a large scale. These news are like a bolt from the blue for some groups. Any true patriot will be excited to hear this news and think about serving the country. However, those who worship foreign things, businessmen, celebrities, etc., who only care about their own interests, do not think so. There will always be people in the world who only want to enjoy rights but are unwilling to fulfill their obligations. To them, whoever allows them to lie down and enjoy themselves is their motherland. Now, manhwa has made such a big move, which may require them to fulfill their obligations, which they are naturally unhappy about. The secret realm is so dangerous. Don't be fooled by the fact that when everyone is watching the live broadcast, they are all eager to rush into the secret realm and kill everyone. But if we really let them enter the secret realm, I'm afraid everyone will hide farther away than anyone else. What's more, some of these people admire life abroad, while some wealthy people and celebrities transfer their assets abroad in order to evade taxes. They have always wanted to change their nationality. When they learned that manhwa would strengthen the review of changes in nationality, they immediately became anxious. Everyone is busy trying to find connections and use various methods to apply for immigration and can't wait to go abroad. In this regard, various departments have long been notified. On the surface, it is said that the review will be strengthened, but in fact, as long as someone wants to change their nationality, it will be approved if there are no problems. Because these were originally released secretly by the country, with the purpose of putting pressure on those who are in Dragon Country but their hearts are elsewhere, and forcing them to make a choice. Don't they want to be dragon people? In this case, the state will set you free. Of course, some people may not be patriotic, but they may not change their nationality and immigrate abroad. For example, some anti-manhwa elements, spies trained by foreign forces, people who try to split manhwa, etc. Although they are still in Long Country, they have long been on Long Country's blacklist. They have no part in bloodline evolution. Chapter 42A moment that attracted world attention. Following the news released by Dragon Country, dragon people all over the world took action. Not to mention those who are running around trying to change their nationality and immigrate overseas. Beautiful country. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to return to Dragon Country? In a dormitory at MIT, several international students are trying earnestly to persuade another person. Yeah, what's so good about returning to China? There are so many restrictions in China. In the United States, there is so much freedom. Why go back and suffer? In foreign countries, we can speak freely, go out clubbing every day, and don't wear masks. Is this possible in China? The person being persuaded was a thin-looking young man who was packing his luggage in an orderly manner and paid no attention to the persuasion of his roommates. Which country can be perfect? There may be many problems in the country, but at least it is the safest environment in the world, where there are no frequent shootings and no robberies and riots from time to time. Most importantly, he is a dragon countryman. He was able to study in the United States thanks to the government's funding behind the scenes. When he was qualified to study abroad, he decided in his heart that he would study hard, return to his motherland in the future, and contribute to its future development. Now that the country has issued a call, it is time for everyone to step forward. How can he turn a deaf ear to it? Soon, the young man packed his luggage. He said to his roommates solemnly, "The country may still have flaws, so we should respond to the country's call and go back to contribute to its development. Besides, things abroad may not be as good as they are at home. Please remember, we are dragon people after all." After saying this, the young man left resolutely without looking back. The other people looked at each other, with some disdain in their eyes. "Bah, you're crazy. Life abroad is so comfortable, the air is fresher than at home. Not only will it be hard and stressful to go back, but there are also so many restrictions in all aspects. Fuck, let him go. When he returns to Dragon Country, he won't be able to breathe the air of freedom. Then we'll see how he regrets it. Let's go. Let's go drink Coke, go to the movies, and ignore this idiot." Several people cursed and sneered, showing disdain for what the young man said. Similar things are happening in every country. Some people heard the call of the country and resolutely put down their work and returned home. Some people are hesitant and don't know what to do. Some people scoff at this and just do what they usually do. Kimchi country. Hey, your motherland has issued a message calling on foreigners to go back. Do you want to go back? In a certain school, several girls were walking on the street arm in arm, and one of them asked a foreign student from Longwa. The heavily made-up girl curled her lips in disdain and said without hesitation, "Of course not. What's the point of going back? There are oppas in Dragon Country. Is there an air of freedom?" She just couldn't stand the environment in Longwa, so she asked her father, the CEO of a Fortune 500 company in Longwa, for help and let her study in Korea. Here, she doesn't have to bear heavy academic workload, and no one is there to discipline her. Eat whatever you want. Play however you want. How could she be so free in China? Only idiots would think of going back. Half a month passed quickly. During this period, the international situation has been turbulent. The eyes of all countries have been fixed on Longwa, wanting to see what Longwa is trying to do. And with the return of foreigners, Longwa's plan has reached its final stage. In the study, Mr. Lee said to his secretary, "Contact Qin Shi and let the Blue Star consciousness help everyone evolve their bloodlines." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom present lit up. Is it finally starting? They couldn't wait any longer. With the evolution of bloodline, the Dragon Kingdom will embark on the road to transcendence from now on. As the first country on Blue Planet to obtain the qualifications for bloodline evolution, what a powerful advantage this is. As long as Longwa does not make any big mistakes, it can definitely stay ahead step by step. Even if other countries obtain the qualifications for bloodline evolution in the future, they will be left far behind by Dragon Country. This will be a historic moment. The senior officials present were eager to make the country soar to the top of the world, and they devoted countless efforts to this end. Now, the motherland to which they have devoted their entire lives finally has the hope of soaring to the top of the world. How can they not be excited and unable to control their emotions? Qin Shi received the news and immediately contacted Blue Star Consciousness. At the same time, the official issued another notice. All Dragon Country citizens, please note that Dragon Country's special plan will be completely completed at 8 o'clock tonight. Please find a safe location, cooperate with the protection of relevant national personnel, stay assured of what is happening, and don't panic. This news from Longwa has once again sparked heated discussions around the world. There is also a lot of discussion about this in the country. After waiting for so long, is the country's special plan finally going to reveal its true colors? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the country's special plan is. The authorities told us to find a safe location. What does that mean? Will the special plan be very dangerous? The live broadcast room was full of everyone's discussions. Foreign netizens are also full of speculations about this. The Dragon Country is making a big move. After such a long time, I still can't tell what they want to do. I only see countless Dragon Country people gathering back to the Dragon Country. Are they planning to enter the secret realm outside the sky together? Don't be ridiculous. Currently, if we want to enter the outer secret realm, we can only rely on Blue Star Consciousness to teleport. There is a huge limit on the number of people. If Dragon Country's more than 1 billion people are all teleported to the secret realm, do you want to tire Blue Star Consciousness to death? I would boldly guess that the Dragon Nation is about to ascend to the sky. Keep a close eye on Longwa. I want to know what Longwa's plan is as soon as possible. From the president's room, the stern voice of the president was heard. Senior officials from other countries also sent people to keep an eye on Dragon Country's every move. During this period, they sent a large number of personnel into Longwa to find out what Longwa's plan was. The result was naturally nothing. Although they mobilized public opinion internationally and ridiculed Longwa's decision, netizens from all over the world are also watching the fun, observing Dragon Country's every move. Many people were dismissive of Longwa's decision, thinking that Longwa was going crazy, and ridiculed him in various ways during the live broadcast. But the top leaders of various countries have never let down their vigilance against the Dragon Kingdom. The true face of Longwa's plan is about to be revealed, which makes them nervous. They hope very much that Longwa will not cause any more trouble. Time passes by little. As people from all over the world watched with tension, expectation, anxiety, or disdain, the clock finally arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening in Dragon Country time. The world is paying attention to this moment. People all over the world witness together the extraordinariness of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 43. This is the glory of the Dragon people. The time has come. What is Longwa's plan? Netizens from all over the world couldn't wait to ask. Everyone said they were dismissive of Longwa's plan, but they were still honest. It was only 8 o'clock, and they couldn't help but ask various questions. At this time, inside the Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of people gathered in a huge square. They are residents of the neighborhood. The evolution of blood will cause some changes in everyone's body. For example, becoming younger, stronger, etc. Sudden changes may make it difficult for everyone to adapt. It's okay to cause damage to the surrounding environment, but I'm afraid of hurting myself or others. In order to prevent accidents, the country asks everyone to find a safe place. As for the police, medical staff, etc. nearby, they provide another level of protection. Everyone gathered in the square, whispering and talking. What's going on? Didn't you say there was some special plan? Why don't I feel any changes? Someone shouted impatiently. Just at this moment, a mysterious wave, accompanied by special energy, swept across the citizens of Dragon Country. The young man who had just spoken was stunned. He just felt that all the sounds around him seemed to have disappeared. He seemed to be out of touch with reality, suspended in an endless void. An inexplicable force surged within the body. This process is short. After the young man came to his senses, he thought he was dizzy and had hallucinations due to insufficient blood supply to his brain. But the next moment, the young man found that his body became lighter. Looking down, he found that his whole body was floating up from the ground beside him. What the hell? What's going on? The young man screamed in fear and waved his hands, creating gusts of wind around him. At the same time, various changes also occurred in other people around. Some people have visibly changed and become younger. The wrinkles on their faces have all disappeared, as if they have regained their youth. Some people had red flames coming out of their heads, but their hair was not burned. Some people felt that they had become stronger, so they put their hands on the chair next to them and accidentally crushed the chair. For a while, various situations occurred frequently in the square. Similar things happened all over Dragon Country. Similar changes also occurred in the police, medical staff, and others who were providing security nearby. However, as they were well-trained professionals, there wasn't much chaos. Soon, policemen stepped forward and restrained some people who could not control their strength. Medical staff rushed forward to treat those who fainted because they could not bear the evolution of their bloodlines. When the changes happening to the people of Dragon Country were broadcast live, foreign netizens were all stunned. Am I dazzled? Why do I see flames coming out of that Dragon Country guy? Oh my god, that dragon guy is flying. Oh my god, are the dragon people performing a large-scale magic show? Netizens were a little bit unbelievable for a moment. The scene before my eyes was really too shocking. With bloodline evolution, there is a certain chance of mastering certain superpowers. Although among 100 people, not only one person may be able to awaken the ability. But the population of Dragon Country is so large that even if one is picked from 10,000 or one from 100,000, the number of people who can awaken their abilities is still considerable. With so many people awakening their abilities, and various kinds of abilities appearing, it is almost dazzling the eyes of foreign netizens. I feel like many of my old ailments have disappeared, and I feel younger. Is this the country's plan? Let us awaken our abilities. Haha, you are worthy of being my motherland. I have no regrets about being born in Dragon Country in this life. I will still be a Dragon Country citizen in the next life. The Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room came online to share the changes in themselves. Everyone was in high spirits, and each word was filled with deep joy. This is blatant showing off. Foreign netizens were so moved that they wished they could replace him. What's going on? Why do the citizens of Dragon Country suddenly awaken various abilities? When the President of the United States learned about this, he immediately roared. The faces of the senior officials of countries such as France, England, Japan, and the Peacock Kingdom suddenly turned ugly, even a little frightened. They knew very well what it meant that the citizens of Dragon Country had awakened their abilities on a large scale. The overall strength of Dragon Country will usher in a period of rapid development and completely surpass other countries. This is absolutely devastating news for those countries that are hostile to the Dragon Kingdom. Hurry up and consult Longwa to find out what is going on. The President of the United States roared and ordered his men. Senior officials from other countries also called to inquire. They had to figure out what was going on. Why are the citizens of Dragon Country able to suddenly awaken their abilities? Can their country do this as well? Fearing that Longwa would keep the truth secret and refuse to speak, these countries even united and made a gesture of forcing the emperor to abdicate. If the Great Dragon Kingdom doesn't reveal its secret, it will be at odds with the whole world. Faced with the questioning from these countries, the Dragon Country officials appeared very calm. The Dragon Kingdom today is no longer the country that would be attacked by others in the past. You want to interrogate Longwa, but who gave you the courage? Of course, Longwa had no intention of hiding it from everyone. After all, this kind of thing, if you think about it a little, you will quickly understand it. It's just that it happened too suddenly, and they were so shocked that they couldn't wrap their minds around it for a while. The Dragon Country officials ignored the inquiries from these countries and instead released a piece of good news for all Dragon countrymen. This is the glory of the Dragon Country. Thanks to the explorers who fought for this opportunity for the Dragon Country. As the news spread, everyone reacted quickly. This change in Dragon Country is related to the secret realm outside the sky. Yes, bloodline evolution. This is the effect of the purple flower. The effect of the purple flower is so powerful that it can make the bloodlines of so many dragon people evolve. I'm jealous, netizens suddenly realized. However, learning the truth did not make everyone feel better, but made everyone even more jealous. The purple flower from Longwa was picked up for free. As a result, Longwa gained such a huge benefit. Why didn't such a huge benefit fall on them? As much as these netizens despised and disdained Longwa's decision before, they are now envious. Looking back at my previous comments, I realized that I was the stupid one. If these foreign netizens are just envious, jealous, and hateful. So, those Long people who have used various means to change their nationality and immigrated overseas in the past half-month, as well as those businessmen, celebrities, experts, international students, etc. who have ignored Long's notice and insisted on staying in foreign countries, are truly heartbroken. Chapter 44. We are dragon people. We also want to enjoy rights. Before, these dragon people were very resistant to the country's decisions. They were afraid that the country would conscript them into secret places and ask them to contribute money and effort. To this end, they tried every possible means and used all their connections to transfer their assets abroad and change their nationality. Those who were already overseas continued to enjoy their overseas life leisurely and ignored the country's notices. In their hearts, the country does not exist at all. In their eyes, those who responded to the country's call were simply a bunch of idiots. It was not until now that they realized that they were the real idiots. Beautiful country. A wealthy man who had just transferred his assets to the United States and immigrated with his family saw the changes in the people of Dragon Country. He suddenly collapsed to the ground and burst into tears with snot, ignoring the strange looks from the people around him. Why am I so stupid? What's the use of all this wealth? The rich man's heart was filled with deep regret, especially when he saw that some dragon people who were already in their 70s or 80s had returned to youth after blood evolution. His heart was ached like needles. The rich man is now nearly 70 years old and his youth is gone. For a rich man like him, no matter how much money he has, it is just a number. If he could restore his youthful vitality and prolong his life, he would be willing to pay any price. However, there was an opportunity to regain his youth right in front of him, but he did not cherish it. The tycoon's family members felt deeply saddened when they saw him crying loudly, and they didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. Their hearts were also overwhelmed by deep pain and regret. If they knew about Longwa's plan, how could they change their nationality and immigrate? No matter how much assets you have, can they buy youth and ability? Kimchi Country. The heavily made-up girl studying abroad called her father and said, "Dad, I want to return to China. Can you let me go back to undergo bloodline evolution?" On the other end of the phone, the father of the overseas student was silent for a while. The overseas student waited anxiously for a while and couldn't help asking again, "Dad, did you hear that?" The father of the girl studying abroad frowned, and after a long while he said in a low voice, "You can come back. but it is impossible for you to obtain the qualification for bloodline evolution. The overseas student heard this and her voice suddenly became louder. Why? I am also a dragon countryman. Why can't I be qualified to have my bloodline evolved? Why? You are telling me why now? What were you doing before? The suppressed emotions of the girl's father were instantly ignited, and he roared unsuccessfully. I told you to come back and respond to the country's call, but you refused to listen. Now you want to come back because you see the benefits. Do you think the country is your father and will spoil you in everything? The father of the girl studying abroad is the president of a large company in Longwa and is well informed. After he learned about bloodline evolution, he asked someone to inquire about it, hoping to reserve a qualification for his daughter. But this time the country's attitude is very firm. It doesn't mean that anyone with Dragon Nation nationality and bloodline will be qualified to have their bloodline evolve. If one does not love his country in his heart, even if he is a genuine dragon citizen, he will not have the opportunity to evolve his bloodline. When the overseas student heard this, she was completely stunned. How so? In the past, she was a princess loved by everyone, and her father could get her anything she wanted. Why didn't it work this time? She was unwilling to accept it. This is a superpower. Especially when she saw that those Longwa classmates whom she used to look down upon all gained abilities, she became extremely jealous. Those who have inferior family backgrounds to hers can obtain the qualifications for bloodline evolution, so why can't she? No, I can't just give in like this. I want to protest. I am also a dragon countryman, and I am also qualified to undergo bloodline evolution. The female student's eyes flickered, and she planned to call on other international students to protest together. She knew that there were many people like her who ignored the notification from Dragon Country and failed to return to the country, thus missing the opportunity to obtain bloodline evolution. These people's families are either rich or noble, and some are even high-ranking officials. Everyone united to protest, and the Dragon Country officials absolutely dared not ignore it. Soon, a letter of protest signed by many international students circulated on the internet. Many international students who did not have the opportunity to evolve their bloodlines came out to protest, saying that they are also dragon people and have the right to enjoy bloodline evolution. After this information was released, it quickly became a hot topic. However, the hot searches were almost all filled with negative reviews and insults. Get lost. Isn't the air in foreign countries fresher? Enjoy the air abroad. Dragon Country can't afford to support delicate flowers like you. You want to go back to China now? What were you doing before? You are also from Long Country. I am a locksmith, so I just want to ask you if you can make locks. Aren't your foreign fathers amazing? Go find your foreign fathers. The motherland doesn't have unfilial sons like you. The Dragon State government also issued a response to this news. After official research, it is found that some people in Long Country have a strong sense of patriotism, but for various reasons they are stranded abroad and have not been able to return to China in time to participate in the bloodline evolution plan. We are deeply sorry for this. The country will reserve a place for you. As long as you return to Long Country and are confirmed to be patriots after investigation, you can also undergo bloodline evolution. The country's top leaders have long been aware of this loophole. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When the person is too strict, there will be no followers. There are definitely some people in the country who are not qualified to participate in bloodline evolution. There are bound to be cases of accidental injuries abroad as well. The state has already made preparations for this. As long as those who were accidentally injured return to their country and investigation proves that they were indeed accidentally injured, they can still evolve their bloodlines. This piece of news completely shattered the hopes of international students. Few of them could stand up to investigation. They often talk nonsense and make fun of their own country. In order to please their friends, they even belittle their own country. Their comments can be found on various social networking sites. If Longwa starts investigating seriously, they will have no way to hide. Haha, you still want to exploit the country's loopholes. Do you think you can exploit the country's loopholes? This has completely blocked the way for these foreign fawning dogs. If you want to qualify for bloodline evolution, it's very simple. Just come back and accept the investigation. I just don't know how many of them can stand up to the investigation. When netizens in Longwa saw the official response, they immediately applauded. Those international students who thought they could force the authorities to comply through protests are now in despair. At this moment, the remarks of a foreign netizen became a hot topic. After seeing these remarks, hope was rekindled in the hearts of international students. Chapter 45. No need to envy. We can do it too. The Dragon Country is indeed very lucky, but there is no need for us to be too envious. Since the Dragon Country can obtain the opportunity for bloodline evolution from the secret realm, We can naturally do it too. This was posted by a foreign netizen who felt uncomfortable seeing the dragon country in such joy and happiness. Once the remarks were released, they quickly became a hot topic among foreign netizens. They were all envious and jealous of the luck of the people of Dragon Country, and the more they saw it, the more they disliked it. The happier the Dragon Country netizens were, the more uncomfortable they felt. Therefore, when they saw this statement, they seemed to have found spiritual sustenance, and they all commented and agreed with it below. That's right, Dragon Country only relied on luck to obtain the purple flower. With the strength of our country, we can naturally obtain better evolutionary resources. Your country doesn't want you, don't worry. Our country is very tolerant. All citizens of our country have the right to enjoy bloodline evolution. We are free and democratic, not as stingy as some countries. One netizen after another rushed to comment, expressing their disdain for the bloodline evolution of the Dragon Country netizens, as if they were not the ones who were jealous before. When the international students saw these remarks, hope suddenly surged in their hearts. That's right. Since Dragon Country doesn't want us and won't give us a chance, then we will completely devote ourselves to other countries. The Dragon Country can only rely on luck and is only proud for a while. How can it possibly compare to the beautiful country in terms of strength? When my bloodline evolves and I gain abilities, I will make Longwa regret what he did today. The eyes of the international students flickered and were extremely sinister. When you cannot get what you want, you become hateful. Instead of reflecting on their own mistakes, they began to resent the Dragon Kingdom. The top leaders of various countries also issued death orders to the explorers in the secret realm, requiring them to find evolutionary resources as soon as possible. When it comes to bloodline evolution, taking a step ahead can mean you're ahead every step of the way. The citizens of Dragon Country have undergone blood evolution and their qualities have been improved. The next time people enter the secret realm, they will undoubtedly be better than explorers from other countries. In the long run, what can they use to compete with Longwa? Contact Aubrey for me. Find the evolutionary resources as soon as possible at all costs. If they can't find them, they will be sinners of the country. In the United States presidential palace, the president roared angrily. In the secret realm, Aubrey and other explorers from various countries also witnessed the dragon people's bloodline evolution. To be honest, they were also extremely envious and jealous. The orders issued by the state put them under even greater pressure. They also want to find evolutionary resources. But the secret realm is full of dangers, and they don't know where the resources for evolution are. It's not a question of whether they want to or not. Everyone, you have heard the order from above. Next we have to speed up the exploration. Everyone should be prepared. Aubrey looked at his teammates seriously. The teammates nodded solemnly. They understood what Aubrey meant. Exploring secret realms is inherently fraught with danger, and if you speed up, the danger level will increase dramatically. What follows could be disastrous. They must be prepared to be sacrificed at any time. A similar scene was also taking place among the exploration teams from countries such as France, England, and the Moria Kingdom. The Dragon Nation gained the opportunity to evolve its bloodline, which made all these countries feel urgent. However, 3-star resources are not so easy to find. Exploration teams from various countries accelerated their exploration but still failed to find evolutionary resources. Not to mention evolutionary resources, even ordinary resources are not that easy to find. The French exploration team left the desert oasis and continued to go deeper into the desert. As a result, they walked for half a month and all they saw was yellow sand. It seems that the biggest resource in the direction they chose is the desert oasis. The exploration team from the United States developed the mountains where they were and explored along the mountain range. During this period, they did discover a lot of water sources, but unfortunately, there were none of the evolutionary resources they wanted. The situation in other countries is similar. The biggest gain for each country is that the territory they occupy is gradually increasing. But this is not what they want most. What they want most is to find evolutionary resources and catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. During the Qin dynasty, they were also stepping up their exploration. Under Qin Shi's leadership, the Dragon Kingdom team's efficiency in exploring the forest far exceeded that of other countries. However, 3-star resources seem to be really rare. In the following period of time, Qin Shi and his team did not gain any major gains. It seems that 3-star resources are indeed very scarce. We are at the edge of the outer secret realm in the blue star space. We are lucky to find a sea of purple flowers. There should be no other more precious resources in the forest. Qin Shi said to Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. So what should we do next? Should we go to other countries to explore the direction of the team? Zhu Yi asked. Qin shook his head and said, "Those countries have not made any discoveries. Obviously, there are no resources in those directions. If we want to obtain new resources, we can only try our luck in places that others have not been to." "You mean the ocean?" Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes flashed, and she quickly understood what Qin meant. When everyone just entered the secret realm outside the sky, there were forests, mountains, oceans, and deserts in front of them. When choosing the direction of exploration, everyone unanimously gave up the ocean. After all, no one had any means of navigation. Compared to the ocean, the environment in other directions is easier to explore. For this reason, that ocean can be said to be a virgin land that has not yet been explored by humans on the edge of this mysterious land outside the sky. The ocean is rich in resources. If there is any place on the edge of this secret place outside the sky where high-quality resources may be found, it is undoubtedly the ocean. Qin replied, "Yes, there may be high-level resources in the ocean. Whoever finds it first will have the upper hand. I suggest that we explore the ocean next." Qin words made netizens in the live broadcast room think deeply. "Audience, our explorers have proposed a new plan that sounds reasonable. What do the experts think?" The beautiful host explained to everyone while asking questions to the specially invited experts. The invited expert said solemnly, "This is indeed a good direction, but we must also note that the ocean is rich in resources and there are more dangers. Even in deserts, mountains, and forests, there are so many dangerous species. It is conceivable that there will be more dangerous species in the ocean and they will be stronger." Chapter 46, Longwa has gone crazy again. Netizens fully agree with the expert's words. Being underwater is much more dangerous than being on land. What's more, there are no ships, submarines, or other tools in the secret realm now. This adds a lot of difficulty to exploring the ocean. However, if one wants to obtain new evolutionary resources, the ocean is the most likely direction. Therefore, the specific decision ultimately depends on Qin and his people. Of course, the country must have think tanks behind the scenes to provide advice. Soon, the authorities gave clear instructions to support Qin and his team in exploring the ocean. As soon as this decision came out, explorers from other countries were immediately shocked. Netizens from various countries also started discussing it again. Is Longwa crazy? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants in the secret realm just because he is lucky? Without boats or other tools, are they planning to explore while swimming? The ocean is not comparable to the land. Be careful, or you might end up in the belly of a fish. Among the comments from netizens from various countries, there was disdain, ridicule, and even malicious curses. "This is so funny. My dragon kingdom has gone crazy again." So in the eyes of foreign netizens, no matter what our dragon country does, it's crazy. Yes, that's why we came to the lake base like crazy and came to get 3-star resources like crazy. The netizens from Longwa fought back without showing any weakness. Although everyone also feels that exploring the ocean is fraught with dangers. But the momentum cannot be weak. The discussions in the live broadcast room could not influence Longwa's decision. This decision may indeed seem crazy to netizens and senior officials from various countries. But the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom, who knew Qin identity well, could only smile and remain silent. Ocean? Very dangerous? Shenlong will find out. If he didn't want to reveal his identity, it could be said that among the environments that appeared in the secret realm, the ocean was the least threatening to Qin. Qin took Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia and returned to the place where they entered the secret realm and came to the ocean. On the sea, the waves are rippling and it looks calm. Next to Qin and the others, there was a wooden boat. This was made overnight by other explorers stationed at the base. If you want to explore the ocean, you definitely can't just swim in. Qin might not care, but Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia couldn't stand it. No way. The explorers from Dragon Country are planning to use this shabby wooden boat to explore the ocean. Foreign netizens in the live broadcast room were all amused when they saw this scene. What can such a small boat do? Any gust of wind at sea might capsize the boat. The explorers from Dragon Country are not going to explore, but to seek death. Let's go. Qin ignored the ridicule and sarcasm from netizens from various countries in the live broadcast room. After pushing the wooden boat into the sea, he started off. Let's make a bet. When will the Dragon Kingdom ship capsize? I guess an hour. I'll bet for a long time. Netizens from all over the world were eager to watch the show and started making bets in the live broadcast room. However, they were destined to be disappointed. As long as Qin is around, there will be no small waves. Even if a large sea storm comes, there is no chance of overturning this small wooden boat. Qin stood at the bow, looking heroic. Driven by his secret water control ability, the wooden boat sailed into the sea as if riding the wind and waves. Wow, so cool. He is indeed a hero of our dragon country. I really want to give birth to a child with him. The one in front, how dare you snatch my man? Seeing Qin Shi's cool and elegant posture standing on the bow of the ship, the live broadcast room was immediately filled with dense comments from infatuated fans. The human body that Qin Shi transformed into was originally very beautiful. The powerful strength that Qin Shi displayed when he crushed the 4 people from Nagasaki, Japan, had already won him a lot of fans. At this time, Qin Shi was standing at the bow of the ship, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his handsome face made him look indescribably suave and charming. Many female netizens reached orgasm just by watching this scene. SK, isn't it just a little prettier? What's the use? Just pretend, be careful, or you'll run into a storm. A bunch of stupid women who only care about looks. You can't use your looks to explore secret realms. Foreign netizens who were betting on when the wooden boat would capsize suddenly cried out in sourness. In particular, they discovered that among those who posted infatuated comments, there were many female netizens from their country, which made them even more concerned. They kept cursing in their hearts, hoping that a storm would come to the sea and wash Qin Shi down. Sadly, an hour has passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. The wooden boat was still moving forward steadily. This made the foreign netizens who had dark hearts and kept cursing Qin Shi to capsize quickly feel very disappointed. This is unscientific. I can understand that the boat didn't capsize, but why was it going so fast when no one was paddling and the wind on the sea wasn't very strong? At this time, some netizens discovered the blind spot. Just now, everyone was betting on when the wooden boat would capsize and no one noticed. During the Qin dynasty, when they went into the water, they did not use oars. As soon as the wooden boat entered the water, it automatically moved towards the sea. This is simply against common sense, even if the wooden boat takes advantage of the waves of the sea. But the direction of the surging seawater is also different from the direction in which the wooden boat is sailing. Fuck, it's true. What kind of black technology is this? Is our dragon country's shipbuilding technology so advanced? Even the netizens in Longwa were stunned. Everyone was speculating, but no one could figure out what the principle was. The wooden boats of our dragon country seem to be very special. They can actually travel automatically. I don't know how it works. Can an expert help us figure it out? The beautiful host said to the invited expert. She looked curious, not knowing the principle behind this. It's really amazing. Netizens all looked towards the invited experts. When the invited experts heard this, they were paralyzed. Damn, he also wants to know the principle. As a top expert in Dragon Country, he knows everything about astronomy and geography and has seen all kinds of amazing things. This scene really touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. People in related industries in various countries are also in a state of confusion at this moment. They have been in the industry for so many years and have a thorough knowledge of HNA. However, I didn't know where to start in explaining what was happening before me. In the end, everyone could only sigh. The Dragon Kingdom is so mysterious that even a wooden boat can be used in many different ways. The top leaders of the United States, France, England, Japan, the Peacock Kingdom, and other countries ordered the expert group that analyzed the Dragon Kingdom's exploration team to write down the style, length, width, height, and other parameters of the wooden boat. If you don't understand Dragon Country's advanced technology, can't you just imitate it? For a short period of time, large navigation vessels cannot enter the secret realm. If any resources are really discovered in the ocean, their explorers may also be able to use this kind of ship. Chapter 47, 3-Star Dangerous Species, Kunu. The Qin dynasty did not know that countries such as the United States, France, England, Japan, and the Maurya Kingdom were planning to imitate their wooden boats and build identical wooden boats. If you knew, you would probably burst out laughing. There is no black technology in wooden boats. The reason why they can travel so fast is because of their ability to control water. If these countries thought that by building the same wooden ships, their explorers would be able to ride the wind and waves like them, I'm afraid that by then, the explorers from these countries will be able to do nothing but watch the wooden boats drifting in the same place. There is no hope that the wooden boat will capsize. Many foreign netizens with malicious intentions can only curse in their hearts and hope that Qin Shi and the others will encounter the dangerous species soon. There are so many creatures in the ocean, and there must be many dangerous species. In the sea, no matter how well-equipped Qin Shi and his men were, they could not fully display their power. As long as even one dangerous species like a tiger shark appears, It will be enough to capsize Qin Shi and his crew. They didn't know that Qin Shi was driving long way the whole time. The effect of dragon power in the ocean is much stronger than on land. Within the range of Qin Shi's dragon might, the dangerous species in the sea seemed to have encountered an unparalleled overlord. They fled in panic and did not dare to approach. However, it seemed that God really heard their prayers. After sailing for a while, a huge shadow appeared under the sea in front of Qin Shi and his team. At the same time, the alarm of blue star consciousness also sounded. Alert! Alert! Dragon Nation explorers encountered a 3-star dangerous species, temporarily named Kunu. This dangerous species has a body size far larger than that of the blue whale on the blue planet. If it gets angry, it can overturn the ocean. It can even sink an island of tens of millions of square meters. According to tests, the current fish has the potential to be above 5 stars. Dragon Country explorers, please treat it with caution. When the alarm of blue planet consciousness sounded, humanity around the world was shocked. What the hell? He's actually a 3-star dangerous species. Dragon Nation explorers, danger, danger, danger. Ha 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 ha. God has eyes. The Dragon Country explorers are dead now. Netizens from all over the world posted comments to celebrate. 3-star dangerous species. This is the most powerful dangerous species that everyone has encountered after entering the secret realm for so long. Moreover, current fish are not aggregative insects like wild bees. Only when they gather together can their comprehensive ability reach 3 stars. The current fish's individual ability has reached 3 stars. According to Blue Star Consciousness, Kuen fish has great potential. Although it currently only has the strength of 3 stars, it has every chance to grow into a dangerous species above 5 stars. Faced with such a terrifying and dangerous species, what can the Dragon Country explorers use to fight against it? Even with the swarm of bees last time, no one thought that Qin Shi and his team could deal with it. The last time Qin Shi Huang and his men were able to obtain the purple flower, it was only by luck. If it weren't for the sudden thick fog, Qin Shi would have been overwhelmed by the swarm of bees and died without leaving even a bone. What's more, now they are facing the more powerful Kuen fish. The dangers in the ocean are indeed more terrifying. It would be fine if they didn't appear, but once they appeared, they were 3-star dangerous species. What should I do now? Oh my God. I hope Qin Shi and the others can survive this disaster. Run quickly. We are still some distance away from the Kuen fish, and there is still a chance to escape. In Longwa's live broadcast room, netizens were all looking at Qin Shi and the others nervously, their hearts almost beating in their throats. However, they had no choice but to pray for Qin Shi and the others in their hearts. On the secret sea, Qin Shi stood at the bow, looking at the huge shadow slowly emerging from the sea in the distance, his eyes slightly solemn. This Kuen fish made him feel a little dangerous. What Qin Shi was most concerned about was that this Kuen fish was like a mad bee and was not afraid of his dragon power. But it is different from the crazy bee. Kuen fish obviously possess extremely high intelligence. The crazy bees are not afraid of the dragon's power because they lack intelligence and have no concept of the dragon's power. The Kuen fish relied entirely on its own bloodline and strength to withstand his dragon power. Kuen fish? Could it be the bloodline of Kuenping? Qin Shi whispered to himself. Looking across the heavens and the worlds, there are not many creatures that can rival the divine dragon in terms of bloodline level. Kuenpeng is undoubtedly one of them. If this Kuen fish possesses the blood of Kuenpeng, it makes sense that it can withstand the might of the dragon. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia noticed Qin Shi's slightly solemn expression, and their faces also became solemn. They knew Qin Shi's identity and were also well aware of how powerful he was. Even Qin Shi was so afraid of the Kuen fish, so you can imagine how dangerous this Kuen fish was. Qin Shi, how about we retreat temporarily? Zhu Yi said to Qin Shi. Since even Qin Shi is quite afraid of Kunu, it is not wise to fight with Kunu rashly before understanding its true strength. Good. Qin Shi nodded. He is not someone who won't listen to advice. He was actually not afraid of the Kuen fish, although the aura emanating from the Kuen fish made him feel a little threatened. But it was only a slight threat. If a fight really breaks out, Qin Shi is still confident that he can suppress Kunu. However, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia are there. If he had to distract himself from protecting them, he might not be able to spare enough strength to deal with the Kuen fish. However, Qin Shi gang wanted to control the seawater and push the wooden boat away. The Kuen fish in the distance also discovered them, suddenly sped up and swam towards them. The Kuen fish was very fast. Qin Shi controlled the seawater to push the wooden boat away, but it had only been sailing for a short while when it was caught up by the Kunu fish. All I heard was the Kunu fish making a sound like a steam whistle and slightly poking its head out from the sea. Just this action caused the seawater to surge instantly. Following the movement of the Kunu fish, huge waves hit Qin Shi and his wooden boat. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Shi and his men's wooden boat would be driven into the bottom of the sea in the next moment, or even broken into pieces by the impact of the huge waves. In the live broadcast room, the scene of the overwhelming wave made everyone feel as if they were there, and they all screamed in fear. The foreign netizens who had been cursing Qin Shi and his team for capsizing were now ecstatic. But the next moment, the wooden boat was not overturned, but safely avoided the oncoming huge waves and continued to float steadily on the sea. With Qin Shi's human-shaped magic needle around, it would be extremely difficult to overturn the wooden boat with just the waves. This has greatly disappointed foreign netizens with dark intentions. Damn it! How could the people of Dragon Country be so lucky that they managed to escape again? Humph! They can escape the first day, but not the 15th. What does it matter if the huge waves can't crush them to death? In front of the Kunu fish, their end will still be miserable. This is the price of arrogance. This group of foreign netizens with dark intentions came out one after another to comment on Qin Shi. Chapter 48, Doesn't Dragon Country's luck cost money? These guys are so disgusting. I really want to follow the network cable and beat them to death. The results haven't even come out yet, and you're already shouting. Were the slaps you got in the face a few times before not painful enough? Netizens from Longwa responded one after another. However, although everyone said this, they could still see worry on their faces. This Kunu fish is really terrifying. Just by showing its head, it caused such a terrifying wave. What would happen if my whole body was exposed? The size of the monster alone has caused countless people to suffer from gigantic fear. Everyone was very skeptical. Even if they used missiles to shoot, it would be impossible to blow much meat off the Kunu fish without firing dozens of missiles. Qin Shi stared at the Kunu fish with its head exposed with a serious look. He was ready to reveal his identity. If Kunu really launched an attack, he could only reveal his dragon body first and take Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia to a safe place. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast had their eyes fixed on Kunu. Those who wished Qin Shi would die quickly kept cursing like lunatics, praying that the Kunu fish would act quickly and devour Qin Shi and the others. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the Kunu fish stretched out its huge head and moved towards the wooden boat. It looked like it was going to smash the wooden boat into pieces with one head. Those who cursed Qin Shi all showed expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Qin Shi moved slightly, preparing to reveal his true identity. At this moment, a mysterious wave came. Qin Shi's eyes moved slightly, but he did not reveal his dragon body. Instead, he stood still. The next moment, just when everyone couldn't bear to watch anymore and thought Qin Shi and the others were doomed, something happened that shocked everyone. The Kunu fish came towards the wooden boat, but did not knock it over or break it. Instead, it rubbed the boat with its head like a curious baby. The momentum that seemed to smash the wooden boat to pieces was just an illusion caused by its huge size. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia were all confused for a moment when they saw the Kunu fish so close to them. Did this guy treat their wooden boat as a toy? Depend on. Those who cursed Qin Shi all wanted to jump up and roar and smash everything in front of them. The Kunu fish didn't actually crush Qin Shi and the others. What's so nice about a wooden boat? You are a guy who has never seen the world. At this moment, they wished they could jump in front of the Kunu fish, point at its eyes, and give it a severe lesson. They cursed Qin Shi so many times, and every time they saw Qin Shi about to die, various accidents would always happen. The curse made them almost vomit blood. It's okay, the danger is over. Qin Shi smiled faintly at Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, stood on the deck, and reached out to touch the head of the Kunu fish. Is this guy crazy? He actually touched the head of a 3-star dangerous species? Isn't he afraid of angering the Kunu fish and getting swallowed? How terrifying. This huge creature makes me tremble just by imagining standing next to it. How dare this guy reach out and touch it? Qin Shi's bold and reckless behavior caused another round of screams in the live broadcast room. The group of people who cursed Qin Shi did not learn their lesson and started cursing again. It would be best for this guy to anger the Kunu fish and be swallowed by it in one bite. However, they were destined to vomit blood again. In response to Qin Shi's touch, Kunu not only did not get angry, but instead narrowed its eyes slightly, with an expression of enjoyment on its face. This guy really has Kunpeng's bloodline. Qin Shi was also surprised. He was just wondering whether the Kuen fish had the blood of Kuenpeng. Unexpectedly, he guessed it right. The reason why the Kuen fish swam towards them was actually all Qin Shi's fault. It was because Qin Shi released the dragon's might, which was sensed by the Kuen fish, that it ran over excitedly. For current fish, it is rare to encounter a creature in the sea that has the same bloodline level as itself but is more complete. This aroused its curiosity. The fluctuation that Qin Shi sensed just now was the Kuen fish greeting him. It was for this reason that Qin Shi chose to stop and did not reveal his dragon body. Naturally, other people don't know the ins and outs of this. Seeing Qin Shi reaching out to stroke the Kuen fish, and the Kuen fish looking like it was enjoying it, they all felt jealous. I originally thought that the Kuen fish was so huge that it was really scary. Looking carefully at this moment, I feel that this guy is actually quite cute. I really want to go up and touch it. The mentality of those who cursed Qin Shi was completely broken. Damn it. They stretched out their hands and pointed tremblingly at the Kuen fish in the live broadcast screen that was enjoying Qin Shi's caress, and they were shaking with anger. This guy. Where is your dignity as a 3-star dangerous species? Being touched like this by a human being, not only was she not angry, she actually enjoyed it. It's really a disgrace to the dangerous species. Haha, it was a close call. I was really scared to death. In Longwa's live broadcast room, the beautiful host reached out and patted her plump chest. She still has lingering fears from the scene just now when the Kuen fish emerged with overwhelming momentum, almost drowning Qin Shi and the others. Fortunately, the Kuen fish did not really want to drown Qin Shi and the others. The invited expert took a few deep breaths, calmed down his excitement, and said, "It was indeed very thrilling just now. I believe everyone is very curious. Why did this Kuen fish not attack Qin Shi and the others, but instead showed such a friendly attitude towards Qin Shi? Yeah, why exactly? The dangerous species is so safe. This isn't a secret place at all. Experts, please help explain." The live broadcast room was immediately flooded with comments asking for explanations. The invited expert cleared his throat and explained, "We have actually been making a misunderstanding. Dangerous species is the evaluation of the creatures in the secret realm by the blue star consciousness, but it does not mean that they are necessarily hostile to humans. There are many creatures in the blue star ocean that are friendly to humans, such as dolphins. I think this Kuen fish might be similar to a dolphin, a dangerous species that is close to humans." The explanation given by the invited expert made everything clear for everyone. Indeed, no one has stipulated that dangerous species must attack humans. There are so many dangerous species in the secret realm, and it is normal for some dangerous species with gentle temperaments and close to humans to appear. Qin Shi and his crew were indeed very lucky this time, as they encountered Kuen fish, a dangerous species that is close to humans. If you encounter a dangerous species like a tiger shark, it will be troublesome. This explanation completely shocked all the foreign netizens in the live broadcast room. Is this ever going to end? Doesn't your luck in Dragon Country cost any fucking money? Time and again, he relied on luck to roam in the secret realm. It's so bullying. Chapter 49. Dangerous Species leads the way. Unique? Netizens from all over the world were somewhat upset. The luck of the Dragon Kingdom is so cruel. They all wanted to quit the live broadcast room. With luck once or twice, they can accept it. It's unscientific that I have such good luck every time. Compared with the Qin dynasty, the explorers in their country seem to have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Every time you go out and explore. Or nothing. Or they encounter dangerous species and escape only after a brutal battle. They had every reason to suspect that Qin Shi had taken away all the luck of the exploration team from Blue Star that entered the secret realm. How else to explain all this? Many foreign netizens exited the live broadcast swearing. They wanted to see Qin Shi suffer misfortune and their own country's explorers show off their prowess. I'm not here to see Qin Shi's solo show. The more I watched, the more uncomfortable I felt. It's better not to watch this live broadcast. Heh, Dragon Country is lying again. Unfortunately, I have seen through your tricks. You can't fool me. The President of the United States crossed his legs and watched the live broadcast with an expression that showed he had mastered the program. He has determined that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered a secret weapon that can affect dangerous species and create fog. Qin Shi must have used a secret weapon to confuse this Kuen fish. Everyone thinks that the Qin dynasty was lucky, but in fact they are wrong. Qin Shi wanted to mislead everyone in order to cover up the fact that he had a secret weapon. Pity. The whole world is turbid. After all, only the top leaders of a few countries, led by the United States, can see through this secret. The President of the United States was very proud and acted as if he understood everything. He has discussed this with senior officials from other countries. Once the evolutionary resources are found, explorers from several countries will unite to hunt down Qin. We must seize the secret weapon in Qin's hands. At the same time, various countries also had a large number of specialists keeping an eye on Qin's every move. Originally, they thought that Qin and his team's exploration of the ocean was a very stupid decision. But now it seems that Qin and his men might really gain something. Once Qin and his men make any discoveries, these countries will immediately contact their own explorers and rush to the ocean to rob them as quickly as possible. The Dragon Kingdom obtained the purple flower, which allowed the people of the Dragon Kingdom to achieve bloodline evolution. This has made other countries extremely jealous. They will never allow any more evolutionary resources to fall into the hands of Dragon Country. Qin naturally didn't know the reactions of the outside world. At this time, he was communicating with Kunu fish. He wanted to find resources in the ocean. But this ocean is very vast. Even if he is a dragon with the ability to control water, it will probably take a long time to search the entire ocean. As a 3-star dangerous species, Kunu fish is almost the overlord of this ocean. It should be very familiar with where the dangers are and where the safety is in the ocean. Kunu fish must know the resource situation in various regions of this ocean. Therefore, Qin asked Kunu directly. Of course, he used the soul fluctuations between the divine beasts to communicate, which outsiders could not tell at all. Kunu looked at Qin curiously. Hearing Qin's words, it immediately nodded vigorously, plunged its huge body into the water, turned around and swam away. At the same time, he would turn around from time to time and make a car-like sound to Qin, asking Qin to hurry up and follow. What is this Kunu fish doing? He seemed to be leading the way, and he even turned back to urge Qin and the others to follow. This is too humane. Could it be that Kunu wants to take Qin and the others to look for resources in the ocean? Kunu's actions immediately attracted speculation from netizens in the live broadcast room. This made everyone feel excited, curious, and looking forward to it. Exploring and searching for resources in secret places is actually a very dangerous thing. But now, Qin and the others are almost just sightseeing. Without any effort, there will naturally be dangerous species leading them to find resources. So cool. He is just like the protagonist in the legend, having smooth sailing all the way, and even God is helping him. This made the netizens who put themselves into Qin's shoes feel so good that their whole bodies felt numb. The whole person felt light and seemed to be flying into the sky. Foreign netizens can only envy and hate from the sidelines. This is so exciting. The 3-star dangerous species Kunu seems to want to lead our explorers to somewhere. This should be unique in the secret realm. Only explorers from our dragon country can enjoy the treatment of being personally led by such a dangerous species. Let us wait and see where Kunu will lead Qin and others. The beautiful host's voice couldn't help but become excited. Looking inside the secret realm, Qin and his companions, led by Kunu, braved the wind and waves and headed straight towards the depths of the ocean. The netizens in Longhua all felt proud of it. On wooden boat, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia all looked excited. They originally thought that they would face a tough battle after encountering the Kunu fish. Unexpectedly, Kunu fish would become their helper. With the help of Kunu fish, their exploration in the ocean will be more effective. Looking at the huge Kunu fish swimming in front of them, they couldn't help but show great anticipation in their eyes. Where will Kunu take them? The dangerous species guarding the 3-star resource purple flower is a swarm of crazy bees with a comprehensive ability of 3 stars. As a 3-star dangerous species, Kunu fish is more powerful than the mad bee swarm. The resources it knows about should not be too bad. Could it be a resource comparable to the purple flower? Under the expectant gaze of countless people, the answer was soon revealed. As the Kunu fish swam quickly, some scattered reefs and islands gradually appeared on the sea surface. The islands are small and desolate, with virtually no vegetation. But soon, larger islands appeared. Forests began to appear on these islands, and creatures such as seabirds lived there. There are so many islands. It looks like there's an archipelago around us. There might be a big island ahead. But these islands look very barren and don't seem to be of much value. You were wrong before. The value of an island is not only determined by its resources, but also by its geographical environment. If we can turn an island into a national territory, it will allow our country to have a strong maritime advantage in the secret realm. Netizens were discussing the matter in the live broadcast room. Some people looked down on the barren islands around them. But soon someone who knew the matter refuted it and gave everyone some basic knowledge about the importance of islands. Islands have a unique position in the history of the development of human civilization. By taking advantage of the natural advantages of islands, the country can establish various commercial ports, fishing ports, military ports, industrial bases, etc. on them. Using islands as bases, sovereignty over the surrounding waters can be divided. It can be said that if this archipelago can be occupied, it will be extremely beneficial to the territorial expansion of the Dragon Kingdom in the Secret Realm. If you think that an island has no value just because it has no resources, you are completely wrong. It can be said that Qin Shi and his team's trip was worth it. The value of these islands alone is immeasurable. What's more, Kunu would not lead them here for no reason. Are there no resources on the island? Chapter 50. Magnificent Palace, Relics of Foreign Civilization. As this netizen popularized, the existence of an island itself is a huge value. Ordinary people may not understand the reason behind this. Aren't the top leaders of various countries still unclear about this? At this moment, Qin Shi and his companions, led by Kunu, actually discovered an archipelago. The top leaders of various countries are all unable to sit still. The ocean is rich in resources. This ocean in the Secret Realm is a treasure trove that has never been developed by humans. If the Dragon Kingdom occupied this archipelago, the Dragon Kingdom can naturally take over the maritime sovereignty around the islands and obtain a large amount of marine resources. What a huge wealth this is. They would not be willing to just watch Longwa swallow it up. Besides, no one knows whether there are other islands in this ocean. If this is the only archipelago in this ocean, if the Dragon Kingdom occupied this archipelago, it would be equivalent to occupying the entire ocean. Even if the navigation tools of various countries enter the Secret Realm in the future, they will not be able to compete with the Dragon Kingdom without a base in the ocean. They would never allow this to happen. Top leaders from various countries immediately contacted their country's explorers and ordered them to put down their work and head to the archipelago as quickly as possible. Even if they cannot stop the Dragon Kingdom from occupying the island, their country must have a piece of the pie. If the emergence of the archipelago only made the top leaders of various countries greedy and wanted to get a piece of the pie from the Dragon Kingdom, then what happened next made the top leaders of all countries go crazy. As the Kuen fish moves forward, the perspective changes. After circling around for a while, a larger island appeared before everyone's eyes. What really attracts everyone is not this island, but there is a huge palace on the island. It doesn't look that great from a distance. When we looked closer, we realized that the palace was really huge. The entire palace is like a towering mountain, majestic and magnificent. This largest island is just the base of the palace. This astonishing scene made everyone lose their minds. There are many magnificent buildings on Blue Planet. Buildings hundreds of meters high are not uncommon, but this palace is more than a few hundred meters high. Netizens were shocked by this. What kind of technology is needed to build the building we see today? Is this palace the place where the gods live in the legend? Oh my God! Did Qin Shi find a miracle? Oh my God! Could there be gods in this palace? After the shock, netizens excitedly started posting comments one after another. Everyone started discussing it. Some people believe that this is a building of alien civilization. Some people also think that this is the legendary Temple of Gods. When the top leaders of various countries saw this scene, their faces became solemn. Netizens were excited, and some religious believers even felt like they were on a pilgrimage and couldn't wait to know what was going on inside the palace. But no one wants to think about it. If there really are living creatures in the palace, would it be a good thing for humans on the Blue Planet? A palace of this size must have been built by creatures with intelligence no less than that of humans. This is the first time that traces of advanced intelligent creatures have appeared in the Secret Realm. If there are advanced intelligent creatures in the palace, then what we are about to face is another civilization. The collision between two different civilizations may not necessarily result in as good a result as everyone imagines. The history of the Blue Planet has proven that the exchanges of civilizations, whether between tribes, countries, or continents, are almost always accompanied by blood and fire. In this kind of collision, it is normal for big fish to eat small fish and small fish to eat shrimp. No one can guarantee which one is more powerful, the civilization of Blue Star or the extraterritorial civilization that may exist in the palace. Fortunately, the next moment, the voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang out. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation contestant for discovering the remains of an alien civilization. No advanced intelligent life forms have been detected in this site. The ruins may contain the knowledge, culture, various technologies, and life evolution methods of this foreign civilization. Which country is the first to obtain foreign civilization? I will do everything in my power to help that country analyze that civilization. Blue Star Consciousness sent out several messages in succession. It can be seen that facing the ruins of extraterritorial civilization, the Blue Star Consciousness is also very excited and even a little impatient. For the Blue Star Consciousness, resources are secondary. What he values most are various foreign civilizations. Only by integrating various civilizations can the civilization of Blue Planet be improved. As the consciousness of the Blue Star, he can obtain the greatest benefit. Holy crap! This extraterritorial civilization really has a huge treasure trove. Just looking at the scale of this palace, we know that the technology and culture of this civilization are definitely not weaker than those of Blue Star, not to mention the method of life evolution. Haha, don't worry, these are all from our dragon country. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited. The value of the archipelago is immeasurable. The value of foreign civilizations is beyond the imagination of everyone. The foreign netizens who were jealous of Qin Shi for getting the Kunu fish to lead the way and discovering the archipelago were now even more jealous to the point of exploding. Countless foreign netizens couldn't help but go crazy when looking at Qin Shi in front of the palace. Oh, why? I am so unwilling. Why were the remains of foreign civilizations discovered during the Qin dynasty? Did the explorers in their country all grow up eating shit? With so many people exploring with such good equipment, their combined gains were not as much as what Qin Shi achieved alone. Jealousy has distorted them beyond recognition. Senior officials from all countries were excited. Many people even jumped up from their chairs and yelled at their subordinates in an anxious manner. Contact the exploration team for me immediately. No, I want to talk to them in person. Tell the explorers to put down their work immediately and go to the archipelago. Tell the explorers to obtain the extraterritorial civilization and never let other countries get it. This is an order, understand? The top leaders of all countries have gone crazy. Extraterritorial civilizations are definitely treasures more precious than any 3-star resources. Whichever country gets it will inevitably see a leap forward in science and technology, culture, etc. Such a treasure should never be missed. If the leaders of various countries just gave orders to their own explorers just now, it was just to compete with Dragon Country for the ownership of the islands, it was not very urgent. So now it's a death order. We must obtain the foreign civilization at all costs. What? Aubrey and the others said there's no boat, and we can't go to the islands. From the president's room, a terrifying roar was heard. If there is no boat, can't you build one? I don't care. Tell them, even if they have to swim to me. Chapter 51. Dragon Country's live broadcast monopoly, saying one thing and doing another. Shit. Aubrey and others were so angry when they received the message that they started cursing. These damn capitalists. Watch the show while sitting on a chair and talk while standing without any back pain. If you have the ability, come to the secret realm by yourself and let them swim over. Damn it. However, no matter how angry they were, they had to bite the bullet and head to the ocean to find a way to reach the archipelago. If you dare disobey orders, the consequences will be no better than swimming to the archipelago. At the same time, explorers from other countries were also wailing. Faced with the death order issued by the top leaders of the country, they almost died on the spot. However, no matter how difficult the conditions were, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and carry out their mission. Everyone knows the preciousness of foreign civilizations, and this thing is definitely something that military strategists must fight for. Even though the two countries of Korea and Japan were still trying to occupy their bases because their exploration teams were wiped out in the first teleportation, their explorers put down their work and resolutely rushed to the islands. However, it will definitely take them a lot of time to reach the islands. Netizens' attention is all focused on Qin Shi. Haha, our country is indeed very foresight. Who else can compete with Qin Shi and his group now? Who else? Don't be too complacent. Even if you are the first to arrive, it doesn't mean that the foreign civilization will definitely fall into your hands. That's right. This palace is obviously not simple. Be careful. The sooner you go in, the faster you will die. I advise you to wait for our exploration team to arrive before taking action together. Dragon Country netizens were very proud. Some foreign netizens couldn't help but refute, but their words sounded so sour. It's actually the remains of an alien civilization. Qin Shi stood on the wooden boat, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, feeling a little surprised. He asked Kunu to take him to find resources, but he didn't expect Kunu to bring him here. Is this where you said the resources were? Do you know anything about this palace? Qin Shi did not act rashly, but communicated with Kunu through soul fluctuations and asked about the situation of Kunu's palace. When it comes to foreign civilizations, he doesn't dare to be careless. Most of the body of the Kunu fish sank into the sea, leaving only its huge head exposed, and it made a whistling sound towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. Kunu actually didn't know what was going on inside the palace. However, the Kunu fish lives near the archipelago and often comes to the palace. Sometimes, it would see a mysterious light rising into the sky from inside the palace. The aura revealed by that light made the Kunu fish, which has the blood of Kunpeng, very envious. Kunu has a feeling. If it can get something that emits light, it will be extremely beneficial to its growth. This is an instinct that comes from the blood. Therefore, when Qin heard it, he asked it to help find resources. Kunu thought of this place first. Its big eyes flickered as it looked at Qin Shi, with desire revealed deep in its pupils, as if it wanted Qin Shi to help it get the thing that was emitting light. This guy wants me to work for him. No wonder he's leading the way so happily and without any hesitation. Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. But this is normal. He and Kunu have no relationship at all. If there was no benefit, how could Kunu be so obedient and bring him to the island to hunt for treasure? Kunu's reply also aroused Qin Shi's curiosity and expectation. Even with Kunu's bloodline level, he is so eager for the things in the palace. The things in the palace should be of great use to him. This was the first time he had found something that might help him grow since he had been in the secret realm for so long. With the strong support of Longhua, Qin Shi didn't know how much he had grown. After all, he is the only known dragon on Blue Planet. There is no creature more powerful than him. He couldn't find anything to compare to. Anyway, there are not many resources on Blue Star that can help his growth. Qin Shi entered the secret realm outside the sky. In addition to helping the Dragon Kingdom, he also wanted to find resources for his continued growth. But I have been in the secret realm for so long, but I have not gained anything. I hope the things inside the palace won't disappoint him. Qin Shi thought for a moment, then turned to Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jian said, "No one knows what's going on inside the palace. You and Kuren you wait outside first. I'll go in and take a look." Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jian nodded solemnly. They also knew that with their strength, following Qin Shi into the palace would only become a burden. Anyway, they are already used to watching Qin Shi's performance, so all they have to do is shout 666 beside them. Qin Shi jumped off the wooden boat and came to the island palace. Our explorers are about to enter the palace. I wonder what is inside. It really makes us nervous and excited. The beautiful host spoke at the right time to set the mood. In fact, there is no need for her to set off the story at all. At this moment, the eyes of netizens around the world watching the live broadcast are almost all focused on Qin Shi. Even those foreign netizens who disliked Qin Shi and kept cursing him to die quickly, all looked nervously towards the palace in front of them from Qin Shi's perspective. It's true that I don't like Qin Shi, but everyone wants to know, what is inside the palace? What is the situation with extraterritorial civilizations? So what if you don't like Qin Shi? Now is the time when Dragon Country has a monopoly on live broadcasts. Unless they can find other live broadcasts of exploring extraterrestrial civilizations. Otherwise, you will just be hypocritical. No matter how fierce the barrage is, you can only stay in Longhua's live broadcast room. Qin Shi raised his head and looked at the palace in front of him. Only when you actually walk in do you realize that although this palace is magnificent and huge, it is actually in ruins. The gates, pillars, and walls of the palace are covered with mottled marks left by the passage of time. There were cracks in some places. You can even see some gaps left by powerful blows and scorch marks from fire. The gates of the palace are broken, but one can vaguely see the vast space inside. This palace is actually incomplete. What a pity. Such a magnificent building cannot withstand the erosion of time. Why do I feel like the palace has been bombarded by artillery fire? Look at the gaps and scorch marks on it. This palace must have experienced a brutal attack. Could it have been left here by the enemies of this foreign civilization? Netizens were talking about it and couldn't help but fantasize in their hearts. The ruined palace alone is so magnificent in scale. How magnificent must the palace have been in its heyday? How brilliant would a civilization be that built palaces? This also made everyone feel more awe-inspiring. The more powerful the civilization, the more dangerous it will be if they leave some defensive mechanisms in the palace. Qin Shi was a skilled and courageous man, and he walked towards the palace without fear. Unexpected. The situation inside the palace was completely different from what everyone imagined. Chapter 52. Has Qin Shi's good luck finally come to an end? The palace is not constructed with the various rooms that everyone imagines. Entering the palace is like entering another dimension. What appeared in front of Qin Shi was a forest. The surroundings were dark, and a black mist of unknown composition was floating in the air. Fuck, didn't we enter the palace? What's going on now? Space transfer? Or mustard seed containing Sumeru? Is there another world inside the palace? Netizens were confused by this scene. In everyone's perception, the palace must be divided into rooms. It turned out that this palace did not play by the rules. Everyone was a little confused as to whether the forest that appeared before their eyes was inside the palace or somewhere else. Qin Shi entered the palace, but appeared in front of a forest. What happened? The beautiful host opened her cherry lips and a surprised expression appeared on her face. She subconsciously looked towards the invited expert. The invited expert quickly shook his head upon seeing this. Don't ask me. I don't fucking know either. The invited experts were almost crying. He is not the kind of expert who is criticized by netizens, but a person with real talent and knowledge. It is precisely because of his rich knowledge that the officials specially invited him to sit in the live broadcast room to answer some questions for netizens. This is to prevent people with bad intentions from deliberately leading the discussion and misleading everyone. As a result, this live broadcast really messed up people's mentality. The various problems that arise are either known to netizens themselves or do not require professional explanations. Or it is beyond the comprehension of normal people. Not to mention that he couldn't explain what was going on in front of him. Even if we call all the top scientists in the world, they still can't explain it. It's a world of its own. Qin Shi's heart trembled. Compared with the outside world's discussions and constant speculations among netizens, he naturally has a deeper understanding of the palace. This is indeed inside the palace. However, this palace is different from ordinary buildings and contains the mystery of space. Every room in the palace is a world in itself. At this moment, he stepped into one of the rooms. This foreign civilization is extraordinary. Qin Shi became more alert. A civilization that has the spatial means to create its own world is definitely not comparable to the Blue Star civilization. As a divine dragon, he can be big or small, visible or invisible. When he grows to a certain level, he can also possess the ability to travel through space. But even now, he still has a long way to go before he can touch the power of space. At the same time, the voice of Blue Star Consciousness also sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for entering the ruins of an extraterritorial civilization and detecting the existence of a small space. Please ask the explorers to find the anchor point of the small space as soon as possible and bring the small space into the scope of the Blue Star. The small space successfully incorporated into the Blue Star territory will become the country's private space. The words of Blue Star Consciousness finally answered everyone's doubts. This forest is still within the palace and is a small space inside the palace. They actually opened up a lot of small spaces inside the palace. What kind of immortal civilization is this? It feels like cultivating immortals. It's a paradise. Fuck. What kind of luck is Longwa having? Will Qin Shi be able to seize all the small spaces in the vault before explorers from other countries arrive? The words of the Blue Star Consciousness made everyone even more amazed at this extraterrestrial civilization. Foreign netizens became worried. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious at the thought that Qin Shi might take over all the small spaces in the palace before the explorers from their country arrived. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, senior officials from various countries also panicked. Outside civilization is the commonwealth of all Blue Star humans. Dragon Country cannot eat it all alone. Tell your exploration personnel to stop immediately. We need to develop together, not just one company dominating. Various countries, led by the United States, have sent letters to the Dragon Country officials, strongly demanding a share of the pie. The public opinion on the internet was overwhelming, condemning Longwa in various ways. Why should we share what we have gained through our own strength with you? Where's your face? Who was it that had been sneering and mocking Qin Shi and the others before, wishing them dead as soon as possible? Now you actually have the nerve to say this. If you want extraterritorial civilization, it's very simple. Just exchange it with something of equal value. Oh, I forgot. All the high-tech that your country is so proud of is nothing compared to extraterritorial civilization. Sorry, you are not qualified to exchange with us. Netizens in Longwa responded indignantly. In the outside world, countries are arguing with each other. In the secret realm, Qin Shi increased his vigilance, walked towards the depths of the forest, and began to look for an anchor point for the small space. The netizens in the live broadcast room stared at Qin Shi without blinking and looked at everything around him from Qin Shi's perspective. Walk all the way. Quiet. Quiet. Still quiet. There was not a single living creature to be seen in this forest, and there was no sound of wind around. Only the sound of Qin Shi's footsteps echoed. It's so quiet. Is there any danger here? So Qin Shi got a small space for nothing? Based on Qin Shi's previous experience, this possibility is not small. Netizens from Longhua were discussing the issue with great interest. Judging from Qin Shi's luck before this, it would be possible for him to get this small space without any effort. You're overthinking. Why can't this be the calm before the storm? The Dragon Nation's luck is about to run out. Hurry up and get a dangerous species. It's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to take all the benefits. I guess there must be danger ahead. Foreign netizens made sour comments. Roar. Everyone had just finished posting their comments when something happened in the forest. A terrifying roar of a beast was heard ahead. It's a dangerous species. Ha ha ha. I knew there must be danger ahead. It's too early to be happy. It's not like our Dragon Nation explorers haven't encountered dangerous species before. That's right. If you want to see the excitement of Qin Shi, you may be disappointed. Netizens started bickering in the live broadcast room. Due to Qin Shi's previous performance, foreign netizens quickly fell into a disadvantage. This made them look gloomy. Although they were reluctant to admit it, Qin Shi's previous performance did make them feel insecure. Even the 3-star dangerous species was defeated by Qin Shi's luck, so could the previous dangerous species be an exception? At this moment, the reminder from Blue Star Consciousness sounded. Alert! Alert! A 1-star dangerous species has been spotted ahead, temporarily named the Mist Leopard. This dangerous species is the guardian of the small space. It is hostile to all foreign creatures and has a geographical advantage in the small space. Please be careful when exploring. When foreign netizens heard this, they were immediately ecstatic. The defenders of the small space are hostile to all foreign creatures. Doesn't this mean that Qin Shi can't rely on luck to avoid the attack of the Mist Leopard? Is his luck finally running out? Chapter 53. The secret weapon fails. Netizens quarrel. Haha. Congratulations, everyone is celebrating. The Dragon Kingdom's luck has finally run out. Where's the music? Get excited. I finally see Qin Shi's luck has run out. It's not easy. After realizing what was happening, foreign netizens went completely wild. God have mercy on me. They didn't know how many times they cursed Qin Shi in their hearts. As a result, every time he could only watch Qin Shi showing off his luck, which made him very angry. Now, Qin Shi can no longer rely on luck to avoid danger. These people felt so relieved. Aren't you dragon people bragging about how Qin Shi could have obtained this small space without any effort just by luck? Get it and show it to me. The guardians of the small space are hostile to all foreign creatures. I wonder if the secret weapon of Dragon Country is still useful? Senior officials from countries such as the United States, France, and England are not as optimistic as netizens. They firmly believe that the Dragon Kingdom had secret weapons that could affect dangerous species. So-called luck is just a cover-up for a secret weapon. If the Dragon Kingdom's secret weapon can affect the defenders of small spaces, the situation remains grim. Fortunately, what happened next made them feel relieved. Not long after Blue Star's consciousness alerted him, a dangerous figure emerged from the forest ahead. This is a dangerous species similar to a leopard, but it is much scarier than the various leopards on the blue planet. It was as big as an elephant, covered with jet black hair, with a pair of eyes flashing with a faint green light, and its claws pressed on the ground, revealing sharp nails like knives. As soon as the Mist Leopard appeared, it pounced towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi's secret weapon seemed to have really lost its effect. This scene made the top leaders of the United States, France, England, and other countries overjoyed. The Dragon Kingdom's secret weapon finally failed. They can no longer occupy the resources they find with impunity. Senior officials from countries such as the United States, France, and England suddenly felt like a daughter-in-law who has finally become a mother-in-law, and that the clouds have finally cleared to see the moon. After being envious and jealous of Longhua for so long, they finally don't have to watch Longhua's bumper harvest with red eyes anymore, and can now catch up and get a piece of the pie. Thinking about it this way, it seems a bit sad. It's not easy. They almost cried for joy. When foreign netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were completely relieved. Haha, the Dragon Nation explorer's luck has really run out. It seems that arriving late does have its advantages. At least I can let others help me explore the way first. The Dragon Nation explorer took the lead for us. We will all remember him. Foreign netizens were ecstatic, as if they were celebrating the new year in the live broadcast room. It's so infuriating to see the barrage of comments. The Dragon Country netizens looked solemn. Oh no, The dangerous mist leopard pounced on Qin Shi. Can Qin Shi stop it? The beautiful host looked nervous. Everyone looked at Qin Shi without blinking, their hearts pounding. Although Qin Shi encountered dangerous species several times, he relied on luck to avoid the crisis and did not have a head-on collision with the dangerous species. No one knows whether Qin Shi can resist the dangerous species. Qin Shi looked coldly at the mist leopard that pounced on him, his face showing no emotion at all. It seemed that what was blowing towards me was just a tiny breeze. Qin Shi's calm appearance made everyone feel suspicious. Is he really that powerful and not afraid of dangerous species? Or are you just pretending? This doubt was soon answered. Facing the attack of the mist leopard, Qin Shi just calmly turned sideways and slightly turned his body. The mist leopard rushed past Qin Shi, but missed. Ah! The mist leopard let out an angry roar, kicked the ground lightly with its 4 claws, turned around extremely flexibly, and pounced on Qin Shi again. Qin Shi used the same trick again and took a light step to the side, thus avoiding the attack of the mist leopard. The mist leopard was very agile and continued to attack Qin Shi relentlessly. However, no matter how it roared angrily, or how it attacked with its fangs and claws, it could not touch Qin Shi. The movements during the Qin dynasty were more flexible than this one. At first glance, it seemed as if Qin Shi was not facing a dangerous species, but teasing a cat. Although this cat is a bit big, it is still more amazing than a dozen Qin Shi combined. What a flexible speed! This is unscientific. Isn't it said that the comprehensive ability of a 1-star dangerous species is 10 times that of a normal adult human? Who told you that Qin Shi was a normal person? Can a normal person's luck be so abnormal? The scene of Qin Shi teasing the mist leopard caused netizens to exclaim in amazement. In the mountains and forests, Qin Shi dodged his attacks repeatedly, which made Wu Bao even more angry. The mist leopard stopped in the distance, staring at Qin Shi with its dim eyes. The mist leopard has stopped attacking. It seems that it can't do anything to Qin Shi. That's great. The beautiful host's tense expression relaxed, and she shouted happily with a lingering fear on her face. The netizens in Longhua all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Qin Shi's luck had run out, everyone was really nervous and anxious, afraid that Qin Shi would be torn apart by the mist leopard. Fortunately, Qin Shi did not disappoint everyone. Who said that our dragon country's explorers rely on luck? Stand up and get beaten. In terms of hard power, Qin Shi can still beat your country's explorers by more than 10 blocks. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep on being so arrogant. The netizens in Longhua were very proud and started to attack the foreign netizens who had just posted the barrage of comments. You just dodged the attack of the mist leopard, not defeated it. What's there to be proud of? What's the point of hiding? You can hide once or twice, but can you hide dozens or hundreds of times? Looking at the mist leopard's appearance, it's clear that he is preparing for a more powerful attack. It's too early to be complacent now. Hasn't anyone told you that the one who laughs last is the winner? Naturally, foreign netizens responded without any hesitation. They didn't believe that Qin Shi could fight against Wu Bao. I don't want to believe it either. It took a lot of effort to wait until Qin Shi's luck ran out and he was attacked by the dangerous creature. If this were the case, the Qin dynasty could still have escaped danger. Then they are really going to vomit blood. There were even foreign netizens who shamelessly supported Wu Bao in the live broadcast room and clamored for Wu Bao to kill Qin Shi. Fuck. These people are treacherous. They actually support dangerous species to kill humans. Why doesn't the blue star consciousness kill them? It's just the incompetent barking of a bunch of villains. Don't pay any attention to them. Stop arguing, look. Something's happening. After netizens argued with each other in the live broadcast room for a while, everyone's attention was once again attracted to Wu Bao. Chapter 54. A fire came, and foreign netizens were hit again. I saw that the mist leopard was some distance away from Qin Shi, with its claws pressed on the ground, staring at Qin Shi with bared teeth, but its body was slowly retreating. Soon, the mist leopard's body slowly faded and merged into the surrounding black fog. In an instant, the surrounding environment returned to its previous silent state. What's going on? Is the mist leopard retreating? Did it feel it couldn't beat Qin Shi and gave up? Although it didn't run into Qin Shi just now, it didn't fall into a disadvantageous position either. Will it retreat so willingly? Netizens expressed their doubts one after another, but the mist leopard seemed to have really left. Everyone waited for a long time, but the fog leopard did not reappear. Something's wrong. The invited expert, who had been unable to find a place to use his skills, could not help but frown and said in a deep voice, The blue star consciousness said that the guardians of small spaces are hostile to all foreign creatures. The mist leopard will definitely not leave so easily. It seems to be to support the words of the invited expert. The next moment, the originally calm black fog suddenly surged violently. Call out. A claw with 5 sharp claws like knives stretched out from the thick fog behind Qin Shi and grabbed Qin Shi's back like lightning. Ah, grass. Fuck. Because it appeared so suddenly, netizens in the live broadcast room were all shocked and swearing to vent their fear. No one had time to worry about Qin Shi. However, Qin Shi seemed to have foresight and easily dodged the sneak attack of the mist leopard again. Does Qin Shi have eyes on his back? This movement is awesome. I couldn't even hit him with such a sudden sneak attack. Qin Shi's performance once again amazed everyone. The mist leopard blended its body into the black fog, using the cover of the black fog to launch a sneak attack. Secretive, fast, and hard to guard against. It is really admirable that Qin Shi was able to dodge like this. However, the real danger lies ahead. The mist leopard seemed to have merged into one with the black fog and could transform into black fog or transform from black fog into a mist leopard at any time. It shuttled through the black fog and kept attacking Qin Shi. It was simply elusive. The high-speed movement even made people feel as if hundreds or thousands of mist leopards were attacking Qin Shi at the same time. For a moment, Qin Shi seemed to be caught in a violent storm. Under the fierce attack of the mist leopard, he looked weak, pitiful, and helpless. The hearts of the netizens in Longwa, which had just relaxed not long ago, were once again tense. It seems that this should be the geographical advantage mentioned by the blue star consciousness. As a small space guardian, the mist leopard can use the black fog here to move and conceal its body shape. The invited expert said in a heavy tone. So what should we do now? The beautiful host couldn't help but ask. The invited expert smiled bitterly and said, What else can we do? We can only trust Qin Shi. As expected, I guessed it right. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Facing the attack of the mist leopard, Qin Shi will have to fight it head-on sooner or later. A foreign netizen who had previously posted barrages to argue with netizens from Longwa once again posted barrages triumphantly, followed by a series of comments of agreement. The Dragon Nation's explorers can only flee and dare not confront the mist leopard head-on? Haha, a head-on collision? What can he use to fight? Rely on the skinny body of the dragon countryman? Qin Shi could only flee and didn't dare to confront Wu Bao head-on, which means he was not strong enough to defeat Wu Bao head-on, so he was doomed. Foreign netizens all showed confident expressions, as if they were the ones who were about to defeat Qin Shi. However, they did not notice that even facing the mist leopard's elusive attack, Qin Shi's face remained calm. He looks like a small boat in a storm, which may be swallowed by the wind and waves at any time. But he always floats safely on the sea, allowing the wind and rain to attack him, and he is at ease. Perhaps, these foreign netizens have noticed it. However, they were only concerned with finding reasons to prove that Qin Shi was about to die tragically and to give themselves more confidence. I don't want to think about it that way. Using the black fog to move at high speed? Qin Shi walked leisurely in the fierce attack of the mist leopard, his eyes thoughtful. It was just a one-star dangerous species. He didn't take it seriously at all. The reason why we allowed the mist leopard to attack was just to find the small space anchor point mentioned by the blue star consciousness, and we were just too lazy to pay attention to it. And now, Qin Shi has found the anchor point of this small space. This anchor point is actually inside the mist leopard's body. As long as you kill this mist leopard, you can get the anchor point of this small space. No wonder this mist leopard is hostile to all foreign creatures and is immune to my dragon power. At the same time, Qin Shi also had a certain understanding of the existence of the fog leopard. This mist leopard is not a real living creature at all, but it is a puppet-like existence. However, the means of this extraterrestrial civilization are so magical that the fog leopard they created looks lifelike. Now that the anchor point has been found, Qin Shi is not going to delay any further. Although I don't take this mist leopard seriously, it will take some effort to defeat it. I'm afraid I will have to reveal some of my tricks. Qin Shi sighed in his heart. After entering the secret realm for so long, his identity as a dragon finally had to be revealed to the world. Fire! Qin Shi dodged another attack from the mist leopard, raised his head, and spoke lightly to the swirling black mist around him. What is Qin Shi talking about? The two words that suddenly came out of Qin Shi's mouth left the netizens in the live broadcast room confused. The next moment, boom, a blazing fire appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spread out in the surroundings. The surrounding black fog encountered the flames and was instantly burned away. The mist leopard, which had used the black fog to conceal its body, had to reveal its true form. It fled from the range of the burning flames in shock and anger, staring at Qin Shi from afar. What the hell? What's going on? Just by saying fire, a fire really started. Is this true? Netizens were stunned. Qin Shi actually shouted and summoned a large ball of fire. Could he be an immortal cultivator? The beautiful host said blankly. The invited expert beside him was also stunned for a while before he reacted. He shook his head and said, "What a mortal cultivator! Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten that our dragon country just finished the bloodline evolution not long ago?" After hearing the words of the invited experts, netizens suddenly realized. I see. I had forgotten about this. The purple flower was discovered and obtained by Qin Shi and his team. We can all awaken our abilities. Qin Shi and his team must have also undergone bloodline evolution and awakened some abilities. It seems that Qin Shi has awakened the ability of fire. It's fate. I also awakened the ability of fire, just like Qin Shi. Netizens from Longwa posted comments, one after another, to share their awakened abilities. Foreign netizens were once again hit with tons of criticism. Chapter 55. Kill the dangerous species and obtain a small space. This is the only record so far. Watching the various abilities that Dragon Country netizens show off in the live broadcast room, foreign netizens were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially those dragon people who had the opportunity to undergo blood awakening, but ruined it themselves. They have already regretted it so much that their intestines are almost turning green. The bragging of Dragon Country netizens is simply rubbing salt into the wounds that were just about to heal. Although they changed their nationality and immigrated overseas, the countries they changed to, in order to suppress the influence of the Dragon Country, stated that they, the immigrants from the Dragon Country, would also have a share in the future evolutionary resources. The question is, what about the portion? Why don't you give us the share we also have? So far, no other country has obtained evolutionary resources. Moreover, even if these countries really obtained evolutionary resources, it is hard to say whether they would get a share of them. These high-ranking officials who have immigrated overseas are not clean characters themselves. How could they not understand the dirty thoughts of the top leaders of these countries? These countries only say polite words to Longwa in order to go against him. These words are just for listening. Only a fool would take them seriously. Anyway, these people are regretting so much that they have no appetite and every day is torture. Qin Shi has also awakened his ability. No wonder he was so confident along the way. Damn it, why weren't we the ones who awakened our abilities? Seeing Qin Shi shouting fire, which brought a huge fire all over the sky and forced the Wu Bao to retreat far away, the foreign netizens in the live broadcast room were so jealous. They wished they could replace the Qin dynasty. Qin Shi stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. The flames that burned the black fog did not dissipate, but gathered towards Qin Shi again like a living thing, forming a ball of dancing flames in his palm. The firelight opened up a bright and pure land for Qin Shi in the dark forest. At first glance, the Qin dynasty seemed like a god who came to the world to drive out evil. Oh my god. So cool. Did you see that, sisters? That's my husband. Bitch, you dare to snatch my man. Pull out your knife. It's not that I look down on you. I can only say, everyone here, this man is mine. A drama of snatching a man was staged in the live broadcast room. Even many foreign female netizens came out and sent various comments such as I la fuyo and I mu yo thu, expressing their naked admiration for Qin Shi. This made foreign male netizens very angry. The women in their country were actually attracted to a man from Dragon Country. Hateful. What a bunch of shallow women. Qin Shi didn't know that he was being snatched away by many crazy female netizens. He held the flame in his hand and walked towards the mist leopard. It's time to end it. When Wu Bao saw Qin Shi coming over, a look of fear immediately appeared in his eyes. This human can actually dispel the black fog that shrouds this place. The flame held in its hand made it feel a deadly threat. However, as the guardian of this small space, it is its duty to expel invaders. No matter how afraid of the fire in Qin Shi's hand, the mist leopard could only roar and continue to kill Qin Shi. Qin Shi looked at the mist leopard that was rushing towards him with cold eyes and trembled his right hand slightly. The flame held in his palm suddenly flowed like liquid and turned into a flaming spear in his hand. Die! Qin Shi stabbed at the mist leopard with his spear, and the spear flashed in the air like thunder and fire. The mist leopard was very agile. Sensing the horror of the flaming spear, It turned its body slightly in the air, trying to avoid the flaming spear that continued to attack. However, Qin Shi shook his right hand slightly. The flaming spear in his hand immediately chased after him flexibly. The sharp tip of the gun turned into a majestic dragon head, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the mist leopard. No matter how the mist leopard dodged, it could not escape the pursuit of the fire dragon's head. Finally, the fire dragon head swallowed the mist leopard in one gulp. Amid the mist leopard's shrill roar, it was burned to ashes. A pitch-black crystal appeared at the spot. This pitch-black crystal is the anchor point of this small space. After Qin Shi killed the mist leopard, the blue star consciousness immediately invaded this small space. A strange wave flashed by, and the black crystal on the ground disappeared. Then, the voice of blue star consciousness sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation explorers for successfully killing the one-star dangerous fog leopard and obtaining a small space anchor point. Small space accepting. Blue Star has accepted this small space, which is now the territory of Dragon Country. After hearing the words of the Blue Star consciousness, the leaders of various countries became jealous. There is no need to explain how valuable an independent small space is. Even with Blue Star's most advanced technology today, it cannot touch the surface of space. The scientific research value of this small space alone is difficult to estimate. Not to mention, manhwa can use this small space for teleportation or storage of supplies. Even turn it into a shelter. But unfortunately, this small space now belongs to Dragon Country. Without the permission of Dragon Country, people from other countries cannot get involved in this small space. They can only stare in envy and jealousy. Fuck. In the room of the President of the United States, the President was so angry that he stood up and kicked the table, but his foot hurt terribly. Dragon Country again. In a manor in France, several senior executives who were leisurely sipping tea and enjoying the afternoon time put down their teacups with gloomy faces. I feel like my favorite black tea isn't as fragrant anymore. Baka. From the Japanese cabinet, the Prime Minister's angry curses were heard. When Japan first teleported to explore, it provoked the Qin dynasty, and all the explorers were wiped out. Now they haven't even occupied the base yet. The Dragon Kingdom already has a small space. This strong contrast really made them want to explode on the spot. The whole Dragon Kingdom was filled with joy. Not long after Qin Shi had obtained the evolutionary resource purple flower for the Dragon Kingdom, he unexpectedly obtained a small space. Good news one after another. Moreover, Qin Shi Huang accomplished a great feat. That means one person faces off against another and kills a one-star dangerous species alone. This is of greater significance to the humans on the blue planet than gaining a small space. You know, the strength of dangerous species can crush normal adults. If ordinary people encounter dangerous species, they will definitely be slaughtered one-sidedly. Dangerous species are the biggest obstacle to human exploration of the secrets beyond the universe. Explorers from other countries have also killed dangerous species before, but this was achieved through powerful technological weapons and multi-person collaboration. Qin Shi was the first person to kill a dangerous creature head-on by himself. It is also the only one so far. How can this not make the people of Dragon Country feel proud? Wait, did you find a big problem? Suddenly, some netizens discovered the blind spot. Chapter 56. Qin Shi's identity? Everyone was having a great time, and not many people noticed this comment. Until this netizen posted another barrage. Don't you think that Qin Shi's ability is too powerful? Everyone was finally attracted and discovered it belatedly. Yes. They were busy congratulating Qin Shi for killing the fog leopard and obtaining a small space, but they overlooked an obvious problem. That is, the ability Qin Shi awakened seemed to be stronger than that of others. Now that you mention it, I've also discovered that the ability I awakened is the same as Qin Shi's. Both are fire, but the fire I can currently produce is only the size of a small bean, and at most I can only use it to light a cigarette. A netizen from Manhwa who awakened the ability to fire came forward to share his experience. Puff. Seeing him posing in a cool and handsome manner and snapping his fingers, but only a bean-sized flame appeared on his fingers, netizens couldn't help but laugh out loud. Think about the spectacular scene in Qin Shi just now, when there was a sound of fire and a huge fire fell all over the sky. Compare it with the little bean in front of you. It's not that they are mocking on purpose, they just can't help it. The contrast is so tragic. Brother, you call this fire ability? Do you have any misunderstanding about fire ability? That's right. God Qin's ability is called fire. With a roar of fire, the sky is filled with blazes. Even the one-star dangerous species are afraid to avoid it. Sorry, I'm not a professional, and I really can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Netizens made jokes one after another. The netizen who shared his experience was all upset. Hey, enough. This is the authentic fire ability of mine, officially certified. It's not that my ability is not good. It's that Qin Shi's ability is too good. If you don't believe me, go ask other people. Everyone didn't believe it, and went to ask other people around them who had awakened their abilities. As a result, you don't know until you ask, and you'll be shocked when you ask. Fuck. It's true. My second brother-in-law from a distant relative has awakened lightning ability, but the lightning he sends out can't even shock a fish. At most, it can shock a mosquito at night. Although it's not a fire ability, its strength is really a world apart from Qin Shi's. I have a friend who has awakened a wind ability, but the wind he blows is just like an ordinary electric fan, not to mention killing a one-star dangerous creature. I have consulted official channels and found out that everyone has only awakened the lowest level of abilities. They are not very powerful for now. Their strength is not much different from before the bloodline evolution. The bloodline evolution only gives us an opportunity. It does not mean that once we awaken our abilities, we can be comparable to dangerous species, fly into the sky and hide in the ground, burn mountains and boil seas. Netizens posted comments one after another to discuss. As a result, the more everyone discussed it, the more confused they became. Since the ability that has just awakened is not very powerful. That's the question. Why was Qin Shi able to kill the mist leopard? When Qin Shi shouted fire and shook the fire to make it into a gun, how can we not see how he was weak? Otherwise, the mist leopard will die with regrets. Originally, everyone attributed Qin Shi's strength to his equipment and awakened abilities. After this discussion, it seems that the Qin dynasty has become even more mysterious. Is it possible that, because of the different environment, the bloodline evolves in the secret realm and the awakened ability becomes more powerful? Someone made this guess, but it was quickly refuted. This possibility is very small. After all, in addition to Qin Shi, there are Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, Wu Jia and others in the secret realm, as well as the second batch of 10 explorers who entered. If the bloodline evolution in the secret realm can awaken more powerful abilities, do you think Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, Wu Jia and others will only be mascots and yell 666 to Qin Shi along the way? Will our Dragon Country explorers stay in the base honestly to build? If you think about it, it does make sense. If your bloodline evolves in the secret realm, you can awaken more powerful abilities. There are so many explorers in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if only a few of them have awakened their abilities, they are enough to sweep away explorers from other countries and occupy more territory for the Dragon Kingdom. At present, only Qin Shi has such powerful ability. Then think about Qin Shi's various performances along the way. Everyone suddenly felt that the fog surrounding Qin Shi had become thicker. One or two miraculous manifestations can be said to be coincidences, but when 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or even more than 10 miraculous manifestations happen to the same person, it's hard to explain it with the word coincidence. Qin Shi definitely has a shocking secret. Where did the authorities invite such a great figure from? Unfortunately, the official refused to say, and everyone is still confused after guessing. Foreign netizens have rejoined the discussion and are all very curious about who Qin Shi is and why he is so mysterious. We are all humans from Blue Star. Why is he the only one so outstanding? This explorer from Dragon Country showed no signs of using any secret weapons just now. He actually killed a one-star dangerous species with his own abilities. How can a human being be so powerful? That guy is not even human. By the way, have your spies not yet found out Qin Shi's identity and origin? In a private remote conference, the President of the United States, the President of France, the Prime Minister of England and others met again to discuss the affairs of the Qin dynasty. The fact that Longhua has obtained such huge benefits in the secret realm, one after another, has made them feel very anxious. I thought that Longhua's good luck was finally coming to an end. Their country can also get a share of the resources discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows? Qin Shi is a guy who doesn't rely on luck. His hard power is so strong. Their jaws dropped. No, Longhua has very strict confidentiality measures for Qin Shi's identity. I mobilized a spy who has been lurking for a long time. He is a senior official of Longhua and has access to many secrets of Longhua. He doesn't even know the origin of Qin Shi's identity. The President of the United States said with a gloomy face, "It is very difficult to train a spy of this level. The United States has no idea how much resources it has spent on him. With the help of this spy, the beautiful country intercepted a lot of valuable intelligence from the Dragon Country and benefited greatly from it. As a result, In order to explore the secrets of the Qin dynasty, they had to risk exposing their identities as spies and wasted such an important chess piece. The Dragon Kingdom had this plan long ago. Otherwise, why would they have hidden Qin Shi's identity so long ago? We have all been deceived by the Dragon Kingdom, the French president said angrily. If they can't find Qin Shi's identity and origin, they won't know how Qin Shi possesses such powerful strength. If you want to target Qin Shi, you don't know where to start. Now it all depends on our explorers. I have already given orders to Aubrey and his team to find an opportunity to destroy Qin Shi in the ruins of the extraterritorial civilization. His existence has already greatly threatened our interests. The President of the United States said with a gloomy face. Then it's settled. When the time comes, explorers from all countries will unite to deal with Qin Shi and eliminate him first. The President of France, the Prime Minister of England and other senior officials from various countries all nodded in agreement. A conspiracy against Qin Shi began. Chapter 57. Is there such an operation? In the secret realm, Qin Shi didn't know that people in the outside world were curious about his identity and that the United States, France, England, and other countries were plotting against him. After killing the mist leopard and gaining a small space, he did not stop and continued to walk deeper into the palace. This small space is just a room in the entire palace. His target is extraterritorial civilization, and the small space is just an appetizer. Everyone's eyes returned to Qin Shi again. Qin Shi is taking action again. Where are our country's explorers? Are we just going to watch Qin Shi take everything from the ruins of the foreign civilization for ourselves? Seeing Qin Shi continue to take action, foreign netizens became a little emotional and couldn't help but post barrages of comments and curses. The public is outraged. However, this time the target of their criticism was not the Qin dynasty, but the explorers from their own country. They no longer had any hope of cursing Qin Shi. This guy is even worse than Xiaoqiang. The more fiercely they cursed, the greater the harvest would be for Qin Shi. They want to fold it for Qin Feng. Why does it seem like they are adding to Qin Shi? It's so fucking terrible. Now we can only hope that our country's explorers can be more powerful. However, when everyone glanced at the live broadcast room of their own country, their faces immediately fell. It's better not to watch it. The more I watch, the angrier I get. They shouldn't have any expectations of their own country's explorers. The explorers of their country are still drifting on the sea. Some people even couldn't find anything to use as a boat, so they actually swam in the water. Judging from their posture, they want to swim to the ruins of foreign civilization. What a psycho. Seeing this scene, foreign netizens couldn't help but want to curse. Even on the blue planet, the ocean can drown people. What's more, this is a secret place outside the sky. There are countless terrifying and dangerous species lurking in the sea. Want to travel to the ruins of foreign civilization? Is this something a normal person can think of? This is not the way to seek death. Of course, there are also normal explorers. They learned how to make wooden boats from the Qin dynasty and planned to travel to the ruins of foreign civilizations by boat. Some people actually built them in the style of the wooden boats used during the Qin dynasty, and even the size was almost the same. Obviously, they really believed that the wooden boat they were riding on during the Qin dynasty had some kind of black technology, and that a wooden boat built in that way could move on its own without paddling. Netizens in their country are still excitedly cheering them on and giving them advice. Fortunately, Qin Shi didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would have burst out laughing. God have mercy on me. The wooden boat he was riding on was able to move automatically, not because of some black technology, but because he was secretly controlling the water flow to propel it. As a result, the top leaders and netizens of these countries actually thought that his wooden boat had some special functions and studied it seriously. Even a team of experts was sent to analyze the situation from various parameters. I hope that the explorers from these countries will not doubt their lives after building the wooden boats and sitting on them. Foreign netizens quickly left their own country's live broadcast room in disgust. So embarrassing. Relying on the explorers of his own country to compete with the Qin dynasty. It's better to hope for pie in the sky. Anyway, don't think about it in the short term. They can only continue to stay in Longwa's live broadcast room with love and hate. Although it was heartbreaking to see Qin Shi showing off there. But what can we do if our own exploration team is not strong enough? After Qin Shi killed the mist leopard, he also gained partial control over this small space. This small space exists attached to the entire palace, and naturally has an entrance and an exit. Qin Shi walked towards the exit. After a while, his figure disappeared from the spot, just like when he had just entered the palace. The environment before my eyes changed again. This time, a normal room appeared, not a small space. The room was large and filled with shelves. Too bad there's nothing of value here. Most of the shelves are empty, or they are filled with bottles, jars, and other artworks that are unique to some foreign civilizations. It would be fine to use it to study the culture of foreign civilizations, but for Qin Shi, there was really no need to read too much of it. Qin Shi left the room and continued to move deeper into the palace. This time, a small space appeared again. However, this small space is also in a dilapidated state and cannot be compared with the previous small space. There weren't even any guards inside. Qin Shi guessed that this small space must have suffered some kind of attack, and all the dangerous species guarding it were killed. The ground in the small space was full of potholes, and it looked extremely desolate at first glance. However, even the small, dilapidated space has made senior officials and netizens from various countries jealous. After all, they didn't even get a small space. There is no harm without comparison. It seems that this extraterritorial civilization site is very dilapidated. Apart from the first small space, Qin Shi has been walking for so long and has not found any valuable resources. The danger here is not as terrible as imagined. As long as we don't encounter dangerous species guarding small spaces, the journey will be safe. This makes me want to kill those useless things even more. This place is simply a place where those who arrive first eat meat, and those who arrive later eat dirt. Are the country's explorers planning to come here and eat the dirt left behind by the Qin dynasty? While watching Qin Shi exploring the palace, netizens posted various comments in the barrage. Now the people they curse the most are the explorers from their own country. I feel uncomfortable if I don't curse a few times. Under everyone's attention, Qin Shi made unstoppable progress and rushed straight into the depths of the palace. After half a day, Qin Shi couldn't help but frown. He hadn't encountered any danger in the past half day, but there was no gain of sufficient value. Qin Shi felt as if he was wandering around the outer area of the palace and could never really get close to the core of the palace. Qin Shi has been walking for so long, and the places he passed by were all desolate. He never found the real foreign civilization. Could it be that the treasures left by the foreign civilization in the ruins have been destroyed? Is there actually nothing in the palace? It shouldn't be that serious. I feel like Qin Shi is a bit lost and can't find the way to the core of the palace. It's like looking for treasure. Without a map to guide you, you may not be able to find it. This is good news. This will give our explorers time to catch up. Foreign netizens posted barrages of speculations. Qin Shi's experience made them feel relieved, but also a little disappointed. What they fear most now is seeing Qin Shi find precious resources again. That really excited their hearts. They watched Qin Shi reaping huge rewards here, while their country's explorers were still floating on the sea. A strong psychological gap is very bad for your health. However, if Qin Shi had no gains, they would not be able to see the wonderful exploration content. This mentality of hoping that there will be no gains in Qin Shi in the future, but also hoping to see more exciting content, makes them very conflicted. However, soon they won't have to worry about it anymore. Qin Shi suddenly stopped where he was and shouted into the air, "Blue Star Consciousness, can you help me locate the core of the palace?" Qin Shi knew that the reason why he felt like he was wandering around the periphery of the palace was because this palace used space technology. Without a map to guide it, it would be difficult for outsiders to find the way to the core of the palace. He had no good solution for this. If he were a full-grown adult, a simple spatial trick would not be a problem for him. But now he is still far away from touching the power of space. The only solution now is to ask for help from the Blue Star Consciousness. The Blue Star Consciousness can teleport everyone to a secret realm outside the sky, so it must have a certain degree of mastery over the power of space. Foreign netizens. Is there such a thing? Chapter 58. The inheritance of foreign civilization appears. Fuck, is this even possible? Cheating. I'm so stupid. I only knew that Qin Shi was temporarily lost and couldn't find the direction to go deeper into the palace, but I forgot that there was Blue Star's consciousness. After hearing Qin Shi's words, foreign netizens began to complain. Everyone just realized it belatedly. The Blue Star Consciousness is based on the exploration personnel and occupies the space of the secret realm outside the sky. Although the Blue Star Consciousness can only exist as an auxiliary, it cannot directly help everyone explore the secret realm. Even a lot of information about secret places needs to be obtained by explorers. But at the same time, it also means that every explorer can seek his help within the capabilities of the Blue Star Consciousness. No. Many foreign netizens wailed in their hearts, hoping that the Blue Star Consciousness would not agree to help Qin Shi. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The blue star consciousness wants to explore the secrets outside the universe and will never refuse the rescue of the explorers. What's more, in the eyes of blue star consciousness, Qin Shi's status is very important. So far, all the precious gains that Blue Star has found in the secret realm were basically brought by Qin Shi. Qin Shi is the treasure of Blue Star consciousness. The baby has spoken. How can I refuse? Definitely not. Really. The next moment, the voice of Blue Star consciousness rang out. I am occupying the space of the analysis palace. It will take some time to find the way to the core of the palace. Please be patient. Haha, are you dumbfounded? We have the Blue Star consciousness to help us. Getting lost? There's no way. You are thinking too much if you want Qin Shi to stay where he is and let your explorers catch up with him. The real treasure of the foreign civilization belongs to our Dragon Country. Dragon Country netizens boasted proudly. When foreign netizens saw this, they felt disgusted. Shameless. Actually using Blue Star consciousness as navigation. Envy, jealousy, and hatred again. Qin Shi waited patiently for a while. After Blue Star's consciousness analyzed the spatial structure of the palace, it immediately gave a hint, and a map leading to the depths of the palace appeared in Qin Shi's mind. Qin Shi followed the instructions on the map and headed towards the core of the palace. This time he did not get lost again. He successfully crossed the outer area and arrived at the core area of the palace. A scene appeared before my eyes, which was more magnificent than the small space before. Countless mountains stand tall, shrouded in clouds and mist. There was no sun or moon in the sky, but there was a light that came from nowhere and enveloped the entire space. Although we didn't see any creatures such as cranes and white deer, the sight of the undulating mountains and the vast sea of clouds alone made us feel as if we were in a fairyland in the clouds. Compared with the magnificent scene before him, the rooms and small spaces that Qin Shi had passed through before were simply remote areas. In the center of this vast space, a towering mountain stands there like a pillar supporting the sky. The entire mountain was glowing with a sacred light, and it was obvious at first glance that it was extremely extraordinary. Wow, what a beautiful place. The core of the palace is such a beautiful place. It's like being in a fairyland. Shit, the value of this space is much greater than the previous ones. Is it going to become something of Dragon Country again? Netizens were amazed by the magnificent scenery in the space, and once again envied the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they have seen the great harvest of the Qin dynasty many times, I always tell myself in my heart that I have to get used to it. I have to get used to it. But how can one get used to this kind of thing? There is no end to jealousy. Oh my God. I feel so sour. Can I complain to Qin Shi? He made me feel sour. I feel like I'm going to get a stomachache if I keep watching this. Laugh. Why didn't you mention that Qin Shi helped you get your colored contact lenses for free? What the hell? Colored contact lenses. But they are really quite vivid. It turns out that Qin Shi is actually a hidden colored contact lens artist. Netizens from Longwo posted comments one after another, teasing foreign netizens. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Soon, an even stronger shock came. Relics of an alien civilization were discovered ahead. The central mountain may contain a legacy left by an alien civilization. The voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang out, reminding Qin Shi. What? The inheritance of foreign civilization has appeared. Oh shit, this is the most precious thing in the ruins. My heart aches when I think about it falling into the hands of the Dragon Nation. Haha, the inheritance of foreign civilizations will definitely allow our country's strength to take a huge leap forward. After hearing the reminder from Blue Star Consciousness, netizens all went crazy. This is a true extraterrestrial civilization, not one of those ancient civilizations discovered on the blue planet. Although ancient civilizations also have great value, their value is more reflected in their archaeological value. As for the foreign civilization, judging from the scale of the palaces and the existence of small spaces, it must have been an extremely brilliant civilization. The level of advancement of civilization far exceeds that of Blue Planet. If we could obtain the inheritance of foreign civilizations and digest it thoroughly, the benefits would be self-evident. Fuck, why don't you wait a little longer? Why did the Blue Star Consciousness give Qin Shi directions? Our exploration crews haven't even arrived yet. This isn't fair. I want to protest. I want to complain. The top leaders of all countries shouted wildly, with faces full of unwillingness. Although the Qin dynasty reaped a great harvest in the ruins, but as long as the true inheritance of foreign civilization does not appear, they still have hope in their hearts. If the inheritance of foreign civilization does not appear, The explorers of their country can rush to the ruins and get a share of the pie before the Qin dynasty obtains the inheritance of foreign civilization. Who would have known that the inheritance of foreign civilization would appear so quickly? At this moment, the top leaders of these countries were all panicked. There is no need to say more about how great the heritage value of foreign civilizations is. Normally, finding some suspected alien corpses can make these countries happy for several years, and they are willing to spend huge amounts of money on research. What's more, what we are seeing before us is a real alien civilization. Now, the inheritance of foreign civilization is about to fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. How can they not be filled with hatred? However, no matter how furious they were, no matter how they tore up the notebooks in their hands or smashed the tables in front of them, they could not change the reality. The explorers from their country are still floating on the sea. Qin Shi looked towards the central mountain. He didn't need the blue star consciousness to remind him. He knew that there must be something extremely precious on the mountain. This is the instinct of being a divine dragon. The phoenix will not land without treasure, and the place where the dragon lives must be a spiritual vein. Even in the mythology of the Western countries of Blue Star, there are legends about giant dragons collecting gold. It can be said that as long as it is a divine beast, it will naturally be sensitive to treasures that are beneficial to it. It is just like the Kunu fish sensing the existence of treasures extremely useful to it in the ruins of an alien civilization. Qin Shi is a real dragon, and his life level is much higher than that of the Kunu fish, which only has the bloodline of Kunpeng. Even the Kunu fish can sense that there are things useful to it in the ruins. Naturally, Qin Shi would not fail to sense it. And now, Qin Shi felt that there was something on the central mountain that was attracting him, causing him to feel an urgent desire in his heart. Qin Shi rushed towards the central mountain without hesitation. Chapter 59. The inheritance left by the gods has gone crazy. Soon, Qin Shi arrived at the central peak. Unexpectedly, there was no danger along the way. The core area of the palace is actually safer than the periphery. Qin Shi didn't think much about it and walked up the mountain. Now that he has come this far, he will give it a try even if there are dangers ahead. Just as Qin Shi stepped onto the top of the mountain, a huge and strange vision emerged above the mountain. Golden lotus emerges from the ground and fairies scatter flowers from the sky. A figure dressed in simple clothes, which was different from any clothes on the blue planet, emerged in the strange vision in the sky. What is this? There are living creatures in the ruins? Is the person in front blind? This is a god. Holy shit. A god has appeared. Oh my god. There really are gods living in the palace. Netizens exclaimed in surprise, then nervously held their breath, staring at the emerging figure without blinking. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. After all, the human figure in front of him might be a life form from extraterrestrial civilization. And looking at the posture when he appeared, it was as if the gods and Buddhas from the 9 heavens had descended to earth, which was truly shocking. Many people who believed in gods and Buddhas were so excited that they even knelt down on the spot, looking at the emerging figure with fanatical eyes, shouting, "The gods have appeared, the gods and Buddhas bless you," etc., praying for the gods and Buddhas to bless them. Even during the Qin dynasty, everyone was shocked for a moment. He took a step back, his muscles tensed, dragon scales faintly visible on his body, and his eyes stared vigilantly at the emerging figure. The figure exuded a powerful aura, which made him feel a huge threat. But soon, Qin Shi's expression froze slightly, because he discovered that the human figure that appeared before his eyes was not a real living creature, it was just a phantom. Just a shadow made him feel a fatal threat? How strong is this figure's true strength? Qin Shi couldn't help but be shocked. The figure completely emerged, and it looked like a young man. He did not give Qin Shi time to be shocked. He looked down at Qin Shi with a smile on his face and said, "I am a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. I fought a great battle with the Chaos Demon sect in the depths of the starry sky and accidentally fell into the outer secret realm. After 100 years, I finally found a way out of the outer secret realm. The inheritance of the 5 Elements sect here will be left to the later generations as an opportunity. If the later generations obtain it, they may be able to follow my path to escape from the outer secret realm. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the 5 Elements sect, it depends on whether you are qualified. Those who can reach the top of the mountain along this road will naturally receive the inheritance left by me." Along with the young man's voice, images appeared in the void. It was an image of 2 people fighting in the starry sky. One of them is the young man in front of him. The other person was a strong man who was shrouded in a strange black mist. The 2 of them roamed across the starry sky, and with every move they made, they unleashed endless divine power, causing the meteorites rushing towards them to explode one by one. The power was so great that even just watching the video made the netizens in the live broadcast room feel dry in the mouth. Oh my god, is this still human? Netizens were so dumbfounded that they forgot how to express their shock in the comments. Everyone has been wondering what the foreign civilization in the palace is like. Everyone speculates that the life of extraterrestrial civilizations should be similar to the aliens of various shapes in science fiction movies. No one expected that the life forms of extraterrestrial civilizations would be similar to humans. In other words, it is the human beings outside the blue planet. And it is so powerful. It's not what they think, that they rely on spaceships and various high-tech weapons to traverse the starry sky. But relying on its own strength, it can travel across the universe. Oh my god, this is truly divine. The figure disappeared after he finished speaking. A mountain path appeared before my eyes. Obviously, embarking on the mountain road means accepting the test of youth. Holy crap, immortal cultivators actually exist. Oh my god, is that a god? On the mountain is the inheritance left by the gods. Let's go. After the shock, the live broadcast room became more lively than ever before. Netizens all went crazy. Whether netizens are from the Dragon Country, the Beautiful Country, Japan, or the Bear Country, they are all deeply shocked by the young man's performance. This is a true god, an immortal who has come to the world, a saint and an angel. It is an existence that can be compared with the greatest gods in the mythology of any country. How could the legacy left by such an existence not make everyone crazy and agitated? Those who reach the summit will receive the inheritance from the gods. Netizens stared at the emerging mountain road with red eyes and fanatical faces, wishing they could rush into the secret realm and reach the top of the mountain immediately. What a pity! Why didn't I become an explorer? I also want to obtain the inheritance of the gods. If I get the inheritance, will I be able to travel across the starry sky like that young man, blasting countless stars with a wave of my hand? I'm jealous. Wake up, you guys in front. You probably won't survive for half a day if you go in, and you still want to obtain the inheritance of the gods. What the hell are you thinking? In Longwa's live broadcast room, countless netizens expressed regret and wished they could become explorers. Even they felt a deep envy for Qin Shisheng, not to mention those foreign netizens. Haha, don't worry, Qin Shi is right in front of the mountain. As long as Qin Shi obtains the inheritance, we will definitely have the opportunity to learn it. That's right, that's the inheritance of the gods. Our dragon nation is about to rise completely. There have been legends of cultivating immortals in our dragon country since ancient times. It is the true destiny that the inheritance of immortals has fallen into the hands of our dragon country. Netizens in Long Country were overjoyed. In the secret realm, Qin Shi's heart was also filled with excitement. The foreign civilization inside this palace is actually the inheritance of the Five Elements sect. As soon as you hear it, you know it is some kind of cultivation method. No wonder Kunu felt that there was something useful to it in the palace. He also felt that something was attracting him on the top of the mountain. Although he is a divine dragon, he is born with various powerful abilities. However, there is no method to practice evolution. The method of cultivation and evolution is a tool for living beings to tap their own potential. Without tools, even a divine beast like him could grow up relying on his own powerful bloodline and crush most creatures. But this is like living off your savings, and eventually you will run out of money. Only by mastering the tools to tap your potential can you unearth more treasures from your body and transcend the barriers of blood. He is determined to obtain the inheritance of the Five Elements sect. Qin Shi's eyes showed a determined light, and he stepped onto the mountain resolutely. At the same time, senior officials from various countries were all anxious. They contacted their own explorers one after another, urging them every few minutes. Aubrey, did you see the inheritance of the gods appear? The President of the United States contacted explorers from his own country. Yes. Why don't you hurry over after seeing this? Do you want to watch our beautiful country being suppressed by Dragon Country and lose its position as the hegemon of Blue Star? The President of the United States yelled at Aubrey. Chapter 60. Is this guy all-powerful? Foreign explorers are on their way. We are trying to find a solution, Aubrey said helplessly. Try hard. Try hard. You have been trying hard since Qin Shi stepped onto the island. I am very disappointed in you, you know? Can you come up with a fresh word? The President of the United States shouted at Aubrey. I don't care. I want you to use all means, at all costs, to get to the ruins as quickly as possible. The President of the United States did not give Aubrey a chance to complain and directly cut off contact. The same scene happened to explorers from other countries. These explorers all received urgent calls from the top leaders of their own country. This made them feel very depressed. They also want to get to the ruins as soon as possible. But what can we do without navigation tools? The wooden boats manufactured during this period were completely useless. It's a pity that the expert group still swore that they could imitate the wooden boats of Longwa and let them rush to the site as soon as possible. What's the result? The wooden boats made can only drift on the shore. Damn it! Your own support is so weak, yet you push them like crazy. The explorers were so angry that they were cursing. Finally, explorers from various countries got together and decided to unite. We first work together to build a simple large ship, and the American explorers will use the mecha's internal nuclear power to send us to the ruins as soon as possible. If everyone continues to act independently, explorers from any country will not be able to reach the site in a short period of time. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the inheritance of the gods fell into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. While explorers from various countries were working together to cross the ocean, netizens were nervously watching Qin Shi's test. Before the mountain, Qin Shi took a step onto the mountain road. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. A huge pressure emerged from the void and pressed down on Qin Shi. In the surrounding sky, 5 colors emerged: white, yellow, green, black, and red, evolving into towering trees, majestic mountains, whistling golden winds, surging black waves, and burning flames, rushing towards Qin Shi. This is a vision evolved from the power of the 5 elements. Each of them is accompanied by terrifying power of life and death, which can destroy entire mountains and shatter vast oceans. Seeing this scene, netizens' faces all changed. Even through the live broadcast, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure revealed by these evolving visions. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrible attack Qin Shi, who was deeply trapped in it, would face. What a terrifying attack! It seems that the inheritance of the gods is not easy to obtain. Why do I feel that this test is more terrifying than the dangerous ones? Dragon people, the inheritance of the gods is not so easy to obtain. You'd better retreat quickly and wait for our country's explorers to act together. Qin Shi wants to monopolize the inheritance of the gods. He is too arrogant. I hope the test of the gods can teach him an unforgettable lesson. In the live broadcast room, netizens were discussing the matter. Some people were marveling at the horror of the inheritance test. Some were cursing in their hearts and hoping that Qin Shi would fail, and some were worried about Qin Shi. There are thousands of faces for each person. The discussions of the outside world did not affect Qin Shi. Qin Shi looked solemnly at the strange visions emerging around him and the terrifying pressure that was everywhere. However, he was not very nervous, because he had already discovered that what this test really required him to do was to comprehend the power of the 5 elements, rather than to fight against the emerging power of the 5 elements. As long as one can comprehend the power of the 5 elements, one can integrate into the surrounding strange power, like a fish in water, and will not be attacked by the power of the 5 elements. And this was not very difficult for Qin Shi. After all, he is a dragon. The dragon is born with the ability to breathe thunder and fire, control the flow of water, and create clouds and rain. The power of the 5 elements is naturally within the scope of Qin Shi's capabilities. The reason why Qin Shi was able to grow to its current level was due to the huge resources provided by the Dragon Kingdom and the power of the 5 elements condensed from them. With a quick glance, he analyzed the mysteries of the 5 elements contained in the strange phenomena emerging around him. Yin-yang and the 5 elements give rise to all things, including wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and can evolve all things, and can also disappear into all things. Qin Shi's eyes were like lightning. He shouted softly, raised his hands, and various energies such as wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth appeared in his palms and spread towards the strange phenomena around him. The energy in his body merged with the 5 elements around him, like a drop of water being embraced by the ocean. The huge force that was pressing towards him from the void was suddenly reduced a lot. Oh? What did I see? Didn't Qin Shi awaken the ability of fire? Why can he also control lightning and air? Why is he not affected? This is unscientific. Everyone was nervously watching the test Qin Shi was going through, and when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They were all curious about how Qin Shi would deal with the test and withstand such a terrifying attack. After much guessing, no one could have guessed that Qin Shi would break the situation in this way. He used various abilities to merge into the vision and became immune to its attacks. What is the principle behind this? Foreign netizens were a little confused. The theory of the five elements mutual generation and mutual restraint is too unfamiliar to them. In contrast, netizens from Longwa have been influenced by the culture of yin and yang and the five elements since childhood, so they can guess something. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was that Qin Shi had just displayed several abilities. It was so dazzling that it blinded everyone's eyes. Previously, Qin Shi used his fire ability to kill a one-star dangerous mist leopard. Everyone thought that Qin Shi awakened the ability of fire. But the scene before them completely overturned everyone's understanding of the Qin dynasty. Could it be that Qin Shi awakened multiple abilities? It's not impossible. Among those who have awakened abilities in Dragon Country, there are some who have awakened 2 or 3 abilities. However, their awakening abilities are very weak. It's nothing like the Qin dynasty. It's okay that the fire ability is so powerful. Even his other abilities are stronger than others. That's a bit too much. Fuck, is this guy omnipotent? A foreign netizen cursed. He still hoped that the test from the gods could stop Qin Shi. It would be best to kill Qin Shi. As a result, seeing that Qin Shi was like a fish in water, his wish was doomed to fail. However, what made them feel a little better was that Qin Shi's climbing speed was very slow. If he wanted to climb the mountain, he needed to comprehend the mysteries of the 5 elements contained in the strange phenomena around him. The higher you climb, the more profound the mysteries of the 5 elements become, and the more difficult it becomes to comprehend them. Half a day passed and Qin Shi had only climbed a short distance. Explorers from other countries have worked together to prepare navigation tools and are rushing to the site. It seems that their country still has hope of getting a piece of the pie. Chapter 61. Exploration personnel from various countries arrive, in the mysterious confidence of the Korean nation. Qin Shi used all his abilities and walked towards the top of the mountain despite the 5 elements' strange phenomena that kept emerging around him. While climbing the mountain, he tried to comprehend the mysteries of the 5 elements contained in the vision. The higher you go in the mountain, the more difficult it is to understand the mysteries of the 5 elements, and it requires a lot of energy to comprehend them. If you do not comprehend the mysteries of the 5 elements and try to move upwards against the pressure will increase several times, or even dozens of times as you rise higher. This caused the Qin dynasty's speed of climbing the mountain to become extremely slow, which gave explorers from other countries an opportunity. Soon, 3 days passed. Before Qin Shi reached the summit, explorers from other countries had already arrived at the island ruins. We're finally here. On the beach in front of the island, a group of explorers with different equipment came to the island together on a simple wooden boat made of dozens of huge trees. Everyone looked at the huge palace in front of them with an expression of relief on their faces. It's not easy. Under the life-threatening urging of senior officials from various countries, they had no choice but to join hands and simply cut down a dozen giant trees before starting the voyage. Some people are responsible for maintaining the giant trees from being broken apart by the waves, some are responsible for alerting possible dangerous species, and the explorers from the United States are responsible for using mechas to propel the wooden boats. They were almost exhausted to death along the way. Even so, it was all thanks to Qin Shi. If it weren't for the fact that when Qin Shi and his friends found the island, netizens had written down the road map, and the scent of the Kunu fish had scared away other dangerous species on the road, it would definitely not be easy for them to reach the ruins so quickly. However, they will not be grateful to Qin Shi. They would never admit that they had received favors from the Qin dynasty. It was Qin Shi who led the way, allowing them to take advantage. We can only blame the Dragon Country explorers for being too stupid. Haha, our country's explorers have finally arrived. The inheritance of the gods will definitely belong to our great, beautiful country. Nonsense. The entire universe belongs to the Kimchi country. The inheritance of the gods will definitely fall into the hands of our Kimchi country. When foreign netizens saw that their country's explorers had finally arrived at the island and came to the ruins of an alien civilization, they suddenly became excited and once again revealed their arrogant nature. Even in the country of Korea, where all the explorers had been wiped out before, their netizens became arrogant again. Qin Shi has not yet reached the top of the mountain, and explorers from their country still have a chance to compete for the inheritance of the gods. What if the Qin dynasty was so powerful? He is alone. Under the siege of explorers from so many countries, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and the final outcome was a bleak ending. Let's go. Hurry to the core of the palace and fight for the inheritance of the gods. We can't let Qin Shi get it. As soon as Aubrey got off the wooden boat, he greeted his teammates and rushed into the palace without stopping. Explorers from other countries made the same decision. The inheritance of the gods is just ahead, and everyone is getting impatient, wishing they could appear in front of the mountain immediately. Not good. Zhui, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia, who were waiting for Qin Shi outside the palace, saw Aubrey and others coming to the island and entering the palace. Their faces suddenly changed. Before Qin Shi received the inheritance of the gods, Aubrey and others had already arrived. They were not afraid that Aubrey and others would harm Qin Shi. Just them? Even if Qin Shi stood there and let them attack, they might not be able to hurt Qin Shi. But if they deliberately interfere with Qin Shi and prevent Qin Shi from obtaining the inheritance of the gods, that would be bad. Let's go. We can't wait any longer. Let's go to the palace to help Qin Shi, lest these villains deliberately interfere with Qin Shi's inheritance. Zhui stood up and said to Xiaofeng and Wu Jia, then walked towards the palace with his long legs. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia nodded solemnly and followed behind. With Qin Shi's previous experience of entering the core of the palace, Aubrey and his team quickly arrived at the peak of the core area. There was no danger along the way. Originally, they also wanted to find one or two small spaces, but compared with the inheritance of the gods, the value of the small space is not worth mentioning. Haha, we're finally here. Oh yeah, hurry up and grab the inheritance of the gods. The inheritance of the gods can only fall into our hands. The foreign netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited, shouting and yelling, wishing they could go up the mountain to obtain the inheritance on behalf of the explorers. The top leaders of the United States, England, France, the Peacock Kingdom, and other countries all breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in their chairs with confidence, with expressions of confidence on their faces. The explorers from their country finally arrived at the ruins, and now the inheritance of the gods cannot escape. With so many people, are you still afraid that you can't compete with Qin Shi? Explorers from various countries were excited and their blood was boiling when they saw the mountain radiating endless sacred light before them. The inheritance of the gods is on the mountain. As long as they get the inheritance, they may become the next god. Faced with the temptation of becoming gods, they couldn't help but become restless. Explorers from several small countries have already rushed up the mountain impatiently, hoping to seize the initiative. But the next moment, bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects colliding was heard one after another, and they were knocked back at a speed faster than they had rushed forward. They fell heavily to the ground one by one, their bones almost broken. If they hadn't been protected by the protective suits on their bodies, this blow would have been enough to kill them. What's going on? There was a moment of silence in the live broadcast room. Idiot! The test on the mountain is very stressful. Are you rushing up there without being prepared and just waiting to get beaten? Aubrey glanced with disdain at the explorers who were knocked back. Explorers from small countries are just stupid and can't even see through such a simple thing. If it wasn't for the need to get to the ruins as quickly as possible, how could he condescend to cooperate with these country bumpkins? After hearing his words, the other explorers who were ready to move calmed down. Indeed, the inheritance of the gods was just ahead, making them so excited that they were dizzy and forgot that Qin Shi had encountered tremendous pressure when he just stepped onto the mountain. How can a mere test stop our great kimchi nation? Let me do it. The explorers from the Korean country walked to the mountain road with proud looks on their faces. People in Korea always have a mysterious self-confidence. Qin Shi could withstand the pressure and climb the mountain, so he felt that he could definitely do it too. And it can be done better than in the Qin dynasty. Come on, Smekta. Kimchi country is #1 in the universe. No matter how hard the gods try, it can't defeat our great kimchi country. Let them see the strength of our kimchi country. The Korean netizens in the live broadcast room all started shouting with a proud look on their faces. The explorers from the Korean country haven't even started the test yet, but they have already figured out how to use the divine inheritance. Chapter 62, 2 Seconds of Real Men, a bunch of trash. Under everyone's gaze, the Korean explorers held their heads high and confidently set foot on the mountain road. However, it was not surprising. The explorers from the kimchi country were quickly knocked back. How confident I was when I set out on the mountain trail just now. How embarrassed he was when he was knocked back. Of course, compared with the explorers from several small countries just now, he is still some progress. At least I held on for 2 more seconds. How is it possible? Our explorers were blasted back so quickly? I don't believe it. There must be something fishy going on here. If Qin Shi could withstand the pressure of the test, how could our explorers not be able to stop it? Netizens in the Korean country cried out in disbelief. Poochie. Ha ha ha. I can't help it. This is the great country of kimchi, the place where the universe originated. Don't laugh at the one in front. He tried really hard, even though he only lasted 2 seconds. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh for a while first. 2 seconds of true manliness, That's how confident you are. Netizens from Dragon Country made jokes in the live broadcast room, which made netizens from Korean Country so angry that their faces turned livid. So embarrassing. Who could have thought that their explorers would be knocked back so quickly? If I had held on a little longer, it wouldn't be so embarrassing now. It seems that the test of divine inheritance is not simple. What happened to you just now? Aubrey's eyes moved slightly, and he asked the explorers from the Kimchi Country who were blasted back. The explorers from the Korean Country were not like the explorers from the previous small countries who rushed forward rashly, but made preparations in advance. Although he looked down on the explorers from the Korean Country, he did not think that the explorers from the Korean Country could withstand the test of the divine inheritance. But he was still a little surprised that the explorers from the Korean Country were blasted back so quickly. In his expectation, no matter how incompetent the explorers from the Korean Country were, they should be able to hold on for a few minutes. I didn't expect it to be so useless. Aubrey looked at the explorers from the Kimchi Country with more and more contempt. This group of Oriental yellow monkeys loved to brag about themselves. However, he also knew that the test of divine inheritance might be more difficult than he had imagined, so he did not rush forward, but planned to collect enough information first. Hearing Aubrey's question, the explorers from the Korean Country suddenly turned red and white. He now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Aubrey's words made him the focus of everyone's attention. However, facing Aubrey, he could only be angry but not speak. Aubrey is not from Dragon Country. He dared to speak out against the Dragon people and to scold the Japanese. But when faced with beautiful Chinese people, he immediately wilted. When facing the United States, the Korean Country has a strong sense of inferiority. Their countries are all colonies semi-controlled by the United States. Every president of the Korean Country has to make a pilgrimage to the United States when he takes office. They strike hard at Eastern countries, but are submissive to the United States. This is the great Kimchi Country. He just couldn't get hard in front of the beautiful Chinese. I don't know what happened. As soon as I stepped onto the mountain road, I felt a terrible pressure. There seemed to be a strange sound in my ears, and then I was knocked back. The explorer from the Korean Country said with a red face and an embarrassed look. Strange noise? Aubrey frowned slightly. Everyone knows about the terrible pressure. After all, they can all watch Qin Shi's live broadcast and have seen Qin Shi resisting the test pressure before. But when we set foot on the mountain road, strange noises were heard. They didn't hear it. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Or is this a voice directed at those who participate in the test? Aubrey made a guess in his mind, turned around and shouted to an explorer from an unknown country next to him, "Go up and try it." He didn't want to embarrass himself by going up without knowing the content of the test. Anyway, there are so many explorers present who can serve as his cannon fodder. Why? The explorer named by Aubrey frowned and took a few steps back. He's not stupid. The test ahead was definitely not easy. Aubrey knew at a glance that he was unsure and wanted to find cannon fodder to test it. He didn't want to be Aubrey's cannon fodder. Why? Aubrey showed a ferocious look on his face and sneered, "Just because I'm stronger than you. If you don't want to die, just go ahead. Maybe you can pass the test." As they were talking, several other explorers from the beautiful country gathered around. There were malicious expressions on their faces. Apparently, they wouldn't mind teaching the explorer a lesson if he refused. A mere explorer from some remote country dared to go against their will. Are you looking for death? The explorer who was named had a red face and a look of unwillingness to be humiliated in his eyes. The explorers from the United States are really going too far. However, he saw the American explorers surrounding him and their mechas that were far superior to his own. The explorer could only lower his head silently and walk towards the mountain road with a feeling of powerlessness in his heart. As expected, this explorer was also blasted back. His experience after setting foot on the mountain road was the same as that of the explorers from Korea. They all felt tremendous pressure and heard strange noises in their ears. However, before he could analyze what the voices were saying, he was blasted back. Next, Aubrey used force to force several explorers from other countries to go up the mountain to collect intelligence for him. However, the intelligence obtained was basically the same. Some people can persist longer, but never more than a minute. According to the explorer who persisted longer, he seemed to understand a little bit of what the voice said and felt that the pressure was a little less. But when asked to describe the content of the sound, he couldn't. It is an extremely mysterious feeling. It seems that the key to passing the test lies in these mysterious sounds. However, there is no other information other than this. There are very few people who can understand the sounds at all. They don't get any effective help at all. This made Aubrey look very unhappy. During this process, many explorers volunteered to challenge the level, but they all failed. In the end, only Aubrey and the others did not set foot on the mountain road. A bunch of rubbish. Aubrey looked grim. During the Qin dynasty, everyone could set foot on the mountain road and climb all the way up the mountain. There were so many of them, but they were all stopped at the foot of the mountain. I really don't believe this. Aubrey twisted his body a few times to warm up a little, started up his mecha, and walked towards the mountain road. Qin sure can withstand the pressure. As a handsome Chinese man wearing a mecha, can he not be able to resist it? Although Qin Shi's previous performance was very impressive, he killed the mist leopard single-handedly. But it's not like they haven't killed one-star dangerous species before. If it comes to a head-on confrontation, Qin Shi is definitely no match for the mecha. Whatever the oriental yellow monkey can do, he can also do. Chapter 63 All failed. The Japanese instigation. Everyone looked towards Aubrey. The netizens in the live broadcast room also looked nervous. Especially netizens from the United States. Can Aubrey pass the test? They very much hope so. But no one is sure. After all, so many explorers have failed. Although Aubrey and his team have the best equipment and are the strongest among the explorers from various countries except Qin Shi. But it's hard to say. Even netizens in the United States don't dare to post comments confidently, afraid of being slapped in the face later. Aubrey strode toward the mountain path and took a step inside. In an instant, a force like the tremendous pressure of the deep sea surged towards him from all directions. Even through the mecha, Aubrey felt terrified as if he was about to be squeezed into a meat patty. Fortunately, the mecha that embodies the United States high-tech is powerful enough to temporarily block this huge pressure. At the same time, Aubrey also heard a mysterious voice. However, these sounds sounded like noise to his ears. He had no idea what it meant. It seems that it is impossible to pass the test by understanding the content of the sound. I can only rush up the mountain under the pressure. Aubrey pondered. He turned the power of each function of the mecha to the maximum, intending to use absolute strength to forcibly break through this test. Blocked. Aubrey wasn't blasted back. As expected of our beautiful country's explorers. Ha ha ha, who else but our beautiful country can inherit the god's legacy? After all, we can only look to our beautiful country. The American netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited when they saw that Aubrey was not kicked back. They regained their confidence. Some people were even clamoring for Aubrey to catch up with Qin Shi and eliminate Qin Shi. In their minds, it was expected that Aubrey would pass the test. If even Aubrey can't pass the test, who else can? Aubrey was secretly complaining in his heart while walking on the mountain road. Fuck. Aubrey roared inwardly. He wanted to use his absolute strength to withstand the pressure of the test and reach the summit. However, with every step he took, the pressure around him increased tenfold. When we first set out on the mountain road, the pressure was quite great, but the defensive capabilities of the mecha were enough to withstand the pressure. But as he took a few steps toward the top of the mountain, the pressure increased to the point where even though he was wearing a mecha, he could hardly withstand it. Aubrey's muscles were tense, veins on his arms bulged, and he tried his best to take a step forward. He doesn't believe this. If the yellow monkey in Qin Shi could do it, there was no reason why he, as a noble and handsome Chinese, could not do it. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. The next moment, the rapidly increasing pressure completely overwhelmed him, and he fell toward the foot of the mountain like a kite with a broken string. The beautiful Chinese people who were partying and shouting in the live broadcast room all fell silent. The atmosphere was silent for a while. What should I do? What barrage should I post? Netizens in the United States thought silently. So embarrassing. They were cheering just a moment ago, as if the divine inheritance was under their control. The next moment Aubrey was blasted off the mountain. This is a slap in the face. They seemed to be able to hear the slapping sounds coming from their faces. As expected of the explorers from the United States, they are elites who are different from us. They have persisted on the mountain for so long, almost a minute. An explorer who had just been forced to be used as cannon fodder said in a sarcastic tone. The words seemed to be praising Aubrey, but the tone sounded wrong. I wonder what you think after trying it yourself, Aubrey? Did you find a way to pass the test? Of course, they are from the United States, a noble race. They can easily find a way to pass the test, unlike us. That's right. The one among us who lasted the longest only seemed to have only been around 40 seconds. He was about 10 seconds behind him. The other explorers nearby also started to speak up, each one saying more unpleasant than the last. Aubrey's behavior just now offended many people. Even those who were not forced by him to be cannon fodder could not stand his arrogant attitude. If only Aubrey could withstand the stress of the test, or hold on a little longer, then they naturally have nothing to say. But Aubrey's performance was not much better than theirs, and he was so arrogant just now. This made the angry people unable to help but add insult to injury. I dare not hit him. But it's always okay to verbally disgust Aubrey. Aubrey's face turned green with anger when he heard this. Fuck, he roared, got up from the ground, and strode towards the mountain road again, wanting to prove his strength. However, what greeted him was another crushing defeat. This time he didn't last as long as last time. Almost as soon as we set foot on the mountain road, we were driven back. The looks from the surrounding explorers suddenly became more sarcastic. The netizens from the United States in the live broadcast room all felt like they couldn't bear to watch it. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. At the same time, they were also very unwilling. Why were all the others sent back, but only Qin Shi was able to continue climbing? I don't believe that our American explorers are inferior to the dragons. That's right. In terms of equipment strength, how can our country's explorers be inferior to Qin Shi? Is Qin Shi really that special? With so many explorers, can't we find one who can rival Qin Shi? Netizens from all over the world started shouting, making the live broadcast room full of smoke and chaos. Everyone was puzzled and wanted to know the reason. If we don't figure out the reason, we will feel unwilling to accept it. Even if we lose, at least we should let them know why we lost. Too bad everyone has already tried it. Apart from knowing that the mysterious voice is the key to passing the test, nothing else is known. Wait, there are still people who haven't gone up to try. Suddenly, the Japanese explorer looked into the distance. A sinister light flashed in his eyes and said, Qin Shi was able to continue climbing the mountain. He must have mastered some key. Others don't know, but they, who are also Dragon Country people, should have some understanding. Everyone looked in the direction the Japanese explorers were looking. Standing in the distance were two men and one woman. They were Suzaku, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. They were afraid that the explorers from these countries would interfere with Qin Shi's inheritance, so they followed behind and were ready to provide support at any time. As for the matter of divine inheritance, with Qin Shi around, they don't need to worry about it. Therefore, they did not go up and try just now, but stood and watched from a distance. The words of the Japanese explorers immediately made them the focus of everyone present. A series of malicious glances fell on them. Chapter 64. Forced to climb the mountain. My mentality exploded. Everyone looked at Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia in the distance, their eyes flickering and a thoughtful expression on their faces. People like Aubrey and explorers from France, England, and other countries had undisguised hideous malice in their eyes. If the Japanese explorers hadn't told them, they would have actually forgotten the existence of Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. As fellow dragon people, Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia might really know some secrets of how Qin Shi was able to withstand the pressure of the test. Shameless! This little Japanese is actually fanning the flames and trying to target our Dragon Country explorers. Last time, Qin Shi slaughtered us like a pig and wiped out our entire army. The lesson was not profound enough. Do you want to do it again? The little Japanese are determined to destroy our Dragon Country. I really want to rush in and destroy them. In Longwa's live broadcast room, the crowd was outraged. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Japanese explorers had ulterior motives in what they said, and were maliciously instigating everyone to target Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. But explorers from various countries were really instigated. They might not really believe that Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia knew how to pass the test. But what if? Now everyone has failed, and only these three explorers from Dragon Country are left. Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia are their only hope. No matter how slim the hope is, they are willing to give it a try. For a moment, explorers from various countries gathered around Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia in tacit understanding. What do you want to do? Zhu Yi looked at these people with caution, frowned, and shouted. I should be asking you this question. What secrets are you hiding? Why can Qin Shi climb the mountain, but we can't? Aubrey took the lead and walked towards Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, looking at them fiercely. Wearing a mecha, with a height of nearly 2 meters, he was like an iron tower, bringing a strong sense of oppression to Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. Of course it's because Qin Shi is stronger than you. What else could it be? Xiao Feng looked at Aubrey with a mocking expression. Although Aubrey is tall and strong, he has a large group of helpers around him. But as they are the elites carefully selected by the Dragon Kingdom, how could they be threatened? Xiao Feng's words made Aubrey's face twist again, and his eyes became even gloomier. These words were a slap in his face in public, although it's true. But it's a bit too much to bring up something that is not related to the topic. Aubrey clenched his fingers and clenched his fist tightly, almost unable to hold back and punching. Why are you wasting your time talking to them? Dragon people, you'd better tell us the secrets you know. The inheritance of the gods is something shared by all humans on Blue Star. Do you want to keep it all to yourself? The explorers from Peacock Nation sneered. That's right, dragon people, don't provoke public anger. The consequences are not something you can afford. You are affecting the interests of all mankind. Peace is the most important thing for everyone, so it's better to tell the secret. Explorers from other countries around followed suit. Some threatened, while others seemed to speak in a friendly way, but were actually just playing the good cop. Even explorers from countries such as the Bear Country, which are allies of the Dragon Country, followed suit and waved flags and cheered. Although their country's relationship with Dragon Country is relatively better. But under the huge benefits of divine inheritance, all relationships are false. It's not like their country has never fallen out with the Dragon Kingdom. For a moment, Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng and Wu Jia seemed to be facing the criticism of thousands of people. Everywhere I looked, I saw enemies. Unfortunately, you asked the wrong person. We don't know the secret to passing the test. The mountain road is right ahead. If there really is a secret, can't you see it yourself? Zhu Yi looked heroic and looked at everyone with a cold expression. Not to mention that they really don't know the secret to passing the test. Even if they know, how can they tell it? Qin Shi was almost at the top. After a period of time, the Dragon Kingdom will obtain the inheritance of the gods. How could they hold Qin Shi back at this critical moment? What? Do you still want to fight us? Xiaofeng stood in front of Zhu Yi, his eyes sharp, looking at Aubrey and the others without showing any weakness. This group of people is hilarious. I thought intimidation would work on them. If you want to fight, who's afraid of who? The people of Long Country have an unyielding spirit. Aubrey and the others couldn't help but frown. As elites who had received rigorous training, they knew very well that it was not an easy task to force Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia to reveal the secret. At least not in the short term. What they lack most now is time. Everyone wants to reach the top and get the inheritance of the gods, so why make things so awkward? At this time, the Japanese explorers came out to ease the situation and said, "How about this? You are the only ones who haven't gone up to try it yet. Why don't you go up and try to see how you feel about the test? Maybe we can get more information." Zhu Yi looked at him coldly. Just now, it was this Japanese explorer who had bad intentions and instigated everyone to target them. Now he comes out and pretends to be kind. The Japanese are really disgusting. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia felt a little resistant. With Qin Shi around, Long Kingdom has already gained an absolute advantage in the fight for the inheritance of the gods. It would be totally unnecessary for them to go up there. However, Aubrey and others don't want to let them go. Yes, everyone has tried it, and you are the only one who has not gone up. Since you deny knowing the secret of the test, go up and give it a try. Aubrey said coldly to Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. Explorers from other countries also had a fierce look in their eyes that would not refute. You can't force them, and Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia may not really know any secrets. In that case, let them go up and give it a try. As fellow dragon people, perhaps Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia can really trigger other secrets of the test. At worst, we can at least drag Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia into the water. They have all been beaten back by the pressure of the test. How can the people of Long Country stay out of it? Only when everyone gets beaten together can they feel better. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia frowned. Although they wanted to resist, they also knew that this should be everyone's bottom line. If they don't go up and give it a try, these people will certainly use force to force. In that case, let's go up there. Anyway, it doesn't affect the Qin dynasty. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia walked towards the mountain road with a very peaceful mind. They had no expectation of passing the test and were therefore quite relaxed. It's okay even if I get blasted back, as long as Qin Shi can succeed. However, when Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia set foot on the mountain road, the mentality of explorers from various countries suddenly exploded. Chapter 65. The defense was broken. Dragon Country cheated. Zhu Yi set foot on the mountain road with a relaxed look on his face. She was mentally prepared to be blown off the mountain. However, it was unexpected. Just as the huge pressure from all around was invading her, she subconsciously resisted and red flames emerged from her body. This is her awakened ability. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia all experienced bloodline evolution and awakened their own abilities. Zhu Yi's ability is fire. Her fire ability is not much stronger than that of other dragon people who have awakened the same ability. Even if he used all his strength, he could only condense a small ball of fire the size of a fist. However, as the pressure from the surroundings surged, a mysterious voice sounded. The flames on Zhu Yi's body actually resonated with the mysterious voice. An extremely mysterious feeling emerged in Zhu Yi's heart. Zhu Yi immediately realized that the pressure around her suddenly eased a lot as she gained some insights. The reduction in pressure allowed Zhu Yi to continue staying on the mountain road and even take a step upwards. Although it was just a small step, compared with the other explorers who were ruthlessly blown away before, her performance was definitely an excellent improvement. Zhu Yi turned his head and looked at Xiaofeng and Wu Jia. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia also had awakened abilities emerging, helping them to relieve the pressure of the test. Among them, Xiaofeng awakened the metal ability, and a faint metallic color appeared on his body. Wu Jia awakened the ability to control water, and a light mist emanated from his body. They all looked a little confused. Obviously, they were also very surprised that they were not blown off the mountain. Unexpectedly, the ability of bloodline evolution and awakening can actually help them reduce the pressure of the test of divine inheritance. Although it is far from enough to allow them to pass the test, but at least they can stay on the trail longer. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute. Soon, a minute passed. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia were still not blown off the mountain. They have lasted longer than Aubrey, and it looks like it can last longer. Seeing this scene, Aubrey and others immediately lost their minds. How is that possible? Aubrey roared with a ferocious look on his face. He doesn't believe it. It would be fine if Qin Shi could withstand the pressure of the test and climb the mountain. Why can Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia also do it? They are all Blue Star people. Why are the people of Long Country so excellent? Originally, they were thinking whether they could find a way for Qin Shi to withstand the pressure of the test by observing Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia. Even if it doesn't work, seeing Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia being blasted back can help adjust my mood. At least everyone has been blown away, which makes them seem not so useless. As a result, their defense was completely broken. I thought everyone was trash. But you secretly show off your excellence behind my back? Netizens from various countries in the live broadcast room were also overwhelmed, and their mentality exploded. That's unscientific. Why can the dragon people withstand the test pressure, but our explorers can't? Are all dragon country people the chosen ones? Fuck. Is this secret realm outside the sky open only to the people of Dragon Country? I don't want to watch it anymore. Countless netizens cursed and vented their dissatisfaction. Cheating. Longhua is cheating. Even the President of the United States could no longer sit still and logged into his account to frantically condemn the Dragon Country on the internet. Dragon Country netizens were all amused. Cheating? What's the harm? How to cheat? This is a test in the secret realm outside the sky, not an exam. Zhao Huan, Li Lao, and other high-level officials of the Dragon Country were too lazy to pay attention to the President of the United States, no matter how unbelievable or unwilling they are. None of this can change the fact that they cannot pass the test and obtain the divine inheritance. I think I may know the reason. Inside the secret realm, the Japanese explorer looked at Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia on the mountain road with sinister eyes and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. What's the reason? Aubrey was the first to ask impatiently. Being stepped on by a few yellow monkeys whom he looked down upon was unacceptable to him, who considered himself a beautiful Chinese and superior. If he doesn't figure out the reason, he'll feel like he's being bitten by ants. Don't even mention how uncomfortable it is. The Japanese explorer said, have you noticed that the reason why these Dragon Country explorers were able to withstand the pressure of the test was because of the abilities they had? Qin Shi also relied on the various abilities he awakened to withstand the pressure and climb the mountain. When everyone heard this, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. In other words, only when you awaken your ability can you pass the test? This is so unfair. I want to protest. Netizens in the live broadcast room also heard the words of the Japanese explorers. In an instant, netizens from all over the world were excited. If this guess is correct, then doesn't it mean that only people from Dragon Country have the chance to pass the test? The others were eliminated from the beginning. This is unacceptable to everyone. Why is Longhua so lucky? We are here to compete in technology, national strength, and abilities. I'm not here to compete with you in luck. The people of Long Country have no martial ethics. In fact, it is not necessarily necessary to have awakened abilities to have a chance to pass the test. After all, explorers from other countries have persisted on the mountain road for a while before. I guess that the awakened ability only gives our Dragon Country explorers an advantage over explorers from other countries, but it is not the main reason. The real reason may be related to the so-called 5 elements. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, some netizens speculated, our Dragon Country has had the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements since ancient times, and that godlike person claimed to be from the 5 element sect. Various 5 elements-related anomalies appeared on the mountain road. Perhaps one must comprehend the mysteries of the 5 elements to truly reach the top of the mountain. In the words of Shoshian, it means that if you want to pass the test, you need a certain level of understanding. This speculation has gained support from many people. So, we dragon people are really good, while foreigners are not so smart. To use modern terms, savvy is roughly equivalent to IQ. If we round it off, don't foreigners always have a sense of superiority? They look down on Orientals. I thought they were so powerful, but in the end they are just like this? A strong sense of pride suddenly rose in the hearts of netizens in Longwa. Inside this secret realm, the faces of Aubrey and the others had turned as black as charcoal. No matter what the reason is. Anyway, they can't get back the face they lost. The plan to fight for the inheritance of the gods cannot even get past this hurdle at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Aubrey's gloomy face relaxed. A smile appeared on his face, as if the knot in his heart had suddenly been untied. He didn't care about the embarrassment that had just happened, or about his failure to pass the test and compete for the inheritance of the gods. Everyone noticed the change in Aubrey's expression and looked at him in confusion, with confusion in their eyes. Chapter 66. Waiting for the Rabbit, Hunyuan 5 Elements Technique. What happened to Aubrey? His mentality is so broken that his brain is broken? I smell a conspiracy. Did he know he couldn't win against Qin Shi and decided to just lie down? Everyone in the live broadcast room was guessing, and everyone was confused as to why Aubrey suddenly showed such an expression. This transition is really too abrupt. It makes everyone have a very bad guess. As expected, Aubrey said, the Dragon Kingdom is indeed very lucky. In this case, let's ask Qin Shi to help us get the inheritance of the gods. With such an important mission, the explorers from Dragon Country must do their best. Don't let us down. The other American explorers all echoed with smiles on their faces. Wait, what do these explorers from the United States mean? After hearing their words, all the netizens in Longwa were shocked. Ask Qin Shi to help get the inheritance of the gods? Damn it, they want to take advantage of the situation and snatch the inheritance from Qin Shi. You can't do it yourself, so you want to steal other people's things, fuck? As expected of a man with bandit blood in his veins, he used banditry to seize our country before, and now he wants to do it again. Netizens were all angry. Everyone started typing away on their keyboards, condemning Aubrey and others. However, this did not affect Aubrey and the others at all. Aubrey had already received an order from the President of the United States to unite exploration personnel from various countries in the ruins of foreign civilizations to eliminate the Qin dynasty first. Of course, obtaining the divine inheritance is a priority. However, now they have lost the qualifications to obtain the divine inheritance. In that case, let's just do both things at the same time. No matter how lucky Qin Shi is, what good is it to get the inheritance from the gods? After you get the inheritance, you have to be able to take it with you. They don't need to do anything, just wait at the foot of the mountain. All of Qin Shi's efforts were just to help them. Explorers from France, England, and other countries also revealed sinister and complacent smiles on their faces, sweeping away the gloomy atmosphere just now. Yes. So what if Qin Shi obtained the inheritance from the gods? I'm just working for them. If that's the case, why should they be angry? The condemnation and scolding from Dragon Country netizens only made them happier and more arrogant. At the same time, on the mountain road, while climbing the mountain, Qin Shi felt the mystery contained in the strange phenomena around him. The more he understood, the happier Qin Shi felt. It turns out that these visions contain the inheritance of the 5 elements sect. The higher you climb, the more you will comprehend, and the more complete the inheritance you will obtain. Qin Shi seemed to understand something. At this time, he was almost at the top of the mountain. He also basically obtained the complete inheritance of the 5 elements sect. The inheritance of the 5 elements sect is called Hunyuan 5 Elements Technique. Use the 5 elements to form the Hunyuan, and hold the Hunyuan to control the 5 elements. Countless insights condensed into a scripture in Qin Shi's mind, flowing in his heart. 5-colored divine light rose into the sky from Qin Shi's body, contrasting with the scriptures in his heart. The huge energy in his body, along with the circulation of scriptures, constantly tempered Qin Shi's flesh and blood, making him feel that strength was constantly surging in his body. Although I have no reference, I don't know what my current strength is. But Qin Shi could feel that he was at least 10 times stronger than before he obtained the Hunyuan 5 Elements technique. Moreover, there is still a lot of room for improvement. As expected of a powerful person who can cross the void, this is the legacy he left behind. Qin Shi was delighted. With this inheritance, his growth rate will definitely be several times faster. This time, entering the secret realm outside the sky, I finally got some gratifying gains. Soon, Qin Shi climbed to the top of the mountain and obtained the complete inheritance of the 5 Elements sect. With Qin Shi's success, all the 5 Elements phenomena and huge pressure covering the mountain disappeared. The pressure is gone. Did Qin Shi succeed? Zhu Yi was the first to react. She didn't walk far on the mountain road, only climbing a dozen meters in total, and she couldn't climb anymore. The pressure was too great, and being able to continue staying on the mountain road was already her limit. The same goes for Xiaofeng and Wu Jia. If the pressure continued a little longer, they would probably all be blown off the mountain like Aubrey and the others. At this moment, the pressure on the mountain road dissipated, and they felt relieved. They almost couldn't help but sit down on the ground. The pressure is gone. Qin Shi has passed the test. Let's do it. Aubrey, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, noticed that the test of the mountain road had disappeared, and immediately called out to his teammates and explorers from other countries, activated the various functions of the mecha, and rushed up the mountain at a high speed. The explorers from several countries who had discussed the matter in advance immediately followed Aubrey and others and rushed up the mountain. The explorers from Korea, Japan, and other countries hostile to the Dragon Country looked at them with a flicker in their eyes and quietly followed behind and rushed up the mountain. The tigers devour the dragon, and they also want to get a piece of the pie. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia, who were on the mountain road, saw Aubrey and others rushing towards them, and their faces changed instantly. Although they were experiencing trials on the mountain road, they were also paying attention to the live broadcast room and naturally knew that Aubrey and the others wanted to snatch the inheritance of the gods. Aubrey, you actually want to openly snatch our spoils. Does the pretty country want to go to war with the Dragon Country? Zhu Yi reached out and pulled out the gun on his back, aimed at Aubrey, and shouted loudly. Aubrey, who was rushing in the front, had a sneer of contempt in his eyes. So what if we go to war with the Dragon Kingdom? Their beautiful country is the strongest country on the Blue Planet and the overlord of the Blue Planet. How could they be afraid of going to war with the Dragon Kingdom? What's more, this is a secret place outside the sky. The contracts between countries on the Blue Planet have no effect here. When the Japanese explorers had a conflict with Qin Shi and his team before, the Blue Star Consciousness did not stop them. This shows that the Blue Star Consciousness does not prohibit everyone from competing in the secret realm outside the sky. In that case, what else does he have to worry about? Aubrey ignored Zhu Yi's rebuke and, relying on the mecha on his body, charged towards Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia without hesitation. A mere yellow monkey dares to block his way, then just run over it. Seeing this, Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Laser beams from the gun in his hand shot towards Aubrey. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia also picked up their weapons and shot at the other explorers who were rushing over. Although they seemed outnumbered when facing numerous explorers from various countries. But these people want to snatch the divine inheritance belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they flee in the face of a war? Kill. If you want to seize the inheritance of the gods, you must step over our corpses first. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia roared and swept wildly with the laser guns in their hands. However, although the equipment in their hands was not weak, there was still a big gap between them and Aubrey and others. Although the laser gun is sharp, it cannot break through the mecha's defense. Aubrey rushed over in his mecha and rammed directly with his hard mecha. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia were knocked away in an instant. The guns in their hands were smashed directly. Chapter 67. The Disappointment of Dragon Country Netizens. Cough. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia fell to the ground in a mess, covered in blood. The protective suits on their bodies were unable to block the force of the mecha's impact. In terms of direct power competition, the equipment of the United States and France is far superior. Just one collision dealt them a heavy blow. You are just a yellow monkey, and you want to stop me? You are really courting death. Aubrey looked down at Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia and sneered contemptuously. When the Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room saw this, they were shocked and angry. Damn it! How can you be considered a hero if you rely on mecha to commit crimes? Doesn't the blue star consciousness care about anything? Explorers from so many countries have united to target Dragon Country. How unfair. Everyone was so excited that their eyes were red with anger. Many netizens were shouting loudly in the live broadcast room, trying to get the blue star consciousness to speak out. After entering the secret realm outside the sky, the explorers from Dragon Country have been targeted by explorers from other countries. First, the explorers from Japan launched a sneak attack. Then explorers from various countries wanted to take advantage of Qin's situation, and now explorers from various countries have joined forces to besiege the Dragon Kingdom. Everything is so unfair to the Dragon Kingdom. However, because of Qin Shi's existence, their conspiracy failed, so the netizens in Longhua did not care so much. But now, Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng and Wu Jia were injured by Aubrey. Judging from the situation, Aubrey wanted to kill them. This is unbearable for everyone. Faced with the strong demands of billions of Dragon Country netizens, Blue Star Consciousness is no longer silent. Each country has many internal conflicts. I will not force everyone to work together, nor will I prohibit exploration personnel from various countries from competing. Of course, I still hope that the competition between exploration personnel from various countries will not be excessive. The voice of Blue Star Consciousness resounds in the minds of all human beings. Explorers from the United States, France, England, Japan, and other countries, I hope you can focus on peace and not provoke disputes at will. This will not benefit you. Blue Star Consciousness spoke to persuade Aubrey and others. Aubrey and the others were shocked to hear what Blue Star Consciousness said. If the Blue Star Consciousness asks them to stop, then it will be difficult for them to deal with it. After all, the Blue Star Consciousness is the mother of all Blue Star humans. Although she does not have the power of life and death over everyone, if she really gets angry, no one can stand it. However, after hearing the words of Blue Star Consciousness, they immediately felt relieved. The Blue Star Consciousness just hopes that they will stop. It is not a mandatory requirement. In other words, they can continue to target Qin Shi. Blue Star is aware that we are just competing reasonably. We will bear any consequences ourselves. Aubrey said with a smile, scoffing at what the Blue Star Consciousness said. Blue Star Consciousness said that provoking a dispute would do them no good? So funny. They will all receive the inheritance from the gods. It can also eliminate the serious threat of Longhua. If they stop now, it will do them no good. Since the Blue Star Consciousness did not forcibly stop them, he felt relieved. Aubrey looked at Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, and said with an arrogant smile, "You yellow monkeys, just accept your fate. Surrender obediently, and I may be able to spare your lives temporarily." He didn't plan to kill Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia immediately. Keeping these three people, they can be used to threaten Qin Shi later. You want to use us to threaten Qin Shi? Wishful thinking. Zhu Yi rebuked coldly with a pale face, crawling up with his seriously injured body, looking directly at Aubrey without fear. How could she not hear the hidden meaning in Aubrey's words? Spare their lives for now. In other words, they will be killed in the end. The reason for doing so was simply to use them to contain Qin Shi. There was no way they could let Aubrey succeed. They would rather die than let Qin Shi be threatened. When the Dragon Country netizens in the live broadcast room heard the words of Blue Star Consciousness, they all couldn't help but curse. Some excited netizens directly criticized Blue Star Consciousness by name. If you don't stop this and watch Dragon Country being targeted, what kind of Blue Star Consciousness is this? It's so unfair. Our Dragon Nation has made so many contributions to Blue Star, allowing Blue Star to obtain so many territories and extraterritorial civilizations. Is this how Blue Star's consciousness treats its heroes? Netizens in Longhua were very disappointed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that after entering the secret realm beyond the sky, all of Blue Star's valuable gains were attributed to Qin Shi. Now, the Blue Star Consciousness allowed explorers from various countries to join forces to target Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia, and just said a few polite words and that was it. There wasn't even any decent way to stop it. It's simply like killing the donkey after it has done its work. What kind of Blue Star Consciousness is this? Such a Blue Star Consciousness is not worthy of the support of the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with the overwhelming emotions of Dragon Country netizens, Blue Star Consciousness did not come out to explain anything. This leaves everyone helpless. Foreign netizens were jubilant. What a great joy. Blue Star Consciousness did not take any action to stop Aubrey and the others. It seems that even the Blue Star Consciousness is not on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with the joint efforts of explorers from various countries, can Qin Shi still survive? We all felt frustrated for a long time while watching Qin Shi Huang's show. Finally, I can vent my feelings. Act recklessly. Aubrey looked at Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia with cold eyes. It is not up to them to decide whether it is delusion or not. No matter how hard they resisted, they could only delay their defeat a little. Aubrey drove the mecha towards Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia, and stretched out his iron arms, trying to capture them. Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia were naturally unwilling to be captured, so they mustered all their strength to fight back. However, in front of the mecha, their resistance was futile. The huge mecha swept them away with a light sweep. Stupid. Run. They are no match for Qin Shi. Find a way to leave here, and leave the rest to Qin Shi. Zhao Huan quickly contacted Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia through the blue star consciousness and shouted in disappointment. These three idiots. If they can't win, just try to escape. Why bother fighting to the death with Aubrey and the others? Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia smiled bitterly in their hearts. They wanted to escape too. However, facing the huge mecha, it would be difficult for them to escape even if they wanted to. They ran a dozen steps, and the mecha caught up with them in just a few strides. They also underestimated the power of the mecha. They originally thought that even if they couldn't stop Aubrey and the others, they could at least cause them some interference. As for them, it is not difficult to get away. Who knew that he would be seriously injured by Aubrey as soon as they met and lost the chance to escape? Facing the huge mecha that Aubrey was chasing after him, a look of determination appeared on Zhu Yi's pale face. Under the horrified gazes of Dragon Country netizens, she did not retreat, but instead advanced and charged head-on at the huge mecha. If she makes a wrong decision, she will take responsibility for her mistake. She would never let her mistakes become a burden to Qin Shi. Realizing Zhu Yi's determination to die, the netizens in Longhua all exclaimed in shock. Xiaofeng and Wu Jia also screamed loudly, but were caught off guard and had no time to stop Zhu Yi. Aubrey frowned. He didn't want to kill Zhu Yi, Xiaofeng, and Wu Jia right now. After all, the lives of these three guys still had some value. However, Zhu Yi suddenly rushed back and he had no time to stop. In that case, just crash into it. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Aubrey showed a grim smile on his face. He no longer tried to capture Zhu Yi alive. Instead, he increased the power of his mecha and crashed into Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's combat uniform had long been damaged by the mecha and had lost its defensive function. If this collision happens, Zhu Yi will definitely die. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the pain, not wanting to see the tragic scene of Zhu Yi being hit to death. At the critical moment, a golden light fell from the sky at lightning speed and blocked Zhu Yi. Chapter 68. His blood is golden. Boom! The mecha driven by Aubrey crashed heavily into the golden light that fell from the sky. A shocking explosion sounded. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. In this collision, it was the mecha driven by Aubrey that was knocked flying. The golden light descending from the sky seemed to condense into an eternal and motionless divine pillar and was not affected at all. What's going on? Where does the golden light come from? What happened to Zhu Yi? In Longhua's live broadcast room, netizens were clamoring and everyone looked at Zhu Yi with wide eyes. Then, everyone was stunned. I saw Zhu Yi being protected firmly behind him by a tall and handsome young man. This person is Qin Shi. Who can tell me what happened and why Qin Shi appeared here? Everyone was a little confused. Didn't Qin Shi just get the inheritance from the gods? He should be on the top of the mountain now. How come you suddenly appear here? And he blocked the impact of the mecha for Zhu Yi? Besides, this is a mecha. Qin Shi can actually block the impact of the mecha? Countless people were dumbfounded. Aubrey, who was wearing a mecha and was bounced away, also felt dizzy. He looked at Qin Shi, who was shrouded in golden light, in disbelief. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. Qin Shi is indeed very strong, and his awakened ability can kill one-star dangerous species. But that doesn't mean that his hard power can compete with the mecha. How can the mortal body be compared with a machine? Qin Shi ignored him and turned to look at Zhu Yi. Seeing the blood on Zhu Yi's body and the serious injuries, Qin Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a faint golden halo emerged in the depths of his pupils. He had just been on the top of the mountain receiving inheritance and comprehending the Hunyuan 5 elements technique, and had not really paid much attention to what was happening at the foot of the mountain. However, after obtaining the Hunyuan 5 elements technique, he took a quick glance at the live broadcast room and basically had a general understanding of what had happened. Countries like the United States, France, England, Japan, etc. really have short memories. They actually wanted to join forces to besiege him and seize the inheritance of the 5-element sect. Who gave them the courage? There was a cold, murderous intent in Qin Shi's eyes. especially when he saw the miserable appearance of Zhu Yi, Xiao Feng, and Wu Jia. He became even more furious. He has sentenced this group of people to death. Qin Shi, have you obtained the inheritance? Seeing Qin Shi standing in front of him, a relieved smile broke out on Zhu Yi's pale face. Very good. Qin Shi got the inheritance and arrived in time. She did not become a bargaining chip for Aubrey and others to threaten Qin Shi. Her mood relaxed, and the breath that had supported Zhu Yi until now suddenly dissipated. Her body softened, and she collapsed directly to the ground. Qin Shi was quick to reach out and support Zhu Yi. With a quick glance, his brows furrowed even deeper. Zhu Yi's injuries were very serious. He was hit repeatedly by the mecha and his internal organs were bleeding. Although she has undergone blood evolution, her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. But such a serious injury still poses a fatal risk to her. At this time, her consciousness had already shown signs of becoming distracted. Xiao Feng and Wu Jia ran over and saw Zhu Yi's unconsciousness. They became anxious and could not help but shouting, "Zhu Yi, wake up! Cheer up!" The Longwa netizens in the live broadcast room were all angry and sad. Although Qin Shi arrived in time and bypassed Zhu Yi, he avoided the tragic fate of being hit to death. But the results were no better. Zhu Yi was seriously injured and was about to die. The explorers from Dragon Country were badly injured by Aubrey right under everyone's noses. It's really damn wrong. Huh, I was just about to look for you, and you came just in time. Hand over the inheritance of the gods, or else this woman's fate will be your example. Aubrey controlled the mecha and looked towards Qin Shi. Although he didn't understand how Qin Shi had blocked the impact of the mecha just now, he was confident in his mecha. A flesh and blood body can never be a match for a mecha. What's more, there are so many of them now, and there are 6 mechas from the United States alone, plus the equipment carried by explorers from other countries. Even hunting down 3-star dangerous species is not impossible, let alone a mere Qin Shi. Qin Shi ignored Aubrey and looked down at the unconscious Zhu Yi. Given Zhu Yi's injuries, if he wasn't treated, he might really lose his life. But this is a secret place and there are no conditions for treatment. After thinking about it, Qin Shi stretched out his right hand and made a strong stroke on his palm. Suddenly, a wound appeared. He carefully aimed the wound towards Zhu Yi's mouth. What is Qin Shi doing? Is he saving this woman? Huh, are the explorers from Dragon Country crazy? Facing so many enemies, it's okay for them not to defend themselves seriously, but they actually squatted on the ground as if nothing had happened and cut their palms. What did they want to do? Feed this woman with blood? There was a lot of noise in the live broadcast room, and everyone was confused and puzzled by Qin Shi's actions. Of course, there was more ridicule. Judging from Qin Shi's actions, he obviously wanted to feed Zhu Yi blood. How? Does he think that his blood is some kind of panacea that can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh? Even Aubrey and others did not immediately attack Qin Shi, but instead looked at him as a clown, admiring his performance. However, the next moment, everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Blood was seen dripping slowly from the wound on Qin Shi's palm. However, this drop of blood is actually golden. What's even more amazing is that after the blood flowed out, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the wound healed. If everyone hadn't seen Qin Shi scratching his palm, they would probably have thought that the wound on Qin Shi's palm was an illusion. Oh my god, what did I see? Where are his wounds? Oh my god, is this guy a vampire? Is he immortal? Such a big wound healed in the blink of an eye. Didn't you notice his blood? It was actually golden. Golden. Can human blood be golden? In the live broadcast room, there was a barrage of amazed comments. Such a magical scene really impacts everyone's worldview. Everyone's curiosity about Qin Shi's identity surged out again. Who is this guy? Is he really human? At the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on the golden blood. The golden blood emits a brilliant light. This drop of blood is so extraordinary. Judging from Qin Shi's expression, he clearly wanted to use this drop of blood to save Zhu Yi. Can this drop of golden blood really save the seriously injured Zhu Yi? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Under the gaze of everyone, golden blood slowly dripped from Qin Shi's palm and fell on Zhu Yi's pale lips. Chapter 69. Treasure Boy, Dismantling the Mecha with Bare Hands. Foreign netizens are waiting to see Qin Shi's joke. He wanted to cure Zhu Yi with just one drop of blood. If curing illness is so simple, what is the use of medical skills? A graduate student from the University of Washington School of Medicine in the United States was watching the live broadcast while posting a barrage of mocking comments. From my professional point of view, although Zhu Yi doesn't have many visible wounds on the outside, her internal organs were shaken by the violent collision and may have been damaged. Even the best modern medical treatment may not be able to cure her. Qin Shi's desire to cure her with a drop of blood is simply a pipe dream. If only such a serious injury could be treated so easily. Then why do they study medicine? His fellow graduate students in the United States forwarded his comments and followed suit, analyzing Zhu Yi's injuries from various professional perspectives and how to cure them. Finally, it was concluded that Qin Shi Huang's approach was simply a fantasy. Doesn't Dragon Country have many superstitious methods of curing diseases, such as using talisman paper and drinking tree sap? In this day and age, the explorers from Dragon Country actually still believe in such ancient superstitious methods of curing diseases. Some foreign netizens mocked. However, what happened next slapped them in the face. Golden blood dripped onto Zhu Yi's lips, instantly spread out and merged into Zhu Yi's body. Zhu Yi's pale face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tightly closed eyes also opened. This is. Zhu Yi regained consciousness and climbed out of Qin Shi's arms, feeling the seemingly inexhaustible energy surging through his body, his mind filled with doubts. Wasn't she seriously injured and in a coma? How come the injuries on his body disappeared in the blink of an eye? Do you feel healthier than before the injury? Netizens were also stunned. Oh shit. A medical miracle. Qin Shi's blood was actually so magical that it saved the dying Zhu Yi. Case solved. I knew Qin Shi wasn't a human. He's the reincarnation of Tang Monk, the real-life version of Tang Monk flesh. Is Tang Sang as powerful as Qin Shi? I would believe you if you said he was the reincarnation of Fa Hai. No matter whose reincarnation he is, I'm crazy. A drop of his blood is more effective than any 1,000-year-old ginseng or 10,000-year-old snow lotus. This guy is full of treasures, a real treasure boy. All netizens were shocked by the miraculous effects of Qin Shi's blood. Where is the person who just said that the Qin dynasty was superstitious and ignorant? Find him quickly and give him a beating. The netizens in Longhua were excited and began to criticize Qin Shi, the graduate student from the University of Washington. Washington University School of Medicine. The graduate student who just posted a barrage mocking Qin Shi is now dumbfounded. After realizing what was happening, he grabbed the medical textbook on the desk in front of him and tore it up. Qin Shi's blood actually cured Zhu Yi. This is unscientific. Damn it. What's the point of me learning this medical skill? I don't want to learn anymore. At the same time, all the wealthy bosses on Blue Planet went crazy. These wealthy tycoons control 80% of the world's wealth and have tremendous power, and can even influence the decision-making of a country. However, many bigwigs are either old or have many problems. For them, nothing is more important than extending life and gaining health. Qin Shi's blood is so effective that it can even save dying people. Doesn't it also help them prolong their lifespan or even reverse aging? Call the president for me. I want to pay a high price to buy Qin Shi's blood. We must find a way to get Qin Shi's blood. His blood is too valuable for research. Perhaps it can help us solve the mystery of biological lifespan. After I get the blood, I will regain my youth and continue to enjoy life. The chaebol controllers and capitalists behind the billion-dollar business empires use their power to frantically contact the presidents and prime ministers of the United States, France, England, and other countries, demanding Qin Shi's blood, fur, and bones. Explorers from various countries were hunting down Qin Shi Huang. Obviously, they all thought that Qin Shi was doomed and would not survive this disaster. The President of the United States also contacted Aubrey and others through the Blue Star Consciousness, asking them to try their best to capture Qin Shi alive. I originally thought that the biggest gain in the secret realm would be the inheritance of the gods. Now it seems that the Qin dynasty itself is a huge treasure. How valuable would the research be if a person's blood could save a dying person? The President of the United States was ecstatic. This time, the United States is destined to reap a great harvest. Aubrey came back to his senses from his surprise and nodded seriously after receiving the order from the President of the United States. Obviously, he also realized the value of Qin Shi. Qin Shi, you are really amazing. Very good. I originally thought that our only gain was the inheritance of the gods, but now it seems that we have to add you to the list. Aubrey looked at Qin Shi greedily as if he were looking at a treasure and rushed towards Qin Shi in the Mecca. Explorers from other countries around also activated their equipment and launched attacks towards Qin Shi. They also received orders from the top leaders of their respective countries to fight for the control of the Qin dynasty as much as possible. If it really doesn't work, kill Qin Shi and divide his body. Qin Shi looked at Aubrey and others with cold eyes. He wanted to steal his Hunyuan 5 elements technique and also covet his body. This group of people are very brave. I just don't know if their strength can match their courage. Facing Aubrey, who was rushing towards him in a mecha, Qin Shi raised his right hand calmly and then punched out. Netizens' eyes fixed again. What does Qin Shi want to do? Using flesh and blood to fight against mecha? Is he crazy? Although Qin Shi's previous performance was excellent, and although he had killed a 1-star dangerous species, but this is a mecha. How can a flesh and blood body stop a mecha? Isn't this just seeking death? Aubrey, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but frown. Qin Shi actually wanted to use his flesh and blood to fight against the mecha he was driving. Is this guy out of his mind? Or did he just bleed so much that he even lost his IQ? Aubrey turned down the power of the mecha a little to avoid really blowing Qin Shi into pieces. He also wants to obtain the divine inheritance from Qin Shi. What's more, the president asked him to try his best to capture Qin Shi alive. However, the next moment, something happened that made him feel like his worldview was overturned. Boom. Qin Shi's fist collided with the mecha. The force of the high-speed collision exploded the air, creating a circle of white waves in the air. The force came like a mountain rushing towards it, squeezing and crushing the mecha's outstretched steel arms with unstoppable force. The enormous force caused the broken mecha to spin at high speed and threw it far away. Aubrey was stunned. The powerful force shook the mecha, acting on him through the mecha, and almost shook him apart. If he hadn't been inside the mecha, controlling it, he would have luckily avoided the force of Qin Shi's punch and was not hit head-on. Qin Shi's punch just now could have turned him into pieces. When the explorers from the United States and other countries who were following behind saw this scene, they immediately stopped in a hurry like frightened animals. Because they were running too fast just now, for a moment they were like the sudden brakes were stepped on, and they slid forward a long distance on the ground. After stopping, they retreated in panic, staring at Qin Shi with terrified eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it! What the hell? What happened? Were they collectively under an illusion? Who can tell them what just happened? Punch the mecha's arm to pieces. Is there anyone? Chapter 70. The trump card of the United States. If you can't get it, you will destroy it. Friends, am I hallucinating because I hope Qin Shi wins so much? Same question. Same question. In Longwa's live broadcast room, a large number of questionable comments emerged. The scene that just happened made the netizens in Longwa feel incredible. Seeing Qin Shi appear, everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that Qin Shi could continue his previous miracle and defeat Aubrey and others. But even netizens with bold imaginations never thought that Qin Shi could dismantle the mecha with his bare hands. Looking at Qin Shi's nonchalant attitude, it seemed that the iron tower-like mecha was made of paper and would break with a single poke. Foreign netizens also started to make a fuss. Oh my god, what did I see? Is this guy the god of war? Smashing a mecha with one punch, even movies don't dare to act like this. Can anyone tell me this isn't true? Shock and disbelief were almost the only expressions on the faces of foreign netizens. The President of the United States was so excited that he almost fell off his chair and kept swearing. He had barely been feeling proud for a minute when Qin Shi, who he had treated as a trapped turtle, gave him a severe blow. What's going on? Where are the experts? Can anyone tell me why Qin Shi is so powerful? Did he use any secret weapon? The President of the United States turned on the video call and yelled at the group of experts responsible for analyzing the situation in the secret territory. We didn't find any signs of Qin Shi using any weapons or equipment. He seemed to have used his own strength to smash the arm of the mecha. The experts looked at each other. One of them stood up, swallowed, and spoke with difficulty with an expression of disbelief. Using his own strength? Are you kidding me? Can a human strength be stronger than a mecha? Even if he is an awakened one, there is no way to explain it. The President of the United States almost ranted at the screen. He couldn't accept this explanation. After the Dragon Kingdom obtained the opportunity to evolve its bloodline, they secretly captured some dragon people for research. Each country calls those who have undergone bloodline evolution and awakened certain abilities awakened ones. They have a certain understanding of the abilities of the awakened. Although the awakened ones have stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, it is only limited. Even some awakened ones whose awakened abilities are related to strength know that their strength is only 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people. This little bit of strength is nothing in front of the mecha. The experts were criticized so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. After a long while, someone whispered, but the abilities that Qin Shi used before were much stronger than those of ordinary awakeners. The President of the United States paused for a moment before he remembered. If the ability of an ordinary awakener is 1 star, then Qin Shi's awakened ability is definitely at the 9-star level. No, even if his ability is stronger than that of an ordinary awakener, it is impossible for him to smash the arm of the mecha with 1 punch. The President of the United States said again. If we compare the other abilities Qin Shi has demonstrated with the strength of the abilities of ordinary awakeners, his strength can at most be on par with the mecha, and it is absolutely impossible for him to smash the mecha. After all, the mecha's arms are made of high-strength alloy and can even withstand the explosion of a missile. Could this be the inheritance of the gods? Some experts have made this speculation. Qin Shi also received inheritance from the gods. Is it possible that it was the inheritance of the gods that caused Qin Shi to undergo further transformation? After all, it is the inheritance of the gods. Anything is possible. The President of the United States was silent for a moment. This speculation is not without reason. Just, no matter what the reason is. Anyway, inside the secret realm, explorers from various countries who are hunting Qin are now terrified. One by one, they distance themselves from Qin Shi, as if Qin Shi was some kind of devil. Their dream of obtaining the divine inheritance and dividing Qin Shi's body was about to be shattered. Fuck. I don't believe that our great country of America will lose again and again to the people of Dragon Country. Contact Aubrey and the others and have them use that trump card. A sinister look flashed across the face of the President of the United States, and he shouted to his secretary. If we use that trump card, Qin Shi will definitely die, but we won't be able to obtain the inheritance of the gods. The secretary frowned and said, "You can get it without using it? Idiot." The President of the United States scolded his secretary. If we can't get the inheritance of the gods, then the Dragon Country can't get it either. Yes, I will contact them immediately. The secretary shrank his neck and left in a hurry. Inside the secret realm, Aubrey, who was about to faint from the fall, received new orders, forced himself to stay awake, and climbed up from the ground. Use that thing? Good. Aubrey looked at Qin Shi with a cold gaze, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and disbelief in his heart, and a grim smile appeared on his face again. This damn yellow monkey. He is a great and beautiful Chinese, but after entering the secret realm, he has been suppressed by this yellow monkey. He was almost beaten to death just now. It's such a shame. Only by killing Qin Shi and using Qin Shi's blood can the shame on him be washed away. The order from the top came at a very timely moment. The plan to obtain the divine inheritance from Qin Shi has been shattered. That being the case, if I can't get the treasure, no one else can. If you can't get it, destroy him. Bang. Aubrey turned the power of the broken mecha to maximum, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and rushed towards Qin Shi at the fastest speed. What is he doing? Is Aubrey crazy? He still dares to rush forward? This guy is basically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Is Aubrey in a hurry to go up and die? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Aubrey rushing towards Qin Shi again. There was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin Shi is basically invincible now. Aubrey was not killed by the punch just now, but he was lucky as he was in the mecha and avoided Qin Shi's direct punch. Qin Shi missed the target a little the first time, but there was no way he would miss the target the second time. As long as he blasted towards the center of the mecha, Aubrey and the mecha would definitely be smashed into slag. No matter how you look at it, Aubrey was going to die. Only a few people who were also explorers from the United States understood that Aubrey wanted to use that trump card. Their faces changed drastically, as if they had thought of something extremely terrifying. They quickly turned around and ran away as fast as they could as if they were desperate. Damn it, Aubrey was going to use that thing, and he didn't even tell me in advance. Retreat quickly, that thing is too scary. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake. There's a shelter over there. Run there. Several American explorers now hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs and cursed Aubrey in their hearts. That thing is a new weapon developed by the United States. It was originally intended to be used against 3-star dangerous species. I didn't expect that it would be used on Qin Shi. They knew the horror of that thing. Although that thing is very lethal, if you are not careful, even your own people will suffer. They never thought of using that thing until it was absolutely necessary. Aubrey was going to use that thing, but he didn't even tell them in advance so that they could be prepared. It's such a rip-off. Can we still cooperate happily? Chapter 71 Nuclear Explosion. Dragon Scales? Run. Run quickly. Run as far as you can. You must keep enough distance. This was the only thought left in the minds of several American explorers. Qin Shi was already dead, and they didn't want to be buried with him. Aubrey is such a jerk. He even betrayed his own people. Damn. Explorers from other countries nearby noticed their actions, and their eyelids jumped, sensing something was wrong. Although it is not known why these American explorers did not support Aubrey, but instead fled in the opposite direction. But this did not prevent them from realizing that Aubrey's rush towards Qin was definitely a trick. Aubrey is not seeking death, but has some unknown means to use. However, this method is very dangerous, so several American explorers who knew about it avoided it as much as possible. Suddenly, they all retreated backwards. Qin looked coldly at Aubrey, who was rushing towards him. He sensed a crazy and ferocious emotional fluctuation from Aubrey. Aubrey seemed to have some means that he thought could hurt him. Qin just smiled coldly at this. He wanted to see what Aubrey could do. Facing Aubrey, who was rushing towards him, Qin raised his hand again, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and suddenly punched out. The violent force blew up the air, squeezing it into a ball of white mist that blasted towards Aubrey. However, Aubrey's response was unexpected. Just as Qin was about to punch out, Aubrey showed a smile of success on his face and activated a secret mechanism on the mecha. In an instant, he broke free from the mecha and flew away with the help of the mecha's catapult power. The mecha still pounced towards Qin at the same speed as before. At the same time, a bright light spread out from the mecha and enveloped Qin. Boom! There was a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. The powerful explosion was like a small sun exploding, making everyone who looked at the scene feel as if their eyes were blinded. Even the many netizens in the live broadcast room are no exception. With the explosion point as the center, the ground within 100 meters nearby melted. All the surrounding trees and stones were not spared. In the intense high temperature and strong explosion impact, it was completely reduced to powder. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's mind is blank. What happens? What weapon did Aubrey use to cause such a horrific explosion? Is this a nuclear explosion? Wait, a nuclear explosion? Everyone was stunned, and a terrible guess came to their mind. And soon, this speculation became true. It turned out to be a nuclear explosion. The United States even brought such a thing into the secret realm and used it on our country's explorers. They are simply unkind. An expert on nuclear weapons from the Dragon Country was so furious that he cursed at the United States. The explosion before our eyes cannot be compared with a truly large-yield nuclear weapon explosion. But it was indeed a nuclear explosion. The destructive force it produces is not widespread, but for those who are at the core and facing the explosion, it is no different from being hit head-on by a nuclear explosion. When the netizens in the live broadcast room heard this, their hearts suddenly sank. It really was a nuclear explosion. This is the most powerful weapon possessed by humans on Blue Star. Even ordinary people who are not professionals have a rough idea of how powerful a nuclear explosion is. Because of the several nuclear bomb attacks that have occurred in the history of Blue Planet, the consequences were really terrible. But now, Qin was hit head-on by a nuclear explosion. The hearts of netizens in Longwa were chilled. No matter how amazing Qin performance just now was, no one thought he could withstand the power of a nuclear explosion. Aubrey escaped from the mecha and was thrown far away, falling heavily to the ground. He was dizzy and his body was almost falling apart. Even if he managed to escape and stay away from the killing range of the nuclear explosion, his condition would not be good. After all, he was ejected by the mecha's emergency escape system and flew so far before falling to the ground. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fallen to death long ago. But Aubrey didn't care about his physical injuries. He climbed up from the ground with a bloody head and laughed wildly with triumph. Although the price paid is a bit high, but successfully solving the Qin dynasty was a great victory. As long as Qin can be killed, any price paid is worth it. The mecha nuclear-powered self-destruct device is the latest method developed by our country. It can trigger a small nuclear explosion at the cost of sacrificing a mecha. Even with the most advanced technology in the United States, it has only successfully produced this one set. You should rest in peace if you can die in a nuclear explosion. Aubrey laughed wildly and triumphantly at the center of the nuclear explosion. After the first exploration of the secret realm outside the sky, all countries have realized the dangers of the secret realm outside the sky, which is far more terrifying than they had imagined. During the second transmission, they increased their investment. In order to deal with powerful, dangerous species, the best weapons and equipment that each country could bring in were brought in. Among them, the United States' trump card is this set of nuclear explosion devices. The mechas of the United States are originally powered by nuclear power systems. They added a self-destruct device based on the nuclear power system. At a critical moment, the nuclear power system can be triggered to self-destruct, forming a small nuclear explosion and destroying all enemies. Even a 3-star dangerous species would end up in disgrace in the face of a small nuclear explosion. Can Qin Shi survive the nuclear explosion? Absolutely not. At this moment, explorers from various countries who were running slower around were all in great trouble. Several people were within the killing range of the nuclear explosion and were directly evaporated by the powerful light and heat, leaving no trace of their bodies. Even those who run a little faster have a hard time. The most terrifying danger of a nuclear explosion, besides the terrifying light and heat of the explosion, is radiation. The killing range of the explosion is limited, but the range of radiation is not so narrow. Even though this was just a small nuclear explosion, the radiation contamination range extended to 1 kilometer away. Some explorers who were poorly equipped could not block the radiation and were quickly burned, with large areas of skin becoming red and itchy and even ulcerated. He looked extremely miserable. Damn you, America. If you want to kill Qin Shi, just do it. Why do you even target our explorers? They even use nuclear weapons on humans. How cruel. Beautiful country, do you want to bury all the explorers so that you can dominate the secret realm outside the sky? Netizens from other countries were all angry and issued strong condemnations to Aubrey and others. In response, Aubrey just sneered and didn't care at all. Just kill him. He is an explorer of the United States. This group of people can only shout on the internet. Do they dare to go to the United States to fight him? Compared to successfully killing Qin Shi, this is nothing. The President of the United States watched the live broadcast and breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of pain in his eyes. Fuck. This damn dragon countryman is finally dead. It's a pity for the inheritance of the gods and his body, which has extremely high research value. I hope I can still find the inheritance of the gods on the top of the mountain, otherwise it will be a big loss this time. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he stared at the picture appearing in the live broadcast room with a look of disbelief on his face. At the center of the nuclear explosion, the light faded and the smoke subsided. A figure covered in golden light stood there unharmed. Needless to say, this person is Qin Shi. For a moment, all human beings in the world were speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Qin Shi in disbelief. Qin Shi is not dead. He blocked the nuclear explosion. How is this possible? Etc. What are those pieces on Qin Shi's body? At this time, some sharp-eyed netizens discovered. Pieces of something appeared on Qin Shi's body, covering his surface. Chapter 72. No more pretending. I'm the dragon. The light and heat have not yet completely dissipated, so we can't see clearly. But it can be vaguely seen that these flakes seem to be growing out of Qin Shi's body. It was these flakes that blocked the attack of the nuclear explosion. What is this? Defensive equipment secretly developed by Dragon Country? Everyone looked over with eyes wide open in curiosity. The air, which had been burning and expanding due to the high temperature and rolling like huge waves, gradually returned to calm. Qin Shi's figure completely emerged. Seeing Qin Shi's appearance, everyone couldn't help but be stunned again. Because at this time, Qin Shi had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to its previous appearance. Golden scales appeared on his body, as if he was wearing an indestructible armor. A circle of golden light appeared around the pupils in his eyes, and endless pressure flowed from it. With a handsome appearance full of masculinity, it seemed as if it was not a human being, but a noble being that had walked out of an ancient myth. What are those? Scales? Could they be dragon scales? Isn't Qin Shi a human? Scales. When the lake base was ambushed before, scales appeared on Qin Shi's body. You said I was seeing things at that time. Netizens looked at the drastically changed Qin Shi and talked about him for a while, forgetting to marvel at the fact that he blocked the nuclear explosion. Especially those netizens who had previously caught a glimpse of the dragon scales on Qin Shi's body. At night, the dragon scales on Qin Shi's body emerged and blocked the sneak attack of the Japanese explorer Nagasaki Ikuru. It's just that the environment is dim and everyone can't see clearly. Later, when everyone was discussing it, they all thought that those who saw the dragon scales were hallucinating. Now it's confirmed. They were not hallucinating. There are indeed dragon scales on Qin Shi's body. All of a sudden, they all became excited and started posting comments recalling what happened back then, feeling as if their grievances had been redressed. Now the question is, there are actually scales on Qin Shi's body. Who is he? Or in other words, was Qin Shi a human? How could there be scales on a human body? Monster. You monster. Aubrey opened his eyes wide as he looked at Qin Shi, who was unharmed and looked even more majestic. He was almost going crazy. Reluctance, powerlessness, despair, disbelief. All kinds of emotions surged up at once, making him completely lose his composure. He stared at Qin Shi and yelled wildly, unable to accept what he was seeing. This is unscientific. Almost everyone knows how terrifying the power of a nuclear explosion is. This is a weapon powerful enough to destroy the world. The huge energy generated by a nuclear bomb explosion in a short period of time can heat the center of the explosion to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, which is equivalent to the power of a supernova explosion. Among the known creatures on the blue planet, no one can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion. Creatures that can withstand nuclear explosions only exist in movies and novels. Monster. This guy must be a monster. Apart from monsters, he really couldn't figure out why Qin Shi could withstand a nuclear explosion. The expert teams from various countries were also confused. They frantically analyzed Qin Shi's progress and guessed that Qin Shi had weapons secretly made by the Dragon Kingdom. The Qin dynasty's powerful strength might have been based on these weapons. Some people even speculated that Qin Shi was a modified human from the Dragon Kingdom. How could a normal human being be so powerful? However, all these speculations were ruthlessly shattered as Qin Shi blocked the nuclear explosion. No matter how powerful Dragon Country's technology is, or how amazing its transformation methods are, it is impossible to create a creature that can withstand a nuclear explosion. If Longwa had this technology, they wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. All countries have long been calling Dragon Country Big Brother. Maybe Aubrey is right. This guy is a monster. Qin Shi looked at Aubrey with cold eyes, feeling a little scared. The nuclear explosion just now almost hurt him. With his current strength, there are not many things on Blue Star that can hurt him. But it does not include weapons such as nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. If he were really hit by a nuclear bomb or a hydrogen bomb, he would be finished. After all, he is not an adult yet. An adult dragon can bathe in the sun without any problem. He is still far away from this state now. Even if the mecha's nuclear power system explodes, the power is far less than that of a real nuclear explosion, but it can still pose a considerable threat to him. Fortunately, his dragon scales have strong defensive power. I just obtained the complete Hunyuan 5 elements technique, and my strength has increased a lot. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to block the attack of a nuclear explosion. Even now, he felt as if he was lying in a volcano, and the blood in his body was boiling from the high temperature. Monster? Qin Shi stretched his body, and his golden dragon eyes swept towards the people around him, with a grim smile on his face. Using this word to describe me is too insulting. Oh no, it's too insulting to dragons. Everyone's eyes froze. Dragon? What is Qin Shi talking about? Is he a dragon? How is it possible? How can there be dragons in this world? Oh shit. Everyone subconsciously didn't believe it and wanted to refute Qin Shi's words. But the next moment, two noble and gorgeous dragon horns grew on Qin Shi's forehead. The body shape is also slowly changing. After a while, a majestic dragon appeared on the spot. The wind is roaring. The horse is neighing. The alpaca in me is roaring. Dragon. It really is a dragon. This body shape, this appearance. So familiar. Netizens from Dragon Country could tell at a glance that this was, yes, the spiritual totem of Dragon Country, a legendary creature, a dragon with infinite power. Unless you are blind, you will never make a mistake. We have been influenced by dragon culture since childhood. We post dragon paintings, dance dragon lanterns, and row dragon boats during festivals. We are very familiar with the image of the dragon. What you see in front of you are not the blurry snapshots that are circulated on the internet, but immersive high-definition images. Even foreign netizens are familiar with this. As the Dragon Kingdom becomes stronger, its various cultures have long been exported to the world. Among them, dragon culture is definitely one of the most famous dragon culture. There are many dragon culture worship groups abroad. It really is a dragon. Our country's totem actually exists. The country has been hiding this dragon for so long, and finally it is willing to let it out. Oh my god. I was wondering where the country found this immortal figure. It turns out to be Brother Long. Our country is so great. After a brief moment of shock, confusion, and disbelief, netizens in Dragon Country became all excited, cheering, and going crazy. Foreign netizens were all dumbfounded. Dragon? The explorer from Dragon Country is actually a dragon. Case solved. All the previous mysteries have been solved. Why could Qin Shi's scolding scare away the dangerous species? Because he is a dragon. Isn't the legendary dragon more impressive than the dangerous species? They thought that Qin Shi was able to scare away the dangerous species and obtain resources such as the purple flower all because of good luck. In fact, There is no such thing as luck. It's all about hard power. Compared to the dumbfounded foreign netizens, the top leaders of various countries feel much more uncomfortable, especially the President of the United States, the President of France, the Prime Minister of England, and others. They have always believed that Qin Shi has the secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Shi was able to travel unimpeded in the secret realm outside the sky, all thanks to this secret weapon. They are even complacent about this, thinking that the whole world is drunk and they are the only sober ones. However, they now realize that their guesses were not as accurate as those of some netizens. The secret weapon of Dragon Country never existed at all. In other words, Qin Shi is the most powerful secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 73. It's not fair that they secretly raise dragons. After secretly looking down on others for so long, I realize that I am as stupid as them. This strong sense of shame is enough to make people with insufficient psychological endurance feel ashamed. Although the top leaders of various countries are not shameful enough, they still turn pale. They felt like they had become clowns and were being made a fool of by the Dragon Kingdom. But they are still completely unaware of it and have been showing off for so long. The blood pressure of senior officials in various countries soared. Cheating. Longhua is cheating. I demand that Longhua be severely punished. The President of the United States was dancing and banging his hands in the live broadcast room, strongly condemning the Dragon Country for its lack of martial ethics. That's right. This is blatant cheating. Everyone sent people in, but the Dragon Nation actually sent a dragon. This seriously interferes with the fairness of the exploration of the outer secret realm. We agreed to compete in technology, but you secretly raised dragons. The Dragon Nation is too dishonest. We don't accept it. This is unfair. Blue Star Consciousness, you must give us justice. Senior officials from various countries jumped out unwillingly and started yelling in the live broadcast room. Unfortunately, the Blue Star Consciousness ignored them. The Dragon Nation's top brass ignored their barking. Cheating? What's the harm? Why can't the dragons raised by Dragon Country take part in the exploration of the secret realm beyond the sky? If you have the ability, go and raise one too. Senior officials from various countries are furious. Netizens from various countries are shocked and unbelievable. And explorers from various countries in the secret realm are now left with only despair. When they saw Qin Shi revealing his true form as a dragon, they were all stunned. Fuck. Dragon? This is a dragon. What the hell are they crazy for wanting to fight a dragon? Beautiful country, you are such a scumbag. Some explorers from other countries who joined later looked at Aubrey and his companions and wished they could skin them and eat their flesh. If it weren't for Aubrey and others, they wouldn't be so arrogant as to want to hunt down Qin Shi. Now, the identities of hunter and prey have completely reversed. They are not hunting Qin Shi. Instead, Qin Shi hunted them all alone. My friend from Dragon Country, this is a misunderstanding. Some people tried to establish a relationship with Qin Shi in order to resolve the hatred that had just surrounded Qin Shi. Yeah. Qin Shi looked at him with a smile. Yes. The man nodded hurriedly with a flattering smile on his face. The next moment, a flash of lightning flashed and blasted him into charcoal. Qin Shi put down the dragon claw that he had just snapped his fingers to activate his lightning control ability and said in a dark tone, I'm sorry, you misunderstood my mistake. We're even now. The other explorers around were shocked when they saw this. This dragon has such a cruel heart. They were talking and laughing one moment and killing without mercy the next. They finally figured it out. Qin Shi had no intention of letting them go. Let's fight. Explorers from various countries showed ruthlessness in their eyes and raised their weapons to fire at Qin Shi. Bang, bang, bang. All kinds of bullets and lasers shot towards Qin Shi snake like a torrent of thunder and fire. However, Qin Shi Huang could even block a small nuclear explosion. These laser shells are even less of a problem for him. Qin Shi didn't even bother to defend himself. He just stretched out his dragon scales and rushed past. The agile dragon body turned into a ray of light, allowing bullets and lasers to fall on it, and rushed towards the explorers. The dragon claw stretched out, emitting a suction force in the air. The most conspicuous French robot was sucked by the suction force and flew towards the dragon claw involuntarily. Exclamation point. The French explorer inside the robot screamed in fear, uttering a curse. However, no matter how he struggled, it was of no avail. The dragon claws that looked like they were cast in gold grabbed the robot, and violent power surged out, tearing the robot and the explorers into pieces. An explorer from the United States rushed over in a mecha, activated all weapons, and attacked Qin Shi frantically. Qin Shi swung the dragon's tail, and it chopped towards him like a giant axe that could split the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the mecha that could withstand dangerous attacks was instantly split in half. The blood of the United States explorers gushed out from the broken mecha. Crush. This is a one-sided crushing. No explorer could withstand Qin Shi's attack. Even if he was just touched by Qin Shi, his bones would be broken and he would fly away like a tattered sack. Although Qin had used sailors before, they were just small tests. But now, he was completely enraged by this group of people and no longer showed mercy. Who can withstand the wrath of a dragon? Although Qin Shi looks only a few meters long, its size is comparable to a metal mountain. Even the most direct confrontation of strength is far beyond what these people can endure. Netizens from all over the world in the live broadcast room were watching with their eyelids twitching. Fuck. Baka. Stop. You are killing people. Blue Star Consciousness, come out and stop him. Netizens from all over the world were shocked and angry and asked Blue Star Consciousness to step in. If Qin Shi continues to kill like this, all the explorers in their country will be wiped out. Especially Japan and Korea. The explorers from their country were completely wiped out last time, and they failed to even occupy the base. This time when I entered the secret realm outside the sky, I originally wanted to occupy a piece of territory first. As luck would have it, I got involved in this matter again. If they die again, their country will suffer a loss once again. I will not forcibly interfere in the conflicts between countries. Of course, I also hope that the explorers from Dragon Country can value peace. Under everyone's pleading, the Blue Star Consciousness finally showed up. However, the words of Blue Star Consciousness made them feel cold all over. Just like the response it gave to the Dragon Country netizens, Blue Star Consciousness gave them the same response. But this time, they couldn't laugh anymore. It's so funny. Weren't you all laughing so happily when the Blue Star Consciousness didn't interfere with your joint efforts to target our explorers? Now you want the Blue Star Consciousness to stop Qin Shi. That's a nice idea. This is only fair. We can't just let Dragon Country get beaten. Naturally, he followed the robot and fought bravely. It feels good. After hearing the response from the Blue Star Consciousness, the Dragon Country netizens immediately felt relieved. This is unfair. How can it be fair? The Blue Star Consciousness clearly knew that Qin Shi was a dragon. Yet they let Qin Shi enter the secret realm outside the sky without telling us in advance. The Dragon Country is trying to trick us by settling this. Foreign netizens roared in anger, unable to accept it. In response to this, Blue Star's consciousness said, I do know Qin Shi's identity, and I have reminded you that dealing with Qin Shi will not benefit you, but unfortunately you are unwilling to listen. One sentence left foreign netizens speechless. The Blue Star Consciousness has done its best. As the consciousness of Blue Planet, he does not forcibly interfere in the conflicts between countries, and naturally will not leak the secrets of various countries. Being able to give implicit reminders to explorers from various countries is already an extra care for them. Do we really have to stand on their side and disappoint Longwa? Chapter 74. Turning Points for Each Country, Mythical Creatures. The battle was over quickly. No suspense. All the explorers from various countries who participated in the hunt were ruthlessly killed by Qin Shi, especially the leader Aubrey, who died peacefully. Before he died, he was still roaring in unwillingness. He was reluctant to close his eyes even after his death, as they were branded with the image of Qin Shi. It is obvious that he loves Qin Shi deeply. When the explorers from other countries who did not participate in the hunt saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, they had self-awareness and did not go crazy with Aubrey and others. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is still that giant dragon. Not everyone can bully you. With the demise of this group of explorers, this exploration process came to an end. The reminder from Blue Star Consciousness rang out. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining the inheritance of an extraterritorial civilization. This secret realm has been incorporated into the jurisdiction of Blue Star. Due to the outstanding contribution made by Dragon Country in occupying the secret realm, Dragon Country has absolute management rights in the secret realm. Next, there will be a year of rest and recuperation. All countries are requested to continue to actively prepare for war. The next secret realm will be even more dangerous, and there are many 3-star dangerous species. The ruins of extraterritorial civilization are the core of this secret realm. With the help of Qin Shi, the Blue Star Consciousness mastered the remains of the extraterritorial civilization and naturally mastered the entire secret realm. As the #1 hero, Longwa naturally gained the greatest benefits. Inside the secret realm, The areas that have not yet been occupied by other countries have been tacitly designated as the territory of the Dragon Kingdom by the Blue Star consciousness. All countries are very unwilling to accept this. Their country's explorers were completely wiped out and suffered heavy losses. The Dragon Kingdom has reaped great rewards. In particular, the Dragon Kingdom obtained the inheritance of the gods. If this continues, will they still have a place on the blue planet? The Dragon Nation cheated and killed our explorers. They must give us an explanation. Foreign civilizations are the commonwealth of mankind. We demand to share the inheritance of foreign civilizations. The next exploration of secret realms will be even more dangerous. Only when the humans of Blue Star make progress together can we better explore the secret realms outside the sky and make contributions to Blue Star. Dragon Country, I hope you will quickly hand over the heritage of foreign civilizations so that we can study together. Don't be ungrateful. The countries were unwilling to accept this, so they joined together and organized a massive campaign of condemnation, demanding that the Dragon Kingdom share the inheritance of foreign civilizations. For a while, there were condemnations against Longwa everywhere in reality and on the internet. The Dragon Kingdom became the target of public criticism. The whole world is full of enemies. Countries also imposed restrictions on Longwa through diplomatic and trade means, attacking Longwa from all aspects in an attempt to force Longwa to submit. This round of sanctions is far larger than the previous ones. Before the secret realm outside the sky was opened, the United States launched several sanctions when it was testing the Dragon Kingdom. But at that time, the only countries that imposed sanctions on Longwa were the United States, as well as France, England, and other countries that were secretly in cahoots with the United States. And now, there are more than just these few countries participating in this sanctions. Almost half of the countries on the blue planet have participated in this sanction. Although other countries did not seem to join on the surface, they were secretly trying to trip up the Dragon Kingdom. If it were in the past, Long Country might not have been able to withstand the joint sanctions from so many countries. After all, the economies of various countries are interconnected, and no country can completely break away from the influence of other countries. Many countries have joined forces to impose sanctions in all aspects, including energy, food, and technological products, which are enough to bring Longwa's economy to collapse and shake the people's hearts. However, the Dragon Kingdom now occupies most of the resources of the first secret realm outside the sky. With so many resources as a guarantee, sanctions from various countries are simply a joke to Longwa. Even if we cut off ties with other countries now, it will not affect Longwa. There are so many resources in the secret realm, enough for Dragon Country to digest for a long time. Even other countries have to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom and purchase scarce resources in the secret realm from it. Therefore, this vigorous sanction lasted only a few days before it began to die down. Many countries followed the United States, France, England, and other countries and waved their flags and shouted slogans, imposing sanctions on Dragon Country. Secretly, he couldn't wait to contact Longwa and sign various unknown cooperation agreements. Even within the United States, France, England, and other countries, there is no monolithic unity. No one knows how many people are secretly cooperating with Longwa. The Dragon Kingdom holds the inheritance of the Divine Dragon and the resources of the secret realm, which are all very popular. I don't know how many people are envious of this, and they can't help drooling just by looking at it. Of course, they dare not go against the country openly, but if they secretly buy something from Longwa, can the top leaders still be so lenient? Senior officials from various countries were furious. They were eager to send their own troops to recreate the grand scene of the coalition forces' eastward expedition. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, it was suppressed by them. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it. The Dragon Kingdom today is no longer the sick cat that closed itself off from the outside world and abandoned its own martial arts. Instead, it completely revived and became a giant dragon flying into the sky. When it comes to military force, the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of any country. What's more, there is now a dragon. Eastern expedition? I'm afraid they are delivering food to people at their doorsteps. That dragon can even withstand a nuclear explosion. Unless all countries use nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs to destroy each other at all costs, there is no way to deal with the Dragon Country. The destruction of the United States fleet and aircraft carrier is a lesson for other countries. The top leaders of various countries feel powerless. Conspiracies cannot be plotted, and force cannot be defeated. What can I do? Just when the top leaders of various countries were angry and helpless, a turning point occurred. In a mountain range in the United States, a strange beast was born. This is a creature with the body and claws of a lion, but the head and wings of an eagle. If someone who knows about American mythology sees this scene, they will know that this is the mythical beast griffin in American legend. In the minds of American people, lions rule the land, while eagles rule the sky. Therefore, the griffin, which combines the advantages of both the lion and the eagle, is the most powerful creature in the world. The symbol of the Philadelphia Museum of American Art is the griffin. Bronze castings of griffins can be seen in every corner of the roof of the museum. Legendary beasts appear not only in the United States, but also in other countries. In Japan, a farmer in the mountains discovered a terrifying giant snake with 8 heads. In the Peacock Kingdom, someone took a photo of the legendary divine bird Garuda. In England, a giant humanoid bat was found inside an abandoned castle. As Blue Star occupied the secret realm, the environment of Blue Star became more favorable. Various powerful exotic beasts gradually revived. It is difficult to raise a real dragon in a small pond. The more powerful the organism, the higher its requirements for the environment. The better the environment, the stronger the organisms that can be produced. As the environment of Blue Star improves, the upper limit of the level of creatures that can be accommodated is also increasing. Chapter 75. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and all countries were able to return to normal. Many powerful beasts were born on Blue Star in the past. It's just that the environment of Blue Star was not suitable for the survival of powerful creatures. Many exotic beasts may die shortly after they are born because they cannot adapt to the environment. Even if one has strong vitality and is not dead, one will fall into a state of suspended animation. They can only recover if they encounter the right environment. This is also Blue Star's self-protection. Otherwise, with so many powerful exotic beasts living on Blue Star, the consumption of resources would be too great. It won't take long before the blue planet is eaten into a barren desert. After the environmental restrictions were lifted, various mythical creatures began to appear. They are very lucky to have encountered an era when the environment of the blue planet is improving. All this is thanks to Qin Shi. If Qin Shi hadn't helped Blue Star occupy the secret realm and upgrade Blue Star's ecological environment, they can only become like their predecessors, either becoming increasingly weak and dying, or falling into a long sleep. Of course, they don't know this. Naturally, the existence of these mythical creatures could not be concealed from the top leaders of various countries. Human beings are the real masters of the blue planet. Except for the ocean, there are human detection devices everywhere on the blue planet. There are satellites in the sky and surveillance on the ground. Even in the deep mountains and wilderness, there are explorers seeking their own death. These mythical creatures are so distinctive in appearance and lack the ability to detect human high-tech equipment when they are active. Not long after they were born, they were discovered by people from all over the world. When the information about these mythical creatures was delivered to the desks of top leaders from various countries, they were all excited. Griffins? Mythical creatures? Our country is saved. The President of the United States looked at the intelligence sent by his subordinates and stood up from his chair excitedly, his face full of ecstasy. Haha, why didn't I think of that? Your dragon country has its own divine dragons, and our beautiful country naturally has the mythical creature, the griffin. Damn it, if we had realized this earlier, we wouldn't have lost so miserably. Fortunately, it's not too late now. As long as we train the griffins, wouldn't it be easy to explore the secret realms beyond the sky? The president of the beautiful country is floating. The surprise came so suddenly that it was more addictive than taking drugs. He was worrying about how to deal with the pressure from manhwa, but he didn't expect a turning point to appear so soon. The Dragon Kingdom relied on the fact that it raised a divine dragon and treated them so badly. I have gained so many benefits in the secret realm outside the sky. With the griffins, their beautiful country can also replicate the miracles of the dragon country. Even, it can suppress the Dragon Kingdom. All the humiliation suffered by Longwa will be returned. Immediately dispatch personnel to capture griffins, build a secret training base, and devote all our efforts to train griffins. The President of the United States gave orders to his men. At the same time, senior officials from other countries also sent people to look for mythical creatures, hoping to use them to regain the dignity that was taken away by the Dragon Kingdom. After the identity of the Qin dynasty Shenlong was exposed, everyone figured out what the Dragon Kingdom's previous series of major actions were all about. Where did those disappeared resources go? There is no doubt that those resources were used by Longwa to train Qin Shi. Unfortunately, they didn't believe in the existence of dragons before. Naturally, it is impossible to imagine where Dragon Country's resources are used. All countries thought that Longwa was secretly building some super weapon, and the direction of the investigation was wrong from the beginning. However, it doesn't matter if you didn't know it before. It's not too late to find a way to catch up now. The Dragon Kingdom has not yet completely surpassed other countries and become the undisputed overlord of the Blue Planet. they still have a chance to make amends. The Dragon Kingdom can rely on the dragon to reap huge benefits in the secret realm outside the sky, and almost occupy all the resources in the first secret realm. Then they can naturally rely on the mythical creatures of their own country to achieve the miracles performed by the Dragon Kingdom. No. How can it be enough to just copy the miracles of Dragon Country? They want to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. The humiliation that the Dragon Kingdom has inflicted on them must be returned tenfold or 100-fold. Japan. It's actually the Yamata no Orochi. This creature really exists. The Japanese Prime Minister grabbed the paper containing the information in his hand with an excited look on his face. He wanted to laugh out loud to the sky to vent his long-standing depression. The Japanese are experiencing a truly miserable time in their exploration of the secret realm beyond the heavens. Both explorations yielded no results. The only country that can compare with them in misery is Korea. Although other countries were also in a miserable state, when they were hunting down Qin all the explorers were killed by Qin. But at least they occupied the territory and had some gains before. Japan and Korea really gained nothing. Moreover, the situation faced by Japan is much more serious than that of Korea. Japan is an island country with scarce resources. Their investment in the secret outer realm has gone to waste, making their already poor situation even worse. They hated Longwa so much. Unfortunately, he only dared to curse in his heart and did not dare to really challenge Longwa. For them, the most important thing is no longer to seek revenge on the Dragon Kingdom, but how to obtain resources in the next exploration of the secret realm outside the sky. Because Japan did not gain any territory in the first secret realm. Now the exploration of the first secret realm has ended, and most of the resources are in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. It is impossible for them to obtain the resources in the first secret realm. They could only try to find a way to occupy the land and obtain resources in the second secret realm. But the Blue Star Consciousness said that the next secret realm would be even more dangerous. There are a lot of 3-star dangerous species in it. They couldn't even get through the first level of the secret realm outside the sky, so they had no confidence facing the more difficult second level. The appearance of the Yamata no Orochi can be said to have solved Japan's urgent needs. With Yamata no Orochi here, there's no need for Japan to worry about not being able to dominate the world. So what if it's a dragon? Yamata no Orochi is the most powerful evil spirit in Japanese mythology. It has 8 heads. Are you afraid? The Japanese Prime Minister shook off his previous dejected mood and regained his confidence. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and I felt okay again. Peacock Kingdom. Garuda. It's really Garuda. This must be the hope that Lord Vishnu has given to our Maurya Kingdom. The president of the Peacock Nation grabbed the photo of Garuda with a horrifying look and shouted towards the sky in a fanatical manner. Garuda is a divine bird in the legend of the Maurya Kingdom and the mount of the great god Vishnu. According to legend, Garuda feeds on dragons. This is just the right thing to restrain the dragon of Dragon Kingdom. The dragon from the mere kingdom of Zhandan is only fit to be food for Garuda. As long as Garuda is successfully trained, won't the Dragon Kingdom be at the mercy of the Peacock Kingdom? The president of the Peacock Kingdom immediately ordered people to subdue Garuda and allocate resources to cultivate this divine bird that could restrain the Dragon Kingdom. For a time, all nations devoted their energies to secretly cultivating mythical creatures. The massive outcry against the Dragon Kingdom gradually faded away silently. The situation on the entire Blue Star fell into an eerie calm. Chapter 76, The Second Secret Realm. Dragon Country. Qin didn't know that various countries had found their own mythical creatures, and they were preparing to cultivate these mythical creatures to deal with him as if they had found a treasure. Even if I knew, I would just laugh it off. The top leaders of these countries have a very superficial understanding of mythical creatures. Do they think that the strength of mythical creatures are all comparable? Dragons are at the top of the food chain, and this is also true among mythical creatures. Who dares to compare him with the griffin and the Yamata no Orochi? Who are you looking down on? Especially Garuda from the Maurya Kingdom. The so-called Garuda feeds on dragons, but this is nothing but the usual bragging of the Maurya Kingdom. The so-called dragons in the Peacock Kingdom are just a group of crawling snakes. Just like the dragon in the West is a lizard. Just a group of creatures named after dragons. Just because you name it a dragon, it doesn't mean it really is a dragon. Just because you've eaten a few snakes, you think you can swallow a real dragon? It's simply ignorance and fearlessness. There are also mythical creatures from certain small countries. If they had read Classic of Mountains and Seas, they would know. The prototypes of the mythical creatures of their country can be found in the Classic of Mountains and Seas of the Dragon Kingdom, and many of them are marked with edible effects. For example, eating a certain exotic animal can improve eyesight, eating a certain exotic animal can increase courage, eating a certain exotic animal can make you immune to all poisons, and so on. Guess where these labels came from? At this time, Qin Shi was digesting the inheritance he had obtained. Naturally, the inheritance of the Five Elements sect cannot be limited to the Hunyuan Five Elements technique. It also includes many different levels of skills, various secret techniques, elixirs, instruments, medicine, drugs, astronomy, formations, common sense of cultivation, and other miscellaneous knowledge. This information is exactly what Qin Shi needs. There were no extraordinary practitioners on the blue planet. Before the dragon people's bloodline evolved, he was the only extraordinary creature. Without an object to refer to, Qin Shi was unable to accurately position himself. After obtaining the inheritance of the Five Elements sect, Qin Shi finally understood what realm he was at now. According to the inheritance records of the Five Elements sect, the extraordinary evolution in the world is divided into 9 levels. A first-level ordinary creature is one that does not possess extraordinary powers. From giant elephants and blue whales to ants and bacteria, all fall into this category. The second-level transcendental creatures are creatures that have mastered extraordinary abilities. For example, those dragon people who have awakened their abilities are second-level creatures, including 1-star dangerous species such as giant wolves and thunder falcons, and even some 2-star dangerous species and 3-star dangerous species. They are all second-level creatures in the 9-level classification. However, creatures of the same level are also divided into different levels, and their strengths are not the same. The dragon people, who have just awakened their abilities, are clearly at the bottom of the second-order creatures. Dangerous species such as the blue water buffalo python and Kurin fish are the best among the second-level creatures. The blue star consciousness does not have a deep understanding of the supernatural realm and needs to compare the strength of dangerous species to give a rough division, which is far less accurate than the 9th-level division. The third level of magical power is to improve one's own ability to a certain level and understand the rules of the ability. By then, I will be the ability. The ability can be activated in a moment. It can be said that the Dharma follows the recitation. The 4th level is Chengxiu, understanding the mystery of space. At the 5th level, one can achieve sainthood by using one's own magical powers and integrating the power of space to form a holy domain of one's own. This realm is shrouded in a holy domain, and one can cross the void and resist all kinds of dangers in the universe. The powerful figure of the Five Elements sect, who is regarded as a god by everyone, is a creature who has reached the 5th level of sainthood. The 6th level of creation, comprehending the mystery of life, evolves the sanctuary into a vibrant world. In the 7th level of reincarnation, life will eventually go to destruction, and one needs to find life from death and survive the calamity of reincarnation. The 8th level of immortality, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, no longer threatened by death. But longevity does not mean immortality. An immortal being can still be killed. The 9th level is eternal, immortal, and indestructible. Qin Shi is currently a third-order extraordinary creature. The world is so vast and colorful. Qin Shi couldn't help but sigh. On Blue Star, he is invincible. No one can be his opponent except the Blue Star consciousness. It's lonely at the top. Qin Shi couldn't help but feel a little proud. The information he obtained from the Five Elements sect's inheritance made him realize that there are always people better than you, and immediately he dispelled the slight pride in his heart. He is only a third-level creature now, and there is a huge gap between him and the strong men of the Five Elements sect who can cross the starry sky. Not to mention those more powerful creatures at the creation stage, reincarnation stage, and immortality stage. The road ahead is long and arduous. He still has a long way to go. During the Qin dynasty, the inheritance of the Five Elements sect was not hidden. He even made a copy of the Hunyuan Five Elements technique for the senior officials of Dragon Kingdom. After the dragon people's bloodline evolved and awakened their abilities, they lacked the techniques to practice. With these skills, they can hone their abilities, improve their life levels, and hopefully become on par with dangerous species. There are many methods of refining elixirs in the inheritance, which can accelerate the evolution of blood. Although the dragon people have undergone a bloodline evolution. But with so many people in the country, if the medicinal power of the purple flower is shared equally, you can imagine that the benefits everyone can get will not be that much. The degree of blood awakening is limited. With these prescriptions, Longwa can refine potions for bloodline evolution and train talents in a targeted manner. With the supply of resources from a secret realm, Dragon Country is developing rapidly. Other countries also have their own plans. They secretly cultivated mythical creatures, intending to wash away the shame inflicted on them by the Dragon Kingdom in the next secret realm. Time passed day by day. A year is neither short nor long. Soon, the date for exploring the second secret realm arrived. Attention all nations, the second entrance to the secret realm is about to open. Please be prepared. After investigation, we found that there is a complete civilization in the second secret realm. It is much more powerful than Blue Star. The number of third-level creatures far exceeds that of the first secret realm. Even fourth-level and fifth-level creatures may exist. Since this secret realm is too dangerous, the mission of this exploration is to collect the civilization heritage inside. Countries with insufficient strength can give up this action. I will continue to explore the surrounding secret realms and look for other relatively safe secret realms for everyone to explore. The voice of Blue Star Consciousness rang out. After occupying the first secret realm, he can use it to explore the situations of other secret realms around it. The secret realm outside the sky is actually composed of countless secret realms. Some secret realms are interconnected, while others are isolated from the world. It is not easy to explore the situations in other secret realms through the barriers between them. It took the Blue Star Consciousness a year to explore the situation of the second secret realm and find a passage to secretly send people in. But the power of this secret realm exceeded the expectations of Blue Star Consciousness. With Blue Star's current strength, it is simply unable to take over this secret realm. I can only say that I had bad luck this time. Therefore, the Blue Star Consciousness does not intend to occupy this secret realm. Being greedy will only bring disaster upon yourself. He only planned to send a few outstanding talents in to collect some civilization heritage. Allow countries with insufficient strength to withdraw from this exploration. He will continue to find other secret places for these nations to explore. Chapter 77 2 Questions, Opportunities for Countries. What? After hearing the words of Blue Star Consciousness, netizens and senior officials from various countries were stunned. The second secret realm discovered by Blue Star's consciousness actually possesses a complete civilization that is even more powerful than Blue Star. Just thinking about it makes everyone's scalp tingle. Qin Shi obtained the inheritance of the Five Elements sect. The Blue Star consciousness that followed him throughout the whole process was naturally inherited and enriched its own foundation. The Blue Star consciousness changed the 9-star division into a more accurate 9-level division. Except for the Hunyuan 5 Elements technique and other skills, which require the consent of the Dragon Country before being taught to the outside world, the Blue Star consciousness did not choose to hide some common sense things, but open them to the world. Therefore, everyone knows it. Those 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star dangerous species are actually just second-level creatures. The first secret realm was just a ruin left behind by the powerful men of the 5 Elements sect, but it caused heavy losses to various countries. As a complete civilization, its power is naturally needless to say. On Blue Planet, except for Qin Shi, no country currently has a way to deal with third-level creatures. Even if it is a slightly stronger second-level creature, it needs to be besieged by everyone and a huge price to be paid before it can be killed. What's more, there may be 4th-level and 5th-level creatures in the second secret realm. You can imagine how dangerous it is to go in and explore. For a time, many countries began to back down. Anyway, the Blue Star consciousness said that it would continue to explore the surrounding secrets and look for relatively safe secrets for them to explore. Of course, some people retreat, while others are naturally bold. Crisis often brings opportunities. The second secret realm is so powerful, there must be a lot of good things inside. Everyone is drooling over the divine inheritance in the first secret realm, especially those countries where mythical creatures were found. They secretly cultivate mythical creatures. These mythical creatures lived up to their expectations and grew very fast, changing almost every day. Thanks to their training at all costs, these mythical creatures now have the powerful combat capability to withstand missile explosions and defeat an army head-on. It is even more powerful than the dangerous species that appear in the secret realm. The only thing that makes them regretful is that after these mythical creatures have grown to this point, it is very difficult for them to continue to improve. One of the issues is resource limitations. Although the environment of the blue planet has improved, it can provide a fertile soil for the survival of these mythical creatures. But resources are still limited, and these mythical creatures cannot truly grow. The second is the lack of techniques for cultivation and evolution. Mythical creatures all have their own racial talents and abilities, and if they grow up normally, they are enough to surpass many creatures. But this is undoubtedly a case of eating up all the resources. Relying on the legacy of ancestors will never free you from the shackles of blood. The growth rate will also become slower and slower. These two problems had been encountered before during the Qin dynasty. However, now that Qin Shi has obtained the Hunyuan Five Elements technique and helped the Dragon Kingdom occupy most of the resources in the first secret realm, he naturally does not have to worry about it anymore. These countries can't do that. They once sent people into Dragon Country, trying to steal the Five Elements sect skills. They also exchanged their respective interests with the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them came true. Although the Dragon Kingdom did not know that they were secretly cultivating mythical creatures, it was naturally impossible for such a precious thing as the cultivation method to be easily spread out. This is something that can enable people to achieve bloodline evolution and enter the extraordinary realm. This is also the advantage that enables Dragon Country to be ahead of other countries. Even within the Dragon Kingdom, those who want to practice martial arts need to go through layers of screening to ensure that the selected people are loyal to the Dragon Kingdom, so as to prevent the martial arts from being leaked. As for ordinary people, they practice other skills inherited from the Five Elements sect, which are far inferior to the Hunyuan Five Elements technique. It won't have much impact if it spreads out. Even though all the countries had obtained it, they were unable to research anything. They must find a way to obtain the skills to practice and evolve. Otherwise, you will never be able to defeat the Dragon Kingdom and take revenge. The second secret realm is their opportunity. In a secret base in the United States, several high-ranking officials of the beautiful country said to a beast as big as an elephant, with a lion's body and claws, an eagle's head and wings, "Caleb, you must participate in this exploration of the secret realm to see if you can find a chance to obtain a method of cultivation and evolution. Only in this way can you reproduce the power of the mythical creatures of the beautiful country and defeat the dragon in the east." Caleb is the name of the griffin found by the United States. Its name means loyalty and bravery. It also carries the ambitions of the United States. Don't worry, I am a griffin. The might of the holy lion and the agility of the divine eagle flow in my blood. My ancestors once conquered the sky and the earth. He is just a divine dragon from the east. As long as I grow up thoroughly, it will be easy for me to crush him. Caleb's eyes were like lightning, his golden hair was fluttering, and his expression was full of arrogance as he spoke. The temperament of a country's mythological creatures is closely related to the country's customs and culture. As a mythical creature of the United States, Caleb naturally has the barbaric, fierce, cruel, arrogant character of the United States. Moreover, he was captured by the top leaders of the United States at birth, taken to a base for secret training, and indoctrinated with the ideas of the United States, and he hated the Dragon Country deeply. In Japan, in a hidden cave. Yamata-kun, we in Japan have already suffered 2 defeats in a row. This time, we must gain enough to catch up with other countries, or even surpass Dragon Country. The Japanese Prime Minister spoke solemnly towards the center of the cave, where a giant snake with 8 dancing heads was coiled on the ground. This giant snake is the mythical creature Yamata no Orochi found in Japan. Yamata and Orochi. Compared to the beautiful griffin, the appearance of Yamata Torochi is much more ferocious. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of cold air, making the entire cave look like a ghost cave. If you look carefully, you will see that underneath the huge snake body of Yamata and Orochi, there is actually a pile of white bones. Among them are various cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and even human bones. Different mythical creatures require different resources to grow. Yamata no Orochi is the god of disaster, and his ability is to stir up disasters. Therefore, it is necessary to devour countless blood-eating souls. The Japanese are a very dark race. In order to cultivate the Yamata no Orochi, they even feed living people to it. The Dragon of the East? Hey, my blood contains records of my ancestors creating disasters and devouring countless lives and souls, but I have never devoured a dragon. I must find a chance to taste it if I get a chance. Yamata and Orochi's head was flying, and a cold and bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. In a temple in the Peacock Kingdom. The Eastern Jindan Kingdom is no match for our Peacock Kingdom in terms of military, technology, or culture. It is only because of the luck that it got a divine dragon that it can be so arrogant until now. Garuda, this time the exploration of the secret realm depends on you. You must severely suppress the arrogance of the Dragon Kingdom and let them know that our Peacock Kingdom is the strongest. The president of the Peacock Nation looked at Garuda, who was standing on the throne with various snake bones piled under his feet. He looked very majestic and had an expression of confidence on his face. Chapter 78. The mythical creatures that believed in evil, the civilization in the prison. Don't worry, I am a noble divine bird that feeds on dragons. That Qin Shi is just my food. Garuda looked up at the sky with sharp eyes, with arrogance and contempt in his eyes. What can I say about the Peacock Nation? They always like to brag. No. I am good at using exaggeration as a rhetoric device. Under the careful training of the Peacock Kingdom, this Garuda actually believed the rumor that his ancestors fed on the Eastern Dragon. He didn't believe it at first. After all, in the memory of blood inheritance, there is no scene of Garuda preying on the dragon. But he could not resist the constant nagging of the senior officials of the Peacock Kingdom, who told him with assurance that Garuda eats the dragon. It's just a dragon that hasn't transformed yet. In front of Garuda, the dragon doesn't even have the chance to grow and transform. Doesn't this just demonstrate Garuda's supreme power? Garuda heard it. Hey, that makes sense. Good. He believed it. Dragon of the East, wash your neck and wait for death. He, mythical creature from the Peacock Kingdom. The blood of the divine dragon will be used to wash away the shame of the Peacock Kingdom. Garuda's eyes were as fast as lightning as he looked down at the city below the temple. It was as if the Eastern Dragon was also in it. Similar things happen in every country with mythical creatures. After some discussion, the decisions of each country came out. The United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, England, and other countries that have found the mythical creatures have all decided to give it a try. As for the Dragon Kingdom, there is no need to mention it. Qinshi is a third-level creature. Even in the second secret realm, as long as the fourth-level and fifth-level creatures do not appear, he can move around freely. He would naturally not let go of this secret realm, which was even more powerful than the Blue Star civilization and had many powerful creatures. After each country made its choice, the Blue Star consciousness began to transmit. A space fluctuation flashed by, and explorers from various countries disappeared on the spot. Immediately, the surrounding environment changed. Qinshi is a third-order creature and is about to reach the threshold of the fourth-order Chengxiu. The transmission of Blue Star's consciousness was felt by other people. As soon as they closed their eyes and opened them again, the surrounding environment changed. Qinshi noticed signs of spatial fluctuations, and in a quick glance, he saw the entire picture of the second secret realm. The second secret realm was actually a planet that was even larger than the blue planet. However, this planet is hanging alone in a space, with no other stars around it, only void. Even the light of the sun and the moon is projected from another space. It looks even worse than Blue Star. Although the Blue Star is also lonely, there are no other planets with life within several light years around it. But at least I'm free. In the future, when the civilization of Blue Planet advances to a sufficient level, it may be possible to contact other civilizations in the universe. But this planet is like a prisoner in a prison. Although the level of civilization is higher than that of Blue Star, it has lost its freedom. This is a planet that was accidentally dragged into a secret place outside the universe. The voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang in Qinshi's mind. According to the speculation of Blue Star consciousness, this planet was originally a life source star in the universe, and it was even connected to other life source stars. On the planet, creatures that were not native to the planet were discovered. However, one day, a secret realm from outer space may suddenly arrive and swallow up this planet. This caused this planet to become one of the countless secret places within the outer space. If Blue Star had not awakened and realized the approach of the secret realm outside the sky in advance, I am afraid Blue Star would have ended up like this. Qinshi and the others were teleported to a dense forest. There are few people around. There weren't even many wild animals. The Blue Star consciousness has discovered that the planets in this secret world have not given birth to planetary consciousness. Planetary consciousness is a very mysterious thing. It does not mean that every life source star can give birth to planetary consciousness. It can be said that it was sheer luck that consciousness was born on Blue Planet. That is why the Blue Star consciousness can teleport everyone in. Otherwise, if there is a planetary consciousness watching, the actions of the Blue Star consciousness cannot be hidden from the detection of the planetary consciousness. However, even so, the Blue Star consciousness did not dare to act too blatantly. After all, although this secret planet has no birth consciousness, there may be fourth-level and fifth-level creatures on it. Fourth-order creatures are easier to deal with. For a creature at the fifth level of sainthood, one person is almost equivalent to a small world. The Blue Star consciousness has only recently stepped into the extraordinary realm and is no match for these creatures. If we become too arrogant and are noticed by fourth and fifth level creatures, and they attack Blue Planet, we will be finished. Therefore, the Blue Star consciousness sent everyone to this deserted jungle. What to do next is up to you. It seems that quite a few countries have chosen to participate in the exploration. Look, they are explorers from our beautiful country. Wow, so handsome. Our country will not back down. A mere danger cannot scare our great, beautiful country. Our Japanese explorers are here too. As explorers from various countries entered the secret realm, netizens in the live broadcast room began to post barrage comments to discuss. Everyone is very concerned about what choice their country will make and what the situation will be like for their own explorers. When the explorers revealed their true faces, the netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly felt their eyes brighten. Many female netizens even exclaimed, "Wow! The quality of this batch of explorers is quite high. Each of them is tall, strong, and handsome guy. Let's not talk about strength or anything like that. If it comes to looks, the fighting power is absolutely off the charts." These explorers were naturally transformed from mythical creatures from various countries. After being tricked by the Dragon Kingdom once, all the other countries learned their lesson and let their own mythical creatures transform into human form, intending to trick the Dragon Kingdom again. Wait until their strength grows to a sufficient level, then they will reveal their true identities and wash away the humiliation they suffered at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Mythical creatures are all proud, and when they transform into human forms, they are naturally tall and handsome, as if they were handsome men who walked out of mythology. Even though some mythical creatures are dark in nature, such as the vampires in England and the Yamata no Orochi in Japan, their personalities become somewhat sinister after they transform into human form, but they are still very capable in terms of their looks alone. Each of them can debut as an idol directly. This is a carnival for the yin party. However, some netizens soon keenly discovered that each country participating in the exploration only sent one explorer. This is a bit strange. Longwa is easy to deal with. Ever since Qin Shi Huang revealed his identity as the dragon, he has severely punished all other countries. Netizens from all over the world have sincerely stopped comparing themselves with the dragon country. I can't afford it. With Qin Shi's status and strength, one person is worth thousands of troops, so it is more than enough for Longwa to only send Qin Shi. But their country only sent one person. Have all countries chosen the policy of elitism without any prior agreement? Or was he worried that the second secret realm was too dangerous, so he only sent one person to avoid too much loss? Qin Shi, on the other hand, looked at the explorers from various countries thoughtfully. Although the top leaders of various countries wanted to hide the identities of their own mythical creatures and give Dragon Country a surprise. But I'm so sorry. Qin Shi Huang was a divine dragon. His bloodline level is higher than these mythical creatures, and his strength is stronger than these mythical creatures. A group of younger brothers also wanted to pretend in front of him. Qin Shi recognized their true identities at a glance. Chapter 79. They are all harmless little brothers. Huh? What kind of creature is this? It has a lion's body, an eagle's head and wings, and there are bloody humanoid bats. That snake with 8 heads is from Japan. Could it be the Yamata no Orochi? Qin Shi looked at the explorers sent by various countries with surprise. These creatures are obviously not ordinary species, but a mythical creature like him. There are so many mythical creatures on the blue planet. He was really a little surprised. At the same time, mythical creatures from various countries were also looking at Qin Shi. As soon as they were born, they were secretly taken away by high-level officials from various countries for training, and were taught from childhood that the Qin dynasty was their mortal enemy. After entering the secret realm, they were naturally very curious about Qin Shi, their destined enemy, and looked at Qin Shi the first time. This guy is just ordinary. Apart from being handsome, I don't think he is as powerful as those old men say. The mythical creature from the United States, the Griffin Caleb, stared at Qin Shi with sharp eyes and couldn't help muttering in his heart. The image he transformed into was that of a handsome young man who was nearly 2 meters tall, had blonde hair, and a very sturdy build. His whole body is full of masculine and powerful aura, as if he is a natural king. His eagle-like eyes are extremely aggressive and filled with the desire to conquer everything. Garuda of the Peacock Kingdom also transformed into a handsome young man with blonde hair, looking at Qin Shi with predatory eyes. There are many snakes in the Peacock Kingdom. Garuda feeds on snakes, especially poisonous snakes and large pythons. Of course, in his eyes, it was not a snake, but a dragon that had not yet grown and transformed. The taste of a dragon that has not yet grown up is so wonderful. I wonder how delicious real dragon meat is. Garuda couldn't wait to taste the dragon meat. Qin Shi noticed Garuda's gaze and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy, did he treat him as food? Interesting. Boy, you are very brave. Qin Shi found it quite interesting. Although these mythical creatures were eyeing him covetously and were full of hostility, but he didn't feel anything in his heart, didn't even feel offended. The difference in bloodline levels and the disparity in strength made him feel no threat at all. It's like a chinchilla showing its teeth and claws in front of a tiger. If the tiger is not hungry, it will only think the chinchilla is cute and will not feel threatened or offended. After all, it can be pressed down with just one finger. They are all harmless little brothers. Qin Shi sighed in his heart. At the same time, we can probably guess the plans of various countries. Apparently, each country found its own mythical creature and regained the courage to fight him. They want to raise these mythical creatures to use against him. I wonder what kind of expression will appear on these mythical creatures' faces when they feel they have the strength to stand before me and I yell at them, "You bold monsters! I can tell at a glance that you are not human." Qin Shi thought with evil humor in his heart. As for now, he didn't want to take action against these mythical creatures. These mythical creatures haven't come to bother him yet. He is a civilized dragon and cannot hit people without reason. Besides, letting these mythical creatures explore this secret world might bring him some surprises. This secret world is so huge that he definitely cannot explore it all by himself. The mythical creatures all carry the fortune of their respective countries and can be described as little protagonists. Maybe one of them will have some adventure in this secret world. As for these mythical creatures finding their adventures, Qin Shi looked up at the sky. They are all children of the blue star consciousness. To some extent, he is the boss of these mythical creatures. As the eldest brother, it's not too much to ask your younger brothers to show some filial piety, right? The mythical creatures from various countries looked at Qin Shi for a while, then looked away, and each chose a direction and started to move. Although they really wanted to try and see if they could defeat Qin Shi now. But they also know what's going on. There is a big gap between them now and when they were in Qin dynasty. After all, Qin Shi was born earlier than them, had more time to grow up, and also inherited the god's legacy. Even if they believed the lies of their own top leaders and thought that their bloodline could crush and restrain Qin Shi, they had to improve their strength first. If they want to defeat Qin Shi, they must find a cultivation method that suits them in this world and shorten the gap in strength between them and Qin Shi. Qin Shi also chose a direction and began to explore. Qin Shi used his ability to conceal his aura and walked towards the place where a large number of creatures gathered. Since there is an advanced civilization in this world, if we want to explore this world without being discovered by 4th and 5th level creatures, the most urgent task is to find out the current era background of this world. The Blue Star consciousness did not detect this. After all, as the consciousness of Blue Star, he is an invader to this world. If he comes into too much contact with the creatures of this world, it will easily attract the attention of the strong in this world. These things can only be done by Qin Shi and others themselves. Qin Shi left the dense forest, and with the powerful perception ability of a 3rd-level creature, he quickly found a place where civilized creatures lived. This is a huge city. When you come near the city, you can see countless creatures of different appearances coming and going at the city gate. Among them are creatures with animal heads and human bodies, pure animal creatures, and creatures similar to humans on Blue Star. Qin Shi used his ability of invisibility to successfully sneak into the city. After some investigation, Qin Shi finally had a general understanding of the current era background of this world. What the Blue Star consciousness said is correct. The level of civilization development in this world is indeed very high. The planet is called Hanging Sky. Unlike the Blue Star, the Hanging Sky star has always possessed a large amount of extraordinary energy. Therefore, the creatures of Xuanqiong Star chose the evolutionary path of extraordinary civilization from the very beginning. Of course, this does not mean that the technological development of Xuanqiong Star is not possible. A long time ago, Xuanqiong Star was connected with other life source stars in the universe, including some civilizations that had made great progress in technology. Influenced by these technological civilizations, a unique technological civilization combining technology and supernatural powers developed on the Hanging Sky Star. Their technology is not based on electromagnetic propulsion, but on supernatural powers. Various high-tech equipment can be seen everywhere on the planet, such as spaceships, psychic communication equipment, psychic weapons, etc. Of course, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, the mainstream civilization of Xuanqiong Star is still extraordinary evolution. The distribution of power on Xuanqiong Star is also very different from that on Blue Star. Since Xuanqiong Star was once connected with other life source stars, there are many creatures from other life source stars on it, and there are many more kinds of intelligent creatures than on the Blue Star. No creature can completely overwhelm other creatures and dominate a planet like humans on the Blue Planet. The grassroots of Xuanqiong Star are groups of various intelligent creatures, above which are the sect forces, and above that is a huge Xuanqiong Alliance empire composed of various sects. Chapter 80. The opportunity has come. In the Hanging Sky Alliance empire, the Emperor has supreme power. Even though each ethnic group is internally autonomous, they must obey the emperor's orders and controls in general. As for the choice of emperor, it is not about elections among different ethnic groups or a family empire passed down from generation to generation. Instead, it has to do with something called the hanging sky star position. The Xuanqiong star position is an imprint of certain rules and power condensed from a life source star. Those who are blessed by a star position can be called the sons of the planet. Not only will their own strength undergo earth-shaking changes, but they will also have the power to influence the celestial phenomena and terrain on the planet, and even the fate of all living beings. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has the power of life and death over creatures that are weaker than himself. No matter which tribe a creature belongs to, as long as they can gain recognition from the Xuanqiong star, they can become the supreme emperor of Xuanqiong star. This can be considered as the case of those who are capable being promoted, and those who are not capable being demoted. It is the Alaya consciousness of the planet. No wonder the Xuanqiong star has no birth consciousness. It turns out that it was refined into a star position. The voice of Blue Star's consciousness rang in Qin Shi's mind. The Blue Star consciousness cannot take the initiative to help the explorers, but it can still be trusted as an auxiliary. All problems such as detecting the enemy, identifying treasures, language communication barriers, etc. can be properly solved for you. The information obtained by Qin Shi and his team can naturally be obtained simultaneously by the Blue Star consciousness. After learning what the hanging sky star was, the Blue Star consciousness quickly deduced the origin of the hanging sky star. This also made the mood of Blue Star consciousness slightly depressed. Every planet has its own planetary consciousness. However, the consciousness of most planets is violent and chaotic, making it difficult to form a stable personality. Only a planet that gives birth to life can form a specific personality by resonating with the spirit of life on it. In other words, it can also be called the transformation of the planet's heavenly way. This is how Blue Star consciousness came about. Xuanqiong star originally had such an opportunity. Given the size of the hanging sky star and the prosperity of its civilization, once a specific personality is formed, it will definitely be much more powerful than the Blue Star consciousness. Unfortunately, a long time ago, the planetary consciousness of Xuanqiong star was refined into a star position, cutting off the chance of giving birth to a personalized form. The consciousness of Blue Star and the consciousness of Hanging Sky Star are of the same type. Naturally, they would not feel very good when they saw their compatriot die in the womb. Moreover, this matter was most likely done by the extraordinary creatures from the Xuanqiong star in the past. After all, the most powerful people on Xuanqiong star today are still the original natives, and their status has not been overthrown by foreign creatures. If there are extraordinary powers on the Blue Star and the Blue Star consciousness has not yet given birth to a personality, it may also be refined into a star position. Humans are definitely capable of doing this. No one wants to have a father or mother over their head and be bound and controlled by others. Everyone wants to turn the tables and become the master, especially those who hold great power and are ambitious. For them, it is better for planetary consciousness to remain quietly a noble symbol. Of course, we judge by actions, not by intentions. Regardless of whether humans have this intention or not, at least they don't do it. Moreover, the planetary consciousness that has not given birth to a personality is just a magnetic field fluctuation, which is different from the complete planetary consciousness. The Blue Star consciousness only felt a little emotional. If possible, try to obtain the Hanging Sky Star position. This may be Blue Star's chance to occupy this world. Lan Xing sent a message to Qin Shi through his consciousness. The same words echoed in the minds of mythical creatures from all countries. The Blue Star consciousness said this because they arrived at a very opportune time. The current emperor of Xuanqiong star is too old to control the position of Xuanqiong star. It is time again for the once-in-100 years fight for the position of the star in the sky. All forces on Xuanqiong star are training successors who can compete for the star position. This is a world of great contention. Since Xuanqiong star is inhabited by various races, Qin Shi and his companions do not have to worry about their identity. They can simply pretend to be creatures on Xuanqiong star and participate in the competition for the Xuanqiong star position. Xuanqi star position, Supreme Emperor, very good. This position is mine. Caleb looked at the intelligence he had collected and the reminder from the Blue Star consciousness, and a raging fire of conquest burned in his eyes. He is the Griffin, the Lord of the sky and the earth. Who else but him can be the star in the sky? Xuanqiong star position? Ha ha ha. Here comes the opportunity. As long as I obtain the star position, I can sit on the throne of the emperor, lead the peacock kingdom to rise, and wash away the humiliation imposed by the dragon kingdom. It will be as easy as pie. Garuda was overjoyed. I will obtain the position of the hanging sky star, the blue star consciousness, Great Mother. I will prove that I am your crown prince. As for the Dragon Kingdom's divine dragon, Humph, the hanging sky star position, I know at a glance that it is prepared for me. Besides me, who else is qualified to sit on the throne of the emperor? For a time, mythical creatures from various countries were full of ambition. They all firmly believed that they were the chosen ones and that the positions in the sky were prepared for them. The netizens in the live broadcast room also became excited. Once you obtain the Xuanqiong star position, it is equivalent to mastering this secret world. What a huge temptation this is. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The hanging sky star is ours. Whoever can obtain the Xuanqiong star position will surely become the #1 country on Blue Star. Grab the star position, Super Dragon Country. Netizens from all over the world had their imaginations run wild, and some even shouted slogans of catching up with the Dragon Country. We must obtain the Xuanqiong star position. We cannot let the Dragon Nation get ahead of us. Opportunity. An opportunity to surpass the Dragon Nation. Our country has mythical creatures, and we will definitely be able to defeat the Dragon Kingdom this time. Senior officials from various countries were also ecstatic. They were even more excited than netizens. In the first secret realm, all the countries were defeated by the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Dragon Country taking all the resources of the first secret realm, they could only shed tears of envy and jealousy. Its position in the eyes of Blue Star Consciousness was directly pushed into a corner. Now, Longwa is the most beloved child of Blue Star Mother. Under the care of the Blue Star Consciousness, the Dragon Country has good weather and all kinds of natural disasters are as if they have become extinct, with not even a trace to be seen. After the environment of Blue Star improved, the extraordinary power of Dragon Country became stronger than that of other countries. In contrast, in other countries, they are just like those raised by a stepmother. Although Blue Star's consciousness would not abuse them. But if you want special care, forget it. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. We are all children of Mother Blue Star. Why is it that only your Dragon Country enjoys the best food and drink while other countries can only starve? All countries are holding their breath. Now, the opportunity has finally come. Surpass the Dragon Kingdom, tomorrow. What are you thinking about? You're blind. Can't you see our Dragon Prince? The Dragon God is here. So is the Xuanqiong star position something you can covet? If you eat a few more dishes. Faced with the fantasies of netizens from various countries, netizens from Longwa gave them a ruthless blow. In front of Qin Shi, explorers from various countries are nothing. This is the star position hanging in the sky. This imperial throne. Only our Dragon Kingdom can shoulder the great responsibility.